The exceptionally talented academic prodigy has transitioned into the weakest summoner, only to awaken memories of a past life at that moment. No matter what profession you choose, as long as you work hard, you have the chance to stand out. Your starting point now doesn't determine your future achievements. On the podium of the second high school in Fanyan City, the 30-something homeroom teacher, Lu Wun, scanned the students below. A century ago, when games became reality, Blue Star connected with various dimensional planes. The drastic changes in the world caused creatures to mutate and evolve, while numerous hostile alien civilizations invaded. In this era where strength reigns supreme, the only way to achieve a social leap is by becoming stronger. The annual National Career Transition Exam has become the only opportunity for 18-year-old high school students to change their fate. Everyone dreams of becoming a rare professional, but the reality is that 80 of people see their dreams shattered. Many can only acquire non-combat professions, becoming laughingstocks. I just received news that the college entrance exam threshold will be raised by 100 points tomorrow, Lu Wen paused. But those who rank high will receive richer rewards. You must adjust your state of mind. Don't hesitate to spend money on equipment and skills, or you'll miss the exam and regret it for life. The classroom immediately buzzed with excitement. Some showed off their rare professions, while others were downcast and disheartened. By the window, Chen Lin appeared particularly calm because, after his career transition, memories from deep within his mind unexpectedly surged like a floodgate opening was actually a transmigrator. Chen Lin, I'm sorry, said the class beauty, Zhang Yan, turning around with an apologetic look in her eyes. The college entrance exam is too important. It's the only chance for families like ours to climb the social ladder. Lu Liang agreed to team up with me, so? No problem, Chen Lin replied calmly. With memories of his past life, this setback was insignificant. Xiaoyan, you didn't do anything wrong, her friend scoffed. He's just got a tiny summoning beast now. What battle power could it possibly have? The whole class is laughing at him. Besides, he comes from a well-off family, and even the teachers think he has a bright future. How could he compare with you? Don't worry, my dad bought a third-level premium skill book for over 200,000. Lu Yang said smugly, glancing at Chen Lin. In tomorrow's exam, we might even aim for the top 100 in the city. It's time for the former class leader to experience being looked down upon. After school, Chen Lin bought a steak and found a secluded spot to summon a black wolf. The little creature let out a soft howl, wagging its tail timidly as it nuzzled against its owner's leg. This summoned creature was indeed as weak as an ant, ranked at the bottom among all summoned creatures, and even the homeroom teacher felt sorry for him. As a summoner who relies on summoned creatures for combat, it was like Chen Lin started with one hand tied behind his back. But he hadn't lost hope. As long as he could get into the academy, he would have time to slowly develop. Once he reached level 10 and summoned again, there was still a chance to turn the tables. Especially after receiving memories from his past life, this belief was even more steadfast. However, without the advantage of a summoner and no combat power to support him, combined with the increased exam threshold, success seemed almost 99 impossible. Chen Lin sighed silently, gently stroking the small black wolf that was devouring its food. As his fingertips brushed the soft fur, an unexpected voice echoed in his mind. Detection begins. Startled, Chen Lin looked around but saw no one. His thoughts exploded like fireworks, with countless ideas flashing through his mind. Could this be the legendary Golden Finger? Is the standard equipment for those who travel between worlds real? He wondered, quickly accepting the reality. After all, given his current situation, he had indeed crossed over, although his memories seemed to have vanished during the process. Just then, the voice in his mind spoke again. Loyalty at 100%, never betray. Proceed with the life bond. Chen Lin thought for a moment and decided to agree. However, as soon as his thought was confirmed, a searing pain suddenly struck him. Ah, he gasped, caught off guard, as his body felt electrified and his knees buckled beneath him. Pain surged over him like a tide, and Chen Lin's body could no longer hold up, collapsing heavily to the ground. His face turned pale, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He clenched his jaw tightly, his fists so tense that his nails dug deep into his palms. Remaining silent was the most he could manage. At that moment, two passers-by happened to walk by, and their conversation drifted into Chen Lin's ears. What's going on? Is he all right? Hey, don't you know what day it is today? He's probably struggling with the blow of switching to a life profession. Ah, speaking of that, my good son from First High got a combat profession. He's going places. Old Gua, really? Would I lie to you? I think it's called a fighter. As the two walked away, their voices gradually faded from Chen Lin's hearing. Finally, the pain subsided, and Chen Lin struggled to get back on his feet. Suddenly, he felt an invisible force merging with the black wolf, followed by the voice in his mind again. Soul fusion complete. Life bond established. Congratulations, your summoned creature has awakened a unique talent, Gluttonous Devour SSS. Hearing this news, Chen Lin felt a surge of excitement. With a thought, a long transparent panel appeared before him. Summoned creature, unnamed. Type, mutant wolf. Level 1. Attributes, strength 2, constitution 3, agility 3, magic 1. Health, 100. Skills, none. Talent, gluttonous devour SSS converts all consumed food into energy, grows without limits, and evolves beyond constraints. Looking at the panel information, Chen Lin's face lit up with joy. The suffering had been worth it. Across the entire Great Xia, those who awakened an SS-level talent were extremely rare. Each new one was highly valued by the nation, receiving comprehensive protection and support. The reason was simple. Such talents were incredibly powerful. Chen Lin recalled the tragedy from over a decade ago. The defensive line was breached, and Xinlong country was invaded by an alien army, resulting in millions of deaths and vast territories lost. Ultimately, it was a single person with an awakened SS-level talent who repelled the invaders, saving the nation from disaster. However, as Chen Lin reveled in his joy, he suddenly realized something seemed off. Wait a minute. Why am I the one paying the price, but the summoned creature gets all the benefits? Whose golden finger is this anyway? Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh at the irony. He grabbed the black wolf by the scruff, pulling it in front of him, and earnestly said, "From now on, your name is Hei Ming. You need to work hard for me, understand?" Woof. The little wolf licked Chen Lin's face, looking delighted. Chen Lin nodded in satisfaction and said, "Keep eating." Before long, the meat was completely devoured, and Hei Ming's eating speed was noticeably faster than before. At that moment, a voice once again echoed in Chen Lin's mind. Consumed ordinary meat. Evolution value 0.5. With this voice, Hei Ming's body grew slightly larger, almost imperceptibly to the naked eye. All the basic attributes on the panel increased by 1 point. Chen Lin stared at the virtual data panel in front of him, his heartbeat quickening. A simple piece of meat could bring such an improvement. Imagine the potential if he could obtain more food. The college entrance exam suddenly seemed hopeful. What thrilled him even more was a warm current flowing through his body. Although the increase in strength was minimal, only about a fraction of a point, it showed that his special ability could not only enhance his summoned creatures, but also channel some energy back to himself. This discovery brightened Chen Lin's outlook, giving him a fighting chance against others and a clear path to getting stronger. As the sun set, Chen Lin picked up the noticeably heavier Hei Ming and walked home under the evening glow. By the time he opened the door, moonlight had already spread across the land, with stars twinkling in the sky. His mother, Li Huiru, was busy in the living room, wearing an apron, the sound of clinking dishes crisp and pleasant. "Dinner's almost ready. Go wash your hands," Li Huiru said, belonging to the majority of ordinary people who hadn't yet undergone the global job transition. "Okay." Chen Lin put down Hei Ming, letting it roam freely. "What job did you get at school today?" Li Huiru asked while chopping green peppers. "Summoner." As soon as he spoke, a burst of cheerful footsteps echoed in the hallway. "Wow, a combat job. That's amazing, brother." A lively figure bounced in, wearing a white t-shirt and shorts, revealing slender, fair legs. "I heard that when you become a summoner, the school provides materials for a live summon. What did you summon? Show me." Seeing his sister Chen Li's eyes sparkling with anticipation, Chen Lin pointed to the obedient Hei Ming following him. Chen Li's excitement froze instantly as she blinked in disbelief. "Just this? So small?" "Yes," Chen Lin nodded. Disappointment was written all over Chen Li's face as she crouched to examine Hei Ming closely, still trying to play with it. Hei Ming lowered its head, whimpering softly. After a moment, Chen Li stood up and walked over to Li Huiru, looking serious. "Mom, your son is done for. Better have another one soon." Li Huiru's mouth twitched, her knife involuntarily raising. Seeing this, Chen Li quickly scurried away, while Chen Lin shook his head helplessly, helping to carry the prepared dishes to the dining room. Soon, the three of them were seated around the table. Chen Li happily swung her feet while picking up food. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the big pork knuckle in Chen Lin's bowl. "Brother, I want some." "Not for you," Li Huiru interrupted coldly. Seeing his sister's pitiful expression, Chen Lin felt a twinge of pity but still called Hei Ming over, letting it enjoy the aromatic pork knuckle. Immediately, he felt another warm current sweep through his body, bringing a slight but real enhancement. The sensation of growing stronger at any moment lifted his spirits. Chen Li stared in disbelief, as if struck by a blow. "Chen Lin, do you really like a dog more than your favorite sister? Why do you think you're better than it? What exactly gave you that illusion?" Chen Lin retorted. "Mom, look, he's saying I'm worse than a dog. It's a wolf." Chen Li fell silent, realizing her place in the family was already lost. After dinner, Chen Lin took on the usual task of washing and tidying up the dishes. Just as he finished drying the last plate, Li Huiru approached him with a gentle expression and carefully pulled out a bank card from inside her shirt. "I heard from the neighbors this afternoon that the college entrance exam cutoff scores are quite high this year," Li Huiru said with concern, looking at her son's profile. "I saw Aunt Zhang taking her son to buy equipment and skill books. Your classmates are probably getting ready too, right? I can't let you fall behind just because of our financial situation." She handed the bank card to Chen Lin. There's over 35,000 in this card, which should be enough for your equipment. If it's not, I'll borrow some more from my colleagues. Chen Lin clutched the bank card tightly, feeling a pang in his heart. He knew this was nearly all of their family's savings. Although he was reluctant to accept it, he realized they urgently needed the funds to nurture He Ming and boost his strength. It's enough, Mom. Thank you, he said quietly. Seeing through her son's thoughts, Li Huiru gently reassured him. This money was meant for you and your sister, so don't feel burdened. She glanced at the clock on the wall. I have to head to my night shift. By the way, if word gets out you've switched to a combat profession, many of my colleagues will envy me for having such a great son. After leaving the bank card's password, Li Huiru left for work. A cool breeze swept in as the door closed, and Chen Lin took a deep breath, clenching his fist. Since he could remember, his father had been absent, and his mother had been working 2 jobs to support them, with barely any time to rest. His resolve strengthened. Although this year's college entrance exam was more competitive than ever, the prize for being in the city's top 10 was substantial. If he could achieve this rank, his mother wouldn't have to work so hard. Some might laugh at his ambition, but for someone at his starting point, it was the quickest path to prosperity. As night fell and the streets lit up, Chen Lin emerged from a restaurant run by a life professional, carrying a box containing a full 100 pounds of mutant beast meat. The restaurant had ample supplies, and the owner willingly sold it to him for over 6,000. According to the description of the greedy gluttony talent, He Ming not only had limitless potential, but could also grow rapidly in a short time and share its energy with Chen Lin, enhancing his strength. Compared to spending a fortune on a skill book, this investment was clearly more worthwhile. Skill books are categorized from 1 to 10 tiers, and even the lowest tier skill book costs thousands to tens of thousands, with uncertain effects. Relying on a first-tier skill book to change one's fate is rather naive. Nevertheless, many ordinary families still choose to purchase skill books, hoping to provide their children with an extra layer of security. As we all know, almost all dungeon resources are controlled by the academies. For ordinary families, enhancing their children's combat power means increasing the chances of passing the college entrance exams. However, for those level 1 professionals who couldn't get into the academies, gaining experience points means risking their lives by fighting mutant beasts outside the city to obtain life crystals. Except for a few daredevil hunters, even those with sufficient combat power often lack the courage to face mutant beasts heat-in. Chen Lin found a secluded alley and summoned He Ming with a thought. Compared to a few days ago, the young beast had grown more than twice its size. Although still small, it now faintly resembled a wolf. Howl! Faced with the fresh red mutant beast meat in front of it, He Ming's body surged with a strong urge to devour. But without its master's permission, it restrained its impulse. Only when Chen Lin nodded did it pounce on the meat like a starving tiger. Amazingly, the amount of mutant beast meat He Ming consumed far exceeded its own body size, yet it showed no signs of stopping. Its stomach seemed like a bottomless pit, frantically transforming all the meat it ingested. As it continued eating, a vast amount of energy filled He Ming, rapidly catalyzing its growth and strengthening every inch of its flesh and cells. Its body expanded visibly, and its bones crackled, resembling an ancient beast undergoing metamorphosis. At the same time, Chen Lin felt a warm current coursing through his body, enhancing every part it touched, bringing a sense of comfort to his mind. At this moment, both master and creature were growing stronger in sync. Evolution value, 7.5100. This was a new attribute bar brought about by the greedy gluttony talent. Once He Ming reached 100 evolution points, it would achieve a qualitative leap. 100 pounds of mutant beast meat should be enough, Chen Lin thought to himself. Half an hour later, He Ming's form had completely transformed, its body swelling to over 2 meters, almost reaching Chen Lin's waist, several times larger than before. The box once filled with mutant beast meat was now empty. Chen Lin summoned his panel with a thought. Summon, He Ming. Type, mutant wolf. Level 1. Attributes, strength 34, constitution 36, agility 36, magic 33. Health, 100. Skills, none. Talent, greedy gluttony SSS. Evolution value, 100.9100. Evolve. These attribute numbers had nearly increased tenfold, surpassing even some rare professionals. However, compared to the previous time when eating a single steak increased all attributes by 1 point, the efficiency of improvement had indeed decreased. Clearly, as the base attributes increased, the required energy also increased accordingly. But the advantage is, the higher the base attributes, the more significant each future improvement will be, much like the difference in impact between gaining strength in infancy versus adulthood. Casually, Chen Lin checked his own attribute panel. Since his career change, his initial values were Strength 11, Constitution 10, Agility 12, Spirit 20. Now, these values had all increased by 10 points. This was because He Ming previously consumed only ordinary meat, which had low energy content, resulting in minimal enhancement for him. But this time, devouring a full 100 pounds of high-energy mutant beast meat significantly amplified the strengthening effect. Currently, Chen Lin's attributes were outstanding among his peers, but this didn't guarantee he could surpass everyone in his class. True strength requires a combination of various factors, with attributes being just a foundational reference. However, with He Ming's nearly cheat-like growth method, Chen Lin could swiftly close the gap with others. Chen Lin quietly clicked on the evolution panel. At the moment of confirmation, a spherical, terrifying innate power source deep within He Ming began to tremble. Instantly, a special black evolutionary force erupted, quickly sweeping through the entire body, frantically splitting more cells, reorganizing genes, and slowly elevating life to a higher level. After a while, lines of notifications appeared before Chen Lin. Congratulations, your summon He Ming has acquired the skill, Tear. Congratulations, your summon He Ming has awakened a new talent, Giant E. Giant E increases body size by 3 times, boosts strength and defense by 300, but reduces speed by 50. Strength 3454, Constitution 3656, Agility 3656, Magic 3353. With this evolution, He Ming's appearance changed slightly, with tougher skin and more solid, robust muscles, exuding a much more domineering aura. All attributes also rose above 50 points. This is just level 1, it's really kind of insane. In gaming terms, this is a pure, overpowered monster. Even top-tier summons can't compare. Based on extensive human experience, summons are divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and top. The judgment standard is talent. Summons with powerful talents from the start have high potential, gaining more attributes upon leveling up. F, E, D are low level, C, B, A are medium level, S is high level, SS is top level, and SSS level summons have never been seen. Or rather, such entities would not agree to be summoned. He Ming's greed and gluttony were bestowed by Chen Lin later on, so strictly speaking, it's not a top-level summon. Initially, it might not have even qualified as a low-level summon. Sigh stroking He Ming's head as it squatted beside him, Chen Lin gazed at the night sky, thoughts swirling in his mind. The time for him to shine was coming. Whether he would succeed or fail, the outcome would soon be revealed. The next day, Chun Li and Li Huiru stood on the road outside their home. I was all set to take a day off, but since I can't watch the event, I won't go, said his mother. Shaolin, first and foremost, prioritize your safety. If there's any danger, you can exit immediately. Don't take unnecessary risks. Even if you don't do well in the exam, it's okay. We can live a stable life with work. Despite the ability to exit the instance at any moment, risks still existed, and past exams had seen fatalities. Li Huiru repeated these words for an hour, and seeing the worry on her face, Chun Lin nodded. Brother, I want to watch. Can you take me with you? Chen Lin expressionlessly flicked his sister's forehead. No. She cried out in pain, looking a bit resentful as she held her forehead. All right, Mom, sis, I'm heading out. After Chen Lin left, Chun Li's face showed concern, and she silently clenched the hem of her school uniform. At the plaza, a bustling crowd gathered. After verifying his information, Chen Lin followed the staff's guidance to his class's area. Luwen was explaining the details to note when entering the instance. Nearby, on a stage, were the principal of number 2 middle school and all faculty members. Opposite them were students from number 1, number 3, and number 4 middle schools. This college entrance exam has brought together elite students from several top-tier high schools, making the competition fiercer than ever. Lu Liang stood outside the examination hall, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as yesterday's confidence vanished. He pondered. First High has over 30 students who have awakened their talents, including an A-level genius. It's like their ancestors' graves are emitting smoke with such luck. To make matters worse, Third High has suddenly produced a hidden profession. After learning the true strength of this year's senior students, Lu Liang felt regret. How could his single third-tier skill, his supposed ace in the hole, compete with these naturally gifted opponents? Moreover, these individuals likely mastered similar skills. But with the bold claims he'd made, he had no choice but to brace himself and proceed. However, upon further reflection, Lu Liang felt more at ease. If even he felt immense pressure, then Chen Lin would undoubtedly be at the bottom. With this comparison, Zhang Yan, his long-admired crush, wouldn't be disappointed in him. Even if he didn't achieve the goal of being in the city's top 100, she would likely accept the reality. Thinking of this, Lu Liang's lips curled into a confident smile. Chen Lin, what are you even doing here? Yi Chao, standing next to Lu Liang, asked mockingly, accompanied by the graceful Zhang Yan in her mage's robe. Why not just give up like other students in non-combat roles and save yourself the embarrassment? As the saying goes, if you haven't competed, you haven't lost. The surrounding students burst into laughter at his words. Chen Lin merely glanced at Yi Chao, clearly Lu Liang's teammate, dismissing the insignificant taunt. At that moment, a long bell toll echoed across the area, and 4 bronze gates slowly opened, a chilling aura seeping through the cracks. All the examinees immediately checked their respective instance information. We're doomed. Our second high got assigned the bone forest, one of the instances with the highest failure rate. What terrible luck. Is it too late to transfer schools? All the instances are about the same difficulty. What's there to complain about? Of course, you from third high wouldn't complain if you got an easy one. How could the college entrance exam be unfair? The people from second high are really ridiculous. The scene quickly became noisy. Lewin felt a tightness in his chest and urgently instructed the students behind him. The bone forest has a complex terrain with dense trees and shrubs. Be wary of monster ambushes. Recall what the teachers taught about monster habits, habitats, and attack methods. After giving these instructions, Lewin swiftly distributed wristwatch-like recorders devices crafted by mechanics to transmit scores from the instance. Another bell tolled, marking the official start of the exam. A stunning girl with ice blue hair and clad in white armor was the first to activate the instance beam. It's Senior Su Linxue from third high. She's chosen to go solo. The more people in a team, the lower the score. The strong naturally choose to go solo. She's a frost mage, mastering 5 initial profession skills. She has area attacks, single target bursts, and self-preservation abilities, so she's not afraid of monsters getting close. Look, students from first high and fourth high are also choosing to go solo. The surrounding underclassmen excitedly discussed the situation. Unfazed, Chen Lin put on the recorder on his wrist, letting it lock automatically. With a thought, he connected to the instance, and in an instant, white light enveloped him. He, too, chose to face the challenge alone. In a short span of time, all the students vanished, entering the world of the dungeon. A middle-aged man with a thick beard and a level of 20, named Lu Wan, lightly waved his arm, and 4 water screens appeared out of thin air above the dungeon entrance, projecting the scene within. Lu Wan frowned and said, "There are more outstanding students this year compared to previous ones, but unfortunately, none are from our second high school. We might end up at the bottom again." The female teacher from the honors class nodded in agreement. Without any genius to lead, we can only hope the average scores aren't too bad. Before she could finish her sentence, a young boy suddenly appeared in front of the entrance to the deserted bone burial forest dungeon. All the teachers from second high school exchanged glances and then collectively looked down, falling into silence. The bone burial forest dungeon is notorious for its dangers, requiring extreme caution. Students with weak psychological endurance often panic in the face of sudden ambushes and give up immediately. Judging by the remaining fear on this student's face, he clearly fit into this category. Lewin quietly said, "Old Pang, this is your student, isn't it?" The teacher named Pang Yuan sighed and quickly stepped forward to help the student up. Seeing the child's eyes grow redder, he immediately reassured him. "It's okay, don't be afraid." Meanwhile, he secretly vowed to make his students copy the key points of the college entrance exam 100 times over. A little hand fatigue is better than losing their future. Feeling the mocking gazes around him, Li Mingji's face darkened as he silently stared at the water screen. Suddenly, he noticed a lone teenager observing the surroundings in the dense forest. "Huh," Li Mingji exclaimed in surprise. "Soloing? Do we have such a capable student in our second high school's recent job transition?" The other teachers followed his gaze, their faces full of confusion. Which class is this boy from? They had no impression of him at all. Normally, they would remember students who transitioned to strong professions or awakened good talents. Wouldn't the homeroom teacher boast about such an exceptional student who can act alone? Wait, the honors class female teacher suddenly spoke. "Isn't this student of yours, old Lu?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone, including Li Mingji, turned to Lu Wan, waiting for an explanation. Lu Wan was at a loss for words. He knew that the student named Chen Lin was just an ordinary summoner, whose summoned creatures seemed to have no combat power. He had personally used auxiliary tools to probe, and the results all showed weakness. This was almost the worst possible start. Without a team, it would be impossible to reach the passing line for the college entrance exam. He specifically talked to Chen Lin yesterday, emphasizing this point repeatedly. He even privately found out that Chen Lin already had a team, which gave him some relief. But now, this supposedly weak student was going solo in the dungeon? Lewin couldn't help but fall into deep thought, unsure of how to explain this baffling situation to his colleagues. But what's happening now? Where did his teammates go? Lewin rubbed his suddenly throbbing temples, unable to believe what he was seeing. His prized student, Chen Lin, had chosen to take the exam solo. Li Mingji's expression shifted from surprise to fury as he quickly swiped through his phone until he found Chen Lin's assessment records. Ordinary profession, weak summons, no talent bonuses. Li Mingji read aloud, his frown deepening with each line. With such conditions, he dares to go it alone? Isn't this self-destructive? He suddenly turned to Lu Wen. "Old Lu, how do you teach your students?" A bitter smile appeared on Lu Wen's face. He clearly remembered every outstanding performance Chen Lin had in class. Whether in theoretical knowledge or practical exercises, he was exemplary. Unfortunately, his overly weak summons had become his fatal flaw, leading to ridicule from other students who failed to change professions. Perhaps for this reason, his teammates collectively abandoned him before the exam. That kid is fighting with his back against the wall. Lu sighed deeply, feeling a pang of sorrow. A female teacher from the honors class, familiar with the situation, was about to offer words of comfort when the scene on the water screen made everyone gasp. A massive dark green venomous fangworm was silently lurking above Chen Lin, its grotesque maw wide open, ready to deliver a lethal strike. It's over. The thought flashed simultaneously through everyone's mind. This was one of the most dangerous creatures in the bone burial forest. A single bite would paralyze a person entirely. Without the support of teammates, Chen Lin was doomed. The perspective switched to Chen Lin's point of view. A system notification sounded. You have entered the bone burial forest, level cap 20, instance duration 3 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. The young man cautiously surveyed the eerie surroundings. Among the bloodstained leaves, every 5 steps revealed a skeleton that had been partially devoured. The heavy stench mingled with the dim light barely filtering through the dense canopy. Suddenly, a bloodied head fell to the ground, covered in tiny needle-like holes. Without hesitation, Chen Lin waved his left hand, summoning a staff over a meter long. This sword staff was of ordinary quality but could effortlessly switch between sword and staff forms, increasing physical damage and slightly boosting spell power. At that moment, the venomous fangworm, as thick as a barrel, leaped from the treetops. Its gaping mouth, large enough to swallow a human head whole, glinted with razor-sharp teeth. Chen Lin, having already reacted swiftly, moved like lightning. He gripped the other end of his staff and sharply pulled it out. As the sword left its sheath, a flash of white light sliced through the air and precisely pierced the body of the dark green worm. The entire action was fluid and uninterrupted. Chen Lin, with an expressionless face, flicked his wrist, causing the sword to spin in a graceful arc, shaking off the sticky blue-green blood, before smoothly sheathing the blade. The dark green worm's body was severed in two, falling to the ground like a kite with its string cut, twitching a few times before it became still. An almost invisible orb of light emerged from the worm's corpse and directly entered Chen Lin's chest. A system prompt appeared. You have successfully slain a venomous fangworm, gaining 5 experience points. Simultaneously, a notification on his wrist equipment lit up, score 15. Not bad, Chen Lin thought to himself. Even after not wielding a sword for a long time, the swordsmanship ingrained in his bones was still sharp. Memories from his past life surged in, recalling the days spent with swords from childhood to adulthood. Although that was an ordinary world without extraordinary powers, the techniques honed over those years remained applicable. The seemingly simple drawn slash, practiced millions of times, was sufficient for the current situation. Compared to others who relied on skills but lacked precision, his solid fundamentals proved advantageous. Outside, Lu Wen and the other teachers, including Li Mingji, were all staring in shock at the scene. How is this possible? Someone couldn't help but exclaim quietly. Isn't he a summoner? This kind of reflex speed is something only someone with high agility attributes can achieve. Summoners are supposed to have ordinary attributes except for their mental ones, right? Everyone's eyes turned to Lu Wen, seeking an explanation. But Lu Wen was equally bewildered. Although Chen Lin had performed excellently in previous combat practice classes, he had never displayed such astounding abilities. Logically, the attribute boost from changing professions should only enhance a summoner's mental attribute, and there was no record of it increasing agility. As for special items that could directly boost basic attributes, they were prohibitively expensive, far beyond what Chen Lin's family could afford. Lu Wen was puzzled, unable to comprehend how Chen Lin could undergo such a dramatic transformation in just one day. However, he soon realized that even with high agility alone, reaching the 500-point threshold required for the college entrance exam was still an extremely daunting challenge. After defeating the dark green serpent, Chen Lin ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. What he saw was chilling. Twisted branches of massive trees were adorned with skeletal remains, and dark red bloodstains were smeared across the undergrowth and bushes, creating a chaotic and hellish scene. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from ahead. The bushes shook violently, and the noise of numerous creatures trampling the grass grew closer. Accompanied by piercing shrieks, dozens of short, grotesque creatures burst into view. Their skin was a sickly green, and they wielded crude weapons like bones, stones, and wooden clubs, exuding a savage aura. Goblins. Chen Lin immediately recognized the creatures. According to his textbooks, these creatures were notoriously vicious and had an incredible reproductive rate, resorting to cannibalism when food was scarce. A quick count revealed at least 50 or 60 of them. Facing such a horde, even with his strength, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. Hey Ming, Chen Lin called out in his mind. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared, followed by a majestic wolf howl that echoed through the forest. Unlike the cute cries from their first meeting, this roar was like the arrival of a king. He Ming's icy eyes locked onto the approaching goblin horde, baring its fangs and leaving deep claw marks in the ground as it charged forward like a missile. Bang! The skull of the frontmost goblin shattered instantly, launched into the air by the immense force, taking down a group of its companions. The other goblins screamed in rage, raising their weapons to attack fiercely. However, their proud weapons were useless against He Ming. The sharp-boned spikes shattered upon impact with its back, while He Ming's counterattacks were devastating, each swipe causing goblin brains to splatter. It was a complete massacre. He Ming abandoned all defense, rampaging through the goblin horde, leaving a trail of blood. Faced with such overwhelming power, even the dim-witted goblins instinctively sensed the threat of death and scattered in all directions. Chen Lin was not about to let these prey escape. He directed He Ming to continue the chase while personally taking down the nearest targets. He wanted these invaders to understand that once they came, they wouldn't leave alive. This gruesome scene was broadcasted live across the campus, immediately causing a sensation. Wow, our school actually has such a badass senior. His summoned beast is impressive enough, but his own strength is just as incredible. It's like he's cheating. Not to mention he's so handsome. I want to be his girlfriend. With those little assets of yours? Keep dreaming. On the viewing stands of the school, the first-year and second-year students were buzzing with excitement, many of the younger girls blushing. Just 10 minutes earlier, when they saw Chen Lin surrounded by goblins, everyone thought he was doomed. After all, enough ants can kill an elephant, let alone someone who isn't an elephant. But everything that followed completely overturned their understanding. A human and a beast, working like a perfectly synchronized team, were effortlessly taking down the goblins. Their seamless cooperation and fierce attacks left everyone present in awe. The goblins seemed like fragile puppets in front of this duo, being decimated in the blink of an eye. This is nothing short of a miracle. Li Mingji exclaimed in disbelief, his voice filled with shock and confusion. Can someone explain what's going on here? Wasn't Chen Lin's summoned creature supposed to be weak? You call this weak? Confronted with Li Mingji's aggressive questioning, Lu Wen was momentarily speechless. His mind seemed to freeze, with a buzzing sound in his ears. Was this imposing giant wolf really the same tiny cub from yesterday? The transformation was simply too drastic. However, Lu Wen quickly regained his composure, his face showing signs of excitement, and his lips trembling slightly. He took a deep breath and carefully said, without a doubt, Chen Lin's summoned creature possesses extraordinary talent. Moreover, it is highly likely to be a rare, growth-type species. Hearing this speculation, Li Mingji's expression brightened instantly. He analyzed excitedly. To reach such a level in such a short time, it must be at least a level talent. If it really is growth type, then its potential is almost on par with high-level summons. Thinking about this, Li Mingji felt his heart race. Was their school finally going to have a standout talent? Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly turned to shout. What's Chen Lin's current score? A mature, curvaceous female teacher with round glasses glanced at her tablet and swiftly answered. According to the recorder, his current score is 560 points, ranking first in our school. Wow, he shot straight to the passing line in one go. Li Mingji marveled. Most people are still hovering around a few dozen points. Hearing this, Lu Wen felt a sense of disbelief. Was a student from his class now the top scorer in the whole school? He couldn't help but ask, what about the top score at first high? 610 points, the female teacher replied. Hearing this number, Li Mingji felt a bit disappointed but soon came to terms with it. He analyzed. Although the talent might be similar, Chen Lin's summoner profession still has a big gap compared to others' rare professions. At this point, another teacher interjected. Actually, Su Lin Xue from third high is even more terrifying, with a score of 830, way ahead of the competition. Other second and third tier high school students are far behind, and currently, no one in the city can surpass her. Hearing this, Li Mingji and the other teachers collectively gasped. Li Mingji muttered to himself. It's been less than 20 minutes since entering the dungeon, and she has already accumulated 830 points. At this rate, could she break 10,000? She might even compete for the top spot in the province. With this in mind, Li Mingji's eyes showed admiration, and he sincerely remarked, Third High has truly produced a prodigy. Chen Lin gently wiped the sword's blade, removing the sticky blood with a leaf. As the goblin's corpse gradually vanished, globes of light drifted towards him, merging into his body. His level quickly rose to 2, with a slight increase of 5 points in his mental attributes. Chen Lin sighed inwardly, recognizing the limitations of ordinary classes. Even with diligent leveling, the gap would only widen over time, eventually becoming an insurmountable chasm. However, he had a unique advantage: Black Nether's feedback, a warm flow that continually enhanced his entire being, negating this disadvantage. At that moment, Black Nether was greedily devouring the goblin's corpse, emitting crunching sounds. Chen Lin's lips curled into a smile. The wilderness buffet was indeed delicious, and it didn't cost a penny. However, with the college entrance exam looming, they couldn't linger here. Although his score had already reached the qualifying line, ensuring admission to the academy, Chen Lin's ambitions extended much further. He set his sights on the top 5 elite academies of Daxia, aiming for the top 10 in the city, if not the very top. Black Nether, let's go. The real hunt is just beginning. Chen Lin murmured. Black Nether seemed to understand, letting out a low growl and quickly moving to follow Chen Lin closely. Chen Lin contemplated the situation, noting that goblins were communal creatures. Given their troops appeared here, there was likely a nest nearby. By exploring in the direction they came from, he had a good chance of finding it. After about 10 minutes, they hadn't encountered any monsters, reinforcing Chen Lin's suspicion that this instance was more like a unique secret realm, where everything operated according to natural laws rather than automatically refreshing. This explained why the state strictly controlled such instances. Unchecked monster farming would quickly render them useless and unsustainable. Suddenly, several cold flashes streaked through the air. Bone spears whistled towards them from above. Black Nether's pupils contracted as it leapt in front of Chen Lin, deftly swatting the spears away with its claws. Chen Lin, who had already gripped his staff, reluctantly lowered it. In an instant, the previously silent forest seemed to come alive. Goblins emerged from all directions, making shrill cries and brandishing crude weapons as they charged at Chen Lin. Despite the sudden ambush, Chen Lin showed no fear. His staff transformed into a sword, and with a flash of cold light, the nearest goblin fell, its head rolling on the ground. Bang! A bone club swung towards Chen Lin, but he easily sidestepped it. Then, with a graceful spinning kick, he sent the goblin and several of its companions flying. Chen Lin seemed to enter a state of invincibility, fully focused on slaying the frail goblins. Each dodge, each strike, was precise, claiming life after life. His movements were elegant yet deadly, as if performing a dance of death with his sword as his partner. His astonishing performance left onlookers thrilled. Some schoolgirls' eyes sparkled and hearts raced as they whispered, "Oh my, this senior is amazing and so handsome. What do I do? I think I'm falling for him." "Get away, he's mine," came a defiant retort. Such skillful combat techniques, he must have put in a lot of effort in this area. Someone marveled. His swordsmanship is exceptional, striking the throat with precision every time. I don't believe he achieved this without years of practice. Throughout the school, from teachers to Li Mingji, faces lit up with excitement. Who would have thought Chen Lin could deliver such an outstanding performance? At this moment, all eyes were on Chen Lin, lest they miss any of the thrilling action. After all, he's now the only student from the second high school who has a chance to compete with top students from other schools. If not him, then who? As soon as the principal finished speaking, a teacher immediately questioned, "Old Lu, you're not doing your job as a class teacher properly. How could you not include Chen Lin's swordsmanship in the assessment information?" Lu Wen's mouth twitched as he inwardly chuckled. How was he supposed to know Chen Lin had such skills? Throughout high school, he had never seen Chen Lin even touch a sword in practical combat classes. This kid was really good at hiding his talent. Lu Wen could almost imagine the boy practicing tirelessly, just to amaze everyone at this moment. However, Lu Wen quickly thought of another issue. It's a pity that Chen Lin's profession is a summoner, so his swordsmanship only matters for now, he muttered softly. But even so, it's worth it. Just then, the image on the water screen projection suddenly changed, capturing everyone's attention. "Oh no, it's level 6 enraged goblins, a whole 13 of them," a teacher exclaimed. "Chen Lin is in trouble." Another teacher added, "Indeed, these creatures have much higher health and strength than regular goblins." "Wait, there are also fire goblins and ice goblins," a third teacher pointed at the screen. Everyone's expressions instantly turned serious. "That's it, Chen Lin might be in for a setback here," someone said worriedly. "Sigh, going alone to find a goblin nest was too risky." All the teachers chimed in with their concerns, their hearts filled with worry. However, what happened next on the screen left them all astonished. In the water screen projection, after spotting the goblins with slightly different skin, Chen Lin immediately recognized their identities. These goblins seemed to have found their leader and began to organize rather than attack chaotically. The fire goblins started chanting, and fist-sized fireballs formed in the air, hurtling towards Chen Lin. Boom, boom. Chen Lin agilely dodged the fireballs, which exploded on the ground, igniting fiercely. The other goblins seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, bone spears raining down on Chen Lin. Chen Lin slightly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding a thrusting bone spear. Then, with lightning speed, he grabbed a goblin by the neck as if it were a mere chick. In the goblin's terrified eyes, Chen Lin hurled it towards the incoming fireball. Boom! A brilliant flame exploded, engulfing the unfortunate goblin, and the firelight instantly illuminated the dark forest. Chen Lin didn't stop. He continued to act like a human catapult, throwing goblins as if they were projectiles, accurately targeting the spell-casting fire goblins. Holy cow! Is that even possible? Outside, all the students watching were stunned, gaping at the spectacular display on the water screen. Lu Wen was also taken aback, a thought flashing through his mind. He didn't remember teaching him that. It's been nearly an hour since the end of the college entrance exam, and the students are gradually exiting the virtual environment. Their faces are still pale with fear, as if they have just escaped from the grip of death. Once the initial terror subsides, a deep sense of frustration takes over. Exiting the virtual scenario with scores below the passing line signifies that their one shot at the college entrance exam has ended in failure. Many pound their chests and their eyes are rimmed with tears. However, they quickly realize that no one cares about their sorrow. All eyes are fixed on the water curtain projection, ignoring these eliminated students. Driven by curiosity, they follow the gaze of the students and teachers from school number 2, only to be thunderstruck, standing frozen in place. Is that Chen Lin? They murmur in disbelief. By all accounts, Chen Lin should have been the first to be eliminated. Why is he still in the scenario? Even more shocking is that the goblins, who nearly defeated their team, seem so weak in front of Chen Lin. My God, how can he be so strong as a summoner? Chen Lin's classmates are pale with shame. Someone they once considered a burden and useless has now far surpassed them. Regret surges through them as they imagine that if they had chosen to team up with Chen Lin, they might have passed the exam with ease. At this moment, Chen Lin is completely focused on the battle in front of him. He deftly dodges the attacks of the flame goblin, all the while interrupting its spells and continuing to clear the surrounding ordinary goblins. This scene enrages the berserk goblin, which charges at Chen Lin recklessly. At this critical moment, a shadow flashes by like lightning. It's Chen Lin's summoned beast He Ming. Its forelimbs gather dark magical energy, forming an inky aura around its sharp claws. He Ming's blood-red vertical pupils glint with a bloodthirsty light, its body covered in wounds, and its jet-black fur stained with blood, resembling a hellhound risen from the underworld. Despite being surrounded by numerous goblins, He Ming charges forward fearlessly, almost abandoning all defense. After a fierce battle, it finally exterminates all the enemies. Ow! The berserk goblin lets out a piercing wail, with 4 deep wounds bleeding profusely. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Lin swings his sword without hesitation, delivering a fatal blow. With a thud, another goblin falls. Chen Lin surveys the area, seeing only corpses scattered around, with blood pooling into small streams. He smiles victoriously. The once daunting horde of goblins has been reduced to just a few. The remaining goblins, faces filled with fear, scatter in a panic. Outside, a commotion erupts once more. Awesome, amazing. This senior is incredible, even as a summoner. The summoned creature is impressive too. Haha, let's see anyone call us mediocre again. With this performance, even school number 1 can't compare. The students from school number 2 cheer excitedly. Principal Li Mingji swallows nervously and asks in a trembling voice, "Now, what's Chen Lin's score?" A mature female teacher standing at the back, with a flushed face and a hint of excitement, replies, 2080. Hearing this number, all the teachers' eyes widen. This score is nearing the historical high since the founding of school number 2. More astonishingly, the exam has only been going on for an hour. Anticipating Principal Li Mingji's further questions, the mature teacher adds, the highest score from school number 1 is 1790, currently below Chen Lin. Boom. Li Mingji feels as if struck by lightning. For years, school number 2 has struggled to produce impressive results, and as principal, he has faced much criticism. Now, his long-suppressed emotions erupt like a volcano, and he can't help but laugh heartily. Teacher Lu Wen also beams with joy, inwardly cheering, "Fantastic! A score of 2000 is enough to meet the admission requirements of the top 5 universities. Teaching such a student not only brings him honor, but also promises a promotion and raise." Meanwhile, school number 1 has noticed the change in Chen Lin's score as well. They watch as Chen Lin's ranking climbs from 5th, quickly surpassing their hopeful Wang Hu, and jumps to 2nd place, just a fraction behind the top scorer, Su Linxue. This scene leaves the teachers and students of school number 1, along with their principal, in utter shock. When Chen Lin first jumped to 5th place, they took notice but didn't pay much attention. After all, compared to Wang Hu, Chen Lin's score was still slightly lower. They were merely curious about how school number 2 suddenly produced such an outstanding student. Before the exam began, each school had conducted research on the others. School number 2 was undoubtedly considered the weakest link, without a single top student. They all believed that next year, school number 2 would fall to 2nd-tier status. Unexpectedly, Chen Lin's sudden rise not only turned the tide, but also elevated school number 2's status to rival school number 1. Alright, so this is how it's going to be. All the teachers and the principal of school number 1 focused their attention on Chen Lin, eager to understand more. Chasing the remnants of the fleeing goblins, Chen Lin found himself at the entrance of a cavern. The dark, deep opening loomed like a greedy maw, ready to devour any intruder. Staring into the abyss, Chen Lin weighed the risks of entering. Finally, he took a deep breath and stepped into the unknown dangers. Inside, the cave was pitch black, severely limiting Chen Lin's vision. The narrow passageways further restricted his mobility, creating a highly unfavorable environment for combat. He frowned, his vigilance heightened to the extreme. Outside, Li Mingji and the others were concerned for Chen Lin's safety. However, having witnessed his daring reversals in 3 previous crises, their confidence in him had grown significantly. They nodded in unison, choosing to trust in his abilities and judgment. In the cave, where one couldn't see a hand in front of their face, Chen Lin advanced cautiously. The crunch of bones underfoot occasionally echoed remnants of the goblin's prey. Suddenly, several small green shapes lunged from above the rock walls, their shrill cries revealing their positions. Chen Lin reacted swiftly, swinging his sword without hesitation. The blade flashed, and a goblin's head fell. His companion, He Ming, was not to be outdone, snapping up the remaining 2 goblins, devouring them amidst a spray of blood. At that moment, a sudden burst of firelight illuminated the corner of the passage. Chen Lin's pupils contracted as he retreated rapidly. An explosion followed, with fireballs detonating where he had just stood. In the fiery glow, he finally saw his surroundings clearly and drew a sharp breath. The cave walls were teeming with goblins, their teeth bared, eyes fixed menacingly on Chen Lin. In the next instant, they descended upon him like a torrential downpour. In this critical moment, Chen Lin shouted, "He Ming!" A deafening wolf's howl echoed through the cave. He Ming's form grew rapidly, swelling to over 4 meters tall in an instant. This was its gigantification ability. The giant He Ming charged like a tank, scattering the airborne goblins. It stood as an impenetrable barrier before Chen Lin. The goblins, recovering from their dizziness, were soon smashed into pulp by He Ming's massive paws, each strike causing the ground to crack and dust to rise. Chen Lin did not remain idle. Together with He Ming, they executed a brutal massacre in the narrow cave. However, just as they were about to penetrate deeper into the goblin lair, a thunderous roar erupted. A monstrous creature, as tall as a small building, emerged. Its muscles bulged, its neck bristled with thick fur, and its gaze was filled with rage and ferocity. Seeing its food source nearly obliterated, its eyes burned red, glaring at He Ming while ignoring the diminutive Chen Lin. Chen Lin quickly assessed the creature's information. Boss, Troll. Level 9. Health, 3000. Attack, 200. Skills, Berserk, Charge, Bloodlust. Before Chen Lin could react, the troll launched into a charge. Each step it took sent tremors through the cave, shaking the ground violently. Chen Lin felt unprecedented pressure. This was going to be a tough battle. Ayo! He Ming charged fearlessly towards the larger and more terrifying giant troll. Bang! The 2 massive creatures collided violently, causing the entire cave to tremble, and the shockwave sent the surrounding corpses sprawling in all directions. He Ming's sharp claws glowed with a dark light, quickly leaving 4 shallow scars on the troll's body. Roar! The troll roared in pain, instantly enraged. Its enormous 1-meter-wide hands grabbed He Ming's head and slammed it against the rock wall. Boom! Rocks flew, and dust filled the air. The troll pressed its advantage, its massive body crashing down to pin He Ming to the ground. He Ming's limbs were buried deep into the ground, blood oozing from its mouth as it let out a pained howl. Chen Lin's face darkened at the sight. He realized that despite He Ming's impressive strength, facing a boss-level opponent was too much, especially considering its short growth period. Chen Lin made a quick decision, sheathing his sword and switching to a staff form, instantly boosting his spirit by 5 points. He silently chanted, using one of the summoner's skills for the first time enhancement. A white light enveloped He Ming, instantly boosting its basic attributes by 20. Empowered by the boost, He Ming struggled fiercely, flipping the troll onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, it bit down hard, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. The troll screamed in agony, attempting to retaliate, but He Ming was quicker, its claws ripping at the same spot, causing blood to spray and the wound to deepen to the bone. The troll's eyes turned blood red, activating its bloodthirsty skill. Its wounds began to heal rapidly, and its attack power surged as its health decreased. It swung its massive fists at He Ming, who countered with its claws. The 2 colossal beings were locked in a fierce battle, their clashes shaking the cave to its core. Seeing He Ming's health plummet, Chen Lin maintained the enhancement while also casting a healing spell. Using both skills simultaneously took a heavy toll on his spirit, leaving his body weak, but he gritted his teeth and persevered for He Ming's sake. Suddenly, the troll launched a powerful charge, grabbing He Ming and crashing into the rock wall, dragging it along the ground for 100 meters until they burst out of the cave. Boom! He Ming was flung violently, crashing through a dozen towering trees before finally coming to a stop. Sunlight streamed through the fallen trees, illuminating He Ming's battered body. Roar! The troll let out an earth-shaking roar and charged again. Its health was nearly depleted, driving it into a frenzy. He Ming struggled to its feet, its vertical pupils glinting coldly as it faced the troll head-on without hesitation. Boom! Another intense collision erupted, the deafening sound echoing for hundreds of meters. In the distance, some students were startled by the commotion. Whoa, what's going on? That noise is insane. Is someone fighting a boss? No way, the bosses in the Bone Burial Forest are at least level 12, way beyond what we can handle right now. Yeah, I don't think anyone from our school is that strong. In the distance, a team of 3 was gasping for breath, their faces still reflecting the lingering fear. In front of them lay the bodies of over a dozen goblins, their green blood staining the grass red. Finally got them all, Yi Chao exclaimed excitedly, glancing at the recorder on his wrist, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Brother Lu, our score has reached 310. Hearing this number, Lu Liang's face broke into a satisfied smile. He knew that at their current pace, while they might not make it into the top 5 academies, they didn't need to compare themselves to the geniuses. Each year, the top 5 academies only admit the top 50 students in the city, with a strict requirement of 2,000 points. With just his rare profession, it was impossible to meet these standards. Even with an awakened powerful talent, the hope was slim. After all, there were many with rare professions. In their school alone, there were dozens. However, aiming for a high-level academy with an 800-point requirement was still within reach. Standing to the side, Zhang Yin couldn't hide her disappointment. Her goal was one of the top academies, but Lu Liang's strength wasn't as formidable as she had imagined. Suddenly, a violent commotion erupted from afar, startling Lu Liang and Yi Chao, who turned their heads sharply in that direction. Hiss, Yi Chao gasped. Though it's a bit far, it sounds like someone's fighting a boss. Hearing this, Zhang Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. To take on a boss, that team must be really strong. Let's go check it out. Maybe we can help and get a share of the rewards. Lu Liang and Yi Chao exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. It wasn't just them. All the students who heard the commotion rushed towards the source. Even if not for the boss's points, they wanted to witness the prowess of such a powerful team. However, when they arrived at the scene, everyone was stunned. Because battling the boss was not a team, but one person. At that moment, Chen Lin had already emerged from the cave, standing steadily on a broken tree trunk. The staff in his hand emitted a faint glow, and the signature enhancement spell made the onlookers realize. This was a summoner. You've got to be kidding, someone exclaimed. A regular summoner, not only daring to take on a boss alone, but actually suppressing a level 6 boss? What's even more incredible is that the boss is almost defeated. Amidst the dust-filled battlefield, He Ming struck the troll down with a powerful claw. After several tearing attacks, the troll's magical power was exhausted, and both sides were nearing the brink of exhaustion. Roar, the troll let out a weak roar, its eyes filled with a mix of unwillingness and fear, watching helplessly as He Ming's fangs sank into its neck. Shoo, with a soft sound, the troll's arm fell limp, and its life force quickly dissipated. At that moment, the health above its head dropped from 1 to 0. Throughout the process, not a single student dared to intervene recklessly. Attacking without permission could result in immediate disqualification from the exam. Besides, it was clear that Chen Lin had the ability to finish the kill on his own, and they felt embarrassed to ask to join in. A whoop! He Ming howled towards the sky, its body covered in blood. It was a mix of goblin green blood, its own dark red blood, and mostly the troll's blood. This menacing appearance sent chills down everyone's spine. No way. Seeing Chen Lin's silhouette, Zhang Yan's eyes widened, her mind blank as she murmured to herself, no way. Gulp, Lu Liang and Yi Chao both swallowed hard, seeing the same disbelief mirrored in each other's eyes. The black wolf summoned by Chen Lin, which was dismissed as useless just yesterday, displayed astonishing power today. This dramatic contrast stirred up conversations among the students, who couldn't stop expressing their amazement. We actually have someone this impressive at our school. His name is Chen Lin. I heard last night that he was done for. I must have been blind. Soloing the boss and getting 1,000 points when this news spreads, top academies are definitely going to take notice of him. Amidst the chatter, a group of 4 slowly approached. They were the elite from the advanced class, 2 males and 2 females, each with rare professions, considered the strongest lineup at the school. Leading them was Zhao Huiyang, the class monitor of the advanced class, whom Chen Lin had heard about in the class group chat. This team was highly anticipated before the exams, but now, their brilliance was completely overshadowed by Chen Lin. Zhao Huiyang greeted him. Hello, Chen Lin. Chen Lin responded coolly. Chen Lin. Zhao Huiyang exclaimed. I didn't expect our school to have someone as formidable as you. Finally, my pressure is relieved. By the way, your summoned creature looks badly injured. Do you need help healing it? This is Gu Fei, a support class holy priest with plenty of healing power. Just as he finished speaking, a round-faced, cute girl behind him kicked him. Blushing slightly, Gu Fei scolded. What are you saying? Chen Lin smiled slightly and declined. No need, thank you. Zhao Huiyang, a bit disappointed, was about to leave when he caught sight of the score on Chen Lin's wrist device. He was so shocked that he nearly cried out. A total of 5,320 points, more than 5 times theirs. He marveled internally, wondering how on earth this was achieved. After taking a few steps, Zhao Huiyang couldn't resist turning back to ask again. Are you sure you don't need help? Don't worry about taking up our time. They currently had only 800 points, and while they could still get into a top academy, they lagged behind the geniuses from other schools. Before the exams, Zhao Huiyang's teacher had said that if their school didn't produce a genius this year, they would fall to second-tier status. In Zhao Huiyang's eyes, Chen Lin was undoubtedly the only hope. So, even if it meant using precious exam time, he was willing to stop and help. Chen Lin shook his head again. Really, there's no need. Seeing this, Zhao Huiyang didn't insist further, assuming Chen Lin had other plans. Nearby, Zhang Yin bit her lip, struggling internally. She knew she had suggested splitting up, and approaching now would only humiliate her. Such behavior was somewhat disgraceful, but Chen Lin's current strength was so overwhelming that she realized she had no way to compete. Changing her stance for self-interest would only lead to further confusion. However, just as Zhang Yin was about to approach, He Ming slowly stepped in front of Chen Lin, its blood-red eyes coldly staring at her. Zhang Yan's steps halted immediately, and the sight of the heavily scarred, fierce-looking black wolf made her feel a twinge of fear. As Chen Lin calmly wiped the blood from his blade with a leaf, he said, "The decision to split was yours. Since you chose this path, you should continue on it." He continued, "Pursuing more excellent and powerful classmates to climb higher isn't wrong, but a height that doesn't belong to you, even if temporarily reached, can never truly be yours." With a swift motion, Chen Lin sheathed his sword, his tone resolute. "Instead of dreaming of relying entirely on others to achieve your goals, it's better to work hard and improve yourself step by step. Zhang Yan, our 3 years of friendship end here." Half an hour ago, the spectators outside the cave gasped in shock as a sudden explosion illuminated the scene. The dense swarm of goblins on the rock walls was fully revealed in the firelight, causing many faces to turn pale. These cunning creatures had taken advantage of the limited visibility, ambushing the cave from the ceiling. The female teacher of the special class frowned, secretly worried for Chen Lin. However, just as she was about to speak, Black Ming's body suddenly expanded, charging forward like a black lightning bolt, knocking away all the goblins in its path and firmly protecting Chen Lin. The situation reversed instantly as Chen Lin and Black Ming, working in perfect harmony, launched a thrilling massacre. The words that were about to leave the teacher's mouth were swallowed back, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Li Mingji's eyes lit up with recognition. He immediately identified the familiar ability gigantification. This ability had been recorded before, but what shocked him even more was that this summoned beast had a dual ability. This discovery filled him with excitement. Time flew by, and Chen Lin and Black Ming had already killed nearly 200 goblins, closing in on the end of the cave. Just then, a dormant troll awoke. As Chen Lin engaged in combat with the troll, everyone held their breath. With a level difference of 6, and the troll being a boss, the teachers from the second school and Li Mingji feared Black Ming might be killed with a single punch. However, as time passed, their faces displayed increasing astonishment. When the troll finally fell, everyone couldn't help but cheer. Chen Lin had actually done it. He had single-handedly defeated a boss 6 levels above him, a feat that would draw attention even from top-tier academies. Li Mingji was beaming, but soon, an even more exhilarating piece of news arrived. Leaving him a bit dizzy, Chen Lin's score had reached 5,320 points, surpassing Su Linxue from the third school. This news struck like a bolt of lightning, shocking everyone present. Upon reflection, the result made sense. Chen Lin's speed and quantity in defeating enemies were simply astounding. It was hard to believe that the once dazzling Su Linxue had been surpassed. It felt like a dream. Chen Lin continuously shattered the limits they thought possible, delivering one shock after another. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Chen Lin might actually take the top spot in the province?" As soon as this question was posed, a silence fell over the crowd, broken only by the sound of rapid breathing. However, this quiet was soon interrupted by exclamations from the direction of the third school. In the water screen projection of the third school, an astonishing scene unfolded. A girl surrounded by frost, a piercing cold wind blowing her icy long hair. Her delicate face was filled with indifference. With a gentle lift of her hand, the cold burst out like a bomb, spreading over 100 meters, freezing over 100 gray wolves, including the level 9 boss, the Gray Wolf King. Despite this, the Gray Wolf King's vitality was so tenacious that it did not die immediately. Is this the terror of a hidden profession? The expressions of everyone in the crowd were filled with awe. Seeing the scores suddenly overtaken, the teachers from the second school and Li Mingji exchanged silent glances. The path to claiming the top spot in the province seemed incredibly arduous, almost as difficult as reaching the heavens. Meanwhile, Chen Lin was resting in a tree, undisturbed by Zhang Yan's recent departure. Beside him, Black Ming had reverted from its gigantified state to its normal form, recovering its strength while devouring the troll's corpse. With each bite, a substantial amount of energy was transformed from the troll's flesh, causing Black Ming's body to grow slowly but steadily. Chen Lin could feel a warm current coursing through his body, continuously enhancing his physique. He glanced at the recorder, which displayed a score of 5,320 points. He was in no hurry, quietly waiting for Black Ming's evolution. After all, they had been either traveling or fighting non-stop, and their energy was nearly depleted. He Ming maintained its gigantic form for nearly half an hour, its body trembling slightly from the prolonged strain. Before it lay the remains of a troll, reduced to bones and scattered organs, and its evolution value had skyrocketed from 10 to 126, just 124 points shy of its next evolution. He Ming's size had expanded from barely reaching Chen Lin's waist to a towering 2 meters. After another 20 minutes, it devoured the last goblin corpse in the cave, finally pushing its evolution value past the 250 mark. Without hesitation, Chen Lin confirmed the evolution. Instantly, dense black energy erupted from He Ming, forming a massive cocoon that enveloped it completely. This evolution was far more intense than the last. The black energy was no longer weak, and the process was entirely different. Soon, fine cracks appeared on the cocoon's surface, and a pair of sharp claws burst out, tearing the cocoon to shreds. Roar! The newly reborn He Ming leapt out of the cocoon, its size now over 2 meters even in its normal state, resembling its previous gigantic form. Its jet black fur gleamed with a deep luster, and all previous injuries had vanished. Its vertical pupils turned a profound blue, exuding a sense of intelligence, nobility, and coldness, like the king of a wolf pack. System notifications chimed in succession. Congratulations, your summoned creature He Ming has acquired the skill Intimidation. Congratulations, your summoned creature He Ming's gigantification talent has been upgraded from E to C grade. Congratulations, your summoned creature He Ming has acquired a new talent, Flame C. Chen Lin marveled at the transformation. This evolution not only brought new skills, but also a comprehensive enhancement of talents, a true metamorphosis. He quietly checked He Ming's attribute panel. Summon creature, He Ming. Species, giant flame wolf. Level 4. Attributes, strength 110, constitution 112, agility 108, magic 104. Health, 100. Skills. Rend. Magic converges in the forelimbs, enhancing the claws to inflict 300 damage, penetrating 15 of physical defense. Intimidation. Delivers a mental shock within sight range, potentially immobilizing those with weak wills. The stronger the will, the weaker the effect. Talents. Greedy Devour SSS. Converts all consumed food into energy, ignoring growth limits and breaking evolution barriers. Gigantification C. Increases body size fourfold, boosting strength and defense by 400, but reducing speed by 50. Flame C. Creates personal flames, linked to temperature and magic power. Evolution value, 0,800. After consuming the troll and over 200 goblins, He Ming's base attributes increased by 181 points, though its level rose by only 15 points. Similar to Chen Lin's ordinary profession, the attribute gains from leveling were not significant at this stage. However, with continuous evolution, it would eventually surpass top-tier summoned creatures, reaching an unknown new level. With an hour left until the end of the college entrance exam, Chen Lin decided to make one last push. He Ming, now calm, nuzzled him affectionately. Chen Lin gently stroked its fur, signaling it to crouch slightly before leaping onto its back. With agility over 100 points, He Ming's speed was far superior, making it the perfect mode of transport. Let's go find a place with more monsters, Chen Lin instructed. Roar. Sitting on He Ming's back, Chen Lin enjoyed the slightly bumpy, yet comfortable ride. This was definitely more thrilling than horseback riding, he mused. The scenery on both sides blurred past, and whenever a stray monster appeared, He Ming only needed a glance to make it tremble before slapping it dead. Chen Lin observed, calculating in his mind. Intimidation might seem trivial, but it was highly effective against foes weaker than He Ming. Even against determined opponents, it could cause a brief hesitation, which could be crucial in a battle between strong contenders. The ability to wield fire added a long-range attack option, while the massive transformation significantly boosted its explosive potential. He couldn't help but marvel at how He Ming's evolution always followed a pattern of turning weaknesses into strengths. This evolutionary mode was truly astounding. In just over 10 minutes, the man-beast duo traversed several kilometers to reach another boss's territory. This was the domain of the Twisted Tree King, the top-level entity in the Bone Forest, standing at level 15. Meanwhile, the students and teachers from the second high school watching the event collectively held their breath. The female teacher from the honors class showed concern in her eyes, and Li Mingji furrowed his brows. However, when they saw Chen Lin's summoned creature suddenly grow in size, they relaxed a bit. At least it indicated that Chen Lin had also improved. Despite this, hope remained slim. After all, Chen Lin was only level 4, having just undergone his first transformation, making it nearly impossible to defeat the second-tier Twisted Tree King. Achieving such a significant leap in combat power was extremely rare nationwide, with only a handful managing it each year. Li Mingji glanced at the water screen projection from the first high school and noticed Su Linxue was also resuming her score grinding after a break. Her previous powerful move clearly required significant energy, and she could probably use it only 2 more times. Even so, Chen Lin's chances of catching up seemed bleak. Li Mingji sighed inwardly at the vast gap of over 7,000 points. He recalled Su Linxue's battle scenes, where monsters fell en masse with each skill she used. How could Chen Lin match such scoring efficiency? The disparity between professions was evident. A summoner could hardly compete with the widely recognized mage profession. Nonetheless, Chen Lin's performance had already exceeded expectations. Last year, 5,320 points secured the top spot in the city, but this year, Su Linxue emerged as a brilliant new star, even aiming for the provincial top scorer. Even though students across the province were generally stronger this year, Su Linxue's pace suggested she could surpass the 15,000 point mark with a couple more encounters with large monster groups. Li Mingji shook his head with a wry smile, reminding himself not to aim too high. Originally, the second high school struggled to make the top 5 in the city, so Chen Lin securing second place was a pleasant surprise. He refocused his attention on the water screen projection. At this moment, Chen Lin had just stepped onto the black, soft mud, seemingly triggering some mechanism. The surrounding trees awakened, opening their blood-red eyes. Massive trunks split open, forming ghastly grins reminiscent of malevolent spirits. Countless crimson eyes opened in the shadows, all fixing their gaze on Chen Lin. The ground trembled slightly, and trees uprooted themselves, their branches reaching out like tentacles towards Chen Lin. An ordinary person might have been frozen with fear, but Chen Lin remained calm and gracefully leapt off He Ming's back. His boots landed on the soft black earth, leaving clear footprints. As the branches closed in on him, Chen Lin swiftly flicked his wrist, unsheathing the blade from his staff. The sword flashed, 5 cold beams appearing almost simultaneously, leaving afterimages in their wake. The branches snapped and fell lifelessly to the ground. Caw, caw. The tree spirit let out a piercing scream, like nails on a chalkboard, sending shivers down one's spine. Annoying. Chen Lin's eyes flashed coldly as he deftly dodged the branches attacking from both sides, closing the gap to the tree spirit in just a few strides. He thrust his sword directly into its gaping maw, pressing down on the hilt with his left hand, driving it deeper. The blade pierced through, emerging from the back of the tree spirit's head. The tree spirit's scream was abruptly cut off, its eyes wide with disbelief. Isn't this a bit rude? Chen Lin thought to himself, acknowledging the creature's resilience as an 8th-level monster. Without hesitation, he twisted his wrist, causing the blade inside to wrench violently. Shoo! Green sap gushed from the tree spirit's mouth. In its terrified eyes, the sword continued to rip downward, a massive wound spilling copious amounts of sap. The towering tree spirit's life force was instantly depleted, and it crashed to the ground. Caw, caw. Witnessing the death of their kin, the surrounding tree spirits let out an earth-shattering howl, their branches encircling Chen Lin like a forest. This howl seemed to be a signal. As more robust and towering trees in the distance opened their eyes, the entire forest awakening at that moment. Just then, He Ming roared fiercely, tearing apart the blocking tree spirit with its claws. Threads of pitch-black flame emerged from its body, quickly enveloping it. It transformed into a shadow, charging into the group of tree spirits surrounding Chen Lin. Boom! The black flames ignited the tree spirit's branches and leaves, rapidly spreading. The tree spirits let out harrowing screams, their humanoid faces twisted with fear. Yet, no matter how they struggled, they couldn't extinguish the eerie black flames, which only grew stronger, as if feeding on their life force, like bone-eating maggots. Chen Lin was secretly amazed, not expecting He Ming's fire to be so overpowering. While fire is a common ability, it possesses unique characteristics depending on the awakener. From what he knew, most fire abilities were quite ordinary, with only a rare few exhibiting mutations, and He Ming clearly belonged to the latter. What a pleasant surprise. Chen Lin's lips curled slightly as he watched the black flames spread like a plague and the tree spirits wail in agony. Soon, every tree spirit within hundreds of meters was reduced to ash. White orbs continuously merged into Chen Lin, raising his level in a short time. The experience from these 8th-level tree spirits far exceeded that from goblins, and He Ming, as a summoned entity, also gained a level. Once all targets were reduced to ashes, the black flames didn't dissipate. Instead, they slithered back into He Ming's body like living serpents. Chen Lin instantly felt a surge of heat rushing through his body, as if molten lava was coursing through his veins, rapidly enhancing his entire being. His mind became exceptionally clear, as though it had been thoroughly cleansed, and his mental world expanded like a slowly inflating balloon. This extraordinary transformation was directly reflected on his personal status panel, with his basic attributes skyrocketing at a pace visible to the naked eye. Startled, Chen Lin immediately focused his attention to understand what was happening. His gaze fell upon a newly acquired ability, flame, grade C, which allowed him to create his own fire, its temperature linked to his magical power. Even more astonishing was its characteristic, the ability to fuse with any force within himself, resulting in flames with varying effects. Hiss, Chen Lin drew in a sharp breath, his face filled with surprise. It turned out that He Ming had fused the greedy and gluttonous innate powers with the flames, creating an entirely new effect. The pitch-black flames, during combustion, would continuously refine the target into energy, nourishing and strengthening themselves, becoming increasingly terrifying. Ultimately, all the energy would flow back into He Ming, directly absorbed by it. This meant that He Ming could now skip the cumbersome step of devouring corpses. Moreover, the flames had acquired a fearsome form, exponentially increasing the power of this innate ability. This characteristic seemed tailor-made for He Ming, its impact comparable to an SS-grade talent. Chen Lin glanced at the recorder. His score had surged to 7,120 points. Each tree spirit was worth 20 points, twice as much as a goblin. Yet, few dared to provoke them due to their overwhelming numbers. Killing one carelessly could attract a whole swarm, eventually leading to being surrounded. At that point, there would be no choice but to put away one's weapon and exit the instance. For this reason, most people preferred not to take risks and instead sought out other weaker monsters on the outskirts, slowly accumulating points. A widely circulated piece of advice before the exams was, unless you have the power to take on 100 foes, don't mess with the tree spirits. Even if you do have that capability, don't kill too many, because the big one is coming. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, countless small stones dancing as if something massive was approaching. It's coming. Chen Lin licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He suddenly sensed something unusual, instinctively leaping backward. Boom. The ground erupted, countless golden branches as thick as arms burst forth, wildly attacking. Had Chen Lin been a second slower, he might have been impaled. At the same moment, He Ming was also under fierce assault from the golden branches. However, it chose to withstand the attack heat-in without retreating an inch. Gah! A furious, savage roar echoed from the shadows in the distance. Immediately afterward, dozens of tree spirits, moving on the roots beneath their trunks, slowly revealed themselves. Their eyes were filled with hatred, fixed on the two intruders slaughtering their kin and invading their territory. Amidst the throng of tree spirits stood a colossal tree king, towering over 100 meters tall. Confronted with such a spectacle, Chen Lin involuntarily took a step back. Despite his basic attributes now exceeding 50 points, charging forward recklessly would likely lead to his demise. A dense web of branches intertwined to form a net that seemed to cover the entire sky. Anyone with a fear of crowded spaces might faint at the sight. Chen Lin was acutely aware of his own strength. Facing such formidable foes, it was evident that the task should be left to his summoned creature. He took a deep breath and issued a command to He Ming. He Ming, go get them. Upon hearing the command, He Ming's eyes flashed with a fierce light as black flames engulfed its entire body. It rapidly expanded until it reached an impressive height of 17 meters, revealing its ultimate form with full combat power unleashed. The beast charged towards the tree spirits with the speed of a moving mountain. Its massive body sliced through the air, leaving behind two visible trails. The black flames trailed in the wind like a dragon dancing across the sky. He Ming crashed into the tree spirits, scattering them like waves. From above, it resembled a sharp black blade piercing through a sea of monsters. With an unstoppable momentum, it headed straight for the twisted tree king at the center. The black flames consumed everything in their path, causing the tree spirits to howl in agony, their faces twisted with pain. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Lin quickly entered the battlefield to reap the rewards. Miraculously, the black flames seemed sentient, avoiding Chen Lin completely. Seeing its kin perish in the flames, becoming fuel to spread the fire, the twisted tree king let out a long wail. Countless golden branches surged from the ground, attempting to bind He Ming and pierce it. However, with its power level over 400, He Ming easily ignored these attacks and charged madly towards the Tree King's core like an unstoppable beast. Along the way, some tree spirits tried to block He Ming, but only ended up engulfed in flames. They struggled in vain, succumbing to the inevitable. The Tree King, infuriated by this provocation, watched as even more golden branches entwined, tightening until they formed a massive club, which it swung down furiously at He Ming. The strike was formidable, shaking the air itself. The giant club crashed into the ground, creating a crater and sending cracks in all directions, dust billowing up. Chen Lin watched this scene, his mouth twitching. He Ming, the stubborn beast, could have dodged but chose to withstand each attack. Yet, given its 400 increase in defense and terrifying strength after transformation, it seemed capable of enduring such blows. As the dust settled, He Ming emerged unscathed, save for slightly bent limbs. The Tree King's face displayed a human-like expression of shock, not expecting such a massive creature to possess such incredible power. Before the Tree King could recover, it felt intense pain at the ends of its branches. Black flames surged along the golden branches. The Tree King screamed in terror, retracting its limbs and thrashing them together, trying to extinguish the fire. Seizing the opportunity, He Ming reached the Tree King's base. Despite appearing small next to the 100-meter Tree King, He Ming instilled unprecedented fear in it. The Tree King desperately tried to retreat from the terrifying creature. With a roar, He Ming concentrated the black flames into its forelimbs, its claws glowing with a dark light. It frantically slashed at the Tree King, tearing at its bark. The Tree King writhed in agony, its branches stabbing at He Ming from all angles. Yet He Ming, relying on its formidable defense, chose a strategy of trading blows. Soon, the black flames began to cling to the Tree King, slowly creeping upwards. The Tree King's eyes were filled with dread, feeling its life being devoured, like being infested with dreadful parasites. In despair, the Tree King roared, and intricate patterns emerged on its golden branches, becoming incredibly hard and sharp. With a shoo sound, He Ming's flesh was cut, blood flowing. However, this only fueled He Ming's ferocity. With a swift turn, it severed dozens of branches in a single strike. The battle raged on with increasing ferocity. Wounds multiplied on He Ming's body, blood flowing freely as its flesh was pierced again and again. Yet, it showed no sign of retreat, as if it would fight until its last breath. The twisted Tree King was gripped by panic. Black flames ravaged its form. Golden branches were repeatedly severed, falling to the ground. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. In an instant, trees within several kilometers awoke, roots breaking free from the soil to transform into trance. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, inwardly lamenting. Just when he had cleared one area, more enemies appeared, seemingly endless. For He Ming, however, this was an opportunity. The trance surrounding Chen Lin suddenly changed direction, charging towards He Ming. Chen Lin did not intervene, instead glancing down at the recorder, which showed a score of 11,300. Even he was somewhat surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense after all. They had already slain over 100 trance. He Ming let out another deafening roar, as the black flames from all directions returned to its body like chains. Its attributes soared instantly, and its attacks became even more ferocious. Chen Lin cast enhancement and recovery spells from afar, boosting He Ming's strength once more, pummeling the twisted Tree King into a cacophony of screeches as its health plummeted. Under the Tree King's command, all the trance were forced to throw themselves at He Ming, even knowing it meant certain death, just to buy their king a moment of respite. Yet, the black flames erupted again, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Meanwhile, near the Trant territory, a team of 2 men and 2 women noticed the unusual situation. The area, once teeming with trance, was now barren, bathed in bright sunlight, starkly visible in the gloomy forest. They were stunned. What on earth is going on? Where did all the trance go? They seem to have headed inside. Isn't that where the twisted Tree King is? Upon hearing this, Zhao Huiyang's expression changed abruptly. Could it be that Chen Lin is challenging the twisted Tree King? The 3 gasped in disbelief, yet it seemed the only plausible explanation. After all, besides him, no one in this instance had the strength to defeat the boss. They certainly couldn't, as even a single giant troll could wipe them out. Zhao Huiyang glanced at their recorder, showing a team score of 1,700. He gritted his teeth and said, "There are too many trance. Chen Lin only has 1 summoned creature. If it gets held up, there will definitely be problems." Gu Fei's eyes widened slightly. "Huiyang, you don't mean we should go help Chen Lin, do you?" The other 2 quickly refused as Zhao Huiyang nodded. "No way. If we get there and he's already overwhelmed, we'll all be eliminated." "Yeah, Huiyang, your grandfather has been retired for a long time. There's no need to risk everything for the honor of number 2 middle school." They were unwilling to risk their own futures for a stranger. Zhao Huiyang calmly analyzed. "Think about it. Chen Lin's summoned creature can take on a giant troll alone, so it should be able to hold off the twisted Tree King for a while. If we quickly deal with some trance, our score should reach 2,000. In the worst case, even if we abandon the instance, we can still get into a top-tier school." The 3 fell silent, contemplating for a few seconds before Gu Fei bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Her brother, seeing this, reluctantly agreed as well. "All right then." The last girl reluctantly nodded, and Zhao Huiyang's proposal finally received unanimous approval. With a look of delight, he quickly expressed his gratitude and dashed toward the direction of the twisted Tree King, with the other 3 close behind. A few minutes later, the 4 arrived at the scene, and the sight before them left them dumbfounded. The massive Tree King was almost engulfed in black flames, struggling desperately to escape. Beneath its trunk, a vicious demon wolf, its body ablaze with dark fire, was fiercely tearing at the Tree King with its claws. The surrounding tree spirits attacked with all their might, but the wolf paid them no heed, ignoring their branches as they struck and pierced. Gulp. Zhao Huiyang and the others swallowed hard, staring in shock at the scene. Gu Fei couldn't help but rub her eyes, incredulously murmuring, "Am I seeing things? A level 15 second-tier Twisted Tree King being overpowered like this?" A wave of admiration surged in their hearts. Chen Lin's summoned creature was incredibly formidable. At that moment, Chen Lin noticed their arrival and, slightly surprised, asked, "Why are you here?" Zhao Huiyang explained with a wry smile. "We were worried you might be in danger and wanted to help, but it seems we worried for nothing." Chen Lin was a bit puzzled. They shouldn't be that familiar with each other. But when he glanced at the score on Zhao Huiyang's recorder, he was taken aback. These people came despite risking the opportunity to enter top-tier universities, which left Chen Lin even more confused. "I want to know why, after meeting just once, you would rather waste valuable exam time to try and help me?" Chen Lin asked directly. Gu Fei immediately explained. Huiyang's grandfather is the former principal of number 2 high school. Over the years, the school has been declining and is about to drop out of the second tier. You're the only one who might help stabilize it again. That's it. Although Chen Lin didn't fully understand, he was somewhat touched. After a moment of thought, he said, "You should try to kill as many tree spirits as possible. I'll have Haiming assist you." Hearing this, Zhao Huiyang hesitated. "We should find monsters elsewhere. We can't take your—" He trailed off as his gaze fell on the score displayed on Chen Lin's recorder, leaving him speechless. 15,300 points. Zhao Huiyang's eyes widened in disbelief. 5,000 points were already impressive, but in just an hour, it had tripled. They had worked hard to kill monsters and only managed 1,700 points. How could there be such a gap between people? Zhao Huiyang sighed, but quickly grew excited again. This meant number 2 high school could definitely maintain its first-tier status this year. He took a deep breath and solemnly said, "Thank you." Chen Lin gave a faint smile. "Hurry up, Haiming is killing them a bit too fast." As he spoke, the Twisted Tree King's roar grew weaker, and a few seconds later, its massive body collapsed with a thud. Buzz. A white light rose from Chen Lin, leveling him up to level 8, and his score increased by another 3,000. But it wasn't over yet. Hundreds of tree spirits were still alive around them. Chen Lin certainly didn't plan to let them go. If he killed them all, he should be able to level up 2 more times, reaching the point where he could undergo a second transformation, and his score might surpass 20,000. Seeing the Tree King completely fall, the tree spirits could no longer withstand their instinctual fear and fled in all directions. However, they were too slow. Haiming didn't even need to act directly. As long as they touched the black flames, they were doomed. Zhao Huiyang and the others also chased after the direction with fewer tree spirits. Since the tree spirits were already terrified and didn't dare to fight back, they found it effortless to kill them. That score was way too easy to get. Miao Shanshan exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. In the plaza, the score screen for their 4-person team kept updating, and in just a little over 10 minutes, it surpassed the 2,000 mark, reaching the minimum admission score for top universities. Zhao Huiyang frowned as he recalled. "When we faced monsters before, didn't we always have to give it our all? We almost got into trouble." He shook his head, his gaze landing on Chen Lin nearby. "It's his summoned creature, Haiming. Its intimidation is just too powerful." Those tree spirits were scared out of their wits, not even daring to turn back, let alone attack us. Gu Fei nodded excitedly, a smile on her lips. "Exactly. Chen Lin's summoned creature is so strong. Even the monsters are afraid of it." Zhao Huiyang's expression was complex. "This time, we benefited from him. We owe him one." Initially, they had intended to help, but instead found themselves being the ones receiving help. The three nodded in agreement, and a hint of guilt flashed across Miao Shanshan's face. She recalled her initial reluctance to assist, feeling somewhat uneasy. Although the 4 of them, relying on their own abilities, might have still reached 2,000 points, the potential for mishaps was significant. It wouldn't have been as easy as it turned out. The 4 walked over to Chen Lin, and Zhao Huiyang asked, "There's still some time before the exam ends. Are you going to keep hunting monsters?" Chen Lin shook his head, his eyes scanning the score on the screen. 20500. If this wasn't enough to secure the top spot in the city, he had nothing to say. The points they could gain in the last few minutes were minimal, making further risk unnecessary. Looking around at the ashes and remnants scattered by the wind, these were the remains of the tree spirits. Even the towering, twisted Tree King had been completely incinerated, with all the dark flames retracted back into Haiming. Haiming's normal form had grown to 7 meters tall, and Chen Lin sensed that his basic attributes had all surpassed the 70-point mark, just reaching level 10, which allowed him to advance. This exam had been immensely profitable for him, and it was time to put an end to it. As the sun set, the red glow of the remaining sunlight stretched their shadows long. Zhao Huiyang and the others stood silently behind Chen Lin, waiting for the dungeon time to end. 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1. Time limit reached, initiating forced exit from the dungeon. Under the white glow, numerous students returned to the expansive plaza. Cheers erupted, and a sense of collective pride welled up among the examinees. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile, retracting his staff into his personal equipment space. The seven-turtle He Ming sat beside him, unmoving. Ha ha, first place. He actually got first place. Li Mingji was so excited his face turned red, nearly jumping for joy. Other teachers, including Lu Wan, had smiles of delight on their faces. It's incredible, 3 whole talents. We really underestimated Chen Lin's summoned creature. It's monstrous, one teacher marveled. And he's strong himself. Achieving this level as a summoner is unprecedented. Ha ha, indeed, the homeroom teacher of the honors class smiled at Lu Wan. Old Lu, you've got a great student. Although high school teachers can only teach so much practical knowledge, it largely depends on the students themselves. Yet Lu Wan couldn't help but feel proud at this moment. Let's go, let's go, let's hurry to greet Chen Lin. Li Mingji eagerly pulled the other teachers along as they headed quickly towards Chen Lin. Soon, Chen Lin appeared in everyone's sight. Li Mingji immediately noticed the faint bloodstains on him and urgently shouted, "Quick, treat him. Can't you see he's hurt?" Upon hearing this, Gu Fei awkwardly raised her staff, and a green healing light began to glow on Chen Lin's wounds. Li Mingji asked with concern, "Chen Lin, is there anywhere else you're uncomfortable? How's your mental state?" Chen Lin shook his head gently and calmly replied, "I'm fine." "That's good." Li Mingji sighed in relief, then turned his gaze towards He Ming and gasped. The summoned beast was covered in shocking wounds, its black fur stained with blood. Even though Chen Lin had been using healing spells, the injuries showed little improvement, highlighting the ferocity of the battle with the Twisted Tree King. Without a word, Gu Fei began treating He Ming. Her mental energy was quickly depleted, almost to the point of exhaustion. Just then, Lu Wan approached. Chen Lin politely greeted, "Mr. Lu." Lu Wan beamed with praise. "Well done, very impressive." On the edge of the square, Zhang Yan silently watched as Chen Lin was surrounded by admiration. She clenched her fists, her eyes involuntarily reddening. A wave of remorse washed over her. She wished she could stand there too, basking in everyone's admiration and concern. Chen Lin once said, "Once you choose, continue the path." But Zhang Yan found she couldn't do it, or rather, couldn't persist. The right path was right in front of her, yet she couldn't face it. Was this the gap between them? Zhang Yan bit her lip, feeling a mix of emotions. Beside her, a friend said angrily, "He used to be a useless nobody, but now he's so powerful, all because of talent." Chen Lin is so infuriating. He must have known all along, but didn't tell you. Zhang Yan looked at her friend's jealous expression and stepped back a few paces, not replying. "Is my score only enough for a mediocre school?" Zhang Yan murmured, filled with unwillingness. Not to mention the top school she hoped for. She couldn't even reach her set goal. An hour ago, facing the threat of elimination, she chose to give up, just a few points short. If she had persisted, might the outcome have been different? Regret nearly overwhelmed her. Zhang Yan secretly resolved, "No, I must climb up. Even in a mediocre school, I will strive to rise." Meanwhile, Lu Liang and Yi Chao quietly left. They couldn't bear the impact of Chen Lin's impressive performance, nor could they face their past mockery and resentment. Their morale shattered, they couldn't stay in the exam hall any longer. Elsewhere, Su Linxue was surrounded by teachers and the principal from Third High. They exclaimed, "The Li family's ancestors must be smiling down, producing such a prodigy." "Yes, indeed. Linxue might not be city first, but you're definitely in the top 10 in the province." "That's right. Your score of 19,500 is outstanding, truly top-tier talent. In past years, you'd surely be first, but this year you met someone even more incredible." Listening to their consolation, Su Linxue smiled and expressed she wasn't bothered, then curiously looked towards the second high. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the towering, imposing He Ming. "Is he the one who surpassed me?" Su Linxue pondered as she looked at the handsome and gentle Chen Lin beside He Ming, feeling a ripple in her heart. Suddenly, Li Mingji's phone vibrated, shattering the silence of the office. His expression tightened as he took a deep breath, realizing it might be the notification for the provincial ranking results. The Tianqi system had completed its comprehensive statistics, and the results from various cities and schools were about to be unveiled. "Everyone, the provincial rankings are out." Li Mingji's voice trembled slightly, drawing the attention of all the teachers, including Chen Lin, who immediately turned to look at him. Chen Lin had just learned that he topped the city rankings with a score 1,000 points higher than the second place. Now, he was secretly eager to find out where he ranked among the several cities in the province. With trembling fingers, Li Mingji finally managed to open the Dantian province rankings. The screen showed that a total of 1.6 million students participated in the college entrance exam in Dantian province. The top 3 names on the list were: first place, Chen Lin, Fanyun Second High School, score 20,500. Second place, Su Linxue, Fanyun Third High School, score 19,500. Third place, Luo Howie, Xuanhe City First High School, score 18,740. Li Mingji's eyes widened as if he'd been struck on the head, momentarily speechless. The other teachers crowded around to see the ranking and erupted in disbelief. Oh my god! Our school has the top scorer in the province, someone exclaimed excitedly. For a moment, the office fell silent as everyone absorbed the shocking news. Chen Lin was a bit bewildered. He knew his score was high, but didn't expect to top the entire province. Just then, Li Mingji burst into hearty laughter, and the surrounding teachers joined in with cheers and jubilation. This news wasn't just about Chen Lin, it was an honor for the entire school. They knew that with such results, next year's admissions would be exceptionally competitive, and the school's reputation would soar. Lu Wen was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. As Chen Lin's teacher, he felt immense pride and wanted to announce the good news to the world immediately. Around them, teachers and principals from other high schools wore complex expressions. They were envious and jealous, thinking how wonderful it would be if such a genius had emerged from their own school. Ah, next year, people will be breaking down the doors to enroll at our school, someone murmured enviously. Seeing the excitement around him, Chen Lin realized he might have truly achieved first place in the province. Soon, Zhao Huiming ran back with an excited expression, confirming the news. Chen Lin, you really got the first place in Dongtian province this year. Chen Lin was slightly taken aback, never having imagined reaching such heights. He felt a deep gratitude for Huiming's formidable power, which seemed to have no limits and grew stronger with evolution. Of course, he knew that it was his own gift that endowed Huiming with such potential, which was the true key. As he looked at the joyful scene before him, Chen Lin was already looking forward to the arrival of his next summon, wondering what surprises it would bring him. As the news of the top scorer in the entire province spread like wildfire, the students from the first and second years in the spectator seats erupted with excitement. The observation area of second high school exploded with deafening cheers, with exclamations like amazing and wow echoing throughout. The students were eagerly discussing. I told you his summoned creature is so strong. He was bound to be the top scorer in Dongtian province. You were just saying that. You didn't really believe it yourself, did you? I've decided, next year I'm going to become a summoner too. Summoned creatures are so cool. Calm down, it's not the profession that's strong, it's him, got it? The girls' reactions were even more enthusiastic, their eyes filled with admiration, cheeks flushed, resembling fans of a celebrity. Some even shouted excitedly, Chen Lin, have my babies. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile, though he tried to appear indifferent. Inside, he couldn't hide his pride. Those who had once been jealous of him could only lower their heads in silence now. If the gap wasn't too large, they might have found various reasons to belittle Chen Lin, thinking he was just lucky. But when the gap is so wide that they can only look up, admiration becomes the only option. Gu Fei noticed Miao Shanshan staring blankly at Chen Lin and couldn't help but ask, Xiaoshan, don't tell me you've fallen for Chen Lin? Miao Shanshan snapped out of it, her face turning red to her ears, and whispered, I don't know, but I'm not good enough for him. Gu Fei sighed. Indeed. She thought to herself that Chen Lin would probably enter a whole new world in the future, so it was better to give up the idea early to avoid more heartbreak later. Meanwhile, Chun Li and Ji Xiaoxiao were hurrying to Ji Qin's pickup location. They were panting heavily, leaning against the lamppost by the roadside, their cheeks flushed, bodies steaming, and their bangs damp with sweat. Xiaoxiao, when is your sister coming? Chun Li asked anxiously. Ji Xiaoxiao replied, out of breath, soon. I told you not to worry, the chances of something going wrong with the college entrance exam are slim. Chen Lin won't be that unlucky. Just then, Ji Qin's voice came from behind. What's going on with you two? Seeing her sister panting, Ji Qin was a bit puzzled. Ji Xiaoxiao immediately threw herself at her sister, eagerly asking, Sis, was there any incident during the exam? Nothing happened, right? Ji Qin shook her head. No. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Ji Xiaoxiao pointed at Chun Li and explained, she was worried about her brother and dragged me along, nearly breaking my legs. Ji Qin smiled and suddenly remembered something, saying, let me tell you, something big just happened. At our exam venue, someone became the top scorer in Dongtian province. It was amazing. Really? Which school? Ji Xiaoxiao asked in surprise. Second high, Ji Qin answered. Li, it's the same school as your brother. Chun Li nodded. Knowing Chen Lin was fine, her worries disappeared, and she became curious as well. Ji Qin continued. You might not believe it, but he's just an ordinary summoner with no special talents. I had to leave the dungeon early due to danger and witnessed the whole process. He and his creature ventured alone into the Treant territory of the Bone Forest. The Treants there are generally level 8 monsters. Everyone thought he would be eliminated. But his summoned creature defeated all the Treants, withstanding attacks from thousands of them, and eventually took down the second-tier boss, the Twisted Tree King. At this point, Ji Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She suddenly remembered something. By the way, his name sounds similar to your friend's brothers, both surnamed Chun, even the rest sounds alike. Wait, could it be the same person? Ji Xiaoxiao grinned. Could it possibly be the same person? Ji Qin froze, turning slowly to Chun Li. What's your brother's profession? Summoner. Chen Lin answered without hesitation. But it shouldn't be him. His summoned creature is weak, just a small wolf pup, and its fur is black. Ji Qin was stunned, stopping in her tracks, standing motionless. Huh. Seeing her reaction, a startling thought crossed Ji Xiaoxiao and Chun Li's minds. Could it really be? The three stood there, dazed, as a breeze blew past, their thoughts tangled in the chaos. Bang! Chun Li burst through the door, panting heavily as she rushed into the house. In the kitchen, her mother, Li Huiru, was intently chopping ingredients, preparing a sumptuous dinner for Chen Lin, who was returning from his college entrance exams. Mom! Mom! Chun Li tugged on Li Huiru's apron, breathless with excitement. Brother, he. Seeing her daughter's flustered state, Li Huiru's expression changed, her heart tightening. What's happened to Shaolin? Brother scored first in the entire Dongtian province. Chun Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly explained the situation. Li Huiru let out a long sigh of relief. As long as nothing's wrong. Let's wait until your brother gets home to confirm everything. She remained composed, cautious of celebrating prematurely. Half an hour later, Chen Lin returned home, personally escorted by Principal Li Mingji. Smiling, Li Mingji watched Chen Lin enter, considerately choosing not to intrude on the family's moment of joy. Chun Li dashed over like a rabbit, her eyes shining. Brother, are you really the top in Dongtian province? Chen Lin was a bit surprised that his sister had already heard the news, but he nodded in confirmation. Yes, I am. The one who topped the province with a beast companion, was that really you? Chun Li pressed further. Yes, it was. Chen Lin confirmed again. With double confirmation, Chun Li bounced up and down excitedly, her eyes twinkling like stars. Brother, you're amazing. Where's your summoned creature? Let me see it. Everyone says it's strong and handsome. Li Huiru also came over, her face glowing with happiness, almost unable to believe her son was so outstanding. Mom, you won't have to work 2 jobs anymore, Chen Lin said gently. Li Huiru's nose tingled as she fought back tears, smiling. All right, let's eat first. No, I don't want to eat. I want to see brother's summoned creature. Chen Li pouted playfully. Chen Lin explained helplessly. The house is too small. I'll show you outside later. It's settled then. Chen Li cheerfully sat at the dining table and began to devour her meal. Tonight's dinner was especially lavish, featuring many expensive ingredients they previously couldn't afford. Chen Lin thought to himself that from now on, such delicious meals would become the norm. Glancing at his phone, Chen Lin saw a notification for a deposit of 1 million xia yuan, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. On the way home, he had mentioned the reward to Li Mingji, who promptly contacted the city government to ensure the cash prize was immediately issued. At this moment, Chen Lin had become the pride of Fanyan City. In previous years, the top students of the province often became the elite forces of Daxia. The city government was overjoyed to learn that the Dongtian province's top scorer was from Fanyan City, even planning to set off fireworks to celebrate the occasion. A sudden opportunity to strengthen ties with Chen Lin appeared, causing the city government officials' eyes to light up as they seized this rare chance without hesitation. A small request in exchange for the goodwill of a future elite warrior of Daxia was a deal too good to pass up. They were quietly delighted and began calculating more generous rewards, although these resources couldn't be mobilized in the short term. Chen Lin wasn't in a hurry. He decided to keep the 1 million xia yuan he received at home to help his family. After thinking it over carefully, he concluded that there was no better use for the money at the moment. He didn't need to worry about equipment and skill books, as Li Mingji had already revealed that with his top provincial exam results, the city's rewards would certainly include those. As for his summoned beast, He Ming, it no longer needed to purchase flesh, it could hunt on its own. Keeping the money at home would significantly ease the family's financial burden, allowing his mother and sister to live more comfortably. This was exactly the purpose behind Chen Lin's pursuit of strength. After dinner, Chen Lin completed his household chores as usual. Returning to his room, he looked out the window and saw his sister, Chen Li, sitting excitedly on He Ming's 7-meter body, as if she had found her favorite toy, constantly shouting, "He Ming, take me out to play." Chen Lin sighed, feeling a bit of a headache. With a thought, his personal panel appeared before him. Chen Lin, species, human, level 10, cannot advance, requires first transition. Attributes, strength 65, constitution 64, agility 66, spirit 121. Health 100. Skills, summoning, enhancement, restoration. Talent, none. Chen Lin had always been puzzled about his ability to bestow talents upon his summoned creatures and to receive feedback himself. He wondered if this wasn't a gift from the system. He had tried calling out to the system many times, but never received a response. This led him to speculate that this ability might be an innate talent, simply not displayed on the panel for some reason. He hypothesized that either the talent was too powerful, beyond the SSS level, or there were other unknown reasons preventing it from being detected. However, now wasn't the time to delve into these questions. Chen Lin shook his head and focused on the career section. With 3 days left before school started, he only needed to submit his school preference and wait for the notification. As the top provincial student, he didn't need to worry about which academy to choose, as top schools would send teachers to recruit him personally. With this in mind, Chen Lin decided to undergo his first transition tonight. Once Chen Li had enough fun, he recalled He Ming to the summoning space and extended his finger to click the Perform First Transition option. The first transition required completing a randomly assigned transition dungeon. Generally, the stronger a person was, the more challenging the dungeon they would be matched with. Achieving the highest clearance rating could even elevate one's career level. This was one of the few opportunities for ordinary professionals to close the gap, although very few could achieve it. Entering a suitable transition dungeon based on your comprehensive index, the system prompt sounded. Moments later, Chen Lin's figure vanished from the room, embarking on an unknown transition journey. Coordinates 08694, a world riddled with scars, teetering on the brink of collapse. The flickering flame of human civilization is close to extinguishing, and the scales of fate have tipped precariously. Chen Lin appeared out of thin air amidst a landscape of ruins. The surrounding skyscrapers were in tatters, overrun by moss and vines, the once bustling city now a distant memory. Rusted cars sat silently on the streets, silent witnesses to the world's former glory. A heavy pall of gloom cloaked the sky, resembling the radioactive dust of a nuclear winter, suffusing the air with a suffocating stench. Chen Lin frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the transparent panel before him. 2 missions lay before him. Eliminate 1,000 disaster beasts and protect the survivors, or assist the Mother of Calamity in devouring everything. Without hesitation, he chose the former, pondering inwardly. If the Mother of Calamity devoured everything, what would become of his He Ming? As he took his first step, a sudden clamor erupted. A petite figure burst through a window, crashing to the ground amidst the shards of glass. Following closely, a blood-colored, skinless crawling disaster beast lunged from the dimly lit store, viciously charging at the fallen girl. The girl struggled to prop herself up, her vision blurred as she reached desperately for the long knife nearby. Yet the beast's fangs were already perilously close, the shadow of death looming over her. In the nick of time, a sharp flash of a sword sliced through the air. With a thud, the beast's head fell, blood gushing forth. As the girl regained her senses, she saw a handsome young man with disheveled black hair and deep-set eyes sheathing his sword, his expression serene. Chen Lin surveyed the girl, his gaze lingering on the 2 dark red horns protruding from her hair, blurting out, "You're quite unique." Realizing his rudeness, he quickly extended his hand in introduction. "Hello, I'm Chen Lin." "Lu Yu," the girl replied, shaking his hand and softly expressing her gratitude. Just as Chen Lin was about to inquire about the state of this world, a sharp voice pierced the silence. "Situations changed. Everyone fall back." Lu Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she grabbed her long knife and pulled Chen Lin to leave. "Hurry, or else." Her words were cut short as a car sped towards them from afar. Chen Lin reacted swiftly, pushing Lu Yu behind him while raising his staff to confront the threat. With a resounding bang, the car collided with Chen Lin. The immense force pushed him back several meters before he managed to stop. Lu Yu ran to him, wincing from pain but urgently asking about his condition. Chen Lin steadied his churning energy, shaking his head to indicate he was unharmed. He fixed his gaze on the two-legged disaster beast covered with menacing spikes, his expression serious. "It's a blade demon. We can't escape." Lu Yu gripped her knife tightly, her tone filled with resolve. The two exchanged a glance, instinctively assuming battle stances, ready to face the impending fight. Bang! The ground suddenly caved in as the blade demon shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Before Lu Yu could react, a figure dashed past her, heading straight for the blade demon. Clang! A sharp metallic clash rang out as Chen Lin drew the blade from his staff, meeting the blade demon's sharp arm. The blade demon let out a roar, swinging its other blade-like arm towards Chen Lin's head. Chen Lin remained calm, swiftly shaking off the demon and retreating a few steps. "Lu Yu, throw me your sword," he shouted. Lu Yu quickly tossed her long sword to Chen Lin. Swish! Chen Lin caught the handle with precision, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Now let's go again," he taunted. The blade demon seemed enraged, charging forward with both blade arms swinging wildly. Chen Lin showed no fear, wielding a sword in one hand and a blade in the other, moving with fluid grace. In mere seconds, they exchanged dozens of blows, their speed leaving only afterimages, a blur to the eye. Lu Yu watched in awe, thinking, incredible. Even my sister couldn't face the blade demon heathen like that. After 1,000 fierce exchanges, Chen Lin finally spotted a weakness. He tilted his head slightly to dodge a fatal strike, then slashed upward with the long sword in his left hand. The sharp blade, driven by his formidable strength, sliced through the air, severing the blade demon's arm. The blade demon howled in agony, and Chen Lin seized the moment, thrusting his blade like lightning into its heart. Flash! The blade pierced through its tough skin, cutting straight through. Yet, the blade demon refused to concede, its eyes fixed on Chen Lin, its remaining arm still intent on killing him. Futile struggle, Chen Lin remarked, easily deflecting the incoming blade arm. He swung his long sword, severing the blade demon's head. The head rolled to the ground, and the battle was finally over. Lu Yu approached, rubbing her still sore hip, and exclaimed, "You're not from around here, are you? With skills like that, you can't be unknown." Chen Lin merely smiled faintly, saying, "This sword is sharp. It's undergone a mutation, becoming a kind of disaster beast." Seeing he was unwilling to elaborate, Lu Yu didn't press further. Chen Lin then inquired about the world's disaster situation, and Lu Xia, with a strange expression, patiently explained, "A long time ago, a red mist suddenly appeared worldwide, causing mutations in humans and animals alike. The mist lasted a month, driving more and more people insane, turning them into monstrous beings that only knew slaughter. We call the red mist noxious qi, and though it's now diluted, it still exists. It seems to be changing again, affecting even weapons, mountains, and rivers. I don't know how humans can survive now." After hearing this, Chen Lin sighed inwardly, contemplating the extinction crisis facing humanity on Blue Star. But he quickly steeled himself, deciding to focus on enhancing his own strength to prepare for protecting his family in the future. He pointed to the dark red horns on Lu Yu's head, asking, "So, is that a result of your mutation?" "Yes." Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement, then noticed Chen Lin bore no signs of mutation, causing her to lower her head. She continued, "Those who don't lose their minds in the noxious qi don't fully become disaster beasts. We've concluded that the key seems to be willpower. Willpower can help us resist the mutations and gradually grow stronger." After hearing all this, Chen Lin gained a rough understanding of this world. Just then, a dozen panicked figures appeared around the corner of the distant road. The tall woman leading them shouted loudly, "Xiao Yu, why are you still here? Run!" As soon as she finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently, as if a powerful torrent was approaching. The distant sky turned crimson, with a thick, malevolent mist sweeping in like a red fog. In an instant, countless calamity beasts appeared in Chen Lin and Lu Yu's line of sight, creating a terrifying scene. Suddenly, growls erupted from all directions. Chen Lin looked up to see the surrounding high-rise buildings swarmed with ferocious disaster beasts, their bloodthirsty eyes fixated on every person below. The crimson malevolent mist quickly coalesced into an invisible wall, trapping everyone and closing in relentlessly. Despair washed over the crowd like a tide, their steps growing heavy until they could barely move. A trembling voice nearby asked, "Captain Lu, what do we do?" Lu gritted her teeth and said resolutely, "Get ready to charge out." At her words, everyone swallowed hard. They glanced at the deadly knife demons, scythe demons, and other high-threat disaster beasts surrounding them, aware that survival seemed nearly impossible. Yet, they quickly pushed these negative thoughts aside, forcing themselves not to falter. Lu turned to the girl beside her, instructing, "Xiao Yu, stay close to me." Then she glanced at Chen Lin, her face showing regret. "You're probably from another survivor group, just happened to be here. Sorry, we dragged you into this." However, Chen Lin paid no heed to her apology. He walked straight ahead, prompting Lu to exclaim, "Wait, what are you doing? We're surrounded. Now's not the time to act alone." Chen Lin grinned confidently. No, they're the ones caught in my trap." He thought to himself, with so many disaster beasts, eliminating them all would surely boost his rating significantly. "Hey Ming." At Chen Lin's call, a flash of white light appeared, and a massive beast, 7 meters tall, appeared before them. A whoa! Hey Ming's roar echoed across the sky, even dispersing the surrounding crimson mist slightly. Its deep blue vertical pupils coldly surveyed the wave of disaster beasts ahead. With a thunderous boom, Hey Ming entered its giant form, expanding to 28 meters tall, towering over some nearby buildings. It looked down at the countless disaster beasts, its limbs powering up, causing the ground to crack and fissures to spread in all directions. Despite the size increase reducing its agility, Hey Ming's speed remained astonishing. Its entire body shot forward like a massive missile into the disaster beast horde. Just as it was about to collide with them, Hey Ming's body erupted in pitch-black flames, engulfing an area of several dozen meters. Boom! Under the intense heat, the disaster beasts couldn't last a few seconds before being consumed, their agonized screams turning into fuel that strengthened the black flames, spreading further. Everyone witnessing this was struck dumb, too shocked to speak. At that moment, a dozen disaster beasts suddenly leaped from the high-rise buildings on both sides, launching a surprise attack on Chen Lin. "Look out!" Lu shouted a warning, quickly moving her feet to offer support. But the next moment, she froze in place. Chen Lin did not retreat but advanced, his sword slicing through the disaster beasts as easily as cutting through tofu, swiftly dispatching the attackers. "How is this possible?" Lu muttered in disbelief, her mouth agape. She thought, This person showed no signs of mutation. He should be weak. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Lulu's mind. She remembered half a year ago, while searching for supplies, encountering similarly unmutated yet extraordinarily powerful individuals. Those people had destroyed the survivors' hidden base, exposing many to the disaster beasts and leading to their deaths. Even when they tried to escape, Lulu would break their legs without hesitation. How could these heartless beings dare to call themselves kin? This thought was etched into Lulu's mind like a brand. At that moment, Lulu's cold gaze swept over Chen Lin, internally noting, he's obviously in cahoots with them. Sis, Chen Lin is different from those people. Sensing her sister's thoughts, Liu quickly explained with a hint of urgency in her voice. He's saved me twice. And he's helping us now. Lulu took a deep breath, a spark of hatred flashing in her eyes. What if he has ulterior motives? She said coldly. Regardless, stay away from him. He's distracting most of the disaster beasts now. So let's seize the opportunity to break through. Just then, a man with scales suddenly spoke up. Captain Liu, there are no disaster beasts over there. He pointed towards a commercial building with a back door they could escape through. Lulu immediately made a decision. All right, let's go quickly. However, as they approached the building, a blinding bolt of lightning struck down, forcing them to halt. No passage here. A young man with flowing blonde hair and a book in hand emerged from the building, looking at them indifferently. Lulu's expression darkened, and she raised her spear instantly. I'll hold him off. You go ahead, she said firmly and calmly. The blonde youth sneered. You alone won't be enough. As he spoke, his book slowly rose, and as he chanted softly, orbs of lightning appeared in the air, glowing with dangerous light. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Chen Lin suddenly felt his eyelids twitching wildly, a strong sense of danger welling up inside him. His expression changed, and he quickly blocked with his long knife. Clang! A sharp dagger struck the blade, producing a piercing metallic sound. A woman with delicate features gradually appeared before Chen Lin. Without hesitation, Chen Lin's sword slashed toward her waist like lightning. However, the delicate woman vanished like an illusion, reappearing dozens of meters away. She looked surprised. Your mental attribute is so high? Before she could finish, Chen Lin launched himself forward like an arrow from a bow. Seeing this, the delicate woman immediately shouted, Aren't you going to help? Do you expect me to face him alone? As soon as she finished speaking, a torrent of flames shot out from a building like a cannonball, heading straight for Chen Lin. Boom! The two forces collided violently, sparks flying, and the flames danced in the air like candles in the wind. Are you really a summoner? A rough voice emerged from the flames. Your basic attributes aren't just mental. Your speed and strength are on par with us close combat specialists. With the scorching flames approaching, Chen Lin remained unfazed, easily slicing through the fire with his sword. He glanced around coldly. Anyone else, come out now. As soon as he spoke, four individuals emerged from different directions, clearly part of the opposing faction that chose Task 2. No killing is allowed in advancement dungeons, or you'll be immediately wanted. This is the agreement made during the Federation conference, a voice said. But that excludes dungeons with faction divisions. TSK. I can't believe someone actually chose Task 1. Another person mocked. Didn't your Daxia teach you how to make decisions in advancement dungeons to increase survival chances? The initial information was clear. The disaster beasts have the most advantage. Anyone with a brain should know what to choose. Don't talk nonsense, someone retorted. This is all in our Daxia textbooks. He's probably an educational oversight, likely sleeping through classes. Heh, the last person sneered. Going all out to slaughter disaster beasts and protect those survivors, making it clear which faction you're on, is truly beyond my comprehension. Brother, being able to advance to the second level today means you're quite a promising talent from the city. As soon as the burly man finished speaking, a graceful woman interrupted with a light laugh. That's not going to happen. We need the disaster mother beast to consume more to get a higher score. He has to stay and become our stepping stone. The six of them regarded Chen Lin as prey caught in a trap, their eyes gleaming with greed. Facing their threat, Chen Lin remained calm and said, Have you ever heard the saying? The most skilled hunters often appear as prey. They squinted slightly and retorted disdainfully. Even if one is missing, it's 6 against 1. What makes you think you have a chance? Chen Lin slowly sheathed his sword, a confident smile playing on his lips. First, how can you be sure no one else chose Task 1 like I did? Second, do you really think I'd attract you here so boldly without being prepared to deal with you? His tone turned menacing. You spoke so eloquently just now. As a reward, how about I invite you to your deaths? The feast is served. It's time for He Ming to enjoy. Before he finished speaking, a violent roar shook the surroundings. Within a radius of several hundred meters, pitch-black flames merged into a massive black wolf-like creature. In an instant, its size expanded by 8 meters, appearing even more ferocious and terrifying. The surrounding disaster beasts fell like a tide, and the crimson malevolent aura in the sky quickly dissipated. The overwhelming intimidation swept over them. and everyone instantly felt a deep-seated fear. Their brains involuntarily sounded alarms, and their limbs trembled uncontrollably. As the black giant wolf charged at them, a chill surged from their feet to their heads, as if a deadly serpent was coiling around their necks. At the moment when the wolf's claws were about to strike, three managed to barely suppress their fear and scatter. However, the last person couldn't react in time and was instantly crushed into pulp, devoured by the pitch-black flames without even a scream. Witnessing this, the remaining five, including the blonde young man engaged in a fight with Lulu and others nearby, broke out in cold sweat. They initially thought they could easily take down Chen Lin, only to realize that this summoned creature was not only immensely powerful and aggressive, but also possessed terrifying control abilities. It was a miracle if they weren't wiped out within 3 minutes, let alone holding it off. Seeing the black giant wolf charging towards its next target, the blonde young man gritted his teeth and chanted a spell. In an instant, raging lightning intertwined into thick chains, wrapping around the wolf's limbs and neck. Yet, before he could finish his words, the wolf merely tugged lightly, and the lightning chains shattered like cobwebs. The blonde young man was dumbfounded, muttering in disbelief. Impossible. This is my A-level talent. After Chen Lin applied the enhancement spell, He Ming's power surged dramatically. With a fierce tug of its left claw, it shattered the chains binding it in an instant. This astonishing scene sent a shock through everyone present, prompting them to unleash their ultimate skills. A graceful woman flickered into shadows, darting towards Chen Lin from various angles. Just then, countless ice spears descended from the sky, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Damn it! Who is it? She angrily scanned the surroundings, spotting a girl with icy blue hair and skin as pale as snow approaching steadily. Chill emanated from the girl, frosting the ground under her feet, and any approaching beasts were frozen into ice sculptures. I'll take care of her, a burly man roared, engulfed in flames, charging directly at the ice girl. Meanwhile, the other three simultaneously attacked, aiming to kill Chen Lin in one strike. However, at that critical moment, a thunderous shout echoed across the battlefield. Look at your dad, brats. A tall, hefty man wielding a shield barreled in. The three were so distracted by this unexpected provocation that they turned their fierce gazes towards him, as though he had committed a great offense. They recklessly shifted their target, unleashing a barrage of attacks on him. Boom, boom. Various skills rained down on the shield, leaving the hefty man struggling, his arms numb from the impact. Just as he was about to falter, the black wolf, now free from its chains, silently appeared behind the three who had lost their focus. As the taunt effect ended, the three were instantly overwhelmed by a chilling realization of their doom. In the next moment, the wolf's claws swept through, tearing them to shreds. The remaining two were terrified, desperately trying to flee, only to find their minds paralyzed by fear, their legs leaden and immobile. Although the intimidation had lessened, those few seconds were enough for He Ming to claim their lives. With a swift and decisive strike, He Ming killed the two. The gruesome scene left the hefty man trembling. He quickly declared, "We're on the same side. We're on the same side," fearing the fearsome summoned beast might crush him into pulp as it did with the others. Fortunately, the black wolf didn't even glance at him, instead turning towards the graceful woman attacking Chen Lin, its vertical pupils blazing with fury. The woman, catching sight of this out of the corner of her eye, turned pale and vanished, reappearing dozens of meters away. This skill can only be used one last time, she thought, knowing the battle was lost. Without looking back, she ran. But He Ming relentlessly pursued her, slamming its claws into a nearby building, which exploded into debris. The stones shot towards her like bullets. Faced with the hail of stones, she raised her hands to shield her head. The sound of tearing filled the air as the stones shredded her clothes and pierced her skin, blood flowing freely. In that moment of delay, He Ming caught up, raising its deadly claws. Wait, don't kill, she pleaded desperately with Chen Lin, but He Ming gave her no chance, striking down. Black flames engulfed her entirely, leaving not even ashes. Elsewhere, a sudden surge of icy air erupted like a shockwave, freezing everything in its path into statues. Yet, when the cold hit He Ming, it only left a thin layer of frost on its surface. He Ming easily dispelled the frost with a flicker of black flames, as if nothing had happened. The burly man wasn't so lucky, instantly frozen solid. Now, of the 7 targets, only 1 remained. The blonde young man's face was pale, and his hands trembled slightly. Despite being considered outstanding in his own country, at this moment, he felt as insignificant as an ant. He glanced around and saw that his companions were in a similarly dire state. They were all average-level summoners. Initially, they thought their advantage of 7 against 3 would be enough to crush the opponent, but to their surprise, they were easily defeated. How can a summoned creature be this strong? The blonde youth was filled with despair and disbelief. Even high-level summoned creatures shouldn't be this overpowering. He was certain that even without those two appearing, Chen Lin could have defeated them all. This was the dominance of someone whose basic attributes far surpassed those of the same level. No matter how strong you were, you could only be easily suppressed. As Chen Lin charged forward, the blonde youth, having lost his lightning chains, had no other means of defense. In a panic, he summoned a barrage of lightning and turned to flee. But it was too late. Chen Lin moved with a calm demeanor, dodging all attacks with swift, agile movements. Swish! The long blade sliced through the air, and the blonde youth's head was severed from his body in an instant, blood spraying out. Despite it being his first time killing someone, Chen Lin's actions were smooth and unhesitant. The moment the opposition harbored murderous intent towards him, he was mentally prepared to kill them all. Looking back, he saw Lu Yu and a dozen others seriously injured on the ground, but fortunately, no one was dead. Chen Lin walked over to Lu Yu and handed her the long knife. After hundreds of battles, this weapon, forged from the materials of a disaster beast, had become sharper, faintly glowing with a red hue. You can have it, Lu Yu said softly. No need. Chen Lin replied with a faint smile. You need it more than I do. Seeing the sincere smile on the young man's face, Lu Yu felt a deep sense of guilt. She finally believed that Chen Lin had no ulterior motives and had risked his life to save all of them. By the way, do you know about the Calamity Mother Beast? Chen Lin suddenly asked. Of course, Lu Yu nodded. It's a being that has emerged from countless disaster beasts, reawakening its consciousness. Where is it located? In the city center, Lu Yu answered instinctively, then realized his intention. Are you planning to kill the Calamity Mother Beast? Chen Lin nodded in confirmation. Only by killing it can we achieve the highest score and bring a glimmer of salvation to this world. That's impossible. Lu Yu shook her head repeatedly. To this day, no one has ever been able to kill the Calamity Mother Beast, not even injure it. Don't worry. Chen Lin reassured her, gently touching her dark red horns and pointing to the shadowy figure behind him. It will protect me. Lu Yu clenched her hands in worry, softly saying, don't get hurt. At that moment, Su Linxue and a tall, chubby guy approached, interrupting their conversation. The tall, chubby guy, upon seeing Chen Lin, exclaimed excitedly, Bro, your summoned creature is incredible. I'm in awe. Hearing this, Chen Lin's expression turned peculiar, recalling a joke he saw online. When a shield warrior meets someone they want to rely on, the first thing they say is bro. Su Linxue calmly said, We meet again, Chen Lin. What the heck? The chubby guy exclaimed, shocked. Bro, you're the top scorer of Dantian province. No wonder you're so amazing. He turned to Su Linxue. Chen Lin, you know her, and you're both so skilled. She must be Su Linxue, the second place in Dantian province, right? I must have done something great in my past life to be in the same instance with two big shots. Su Linxue curiously asked. How do you know about me? Didn't you know? The chubby guy laughed. Ever since you took second place in Dantian province, your school has been praising you for your beauty and kindness, saying you almost took the top spot despite coming from a humble background. The news even reached my neighboring province. Su Linxue, you're amazing. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile. Bro, you're even more amazing. Your school said that apart from the top scorers, everyone else in the 24 provinces is nothing compared to you. There's even a meme about it. It's gone viral in Dantian province. Su Linxue chuckled lightly. We're both impressive. Chen Lin was silent for a moment, wondering to himself, who started this hype about me? After chatting for a while, the three of them became more familiar with each other. Chen Lin learned that the tall, chubby guy's name was Luo Xian from Chongjiang province. As a shield warrior lacking in offense, his performance was mediocre. The only reason he reached level 10 was that his parents took him out to hunt mutated beasts. Chen Lin mentioned his plan to kill the Calamity Mother Beast and asked if they wanted to join him. Luo Xian didn't hesitate to say he'd go wherever Chen Lin went. Su Linxue also agreed. The three of them quickly decided to head to the city center. Wait. Lu Yu suddenly spoke, taking a deep breath. I can guide you there. Chen Lin thought for a moment and shook his head. The situation there is uncertain, and we can't look after you. Lu Yu's gaze was resolute. This is the only way I can help you. You saved us, and you saved Xiaoyu twice. Chen Lin interrupted her. I didn't save you so you could risk your life to guide me. If that were the case, it would be like taking you from one hell to another. If you really want to do something, just point us in the right direction. Seeing the smile on the young man's face, Lu Yu was taken aback, staring at him in a daze. Finally, she slowly raised her arm and pointed into the distance. In the heart of the city, a desolate scene unfolded. The crumbling buildings stood like rows of lifeless giants, silently looming over the cracked, uneven roads. Weeds grew wildly, as if declaring the city's abandonment. Luo Xian ran breathlessly, his clothes drenched in sweat. Beside him, Su Linxue gracefully flew on a sword, her ice blue magic forming a sword beneath her feet, allowing her to glide effortlessly through the air. This was a unique skill she had crafted through her mastery of ice elements. When they first heard about this idea, Luo Xian and Chen Lin were both astonished. However, this flying method had its limitations. It wasn't fast enough and was only suitable for travel, as using up magic power before a battle was a major taboo for mages. Fortunately, Su Linxue possessed a high mental attribute, enabling her to withstand this drain, especially since she had learned a skill to accelerate magic recovery upon entering the dungeon. Luo Xian looked at the black giant wolf ahead, which easily carried Chen Lin, and couldn't help but shout, "Brother Lin, let it carry me too. I'm about to collapse." As soon as he spoke, He Ming turned its head sharply, glaring at him fiercely. Luo Xian quickly changed his tune. "Never mind, never mind. I suddenly feel full of energy." Seeing this, Su Linxue's mouth curved into a slight smile. Soon, the three arrived at a large bridge. The sight on the other side was terrifying. Scarlet miasma filled the space between the tall buildings, only faintly revealing the outlines of structures. Luo Xian finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto a nearly 2-meter shield, gasping for air. Suddenly, as if alerted by their arrival, countless pairs of scarlet eyes lit up around them. The beasts surged forward, driven by a shared will from their mother queen. Kill all humans and bring their bodies back to the nest. He Ming immediately let out an intimidating roar and charged into the path now crowded with beasts. Black flames exploded from its claws, shredding the front line of beasts to pieces. Chen Lin had already leaped off the wolf's back, quickly surveying the surroundings and noticing beasts swarming from 2 other directions besides the bridge. His face darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. "The mother beast has noticed us," Luo Xian exclaimed. "Does this thing have a 1,000-mile eye?" He looked up, seeing the red miasma in the air like a giant gaping maw, suffocating in its presence. Chen Lin shook his head, drawing the sword blade from his staff and explaining, "They must have their own way of communicating." With that, he charged towards the beasts surging from the right side. Luo Xian immediately followed, shouting, "Brother Lin, I'll tank for you." Meanwhile, Su Linxue summoned her magic orb and slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her gaze was covered with an ice blue sheen, glowing slightly, like a cold, indifferent snow goddess. With a wave of her hands, a towering ice wall formed on the bridge with a thunderous sound, temporarily blocking the beast's advance. Then, hundreds of icy spikes appeared above Su Linxue, each sharp and fierce. With a slight movement of her mind, these spikes shot towards the beast horde pressing from behind like arrows leaving a bowstring. The sound of piercing was incessant as countless beasts were skewered through their bodies and heads, flesh and blood flying. But this was just the beginning. More spikes continued to form, seemingly endless, shooting relentlessly at the enemy. The beasts let out chaotic howls, falling in droves. The scene as brutal as a field being mowed down. "Awesome, Sister Su is amazing." Luo Xian couldn't help but flatter loudly as he caught a glimpse of this scene. However, as soon as he spoke, he noticed the speed of Su Linxue's spike formation noticeably slowed, and a trace of exasperation appeared on her face. He Ming, like a dark dragon of fire, surged irresistibly through the horde of disaster beasts. Everywhere it passed, black flames erupted and expanded, devouring the crimson malice and surrounding structures. The beasts fell one after another under the intense heat, clearing a large area in a short time. However, more beasts kept pouring in, seemingly endless. From above, the entire city's disaster beasts were converging from all directions, ignoring the survivors they passed by. A man, searching for food, suddenly encountered a large group of these beasts, causing his legs to tremble and cold sweat to drench him. He stood there hopelessly, expecting death, only to be surprised that the beasts paid him no attention. It was only after the last beast disappeared from sight that he dared to move, staring fearfully in the direction they had gone. Meanwhile, back at the base, Lu Yu and the others noticed something unusual. Seeing the beasts crazily rushing towards the city center, they realized that Chen Lin might indeed pose a threat to the mother beast of disaster, and worry appeared on their faces. On the battlefield, Chen Lin felt the pressure mounting, and injuries began to appear on his body. Despite the hundreds of corpses at his feet, the number was insignificant compared to the endless waves of beasts. Facing the onslaught of over a dozen blade demons, Chen Lin directed Luo Xian to hold the line while he attacked from the side. He decisively ordered, "Take out the leader first. He Ming, go directly to kill the mother beast." Upon receiving the order, He Ming immediately turned and charged towards the bridge. With its enhanced life level from 2 evolutions, it could sense the dangerous presence on the other side. Engulfed in black flames, He Ming shattered an ice wall and sent countless beasts flying along its path, advancing towards the city center shrouded in dense malice. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. As He Ming reached the other side of the bridge, a dark red tentacle, several meters long, shot out from the malice and struck it heavily. He Ming crashed through several buildings before stopping 20 meters away. Roaring in anger, it rose from the rubble, its cold vertical pupils scanning the surroundings. In the obscured malice, several dark red tentacles, each stretching over 100 meters, surrounded He Ming. A gigantic eyeball, over 60 meters in size, slowly emerged, its countless pupils fixated on He Ming as if scrutinizing it. Sensing the threat, He Ming's black flames surged violently, accompanied by continuous low growls. The giant eyeball seemed to recognize the danger of the black flames, showing signs of apprehension as it slightly retreated. Knowing that delay would be disadvantageous, He Ming decisively launched an attack. It sprinted with full force, causing the ground to crack under its immense power, making the surrounding ruined buildings shake. The giant eyeball's numerous pupils instantly contracted, and 15 dark red tentacles simultaneously whipped towards He Ming. Amidst the thunderous crashes, buildings were smashed into flying debris and collapsed with a roar. The ground cracked with countless fissures spreading in all directions. Under the overwhelming power of the 15 dark red tentacles, the entire area felt as if it had been struck by an earthquake, leaving a profound impact. As dark red tentacles lashed out, breaking through the oppressive aura, He Ming nimbly dodged, moving like a phantom. When he couldn't evade in time, his claws glowed with a black light, slashing fiercely at the incoming tentacles. However, the tentacles were covered with a hard surface, and He Ming's attacks only produced a harsh metallic screech without causing any damage. Suddenly, a tentacle struck He Ming like a lightning bolt. The massive impact sent his 44-meter-long body flying, carving a deep trench over 10 meters long into the ground. Buildings collapsed along the way, and countless vehicles were crushed into fragments, creating a horrifying scene. This blow not only increased the distance between them, but also disrupted He Ming's strategy of using his immense size and strength to maintain close combat dominance. Faced with the long-range attacks of the giant eyeball tentacles, He Ming found himself at a disadvantage. More dark red tentacles attacked like a storm, relentlessly pounding He Ming. The roar of the assault was deafening, and He Ming was like a giant nail being hammered into the ground. His limbs gradually bent, his body sank down bit by bit, and the surrounding ground shook violently, with rocks flying everywhere. In this critical moment, He Ming let out a thunderous roar. Pitch-black flames erupted like a volcano, spreading intense heat in all directions and forcing the giant eyeball back. Seizing the opportunity, He Ming rapidly consumed his internal magic to break through the encirclement, opting for a desperate charge. Meanwhile, Chen Lin struggled to support his battered body. Half of his face was stained with blood, and his clothes were in tatters. The blade in his hand was chipped and on the verge of breaking. Luo Xian was in similarly bad shape, with his shield dented and blood trickling from his mouth due to the recoil. Standing atop an ice pillar, Su Linxue quickly recovered her magic under their protection. Around them lay the corpses of over 1,000 disaster beasts, with blood pooling into streams, creating a ghastly scene. We can't hold on much longer. Su, how much more time do you need? Luo Xian shouted urgently, holding back the charging disaster beasts in front of Chen Lin. Chen Lin's expression was grave. Through his soul connection with He Ming, he sensed that He Ming's life force was slowly waning, clearly indicating that He Ming was also in a dire situation. At that moment, Su Linxue suddenly opened her eyes, which gleamed with an icy blue light. It's done, she announced, casting 10,000 frost annihilation. The air temperature plummeted to zero, cold currents surged, and a 100-meter-long frost dragon roared into existence. Within a range of several hundred meters, all the disaster beasts were rapidly frozen in place, unable to move. You should stand next to me, Su Linxue advised. Luo Xian and Chen Lin immediately moved closer to her. The frost dragon roared towards the sky and then dove toward the ground. With a thunderous explosion, the ground within a 100-meter radius erupted, sending shockwaves a kilometer away. Countless disaster beasts shattered into icy fragments, scattering in all directions. Holy crap! Luo Xian was dumbfounded, forgetting even his usual flattery. Chen Lin was equally surprised, realizing that Su Linxue's power was indeed unfathomable. The might of this move was likely equivalent to its level ability. Remembering how he had suppressed Su Linxue during their college entrance exams, he realized it was only because He Ming's normal combat strength was high and sustained. In terms of explosive output, Su Linxue was indeed superior. However, despite this massive clearing that instantly wiped out hundreds of disaster beasts, it was just a drop in the ocean compared to the hundreds of thousands or even millions of disaster beasts in the entire city. Even with He Ming present, it seemed impossible to avoid being overwhelmed. Fighting until exhaustion would not achieve complete eradication. It was precisely because of this realization that Chen Lin sent He Ming to the city center alone to confront the catastrophe mother beast. This was their only chance of victory. At least it gave them a chance to escape. Chen Lin glanced at He Ming's evolution points, only 30 away from being maxed out. He made a quick decision and shouted, "Let's go to the mother of catastrophe." Now, the only chance for survival was to have He Ming evolve on the spot. Otherwise, even if the three of them managed to break through, leaving He Ming behind would mean its demise. Su Linxue took the lead, her spells unleashing like a storm, continuously striking down the disaster beasts blocking the bridge. Chen Lin and Luo Xian handled the flanks, working in perfect harmony, like a sharp blade cutting through the encirclement of beasts. Before long, the three arrived at the city center, with an endless horde of disaster beasts trailing behind. The scene before them was terrifying. The area lay in ruins, devastated by Haiming and the giant eye, resembling an apocalyptic wasteland. Skyscrapers had collapsed, streets were cracked, and not a single building remained intact. Luo Xian was horrified, muttering to himself, "This is terrifying." Suddenly, a roar emerged from the miasma ahead. Without hesitation, the trio rushed forward and soon found Haiming. It was heavily injured, blood seeping from its mouth, on the brink of collapse. Yet, its claws clung stubbornly to the ground, enduring the onslaught of dark red tentacles, resolute in its slow advance. Getting closer was its only hope for victory, so retreat was not an option. Chen Lin decisively ordered, "I'll lure the disaster beasts away." Luo Xian taunted to share some of the damage. Hearing this, Luo Xian shivered, thinking, "Am I going to die?" Chen Lin seemed to notice his concern and reassured him, "It shouldn't come to that. Su will be there to help you, don't worry." With that, he ran towards Haiming. Luo Xian gritted his teeth and used his taunt skill on the giant eye. Luckily, his level was too low to have much effect. The giant eye merely glanced over, and a dark red tentacle casually swiped at him. Seeing the shadow overhead and the massive object descending, Luo Xian turned pale and quickly raised his shield. "Level talent earth wall," he shouted, and a thick yellow rock wall instantly materialized. But feeling it wasn't enough, he quickly used several more defensive skills. At the same time, Su Linshue's spell orb glowed, and 5 ice walls rapidly erected in front of Luo Xian. Bang! The ice walls shattered under the impact of the dark red tentacle, only managing to reduce its power by a third. Boom! The rock wall fractured after a few seconds, and the dark red tentacle slammed into the shield, sending dust flying. Luo Xian felt a tremendous force, his chest in agony, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As the tentacle withdrew, his small body collapsed to the ground, motionless. Su Linshue's eyes turned serious, thinking, "This mother of catastrophe's strength must be at the level of a third-tier boss. I wonder if Chen Lin's summon can withstand it." "Haiming, devour these disaster beasts," Chen Lin shouted as he got closer. At the same time, he quickly transformed his blade into a staff, casting healing and enhancement spells. A faint white light appeared on Haiming, and its vertical pupils trembled, letting out a fierce roar as it tore apart the approaching dark red tentacles. With a 20 increase in its 560 strength attribute, the effect was completely different from before. Roar! The giant eye let out a wail, retracting its tentacles. In that brief moment, Haiming charged into the swarm of disaster beasts, black flames blooming like lotus flowers, spreading rapidly. In no time, a large number of disaster beasts were reduced to ashes. Sensing the dire situation, the giant eye issued a command through the miasma, ordering all disaster beasts to retreat. But it was too late. Countless black flames, carrying devouring energy, surged into Haiming, finally completing its evolution points. Without hesitation, Chen Lin tapped Start Evolution on the panel. Boom! A terrifying black force erupted from deep within Haiming, sweeping through its entire body and bursting outward to form a towering black pillar of light. In the pitch-black column of light, Haiming's body suddenly expanded. The beast, originally 74 meters tall, shot up to 84 meters, with its length surpassing the 100-meter mark. Its silhouette blotted out the sky, resembling a moving black mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura. At that moment, a series of system notifications sounded. "Congratulations, your summoned creature Haiming has acquired the skill, Swift. Congratulations, your summoned creature Haiming's gigantification talent has been upgraded from C to B level. Congratulations, your summoned creature Haiming's flame talent has been upgraded from C to B level. Congratulations, your summoned creature Haiming has acquired a new talent, Diamond Body B." Following this, Haiming's attribute panel appeared before Chen Lin. Strength, 141,201. Constitution, 145,205. Agility, 144,204. Magic, 140,200. All attributes increased by 60 points. Chen Lin felt a surge of joy and quickly examined Haiming's new abilities. Gigantification B increases body size fourfold, enhancing strength, defense, and speed by 400. Flame B creates personal flames, with temperature linked to magic. Trait can merge any 2 internal powers to form flames with different effects. Diamond Body B coats the body in diamond strength, linked to constitution, making it immovable. This comprehensive enhancement gave Chen Lin a sense of relief. According to school knowledge, encountering third-tier strength in a first-turn dungeon is rare, unless facing a peerless opponent. Unexpectedly, he had reached this level without realizing it. Chen Lin initially thought Haiming needed a couple more evolutions to become invincible among its peers. Moreover, the gigantic eyeball was a natural counter to He Ming, otherwise retreat would have been possible even in defeat. Luck seemed unfavorable, but with He Ming's evolution, the situation had reversed. The towering black light column gradually weakened and eventually vanished. The sky appeared as if torn open, revealing a cloudless region. Long-awaited sunlight poured down, but was still obstructed by the thick miasma. He Ming's vertical pupils focused intently on the enormous eyeball, its entire form renewed. A faint golden light covered its black fur and tough skin, radiating a divine and imposing aura. The massive eyeball's pupil trembled violently. At the moment of the black power's eruption, it was overwhelmed by the terrifying aura that sought to devour and surpass everything, momentarily immobilizing it. However, boundless fury quickly surged. It too evolved through devouring and believed itself to be the supreme being. Roar! The gigantic eyeball let out a thunderous roar, flinging its thick, dark red tentacles, causing the very air to tremble with booming sounds. Seeing this, Chen Lin swiftly retreated from the battlefield. If these two colossal entities clashed, he could be caught in the crossfire if not careful. Bang! He Ming stood like an unmovable black mountain. 15 dark red tentacles struck it fiercely, only to trigger faint ripples of golden light. Howl! He Ming let out a skyward roar, unleashing a black flame infused with the powers of greed and gigantification. The dark red tentacles entwining it quickly loosened under the searing heat, twisting and writhing in agony in the air. Boom! A jet black flame formed and shot skyward, reaching over 400 meters. This beastly apparition was even more terrifying than the black nether, exuding an overwhelmingly violent aura. Instantly, the temperature within a kilometer radius soared, withering weeds, cracking the ground, and turning the central area into a sea of black fire. With each fusion of innate power, the flames might increase geometrically, far beyond simple addition. In the distance, Su Linxue was slightly shocked, thinking to herself, this summoned creature is truly terrifying, and its inexplicable method of gaining strength is unheard of. She noticed Chen Lin running back, drenched in sweat. With a thought, a cold current surged around them, bringing a refreshing coolness that was incredibly soothing. Thank you, Su, Chen Lin said gratefully. You're welcome, Su Linxue replied with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Chen Lin felt something grab his foot. Looking down, he saw it was Luo Xian, who had crawled over, leaving a trail of blood. He lifted his face, bleeding from all orifices, and gave a thumbs up, struggling to say, Lin, you're amazing. At this moment, Luo Xian had only one thought. He was determined to cling to this powerful ally, and nothing could stop him. What happened to you? Chen Lin quickly helped him up. Luo Xian felt a warmth in his heart, thinking Chen Lin probably acknowledged him. He was secretly delighted. At last, he had a powerful big brother to protect him in his tank role. No worries, Lin. I'm tough. I won't die, Luo Xian said, forcing a smile. Hearing this, Chen Lin silently released his grip, stood up, and joined Su Linxue in watching the fierce battle between the two giant beasts in the distance. Luo Xian staggered, almost falling, letting out a pitiful yelp. The black nether charged at the giant eyeball, and as its claw was raised, the enormous beastly apparition formed from the jet black flame also raised its claw and struck down. Roar! Several pupils of the giant eyeball were instantly destroyed, emitting a painful scream. Blood gushed out, staining the remaining eyes. Its tentacles flailed wildly, whipping the black nether, but they could not harm it. This scene enraged the giant eyeball, and it let out a thunderous roar as countless malevolent energies from the city center surged into its body. Instantly, its size increased dramatically, with numerous sharp barbs growing on its dark red tentacles. This was the vital power it had accumulated over years for its next evolutionary stage, now forced into early use. With this thought, all the eyeball's pupils showed an expression of fury. Roar! I must kill you. Dark red tentacles surrounded the black nether from all directions, braving the life-consuming heat of the jet black flames, attempting to ensnare and crush it. The golden light firmly blocked the barbs, preventing them from piercing through. Both sides attacked each other frantically, causing the ground to tremble continuously, their roars echoing to the sky. Several hours passed, reducing countless buildings to ruins, yet the black nether remained standing. Roar! A massive roar shook the air, and the scarlet malevolent energy covering the city center completely dissipated. The giant eyeball's numerous pupils dimmed, lifeless, as its body was slowly consumed by the jet black flames. Finally, it's dead, Luo Xian sighed with relief. Chen Lin and Su Linxue also smiled, knowing their scores would be exceptionally high for defeating the mother beast and thousands of disaster beasts. Luo Xian quickly realized this, his expression filled with excitement. Although he and Su Linxue had only helped take one hit, they would still receive some score, especially since they had killed so many disaster beasts earlier. In faction-based advancement dungeons, scores are distributed entirely based on contribution, ensuring fairness without the possibility of one person monopolizing the score for killing a boss. Moreover, for support classes like shield guards, the scoring system is different. Luo Xian estimated that his score wouldn't be too low. He thought about how his parents had repeatedly warned him not to be reckless before entering the advancement dungeon, reminding him of the gap between him and those prodigies who could advance directly. If they knew he had earned high scores in the faction advancement dungeon, they would be overjoyed. With this thought, Luo Xian was filled with excitement. After the battle, the three of them sat together as the sky gradually darkened. The surroundings were pitch black, with no source of light. Luo Xian quickly took action, searching for wood among the ruins. He soon found some and used He Ming's flames to ignite it. The fire dispelled the darkness, illuminating their weary faces. Chen Lin watched the flickering flames, silently grateful that He Ming had not merged with the powers of greed and gluttony. Otherwise, the color of the flames might have been amusing. The three decided to rest there until dawn before leaving the dungeon. Originally, Chen Lin planned for He Ming to continue hunting the remaining disaster beasts, but seeing it exhausted after hours of fierce fighting, he couldn't bring himself to push it further. He realized that since entering the advancement dungeon, He Ming had been either battling or on the move for over 10 hours without rest. Feeling guilty, Chen Lin decided to spare the remaining disaster beasts in the city and let He Ming have a good rest. The next day, with a notification sound, the three vanished into thin air. The system began evaluating their performance. A total of 8,564 disaster beasts killed, the mother beast of the disaster successfully slain, and over 100 survivors in Ning'an City protected. The system noted that this might bring a glimmer of hope to this world. Subsequently, the system announced that Chen Lin received a perfect rating. His class advanced to Summoning Sword Master, a rare and unique class. His growth attributes increased from 5 to 10. The system described this as a peculiar class born because of Chen Lin, warning adversaries not to underestimate his close combat abilities. Immediately after, Chen Lin acquired a new class skill, Magic Sword. He suddenly found himself in a room, realizing that 24 hours had passed. Chen Lin carefully read the skill description and was amazed to discover that the magic sword could bypass any physical defense, directly causing mental harm. Chen Lin promptly attempted to use this skill. A half-meter-long, fully transparent sword appeared in his hand, its blade etched with intricate patterns. However, forming the magic sword drained his mental energy completely. Chen Lin realized that this powerful skill could only be used as a last resort. He noticed the bright sunlight outside, indicating that the time flow between the two worlds was not synchronized. Stepping out of the room, Chen Lin found the living room empty, but there were several plates of food wrapped in plastic wrap on the table, along with a note reminding him to heat them before eating. Chen Lin smiled as he heated the food and checked his phone while eating. He saw friend requests from Luo Xian and Su Linxue, recalling the friendship they had built in the dungeon. Considering that the difficulty of this dungeon had increased due to faction choices, and without the assistance of his two teammates and He Ming's protection, the outcome might have been very different. Without hesitation, Chen Lin clicked accept. Upon scrolling down, Chen Lin saw the message from Lu Wan. The recruitment mentors from top universities would arrive at 2 p.m. today, and he was expected to come to school. With nothing else on his schedule, he replied with an affirmative and promptly got up to leave. At Fanyan No. 2 High School, Lu Wan was waiting at the school gate. When he saw Chen Lin, he immediately approached. You finally made it. This time, mentors from 5 top universities have all come to No. 2 High School, he said excitedly. The honor was evident, as Principal Li couldn't stop smiling. This was unprecedented in Fanyan City, and their purpose was clear. They were here for Chen Lin, the top scorer in the East Sky exams. As they walked into the school, they passed many first and second-year students who stopped in their tracks, looking at Chen Lin with excitement. One prepared junior girl immediately handed him a pink letter and then ran off, blushing furiously. Lu Wan's mouth twitched as he quickly reminded, "Don't get involved with your junior classmates. It could cause quite a stir if word gets out." Chen Lin nodded and quietly pocketed the letter, respecting the girl's feelings. Along the way, not only did more eyes turn towards them, but several other junior girls followed suit, handing letters with flushed faces. Before long, Chen Lin's clothes were bulging with love letters from these young admirers. Lu Wan felt exasperated, wondering if he was invisible as they finally reached the office. Lu Wan immediately shut the door, blocking out the curious students who had followed them. Chen Lin shook his head, realizing that such a scenario was almost impossible in his previous life. But here, it was quite normal because everyone revered powerful combat professionals. This trend was even more pronounced in society. Lu Wan took out a dragon-shaped ring from the drawer and said, "This is a reward from the city government. They watched the video of your exam performance and specially prepared equipment with both sword and staff forms, as well as a universal Tier 5 skill book." Hearing this, Chen Lin's eyes lit up. These were exactly the items he needed. The ordinary quality sword staff he had been using had suffered from prolonged intense battles and needed replacing. The universal Tier 5 skill book, which any profession could comprehend, was worth at least several million. Chen Lin took the ring and used his mind to explore its contents, instantly revealing two pieces of information. The Heavenly Authority sword staff had exceptional effects. In sword form, it granted sharpness, cutting through anything. In staff form, it provided a wisdom aura, continuously restoring mental energy and boosting any skill effect by 50. The close at hand, Tier 5 effect allowed him to ignore a 100-meter distance and instantly move a step forward. In a word, powerful. Chen Lin was extremely satisfied. Close at hand was also carefully selected by the city government, perfect for summoners to quickly create distance. Lu Wen explained. Ahem. By the way, he suddenly looked a bit embarrassed. Could you sign your name on this piece of clothing? Please write it nicely. He then pulled out a gray pleated skirt from the drawer. Seeing Chen Lin's puzzled look, Lu Wen explained helplessly. Your exam video aired on TV news last night, causing quite a stir. My daughter watched it all night, and knowing you're my student, she insisted I ask you for an autograph. Chen Lin was taken aback. Oh no, how did he end up causing trouble for his teacher's family? Around 2 o'clock, a black limousine quietly pulled up in front of the second high school. 5 impressive-looking men and women stepped out in a steady, confident manner, their eyes sharp and focused. Principal Li Mingji, looking solemn, quickly went to greet them. He was well aware of their identities, mentors from top academies, each a distinguished professional, respected even by the mayor. Li Mingji led them to the reception room, where the air was thick with tension. Ji Fei lounged lazily in a chair, though her eyes gleamed with a sharp light. She spoke lightly. Where is Chen Lin? He's on his way. On his way, Li Mingji replied, just as there were 2 knocks on the door. The door opened, and Lu Wen entered with a young man. The young man was about 17 or 18, with a clean and handsome face and a tall, upright posture. Ji Fei's gaze was like an X-ray, scrutinizing him from head to toe. She remarked, not bad, his looks are perfect for my Lark Academy. Feng Yi frowned with dissatisfaction at this. It's one thing to hear rumors, but does Lark Academy really choose students based on appearance? Indeed, we are the face of Daxia's top academies. This is just absurd. 2 others joined in criticizing Ji Fei. However, they soon turned their attention to Chen Lin, each offering their own olive branch. Chen, choose my Qingtian Academy. You can pick any 3 resources as a welcome gift. Only 3? That's just dismissive. Are you questioning the prestige of the Dantian top scholar? Exactly, Chen, he doesn't value you. Don't go there to be belittled. The lively verbal exchange left Li Mingji and Lu Wen stunned. Chen Lin was also a bit taken aback. This kind of strategic maneuvering reminded him of the online world from his past life. He silently admired it. Impressive. The atmosphere grew more intense as the 5 mentors vied for Chen Lin's attention, each wary of being outmaneuvered by the others. This situation hadn't developed overnight. In previous years, top academies maintained a dignified stance while recruiting top scholars. But after one academy failed to recruit a top scholar for a year, frustration led to underhanded tactics, and the recruitment scene became a fierce verbal battleground. Now, the annual contest for top scholars was a heated affair, so much so that these top academies even hired experts to train their recruiters in the art of persuasion. Chen, the mentor from North Dragon Academy, suddenly spoke. I've watched your entrance exam video 10 times. Your swordsmanship shows your passion for it. Come to North Dragon Academy, and I'll arrange for a specialized mentor to guide you unknown, guaranteeing your skills will advance. Yeah, watching it 10 times, and that's all you gleaned? It just shows that North Dragon Academy is full of incompetence. Even the most talented would be wasted there. Another mentor mocked mercilessly. Exactly. Chen should come to Cloud Sky Academy. Another mentor interjected urgently. We can bring your mother and sister along and take care of all their living needs. Oh, pulling the emotional card now? Have you no shame, Cloud Sky? You're one to talk. Last year's Dantian top scholar, when you couldn't win, you used your daughter to entice him, didn't you? That's nonsense. They were mutually affectionate. Affectionate, my. The scene descended into chaos, with the 5 mentors attacking each other without restraint. Ji Fei took a deep breath, gathered her thoughts, and looked intently at Chen Lin. She suddenly spoke. You've reached the 1st rank, but haven't started summoning, right? If you join Lark, I can apply for the best summoning materials for you, increasing the chances of top-tier summons. Also, if your Black Wolf has a growth talent, just name the resources you need. Plus, all the conditions they mentioned, Lark can also provide, including offering a daughter. Hearing this, the other 4 were left speechless, falling into silence. Although Chen Lin's score was as high as 20,000, which was considered a significant number even in the eyes of the admissions staff, there were simply too many exceptional talents this year. More than 10 candidates had scores exceeding 20,000. After careful consideration, the 4 admissions officers decided it wasn't worth investing too many resources in East Tian Province and quietly gave up on recruiting Chen Lin. Ji Fei breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Chen Lin with anticipation. How about considering our Lark Academy? However, Chen Lin just shook his head lightly. All other conditions are fine. but sending a daughter is out of the question. Upon hearing this, Ji Fei's eyebrows relaxed, and she was secretly pleased, blurting out, "Well, if you prefer someone more mature, I'm available too." Feng Yi couldn't stand it anymore and frowned. "Are you trying to rob the cradle?" "Why not?" Ji Fei said, puffing out her chest, the curves of her figure strikingly evident under her tight, white blouse. Chen Lin wanted to explain that he didn't mean it that way, but the words caught in his throat. Ultimately, he chose Lark Academy, not because of Ji Fei's charm, but because the offer was too tempting to refuse. Having achieved their goal, the group didn't linger and prepared to head to another major province. Ji Fei asked Chen Lin if he wanted to tour all of the 24 provinces of Xia with them before returning to Lark Academy, or if he preferred to come by himself when the school term started. Chen Lin chose the latter. After saying goodbye to Lu Wan and Li Mingji, Chen Lin returned home. Li Huiru was busy in the kitchen, while Chun Li was watching TV on the sofa. As soon as his sister saw him return, she cheerfully ran over. "Brother, it seems like you've become famous. A lot of people at school are talking about you." Li Huiru came out of the kitchen carrying a plate, smiling. "It's the same at my workplace. Everyone's talking about Xiao Lin. Quite a few relatives called to ask if the top scorer mentioned in the news from East Tian was you. But I didn't confirm it. Otherwise, we'd have a house full of strangers tonight." Chun Lin chuckled and explained, "More and more people are paying attention to college entrance exams. Social media and news outlets are heavily promoting it. All these exam takers will be the future backbone of Xia. Naturally, the top scorer in the province will attract attention from people who aren't familiar, or even complete strangers, trying to make connections." After dinner, Chun Lin tidied up the dishes and cleaned the house as usual. Amidst his sister's playful antics, he reluctantly released He Ming and returned to his room to rest, waiting for the start of the school term. 2 days later, Li Huiru drove Chun Lin to the airport. Chun Li hopped into the car and suddenly had a bright idea. "Can't we skip the car ride? How else do you plan to get there?" Li Huiru asked, puzzled. "We could have brothers He Ming carry us. It's huge and faster than a car," Chun Li said excitedly. Li Huiru couldn't help but laugh, gently tapping her on the head. "It's enough that it helps your brother in battle, and now you want it to indulge your whims too." Half an hour later, the family arrived at the airport. Li Huiru, looking at Chen Lin about to leave, was filled with concern. "Be careful at the academy, and always prioritize your safety." "Don't worry, Mom, I know." Although he'd heard it countless times on the way, Chen Lin nodded earnestly. Watching her son walk away, Li Huiru raised her hand slightly, her lips quivering. She knew that the farther Chen Lin went, the more responsibilities he would have to bear, facing dangers from alien civilizations and mutated beasts. Chun Li noticed her mom's worry and reassured her. "It's okay, Mom. Brother is really strong, and with He Ming to protect him, they'll always be safe." In the city of Zhongtian, the capital of Zhejiang province, lies the prestigious Yunk Academy, a gathering place for the nation's top high school graduates. The atmosphere was electric, filled with chatter and excitement. Talented individuals from across the country were present, including some who had already made significant achievements, causing many self-assured newcomers to modestly restrain their ambitions. At the reception area, senior students whispered among themselves, eyes wide with admiration. They had heard of the extraordinary capabilities of this year's high school graduates, but seeing it firsthand truly brought to life the saying, "Geniuses are everywhere, and the exceptional are a dime a dozen." The lowest score for this year's national top scorer was 19,000, and the highest reached an astonishing 30,000, shattering previous records, one senior exclaimed. "Unfortunately, our Yunk Academy only managed to recruit 3 of the top scorers, while the other 21 declined our offers," another senior sighed, shaking their head. "There's a significant gap indeed. Getting 3 is already impressive," someone chimed in. "I heard that Chen Lin, the top scorer from the East, fought his way up with an ordinary profession and no family background. It's remarkable what he's achieved on his own. But compared to the top-ranking scorers, he's still quite far behind," someone else remarked dismissively. "Without innate talent, and with just an ordinary profession, relying on a powerful summoned creature won't get him far." As they spoke, a commotion arose in the crowd. 2 senior students looked over to see 2 identical-looking girls gracefully stepping off a shuttle. One exuded a spirited charm, while the other was gentle and graceful, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "It's the twin top scorers from Chongjiang province," someone recognized them. They ranked first as a team. "Old Ma, where are you going?" A senior student stopped his companion who was eager to approach. "Of course, to fulfill my duty as a senior and guide the new students." Old Ma broke free from his companion's grip, speaking righteously. "Wait, let me take on this responsibility." Another senior blocked Old Ma. Just as tensions rose between the two female receptionists jogged forward, warmly welcoming the Chongjiang twins. The 2 seniors, seeing this, reluctantly released each other's collars and walked away quietly. Not long after, another shuttle arrived. A handsome, upright young man stepped off, immediately drawing attention from those around him. "Is that Chen Lin?" someone whispered. "Aside from his good looks, he doesn't seem particularly special, right?" He looks like a charming troublemaker, joked someone nearby. Many girls' eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Lin. A pretty senior quickly approached him, speaking softly. Junior, shall I help you register? She elegantly tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her fair neck. Thank you, senior. Chen Lin replied politely with a smile. This scene made many senior students grit their teeth. Although Young Academy had a higher ratio of female students, they were generally attractive and hard to pursue. Seeing Chen Lin being approached by a beauty so quickly, how could they not feel envious? Bang! A loud noise startled those nearby as a male student slammed the table in tears. What's wrong, brother? Someone asked with concern. I've had a crush on that girl for a year, the student choked out. I finally got her contact yesterday, and now this. You're probably more than a step away, someone muttered quietly. Meanwhile, with the guidance of the helpful senior, Chen Lin swiftly completed his registration and was about to head to his assigned accommodation. Chen Lin, here. The senior handed him a uniquely designed phone. With this specially made academy phone, you can connect to the Tianqi system and access resources you couldn't before. The Tianqi system, a fusion of technology and professions, manages all logistical operations. You can use it to buy skill books, equipment, and various resources, provided you have enough credits or contribution points. You can also enter the exclusive academy forums. Chen Lin nodded, examining the cyber-styled phone carefully. He entered his student ID and quickly passed the identity verification. Beside him, Su Qingqing, who had intended to secretly note his ID, was stunned by the zeros on the screen. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Su Qingqing stared in disbelief. Chen Lin, how do you have so many credits? 10,000 credits were enough to purchase a forbidden item. Equipment quality ranges from ordinary, fine, exquisite, superior, virtual, forbidden, to lifebound. Beyond that, Su Qingqing didn't have the clearance to know. Chen Lin smiled. This might be a little benefit from Young Academy. The treatment for top scorers is exceptional, Su Qingqing said, her expression complex. Even if she saved for 4 years, she probably couldn't accumulate 10,000 credits. The gap was indeed vast. But upon reflection, it made sense. The title of top scorer represents the pinnacle of talent, surpassing millions in a province. Naturally, the academy wouldn't neglect such individuals. The Skylark Academy covers a vast area, and it took Chen Lin and Su Qingqing more than 10 minutes to walk to the dormitory area. Su Qingqing stopped in front of an independent suite and smiled. Chen Lin, this is your dormitory. I have to leave now. By the way, Skylark always upholds the philosophy of the strong mingle with the strong. So your roommates are certainly not ordinary. Chen Lin nodded in gratitude, watched Su Qingqing leave, and then pushed the door open to enter the place that would be his home for the next 4 years. The spacious living room was fully furnished, with a large LCD TV placed in the center. There were 4 rooms on 2 levels, all currently empty. He casually chose a room, which was well equipped, brand new, and tidy. With nothing else to do, Chen Lin took out the Tianquan sword staff from his storage ring and began practicing basic swordsmanship. Since changing his profession, he felt as though he had broken through his physical limits and embarked on a true path of cultivation. Regular training did enhance his strength, physique, and agility, but the progress was extremely slow compared to leveling up by gaining experience. Catching up this way was nearly impossible, but Chen Lin understood that when skills reached a certain height, they could be transformed into abilities. Moreover, honing basic swordsmanship was greatly beneficial for actual combat, as relying too heavily on skills while neglecting oneself could easily lead to disadvantages in battle. A few hours later, his custom device suddenly vibrated. Chen Lin immediately stopped his movements and glanced at the lit-up screen, which indicated that his personal items had been delivered downstairs. At the same time, a message popped up. Your summoning materials have been approved. If you need any other resources, feel free to request them, and I will do my best to assist with the application. Lastly, a reminder to fully enhance your strength. Ji Fei sent the message and leaned back into her soft chair. Beside her, Jiang Wuyue frowned and said, Do you really think so highly of him? Our resources could have recruited 4 provincial top scorers. This is Skylark Academy's chance to break away from the bottom, but you've invested too much in him. Those summoning materials are worth tens of thousands of academic credits, plus the highest treatment of resource request, and an additional 100,000 credits. This far exceeds Chen Lin's worth. Even a national top scorer with an SS-level talent would be tempted by these conditions. Frankly, he doesn't deserve such preferential treatment. Ji Fei smiled and asked, Have you seen his college entrance exam recording? Of course I have. Are you suggesting that his summoned creature's growth rate is astonishing? Jiang Wuyue retorted, That's impossible. A first-tier summoning cannot call forth a top-tier entity. Its rapid growth and combat power surge come at the cost of its potential, leading to early-stage power at the expense of later weakness. Eventually, others will catch up to him. Ji Fei maintained her smile. Tomorrow is the freshman competition, and the truth will reveal itself then. Seeing the expression on her face, Jiang Wuyue suddenly realized something. As friends who had grown up together, Jiang Weiyue knew Ji Fei's personality all too well. She frowned at Ji Fei, filled with concern. Ji Fei didn't have any solid evidence this time. She was purely gambling on her intuition. This kind of behavior made Jiang Weiyue uneasy. She couldn't help but think to herself, once the results come out tomorrow, even if the head of the house is your mother, you won't escape being reprimanded. Meanwhile, Chen Lin was intently performing a summoning ritual. He meticulously arranged the prepared materials on the floor, took a deep breath, and extended his right hand into the air. As the summoning spell activated, intricate patterns appeared on his palm. Soon after, a surge of magical energy flowed from within him, inscribing mysterious runes on the floor. The moment the last rune was completed, the room was suddenly filled with a blinding white light, as if several flashbangs had gone off simultaneously. Fortunately, Chen Lin was prepared and had closed his eyes in advance. After a few minutes, he cautiously opened them to see a silver butterfly with 2 pairs of wings, about 60 centimeters in size. Chen Lin couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly, thinking to himself, is it going to be weak and frail again? He silently checked the butterfly's stats. Summoned creature, unnamed species. Level, 10. Attributes, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Magic 1. Health, 100. Skills, none. Talents, none. Looking at this pitiful attribute panel, Chen Lin couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. With only 4 points in total attributes, it was weaker than the first creature he had summoned, the Black Nether, and it was a level 10 panel. It set a new low for the weakest summoned creature he'd ever known. However, Chen Lin quickly pulled himself together and encouraged himself. It's okay, I'll unlock your potential. He watched as the silver butterfly flapped its wings and slowly flew toward him, gently catching it with his finger. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Detection complete. Loyalty at 100%, never betrays. Proceed with the life bond. Without hesitation, Chen Lin confirmed. Instantly, a searing pain surged from his soul, as if he were being torn apart, and the agony lasted for a long time. When the pain finally subsided, the system prompted again. Soul fusion complete. Life bond established. Congratulations, your summoned creature has awakened a unique talent. Infinite transformation SSS. Hearing this news and feeling that his body was fine, Chen Lin let out a long breath. With a thought, he examined this mysterious talent. Infinite transformation SSS can transform into any form and gain different abilities. As Chen Lin was pondering the implications of this talent, the silver butterfly suddenly turned into a streak of silver light. In the next moment, a figure identical to Chen Lin appeared before him. This Chen Lin spoke in a dull voice. Master. After some initial understanding, Chen Lin finally realized the power of the Wan Hua Shinbian. An idea flashed in his mind, and he quickly spent a few hundred credits on a custom machine to purchase a set of standard quality armor. Since the store was within the Yunk Academy, the items were delivered promptly. Eagerly, Chen Lin opened the box to find the armor components neatly arranged. He looked at Indai, and with a thought, he conveyed a command through the intangible connection formed by their soul fusion. Indai understood and transformed into a silver light that wrapped around Chen Lin's arm. In the blink of an eye, the silver armor flowed over Chen Lin's entire body. To his surprise, he felt no discomfort or weight, as if the armor was a natural extension of his body. Chen Lin walked over to a mirror to inspect his new appearance. The overall streamlined design was distinct, with a silver-white body accented by black lines, simple yet aesthetically pleasing. He nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, indeed, armor is the ultimate romance for a man. However, when he clenched his fist to test it, he frowned slightly. The defense seemed a bit too weak. As he pondered this, India's voice echoed in his mind, explaining that in armor form, it could merge with metals and minerals to enhance hardness, and even had a small chance of acquiring their properties. Even more exciting was that these enhancements could be retained in other forms, although the abilities would change. Chen Lin immediately realized that this ability, like his insatiable greed and gluttony, was a limitless talent that could continuously grow stronger. He eagerly picked up the newly bought armor and had Indai merge with it. Instantly, Indai split open a seam and devoured the armor. Chen Lin soon felt a noticeable increase in India's hardness. This discovery thrilled Chen Lin. Defense had always been his weakness, and he could be killed instantly by powerful attacks. For example, Su Linshue's Wanshuang Jimmy, with its massive range and terrifying power, would be hard to survive even with He Ming's protection. Now, he had found a way to compensate for this weakness. Chen Lin immediately decided to prioritize cultivating Indai. He messaged Ji Fei, requesting a large supply of gold and stone materials with special properties. Ji Fei quickly replied with a simple, okay. Within just half an hour, a notification of the delivery arrived. Chen Lin couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of Yunk Academy as he quickly headed to the door. A man in a black uniform stood waiting. Here is your list, the man said, handing over a sheet. Chen Lin glanced at it and was slightly surprised. The list was filled with various rare metal minerals, each with unique properties. From the well-known black gold stone, which could add thousands of pounds to a weapon's weight, priced at tens of thousands, to the steel-breaking stone that enhanced sharpness, each item was a precious resource controlled by the military. The total value of these materials was likely in the millions, reflecting the immense financial resources of a top academy. The man in black reminded, "Be careful not to remove these electromagnetic anti-gravity devices, or the building won't be able to support it." Chen Lin nodded in agreement and carefully hoisted the several-meter-high box onto his back. Even with the anti-gravity devices, he still felt a tremendous weight pressing down on him. Even with the electromagnetic anti-gravity device and an impressive strength of 90 points, Chen Lin's feet still involuntarily sank slightly. The weight of the armor was far beyond his expectations. After returning to his room, Chen Lin immediately began the silver disc fusion experiment. He integrated all available materials, such as stones and boxes, into the armor, watching as the surface gradually took on a metallic sheen. Soon, the hardness of the full-body armor increased dramatically, to the point where even a full-strength blow from a second-tier professional might struggle to leave a mark. The armor now weighed 5 tons, yet for the extraordinarily strong Chen Lin, it felt as light as a feather. However, if it were to strike an enemy, it would be like a mountain crashing down. Even more exciting was that the armor gained a sharpness enhancement, significantly boosting its lethality. With a mere thought, Chen Lin transformed the battle sword on his back into a sleek spear. This ability to morph at will perfectly matched his expectations for the life armor. Early the next morning, Chen Lin got up on time, diligently practiced a set of basic sword techniques, then washed up and went downstairs. In the living room, 3 young men turned their heads in sync at the sound of footsteps, a flicker of surprise in their eyes. As the recent top scorer widely discussed online, Chen Lin's name was well known to them. However, they weren't particularly concerned, as their own abilities were also impressive. "Hello, Feng Yi from Qingyuan province, second place," one of them greeted. "Chen Lin," he replied simply. To achieve the top provincial score with a regular profession is unprecedented in history. Truly impressive, Feng Yi sincerely praised. It's just luck, summoning a powerful creature," scoffed a cold-looking man nearby. As the second place from Longzhou province with an astounding exam score of 23,000, he looked down on this remote province top score, considering it mere luck due to lack of competition. "That's not quite right," Feng Yi smiled calmly. "Other strong summons are luck, but your awakening of an S-level talent is skill. In my opinion, luck is part of one's strength. Besides, being able to summon a powerful creature willingly speaks to Chen Lin's uniqueness." Just as the argument was about to escalate, a booming voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire academy. "All new students, bring your weapons and equipment, and gather immediately at Skylark Square." The freshman competition started half a month earlier than expected. The man sitting on the sofa adjusted his plain glasses, his expression grave. Feng Yi noticed the change in his expression and asked, "Xiaoyang, how do you know?" In recent years, the number of mutant beasts outside the city has surged, forcing many areas to be designated as restricted zones, Xiaoyang said, looking Feng Yi in the eye. "Countries are doing their best to fend off alien invasions, but they can't spare the manpower to clear out the mutant beasts. If this continues, we'll face internal chaos even before the aliens launch a large-scale attack." Feng Yi frowned. "Are you saying the Academy plans to have us take on the task of clearing out the mutant beasts?" "Exactly," Xiaoyang replied solemnly. "Humanity no longer has the luxury of cultivating talent step by step. Fighting mutant beasts hidden is nothing like the controlled danger of a dungeon, where you can exit whenever you want. The risk of death is extremely high. If you want to develop safely, it's best to keep a low profile in the freshman competition, so the Academy won't force you to clear the mutant beasts." Chen Lin was deep in thought. Was Blue Star really in such a dire situation? He couldn't help but recall scenes from the promotion dungeons, where countless lives perished in disasters, leaving only a few survivors struggling to survive. As he pondered, a proud voice interrupted his thoughts. "Perfect timing. Chen Lin, this time I'll make sure to defeat you and prove that I'm the one worthy of the top spot." Seeing the arrogance in the other person's demeanor, Chen Lin smiled slightly. "All right, let's see who comes out on top. But in the end, I'll be the one who surpasses everyone." He needed to grow stronger quickly, to ensure that his mother and sister wouldn't fall victim to the aliens and mutant beasts. "Hey, don't forget about me," another voice chimed in. "You two better not get overshadowed by me." Watching the 3 of them poised for a showdown, yet showing no fear, Xiaoyang nodded to himself, a faint smile on his lips. At Young Square, new students gathered, holding various weapons and wearing different gear. Amid the bustling crowd, a pair of similar-looking young women stood out, one in a black bodysuit with dark gold armor, looking valiant, and the other in a white robe, appearing delicate and charming. Those twins are still so stunning. Wouldn't it be great to have them both? Are you trying to ride 2 horses at once? Come on, your minds are in the gutter. I have no idea what you're talking about. A few students whispered among themselves from a distance. Soon, a dozen instructors and the head of the academy took the stage. The head sighed, feeling that keeping the truth from the students was too harsh. Those in the top 100 would have to go outside the city to clear mutant beasts, growing quickly under the threat of death. As for the older students, they were mostly expected to participate, as they had at least reached the second transfer and were the main force. The secretary, holding a tablet, announced, "The freshman competition will be held in advance. You will enter a large-scale dungeon of level 2030 Rift Canyon. This competition will determine future resource allocation, with the top 100 receiving rewards of 5,000 to 50,000 academic credits." As soon as these words were spoken, the dungeon gates slowly opened, and a terrifying aura swept across the venue. Many people felt weak in the knees, their lips trembling. "Are you kidding? I haven't even reached my first transfer. How are we supposed to fight this? Strength in numbers. Let's form a team quickly." Chen Lin stood quietly in a corner when Luo Xian jogged over with a short-haired, grayed girl. "Lin, this is my sister, Luo Ning." Chen Lin paused. "Are you trying to get your sister some protection?" "Hello," Luo Ning said timidly, hiding behind her brother, her voice barely audible. Seeing her so shy, Chen Lin smiled. Considering Luo Xian had saved him multiple times from deadly attacks in a disaster dungeon, helping them level up a bit was no problem. "But I have to warn you," Chen Lin said seriously. "Teaming up with me will likely get us a high rank, and that comes with risky mandatory activities." Luo Xian scratched his head and grinned. "No worries, as shield warriors, we always have to be at the forefront, unless we have someone to back us up." "Fair enough." Noticing that Chen Lin chose to team up with two fairly average skilled students, the aloof man furrowed his brow and spoke coldly before entering the scenario. "Don't lose too badly, Chen Lin." Feng Yi smiled faintly. "Chen Lin, I'll be going ahead." Soon, many students began to channel their thoughts to initiate the scenario transfer. Interestingly, in this elite academy filled with the nation's brightest, the vast majority opted to tackle the challenge solo. Chen Lin didn't hesitate much. A flash of white light enveloped the three of them, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Once all students had entered the scenario, a mentor waved his hand to cast a water screen projection spell, and a massive display appeared. Hundreds of scenes switched every few seconds, allowing all mentors to observe each student's performance. However, over 10 screens remained fixed. Those belonged to the top talents from various cities, each with a college entrance exam score of over 15,000 points. Jiang Weiyue's gaze was sharp, locking onto Chen Lin's screen faster than Ji Fei. Why is he bringing two others? She quickly reviewed the profiles of the two students and found their skills quite ordinary. Scoring around 2,000 points in city-level competitions was barely excellent, but in this top academy, it was just average. Teaming up affects the scoring weight. With Chen Lin's ability, he doesn't need teammates. Choosing two burdens, does he think being the top scorer in the province makes him invincible? This is a competition among the top talents from each province, not the college entrance exam. Jiang Weiyue shook her head. He might not even make the top 5 in the freshman competition. He's too overconfident. Many mentors frowned, criticizing Chen Lin's choice. They quickly shifted their focus to the performances of the other two top scorers. A young woman wielding a black spear crackling with dark red lightning swept through the surrounding monsters like a furious dragon. Each strike pierced through entire rows of enemies, the booming noise echoing continuously. Her ferocious combat style drew nods of approval from the mentors present. Her berserk fighting style suits your guidance. Don't focus all your attention on Chen Lin, Jiang Weiyue said to Ji Fei. Ji Fei shook her head. "I use a halberd, but Chen Lin uses a sword. Isn't that even less suited? Or it could be the halberd," Ji Fei said with a mischievous smile, leaving Jiang Weiyue puzzled. The Rift Canyon stretched for hundreds of kilometers, its maze-like passages intricate and complex. The monsters here had short life cycles, but reproduced rapidly and in large numbers. As soon as Chen Lin and his companions stepped in, they heard roars ahead. Without hesitation, Luo Xian raised his large shield, immediately using his taunt skill. Countless blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness, and a horde of monsters swarmed towards them. Luo Ning, tense, quickly cast all her buff skills, her gray eyes glowing with an unusual light. Instantly, the monsters' movement slowed, and the surrounding scenery faded into a gray domain. Perfect time to test my current strength, Chen Lin thought, and a silver butterfly appeared with a flash of white light. It circled him a few times before landing gently on his fingertip. In a moment, a silver glow erupted, covering Chen Lin in silver armor. He made a grasping motion with his right hand, and the Tianquan sword staff appeared. Whoosh! Chen Lin swiftly switched to the celestial sword form, casually tossing his staff to Luo Ning. As the silver battle blade unsheathed, he launched himself into the air, appearing like a bolt of lightning in front of the monsters dozens of meters high. The skill meant for close escapes became his fiercest attack. The celestial sword traced a silver arc in the sky, slicing through the monsters as if they were tofu, cleanly severing them. Chen Lin's figure became a blur, instantly passing through the entire group of creatures. They fell to the ground, eyes wide with shock, unable to react, leaving trails of blood in the air. That was awesome, Lin. Luo Xian shouted excitedly. He finally understood the joy of following a powerful ally. Chen Lin had decimated the monsters before Luo Xian even needed to step in. He recalled his teacher's advice. When you find a strong position after becoming a shield warrior, stick close and follow their lead. Watching this unfold, Luo Ning felt relieved. Her brother's sudden move to taunt and lure the monsters had startled her, but now it seemed her worries were unfounded. Outside the arena, the observing mentors were shocked. With such speed and damage, he's almost on par with some hidden melee professions, one exclaimed. But isn't he a summoner? This doesn't make sense. Even with a perfect first transition, he shouldn't have such melee prowess. Indeed, while there are many summoners nationwide, none have ever been so formidable in close combat. The mentors frowned, until one of them speculated, could it be because of that silver butterfly? It's his second summoned creature. This hypothesis left everyone incredulous. A summon that could transform into a weapon? Unheard of. Could it be a new species? Even the experienced head of the academy was slightly taken aback. She turned to the smug Ji Fei beside her, shaking her head. Already, more than 10 people have surpassed Chen Lin's score. In team scoring, the points are lower, and at this rate, he might become a laughingstock for not living up to his title. Chen Lin is your future son-in-law. How does it benefit you to let him lose face? Ji Fei retorted with her hands on her hips, only to receive a light smack on the back of her head from the head. At your age, have you no sense of decency? He's so young, and you're already talking like this? The head said, exasperated. Mom, haven't you heard the saying a small person pushes a big cart? Ji Fei replied slyly. The head's mouth twitched. She didn't understand what Ji Fei meant, but she knew her daughter's character well enough to know it wasn't anything good. With a sudden burst of strength, Chen Lin crushed the creature beneath him, causing its flesh and blood to explode under the immense pressure. His silver armor was soaked with blood, exuding a terrifying aura. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Lin gained a clear understanding of his own power. The level 20 monsters were no match for him, indicating that he had reached the peak of the second transformation. Even against a third transformation opponent, he was confident in his ability to protect himself. However, as he carefully sensed the colorless domain around him, an unusual feeling crept into his heart. A desire to remain still, even a thought of ending his own life, began to grow. Waves of negative emotions flooded his mind, attempting to break his will. If successful, Chen Lin would be driven to end his life. Fortunately, he easily suppressed these influences. Glancing at his recorder, Chen Lin frowned. A progress of only 120 points was clearly too slow to satisfy his ambition of claiming first place. To gain access to the Academy's resources, both Yin Dai and He Ming required substantial resources to enhance their strength. With this in mind, Chen Lin made a mental command. In an instant, a massive, 24-meter-long, pitch-black demon wolf appeared before him. A deafening roar echoed through the canyon, reverberating within a kilometer radius. This astonishing scene caused Luo Ning, who was seeing He Ming for the first time, to shudder and instinctively hide behind Chen Lin, as if even her brother could be swallowed whole by the beast. He Ming, spare no effort. Annihilate all the monsters. Chen Lin commanded. As you command, my master. He Ming responded mentally. Instantly, a chilling, violent aura erupted from its body, its size swelling to over 100 meters. Black flames rose from its surface, enveloping it completely, making it appear like a harbinger of destruction, daunting and formidable. Choosing a path leading deeper into the canyon, He Ming sprinted forward, vanishing from sight in a flash. Soon, Chen Lin's wrist recorder began signaling the accumulation of points, the numbers climbing at an astonishing rate. At this moment, He Ming, with its natural third transformation strength, could even contend with a fourth transformation opponent when enlarged. Allowing it to sweep through unrestrainedly was far more efficient than advancing with 3 companions. Let's move too, Chen Lin said, opting for a different path to maximize their point-gathering efficiency. In just 2 minutes, He Ming had traveled over 10 kilometers. All the creatures along its path were consumed by the black flames, transforming into black fire snakes that returned to its body. Its size increased gradually, almost imperceptibly to the naked eye. Meanwhile, 5 first transformation students were struggling to fend off a dozen giant spiders in the distance. Don't be afraid, warriors, the female priest anxiously commanded. Hold your ground, don't retreat, I'll heal you. She regretted her earlier decision. During team formation, everyone had claimed to be exceptionally strong, confident of achieving good results in the freshman competition. Yet, once inside the dungeon, they found themselves unable to handle even the weakest monsters. Suddenly, the female priest felt the ground tremble beneath her feet, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat. She looked towards the source of the tremor in horror, only to see a terrifying, 100-meter-long wolf, engulfed in black flames, rushing towards them. Massive rocks were shattered in its path, and several approaching monsters were instantly consumed by the black flames, reduced to ashes. Boom. The intense heat turned the face of the beautiful priestess red as a shadow sped past at incredible speed. It was a massive black wolf, and the gust it stirred made her robes flap wildly. A pitch-black flame engulfed the swarm of giant spiders, silently reducing them to ashes. The remaining flames on the scorched ground seemed to have a life of their own as they flew toward the departing black wolf. The 5 onlookers were left speechless by the scene. The beautiful priestess murmured, so strong, with astonishment in her eyes. Meanwhile, a young girl leaped high into the air, conjuring a dark red thunder dragon in her hands. She swung the lightning down onto a dense cluster of monsters below. Boom. The ground cracked open in an instant, spanning 100 meters wide. The dark red lightning rampaged, obliterating all the monsters. The girl stood at the center of the devastation, casually kicking up a black spear into her hand, a disdainful expression on her face. These weaklings are no match at all. Nearby, Lauren watched her sister's actions with a helpless expression. She thought, I shouldn't have agreed to her mastering the fervent battle intent. The side effects of this 7th-tier skill are too great. Although her power has increased significantly, her personality has become so extreme. Lauren couldn't help but worry, fearing her sister might become abusive in the future. Just as Lauren's thoughts drifted, she suddenly felt a tremor beneath her feet, accompanied by an oppressive, blistering aura. Before she could react, Luo Hongying had already stepped forward with a serious expression. Her fierce gaze erupted with intense battle intent as dark red lightning surged around the black spear. Facing the charging black flame wolf, Luo Hongying felt a tremor in her mind at the sight of its vertical pupils, and fear began to spread. However, she quickly broke into a maniacal smile. Ha ha ha, now this is interesting. This is interesting. Seeing this, Lauren skillfully cast several power-boosting and protective spells on her sister. With these enhancements, Luo Hongying's combat strength doubled, reaching a new level. Already capable of fighting above her rank, she was now even more formidable, with the strength to challenge a third-turn boss. A dark red thunder dragon, several meters long, formed from the black spear, unleashing a roar that shook the air. Boom. The two sides collided fiercely, and a powerful shockwave spread in all directions. However, when Luo Hongying saw the black wolf enveloped in golden light, unharmed, her expression froze. The battle intent in her eyes vanished, replaced by disbelief. This strike was at the power of a third turn. How can it be completely unscathed? She thought in shock. Hyming coldly regarded the human who attacked it without reason, its claws striking out in an instant. Crack! Under the impact of 840 points of terrifying power, 3 layers of protective barriers shattered. Luo Hongying hurriedly raised her black spear to block, but she was still sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily to the ground, the black spear landing beside her. Lauren's expression changed drastically at the sight, and she immediately used her innate skill. With hands clasped, a sacred apparition, several meters tall, slowly appeared. It was a perfect-faced angel, with 3 pairs of pure white wings and golden markings between its brows. Here now, the 6th Holy Guardian Angel, descend. SS Talent Angel's Blessing. A golden barrier rose instantly, enveloping the sisters. Lauren felt her mental energy draining rapidly, like water from a broken barrel. She urgently called out, Sister, retreat quickly. Before she could finish, the approaching Hyming had already raised its claws, black light glimmering. In an instant, the golden barrier was torn to shreds. It cast a cold glance at the two of them and simply walked past, ignoring them entirely. This scene left Lauren and the struggling to rise Luo Hongying dumbfounded. Outside, there was a hush. All the mentors, including the head of the academy and several senior students observing the new recruits, were silent, the air so still that a pin drop could be heard. Someone couldn't help but ask quietly, is this really the strength of a summoner just days into their profession? Hearing this, everyone finally snapped back to reality, collectively gasping. Terrifying, this strength is far beyond the 2nd turn. Is this even human? Amazing, amazing. When I first saw his summon, I thought, can something of this size really be under level 20? I'd believe it if you said it was level 40. With such a summon, you could conquer the world. Seeing this extraordinary display of power, everyone couldn't help but think of a few words. Invincible among peers, a contemporary prodigy. This is a title reserved for those with awakened SS level talent. Su Qingqing was visibly excited, having come specifically to see Chen Lin's performance. Girls, I have his student ID. I have him as a friend. Really? Show us, the others eagerly pressed. Seeing Ji Fei's face filled with pride, her smile blooming like a flower, Jiang Wuyue was deeply shaken. How could she have hit such an improbable chance? Why did it turn out this way? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Wuyue's mind. Could she really be a genius? Luo Hongying's twins, both possessing S-level talents and hidden professions, were considered top geniuses in the entire Great Xia. Yet, They were so easily crushed by Chen Lin's summoned creature? Jiang Weiyue found it hard to believe. But the only reasonable explanation seemed to be that Chen Lin's summoned creature was a top-tier one, with its level or higher talent, and it was growth-oriented. Its potential was nearly on par with that of a prodigy who had awakened an SS-level talent. This meant Ji Fei might not only avoid punishment, but could actually be rewarded. Chen Lin, with the strength of this summoned creature, was fully entitled to enjoy the resources meant for two top scorers. Reflecting on the words he had previously spoken, Jiang Wuyue's expression was complex. Over the next 10 hours, He Ming didn't stop for a moment, traversing hundreds of kilometers in the canyon, slaying tens of thousands of monsters. It even took down 3 third-tier bosses. As the battles continued, He Ming's size grew to 33 meters, with its attributes increasing by 27 points. Although more energy was required for growth as time went on, once attributes reached 100, each additional point had a more significant effect than before. This was a qualitative change in attributes, akin to stepping into a new level of power. The rate of evolution value acquisition also slowed, with the tens of thousands of monsters providing only 200 points, leaving 1,300 needed for the next evolution. Despite this, Chen Lin was not dissatisfied. After all, this was the harvest of just half a day, still an impressive improvement. It was just slower compared to before, but that was to be expected. The path ahead naturally became more challenging as one progressed, and no one was exempt. Lin, brother Lin, we just leveled up 6 times, 6 levels. Luo Xian said excitedly. This was his first time experiencing such an easy leveling process. Previously, he had to be extremely cautious, with his parents taking him into the wild to find weak mutant beasts to kill. This time, he didn't exert any effort. All the credit went to Chen Lin. Luo Ning, although silent, showed emotions in her gray eyes beyond nervousness and fear, clearly also surprised by this experience. Chen Lin smiled, glanced at the recorder, and found that his points had reached 34,000. He silently communicated with his summoned creature through thought, and instantly, the silver armor vanished, transforming into a silver disc that hovered on his shoulder. Not far away, He Ming lay exhausted on the ground. It had just completed a full round of slaughter, finally returning to Chen Lin. 10 hours of high-intensity combat had left it utterly spent, its limbs unable to support it. If not for its high physical attributes significantly enhancing its endurance, it wouldn't have been able to withstand such prolonged gigantification. Brother Lin, is it all right? Luo Xian looked at He Ming with a hint of worry and sympathy in his voice. Chen Lin shook his head, casting a healing spell on He Ming, and reassured. It's nothing serious. Soon, the instance's time limit was up, and a white light enveloped the three, transporting them back to Skylark Square. Instantly, countless gazes of awe and admiration turned toward them, but Chen Lin's expression remained calm. Many students around looked disheveled, especially one cold-faced young man, who pounded the ground in humiliation. Despite giving his all, he was casually swatted into serious injury by a black giant wolf. That blow not only sent him flying, but shattered his pride completely. All right, let me announce the leaderboard of all students. The principal's secretary announced loudly, operating a few controls before projecting a holographic screen into the air. First place, Chen Lin, 34,500 points. Hearing this result, all the freshmen looked at Chen Lin with envy. The cold-faced young man widened his eyes in disbelief, unwilling to accept it. He immediately looked at the holographic screen, only to see Chen Lin's points far ahead, creating a chasm-like gap with the second place. The second was Feng Yi, with only 13,000 points. This is impossible, the cold-faced young man exclaimed incredulously, thinking there must be an error with the scoreboard. Not only him, but many others also found this result astonishing. Chen Lin's points were outrageously high, but why were everyone else's points, including those of the 2 top scorers, so low? Seemingly noticing everyone's confusion, the secretary explained, the black giant wolf you encountered was Chen Lin's summoned creature. Many of you tried to block it and ended up being seriously injured with a single swipe, which caused significant delays, resulting in such a large disparity. Hearing this explanation, everyone's gaze turned to Chen Lin in shock again. Since He Ming had swept through almost the entire canyon, most people had encountered it. However, let alone stop it, they didn't dare to make a move. Only a few top geniuses, extremely confident in their abilities, attempted to defeat this boss. However, the outcome was clear. They were all swatted to the ground with a single paw, unable to move. At this moment, a dozen students glared at Chen Lin through gritted teeth. They were the unfortunate victims. Chen Lin's summoned creature not only took their points, but also dealt a severe blow to their self-esteem. This exam was nothing short of a nightmare for them. Feng Ye's face was filled with disbelief as he questioned his second-place ranking. Looking around, he saw at least 3 competitors who were clearly stronger than him, and logically, he shouldn't have been ranked second. Feng Yi had initially estimated he might make it into the top 10 at most, and now he couldn't help but wonder if others were putting on a show. This thought sent chills down his spine, leaving him numb. However, upon hearing the explanation, Feng Yi immediately understood the reason. He had also encountered the giant black wolf, but between the arrogance of a genius and the danger, he decisively chose the latter and turned to flee. This wise decision spared him from disaster and allowed him to continue accumulating points. Thinking about this, Feng Yi looked at Chen Lin with gratitude in his eyes. Brother, you're amazing, taking down all my competitors, he silently praised. Meanwhile, Lolin noticed her sister, Luo Yunin, staring at Chen Lin without disguise and quickly advised, Sister, it was our fault for acting without understanding the situation. We can't blame him. I know. Luo Yunin nodded, withdrawing her gaze. Seeing this, Lolin breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to make enemies over a misunderstanding, especially with someone so powerful. The summoned creature had easily torn apart the angelic shadow protecting her, leaving a deep impression on Lolin. On the platform, the secretary of the prefect announced, the freshman competition is now over. The rankings on the list will determine your class assignments tomorrow. Credit rewards will be credited to your student ID before 9 o'clock. You are free to leave. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately headed towards the cafeteria and dormitories in groups. After a 10-hour competition, they were exhausted and hungry. Some injured lone wolf students received treatment from senior priestesses. Su Qingqing jogged over, smiling as she invited. Junior Chen Lin, shall I take you to the cafeteria? Or how about my dorm? I'm quite a good cook. No thanks. I have friends. Chen Lin shook his head. Su Qingqing wasn't disappointed, as she hadn't expected Chen Lin to agree. Then let's go to the cafeteria. The food at our Skylark Academy is excellent, with plenty of mutated beast meat to fill you up. I'm in. Feng Yi quickly chimed in. Being dorm mates, Chen Lin thought for a moment and didn't refuse. An hour later, a well-fed Chen Lin returned to his private suite. As he entered, he noticed the aloof man looking slightly awkward. After a moment of struggle, the man took a deep breath and said, Something was delivered for you earlier. It's the second batch of material resources. Since you weren't here, I moved it to your room. Chen Lin was momentarily surprised, then smiled. Okay, thank you. The aloof man turned his face slightly, muttering, You're welcome. Suddenly, Feng Yi jumped out from behind Chen Lin, laughing loudly. Ha, Li Zhongfeng, you're so funny like this. Li Zhongfeng's veins bulged as he silently retrieved a tumter-long broadsword from his ring. He had intended to change his usual demeanor, but watching Feng Yi laugh non-stop, he felt dissatisfied without swinging his sword. Chen Lin quietly stepped aside and headed directly to his room on the second floor. Behind him, he heard Feng Ye's pig-like cries. Oh no, Chen Lin, don't go, help me. Then the living room fell into an eerie silence. In his room, Chen Lin opened the black box and found that this batch contained even more rare metal stones than the first. It seemed the academy had mobilized all available resources. Each piece of armor and weapon would see significant improvement with just one rare metal stone. If given to a forger, only a few pieces would be needed to create superior equipment. Cultivating the silver disc was indeed costly, but the benefits outweighed the costs. As long as the silver disc was infused with enough metal stones, even the black underworld would struggle to breach its defense. It might even gain various traits, making Chen Lin not only invincible in defense, but also exceptionally powerful in combat. He didn't intend to be just a powerless summoner, as such a weakness was too obvious. Once targeted, many methods could easily eliminate him. Chen Lin had read some experience notes, and all strong summoners who reached the fifth transformation would change their combat style on the front lines, commanding their summoned creatures from the back, without daring to expose themselves. There was once a 7th transformation summoner who was instantly killed by a level 50 alien using bizarre means during a chaotic battle. Therefore, developing the silver disc as protective armor was essential. Otherwise, when facing various aliens in the future, Chen Lin would be forced to hide like a turtle. In just a few minutes, the golden stones had completely fused with the silver disc. Chen Lin looked at the new weapon with satisfaction. Its hardness had reached an astonishing level, impervious even to attacks within the 3rd tier. Moreover, its weight had increased to an impressive 13 tons. Chen Lin clenched his fist, feeling the synergy of power and weight. He knew that now, with a single punch, he could shatter the hardest ground. Even more exciting was the weapon's newly acquired sharpness trait, which enhanced its destructive power exponentially rather than merely adding to it. While Chen Lin was basking in the joy of this enhancement, a notification sound came from the specialized device on his desk. He glanced down to see that the first-year reward of 50,000 credits had been deposited. After a brief contemplation, Chen Lin decided not to purchase more rare golden stones. He understood the importance of not overly relying on the academy's resources. Rare golden stones were in demand by all students, and the allocation he received was already at its limit. Although his potential might prompt the academy to prioritize his requests, it would create a monopoly, which would be unfair to others. His previous life of seclusion had instilled in Chen Lin a habit of considering others. As he opened the product list, an array of treasures caught his eye. There was the Herculean fruit, which directly increased attributes by 5 points, though only effective for the first two uses, and the yuan gang fruit, which could enhance the hardness of any part of the body. Chen Lin's thoughts drifted to the broader world. Since the game had become reality, the size of Blue Star had expanded hundreds of times, and its landscapes had drastically changed. Most areas had become inaccessible to humans, with survival spaces being increasingly encroached upon by mutant beasts. Beyond the frontiers, otherworldly races watched intently, with their powerful members already refining other planets to create suitable environments for their species to thrive and grow stronger. These otherworldly races continued to deploy forces to Blue Star, slowly consuming human territories and encircling humanity from all sides. The primary motive was to covet Blue Star's abundant resources, aiming to dominate them. A sense of urgency ignited within Chen Lin. He knew that if the vast number of mutant beasts went unchecked, internal chaos would ensue among humans. At such a time, the watchful otherworldly races would seize the opportunity, launching an all-out assault. It was crucial to enhance his strength before that happened, to contribute his part to humanity's survival. With determination in his eyes, Chen Lin carefully selected several batches of fruit resources, spending all his credits in an instant. He arranged for them to be delivered to the training room, a space designed for honing skills and testing power, with an impressively vast area. It wasn't long before the black-clad man he had met before arrived swiftly, respectfully handing over the items to Chen Lin. Curious about the capacity of the small, specially made black box in his hands, Chen Lin chose a training room, entered, and closed the door behind him to shut out any distractions. Upon opening the box, Chen Lin was surprised to find a space of 10 square meters inside. He immediately realized it utilized the same principle as the ring, crafted with space-expanding crystals by skilled forgers. He emptied its contents and summoned Hyming. Chen Lin knew that as long as it was organic, Greedy Glutton could convert it into energy. After communicating with Hyming through thought, it nodded in understanding. Hyming drew forth black flames, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, consuming all the resources completely. Chen Lin was amazed at Hyming's refined control over the flames. Soon, he felt surges of warmth coursing through his body, strengthening every muscle and bone, bringing a sense of comfort. Simultaneously, Hyming's form grew slowly but steadily. Within minutes, it had reached a height of 40 meters, its head brushing against the ceiling of the training room. Checking his attribute panel, Chen Lin noticed significant improvements in his stats. Strength, 254, 275. Constitution, 267, 288. Agility, 260, 281. Magic, 238, 259. Upon reaching a mid-tier summoning level, Hyming's attribute gains per level had doubled. The Rift Canyon upgrade had increased its level by 6, resulting in a 60-point attribute boost for Chen Lin. Achieving over 250 points in all attributes during the second tier was unprecedented, even for top-tier summoned creatures under normal circumstances. Not to mention the enlarged Hyming, which could dominate everything, becoming the uncontested ruler among its peers. Hyming's greatest advantage was its extraordinary attribute values. Any opponent slightly inferior would be utterly crushed by it. This overwhelming power was intimidating, making even the top talents seem insignificant. They often needed various skills and ultimate moves to fight above their level, whereas Hyming's regular attacks were akin to ultimate moves. Under normal conditions, Hyming was already invincible among its peers. Once in its burst form, it could even leap a major tier, effortlessly overpowering foes. The pressure it exerted was suffocating. Chen Lin softly uttered a command, pulling up his personal panel to review his attributes. Strength, 138. Constitution, 107. Agility, 109. Spirit, 194. Since advancing to the Summoner Swordsman profession, each level up added an extra 5 points to strength. This completely transformed the traditional summoner role, from a fragile mage focusing solely on spirit and hiding at the back, to an offensive class capable of charging into battle. The next morning, a group message welcoming students to the class jolted Chen Lin from his sleep. After quickly getting ready, he headed downstairs and saw 3 familiar figures waiting for him. Feng Yi, clutching his still aching right arm, complained, "Today is the official start of school. How could you wake up so late?" Chen Lin smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "I'm used to it." He glanced at Feng Ye's arm. "Why don't you get that injury treated by a healer?" Li Zhongfeng interjected coldly. "If he dares to go, I wouldn't mind giving him another cut." At this, Feng Yi shivered and looked to Chen Lin for help. Chen Lin ignored him and instead asked, "Which class were you assigned to?" "We're all in class 1. You should be 2, right?" Chao Yang answered. Chen Lin nodded in confirmation, and the 4 of them set off together. They hadn't gone far when they encountered Luo Xian waiting by the roadside, accompanied by a timid Luo Ning. Today, Luo Ning was dressed in a pure white top with a bow tie ribbon at the chest and a short skirt, looking both delicate and adorable. Her gray eyes darted around nervously. Upon seeing her, Feng Yi seemed to forget his arm pain. immediately straightening up and trying to appear serious. This display earned a look of disdain from Li Zhongfeng. "Are you guys in class 1 too?" Chen Lin inquired. Both nodded eagerly, Luo Xian's face full of relief, as if he had been worried about this all night. Haha, it's great to be in the same class as Ling. The six of them walked together and soon found their classroom. As they entered, they attracted quite a bit of attention. Clearly, Chen Lin's feat of single-handedly defeating several top new students the day before was still fresh in everyone's minds. Chen Lin paid no heed to the attention, casually choosing a seat by the window in the back row, with the others following suit. As the students gradually filled the room, two extremely beautiful twins entered. Luo Yunin immediately spotted Chen Lin and, pulling her sister along, headed straight to sit in front of him. This drew envious glances from many, as the twins were not only beautiful but also strong, ranking third among the new students and already well known. Seeing this, Feng Yi was filled with envy. Chen Lin really has a lot of charm. He felt lucky to have snagged a seat next to Chen Lin, lest he missed the chance for some prime company. As everyone was lost in their own thoughts, a tall, elegantly featured woman entered the classroom. She surveyed the room and said directly, "I'm Ji Fei, your homeroom teacher. But try not to bother me with things. I can't be bothered to deal with them." She then pointed at Chen Lin. "You're the strongest, so you'll be the class monitor. Handle their issues. If you don't understand something, come ask me." Chen Lin was taken aback by the casual assignment of the role and quickly expressed his reluctance. "I refuse." Clearly, he wasn't fond of dealing with trivial matters. Luo Yunin immediately stood up and volunteered. "I'll be the class monitor, Teacher Ji." "Fine, it's yours," Ji Fei agreed indifferently. The others had no objections, as aside from Chen Lin, Luo Yunin was undoubtedly the strongest in the class. As for Feng Yi, who was nominally ranked second, everyone knew his ranking was quite inflated. Ji Fei put away her indifferent demeanor, her expression turning serious as she spoke gravely. "You are all geniuses from various provinces, and you've worked hard to get into this academy for better resources and stable development in the dungeons. However, I'm afraid the situation has changed drastically. The alien races, after decades of planning, have gained a significant advantage. Our front line is in a precarious situation." Ji Fei's voice echoed through the classroom like a thunderclap, shattering the calm atmosphere. "Perhaps it won't be long before they launch a full-scale attack and break through our defenses." The students' expressions instantly shifted to disbelief, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Images of the current societal operations flashed through their minds: bustling streets, fully stocked store shelves, and even thriving entertainment activities. The media reported daily on improving conditions, urging the public to live in peace. Online, there was nothing but harmony, with no adverse news emerging. But now, Ji Fei suddenly declared that disaster was looming? This stark contrast plunged everyone into deep thought. Noticing the students' astonishment, Ji Fei slowly spoke. "Aren't you curious why you hardly ever see anyone above the fourth transition in society? Even the military, which guards entire provinces, has its strongest at only the fourth transition." These words awakened the group from their daze, prompting them to recall what they had seen and heard in the past. Indeed, those at the fifth transition, a mid-level strength, were nearly absent in everyday life. In theory, ordinary professionals, given enough time and opportunities in dungeons, should be able to reach the fifth transition. While not commonplace, they shouldn't be so rare. Suddenly, a frightening thought emerged in the students' minds. Could it be that the elite graduates from top institutions, with at least fourth transition strength, were selflessly heading to the front lines, ensuring peace at home? The classroom fell into a prolonged silence, each person digesting this startling truth. Many had assumed that breaking through in their profession was difficult due to a lack of dungeon resources or limited personal potential. Of course, some students from prominent families, whose parents were already fifth or sixth transition fighters, knew a bit more. But such potentially panic-inducing information was naturally forbidden from spreading by governments worldwide, leaving most people from ordinary backgrounds completely unaware of the reality. Ji Fei continued to reveal the urgent situation. Currently, the scale of the mutant beasts is rapidly expanding. If not curbed, they might revolt again like they did years ago, invading cities. At that time, the front lines will have to call back many strong fighters for support. Her gaze swept over every student, her tone growing more serious. If the other races discover this weakness, they will undoubtedly launch a preemptive strike. Therefore, it's time for us to step up. Ji Fei took a deep breath and announced the nation's decision. All academies must send their best candidates to military bases to participate in the reduction of mutant beasts. Of course, if you've already reached the first transition, you can apply to join as well. These words hit each student like a heavy blow. They realized that their comfortable campus life was about to end, and the real challenge was just beginning. Now, those who volunteer to go to the military base to reduce the number of mutated beasts, stand up. Ji Fei's voice was like a thunderclap, echoing through the classroom. As soon as she finished speaking, the sounds of chairs being pushed back filled the room, creating a sudden symphony of movement. Chen Lin and his three companions, already privy to inside information from Chao Yang, stood up without hesitation. Their synchronized actions seemed rehearsed. Luo Xian and Luo Ning followed suit, their eyes glowing with determination. At that moment, Luo Xian finally understood the meaning behind Chen Lin's earlier words. In the front row, the sisters Luo Yunin and Luo Lan quickly rose to their feet. Although Luo Lan felt a bit helpless, years of understanding told her that her sister would undoubtedly choose to go. Their movements were almost simultaneous, as if they were of one mind. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became tense and heavy. After a brief struggle, some students also stood up, their eyes revealing determination mixed with apprehension. For them, battling mutated beasts was inevitable. Now they were merely facing it sooner. Gradually, only half the students remained seated, their expressions complex, filled with hesitation and fear. The unknown territory outside the city had a much higher death rate than the familiar world of their training. Without the safety net of an exit button, their confidence seemed particularly fragile. Ji Fei's lips curled into a slight smile. Having half the students volunteer exceeded her expectations. All right, everyone, let's head to the military base. Her voice carried a hint of satisfaction. A chubby student still seated widened his eyes, his voice trembling. Wait, do we have to go too? Ji Fei calmly explained. Yes, everyone in this class is among the top freshmen, the elite of the academy, so naturally, you need to go. The reason for announcing it now is that the military plans to prioritize those who volunteer. The fear on the chubby student's face became more pronounced as he stammered. Can I not go? Recalling the terrifying near-death experience at Rift Valley, he trembled, unwilling to face such fear again. Ji Fei expressionlessly countered. If we all refuse to go, should we expect the civilian professionals or ordinary people to go instead? Her words struck a chord in everyone's heart. The students who remained seated fell silent, the air heavy with tension. If you truly can't muster the courage, there's a second option: leave Lark Academy. As soon as Ji Fei finished speaking, about half of the 20 or so hesitant students stood up. Their actions were tentative, but their eyes showed resolve. Ji Fei didn't pressure them further. Even after 4 years of training, many graduates still chose not to go to the front lines. Of course, this choice meant losing opportunities to level up by defeating beasts in the wild, leaving their progress stagnant. Let's go. Ji Fei led the group out of the classroom towards the academy's exit. Outside, dozens of military transport trucks were lined up, soldiers waiting solemnly. It wasn't just their class, numerous senior students were also boarding the trucks. A soldier jogged over, saluting Ji Fei. Captain Ji. Feng Yi, following behind, asked in surprise. Instructor Ji, you have a military rank? Ji Fei nodded, explaining, before becoming an instructor, I helped with eliminating mutated beasts at the military base. All right, get on the trucks. Yes. The group responded in unison, their voices carrying both tension and anticipation. As all the students boarded the military trucks, the once lively Lark Academy became eerily quiet. The headmaster stood at a distance, watching the convoy's engines roar to life, his face etched with worry. This time, not only the students but also the teachers were heading out, underscoring the gravity of the situation. If they couldn't significantly reduce the number of mutated beasts and prevent their uprising, humanity would face an internal collapse. The headmaster sighed deeply, murmuring to himself, alas, facing life and death, I hope they all survive. Standing beside him, the secretary softly reassured, they will. Her gentle voice carried a firm conviction, as if praying for the students about to face a severe trial. A convoy of heavy military trucks rolled out of the city, heading towards the horizon. Passers-by stopped and stared in curiosity and surprise, with many pulling out their phones to snap photos and share them on social media. Where are they going? It seems like they came from the direction of Lark Academy. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Inside one of the trucks, a light flickered on, illuminating the faces of young men and women who had just graduated from high school. Their expressions varied from excitement to nervousness. Ji Fei, flipping through some documents, cleared her throat and said, our destination is the Hengshan military base, 900 kilometers west of Zhongtian City. Ahead lies the Balian mountain range, stretching thousands of kilometers in diameter. Tianqi's reconnaissance shows tens of thousands of mutated beasts ranging from level 10 to 30 just on the outskirts. Deeper in, there are level 40 to 50 beasts in equally staggering numbers. Your task is to clear the outskirts, but do not venture further. The trainees gasped, exchanging uneasy glances. Feng Yi couldn't help but ask, can't we use annihilation weapons? If the beasts are clustered together, one strike could take out a huge number. He recalled the powerful new weapons rumored to destroy anything below the 9th rank with a single shot, covering an extensive area. Ji Fei shook her head and explained, most of the heavy weaponry has been dispatched to the front lines. As for annihilation weapons, they're primarily a deterrent against other races. They hold more power as a threat than in actual use. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't send you. students yet to graduate, on such a dangerous mission. She paused before continuing. Currently, the front lines are leveraging technological advantages to exchange fewer resources for greater gains in localized battles, barely holding off attacks from multiple alien races. However, the situation has changed recently, with the aliens launching fierce assaults from various directions, day and night. The front line is stretched thin, leaving this task of clearing the mutated beasts to you. After 8 or 9 hours, the convoy came to a halt. The heavy steel doors slowly opened, and the trainees filed out. In the distance, the rolling mountains were bathed in the blood-red hue of the sunset. A unit of soldiers in black combat uniforms stood in formation, ready for action. Trainees from other cities began arriving, though noticeably fewer in number than those from Lark Academy. The soldiers saluted sharply, prompting the trainees to straighten up. A fourth-rank officer approached and engaged in a quiet conversation with Ji Fei and the other instructors. While waiting, Feng Yi surveyed the surroundings and whispered to Chen Lin. Most of them are non-combat professions. Their upgrades don't even boost attributes. And there are some ordinary folks here too. But their guns are impressive, with barrels as thick as 2 fingers. They look powerful. I wonder if they could take me out. Chen Lin was intrigued. Want to give it a try? Sure. Li Zhongfeng's eyes lit up. Feng Yi, go borrow a gun, and I'll shoot you. Feng Yi was taken aback. He had been joking, but it seemed everyone took him seriously. Ji Fei strode forward, her gaze sharp as she commanded the class. Everyone, follow me to the mission allocation point. As soon as she spoke, the group immediately followed her, their eyes darting around, greedily taking in their surroundings. The military base was grand and expansive, with imposing turrets standing tall, forming an unbreakable line of defense. Inside the base, soldiers bustled about like ants, transporting supplies back and forth in preparation for the upcoming mutant beast clearing operation. Before long, 30 or so new students, along with many senior students and participants from other academies, gathered in a large crowd at the mission allocation point. The waiting female soldiers sprang into action, distributing black smart wristbands to everyone present. Chen Lin received his wristband and examined the familiar-looking device closely. Its appearance was similar to the recorder used during the college entrance exams, but its functions had been significantly enhanced. In addition to task and map functions, it now featured a prominent rescue icon. With a simple tap, the military base could be immediately alerted to send out rescue personnel, and nearby individuals would receive a distress signal, allowing them to arrive quickly to assist. This feature greatly reduced the risk of fatalities. Please enter your student ID. The smart wristband's ethereal voice interrupted Chen Lin's thoughts. He quickly tapped on the enlarged numeric keypad and soon completed the verification. Welcome, number 21 is pleased to serve you. The wristband continued. For this mutant beast clearing operation, each participant must accept and complete at least one task today. You have not yet met today's requirement, so please proceed to the mission allocation point to select and complete a task. Starting right now? Chen Lin muttered to himself as he approached the screen displaying numerous tasks, scrutinizing them carefully. He ignored the challenging tasks requiring 4th or 5th tier capabilities. Although his full power could reach the 4th tier, this was just an estimate and not entirely reliable. Encountering a level 40 mutant beast beyond expectations deep in the mountains could have dire consequences. For safety's sake, it was more prudent to choose a few ordinary tasks requiring 3rd-tier capabilities, which had a more manageable difficulty range. Suddenly, Chen Lin felt eyes on his back. He turned quickly to find Luo Xian and Luo Ning, who had been following him, looking at him with anticipation and pleading in their eyes. As support-type participants, they needed to team up with someone. Otherwise, they would be helpless alone in the wilderness. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Lin shook his head and declined. The tasks I'm planning to take on are too difficult for you. Hearing this, Luo Xian's face fell with disappointment. But when he saw the tasks requiring 3rd-tier capabilities in the direction Chen Lin pointed, he was taken aback. At that level, they indeed couldn't offer much help. Luo Xian hadn't expected Chen Lin to take on such high-difficulty tasks immediately after arriving outside the city, without needing any time to adapt. He couldn't help but remind him. Be careful out there, Lin. Yeah, Chen Lin nodded in agreement, then turned to Feng Yi, who was giving him a frantic look, and smiled. Although I can't team up with you, it seems someone else is willing. Thanks, buddy. Feng Yi was nearly moved to tears, gripping Chen Lin's right hand tightly, his eyes full of gratitude. Luo Xian and Luo Ning didn't hesitate and decided to follow their leader's suggestion. The three quickly formed a team, and Feng Yi began inviting others to join. Hey, Zhongfeng, the wild is full of dangers, and unexpected things can happen at any time. Why don't we look out for each other? Feng Yi invited warmly. Get lost, Li Zhongfeng replied dismissively, glancing sideways before leaving with a female classmate who was also a support type. Chao Yang. Feng Yi started, only to be cut off by Chao Yang. You're a hidden class, don't be so timid. You can handle a 4-person team just fine. Worst case, hit the rescue button. If we're nearby, we'll come to collect your remains. Feng Yi suddenly felt surrounded by malice, weighing him down. Unable to recruit his powerful roommate, he was left to find other less reliable classmates. Meanwhile, Chen Lin had already selected 3 tasks: to clear out the rampaging black ape, the double-fanged tiger, and the blood-scaled crocodile located 200 kilometers away. These targets were relatively close to each other, forming a V shape on the map, which would effectively save travel time. The location data of all the mutated beasts come from miniature drones meticulously modified by formation masters. These machines, equipped with the Eye of Observation, conduct a carpet search across the mountains within a 5-kilometer visual range, providing real-time updates on each mutated beast's movements. Since these dangerous creatures have a strong territorial instinct and rarely stray far from their domains, the hunting operation becomes more manageable. The military base has thoroughly prepared for this clearance operation. Each participant is equipped with 3 high-explosive grenades and 7 specially designed armor-piercing bullets. These weapons, made from special materials, are capable of inflicting lethal damage on mutated beasts around level 20. Of course, hitting the target depends entirely on one's skill. Chen Lin wasn't confident in his shooting skills, but his punches now had more power than the armor-piercing bullets. Out of curiosity, he collected 3 high-explosive grenades and prepared to set off. A female soldier on the platform watched the lone departing teenager with a hint of surprise in her eyes. These were tasks that required a 3rd-tier strength to complete safely, yet the person in front of her looked like a freshman. Even 2nd and 3rd-year students, who were over level 30, usually only dared to take on 2nd-tier tasks with great caution. After all, encountering deadly danger outside the city leaves no room for retreat. Everyone needs to gradually adapt. But this level 16 summoner, whose combat power wasn't outstanding, wouldn't he be in trouble? Worry appeared on the female soldier's face. Chen Lin walked to the armored vehicle to apply for its use, then started the engine and roared out. He didn't summon He Ming for the journey, as it needed to stay fully charged to deal with the most powerful blood-scale crocodile. More importantly, unexpected incidents could occur outside the city at any time. If they were suddenly surrounded by multiple mutated beasts and He Ming became exhausted, they would be in danger. 2 hours later, Chen Lin had driven over 100 kilometers on a rough, uneven road. He was attacked by mutated beasts several times along the way, but he skillfully evaded them with a slick drift and floored the accelerator to speed away. As a dense, dark forest appeared ahead, Chen Lin hit the brakes. At this point, for mutated beasts around level 10 were still in hot pursuit. Do you really want to be reborn? He sighed softly, and with a flash of silver light, his battle armor formed around him. He dashed out and swiftly broke their bodies with a few punches, then deftly extracted the red crystals from their flesh. Since Silver Butterfly currently couldn't transform into a larger form, the battle armor's size was its limit, which was why Chen Lin didn't use it as a vehicle. At this moment, his smart wristband suddenly asked, "Would you like Unit 21 to activate the light mode to guide you forward? It has this function." Chen Lin immediately agreed. Instantly, a bright white light emanated from the edge of the wristband, illuminating an area of several meters around him. Without hesitation, he charged into the dark forest. In the command center, everyone's expressions turned serious. Through a nearby miniature drone, they noticed that Chen Lin's path had diverged from the safe zone. Ahead is the area for mutated beasts over level 30. Why hasn't he stopped? Check what task he's taken. A middle-aged man in a major general's uniform, Yang Xiao, said sternly. The woman monitoring the screens quickly operated the controls and then reported in shock. Eliminate the level 33 rampaging black ape, the level 36 twin-toothed giant tiger, and the level 39 bloodscale crocodile. These tasks require 3rd-tier strength, and the last one even approaches 4th-tier difficulty. Are they crazy? Yang Xiao rubbed his temples, glancing at the list of names from various teachers, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was this the most formidable freshman from Lark Academy this year? At level 16, he dared to take on tasks beyond 2 major tiers of his own strength. It's known that mutated beasts, like humans, have innate talents and are generally more ferocious than dungeon monsters. While others choose targets weaker than themselves, he directly challenges mutated beasts over 20 levels higher. This is practically a death wish. However, seeing Chen Lin on the key concern list, Yang Xiao ultimately set aside his objections. Talents like him, who step forward despite knowing the danger, are unlikely to betray humanity. Even if he's a bit stubborn, he can't be ignored. He immediately ordered 4 armed helicopters to move closer to Chen Lin's position. If danger is detected, they are to conduct a rescue operation without waiting for a distress call. Watching the figure clad in silver armor rapidly traversing the mountains on the screen, Yang Xiao let out a long sigh. Compared to other bases, it seemed their Hongduan base might fall behind this time. Eerie sounds occasionally echoed from the distance, breaking the night silence. Chen Lin could unleash his full power to cover over 20 kilometers in 10 minutes, but he cautiously slowed his pace to avoid unforeseen dangers. Suddenly, his smart wrist device emitted a sharp alarm. Warning: you have entered the territory of the target, the berserk black ape. No sooner had the warning sounded than a giant green snake lunged out of the darkness. It crashed through the obstructing bushes, charging at Chen Lin. The snake's body was astonishingly thick, around 4 meters in diameter, and its length was seemingly endless. With a maw full of razor-sharp fangs, it viciously lunged at Chen Lin, as if intent on swallowing him whole. Chen Lin reacted with lightning speed, grabbing the snake's fangs with both hands. The immense impact forced him to take a few steps back, but he quickly regained his footing and exerted tremendous force. With inhuman strength and the support of 13 tons of weight, the snake's fangs cracked and shattered. Hiss! The giant snake roared in pain. In that split second, 2 high-explosive grenades appeared in Chen Lin's hands. He swiftly triggered them and accurately threw them into the snake's mouth, pressing down hard on its upper jaw. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions erupted deep within the snake's throat, sending flesh flying and black smoke billowing from its mouth. However, this nearly 30-level mutant beast had a tenacious life force and natural defensive abilities, preventing it from dying instantly. Chen Lin remained expressionless, his actions fluid and seamless. He gave the snake no chance to recover, clenching his fist and striking it fiercely. The snake let out a piercing screech, a flicker of fear crossing its cold eyes. Realizing it was outmatched, it attempted to flee. However, its massive body became its own burden. Chen Lin easily grabbed the snake's body and slowly dragged it back. The snake panicked, struggling wildly, its enormous body causing the ground to tremble continuously, but all in vain. As Chen Lin's fist descended again toward its head, the snake's eyes showed deep fear, and it resisted even more desperately. Yet with a resounding boom, its head became a bloody mess, its skull collapsing and shattering. Chen Lin didn't stop, delivering punch after punch relentlessly. As the snake's struggles gradually weakened and finally ceased entirely, he still felt it wasn't enough. Remembering tales of snakes living for a while even after decapitation, especially such a mutant beast, Chen Lin grabbed the snake's lower jaw with both hands and tore it apart for several meters. This gruesome scene was clearly transmitted back to the command center via a drone, leaving everyone in stunned silence. He's incredible. He's only level 16, yet he can face a level 29 giant python heathen, exclaimed a female officer, her mouth agape in disbelief. Others shared her shock, their eyes filled with incredulity. A gap of 13 levels, yet he managed such a crushing victory was like a monster. Yang Xiao silently lowered his head, repeatedly reviewing Chen Lin's profile, unable to comprehend it. The records clearly stated his profession as a summoner, which was correct. Yet, this outrageous combat ability was even more formidable than his own past reputation as the most brutal close-combat pugilist. Reflecting on his own experience at that level, Yang Xiao realized he could never have taken down a giant python so swiftly. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted through the screen, reverberating throughout the command room, and everyone's expressions turned serious. A massive berserk ape leaped down from the mountainside. Standing upright, it reached a height of 50 meters, its body bulging with muscles and covered in dense black fur. Boom! As the berserk ape landed, the entire ground shook violently. The gusts of wind it stirred scattering countless leaves, resembling a small earthquake. A loud crash startled the slumbering berserk black ape awake. It roared in fury, its massive form charging toward Chen Lin's direction, clearly intending to make a midnight snack out of this insect that disturbed its rest. The female officer's face turned pale instantly as she exclaimed, "This is bad. It's a berserk black ape. Wait, how is it already at level 34? Although Chen Lin's earlier performance was impressive, the female officer knew that mutant beasts undergo a transformation every 10 levels. Compared to the giant python, the level 34 berserk black ape was far more powerful, capable of crushing the python with just a few punches. Faced with this 18-level gap, she couldn't help but worry for Chen Lin. Yang Xiao also shook his head, similarly lacking hope for Chen Lin's chances. In the entire human race, few could bridge such a significant power gap. His hand was already on the radio, ready to call for support from 4 armed helicopters if the situation turned dire. While the helicopters couldn't inflict substantial damage on the black ape, they could at least distract it and buy Chen Lin some time to escape. On the screen, after confirming the giant snake's death, Chen Lin didn't have time to collect his spoils. He suddenly looked up ahead. The sound of trees snapping under pressure echoed, followed by a massive shadow descending from above, its menacing face filled with a bloodthirsty desire. The black ape's hands clasped into a massive fist, bringing with it a fierce wind as it smashed down toward Chen Lin, the force terrifying. Yet, Chen Lin showed no fear, swiftly drawing the battle knife from his back and slashing with all his might. The blade was incredibly sharp and heavy, cutting through the wind and striking the black ape's iron-hard fist. Boom! A shockwave instantly spread out, cracking the ground beneath Chen Lin's feet and causing him to sink into the earth. Surprisingly, he remained unscathed, with all damage blocked by a mysterious silver disc, and he didn't even feel the impact. The black ape roared again, earth-shattering in its fury, seemingly enraged by this tiny ant that managed to withstand its blow. Its body rapidly expanded, growing to 70 meters tall in an instant. Then, it raised its enormous hand, as if to swat a fly, determined to crush Chen Lin into pulp. Boom! A gust of wind swept through the area as dust clouds billowed. Chen Lin appeared like a phantom above the black ape's head. His battle sword gleamed with a silver light as he slashed down fiercely, leaving a half-meter deep wound on the back of the ape's head. However, the enlarged black ape not only had increased strength but also tougher skin, making this wound trivial. The black ape roared in pain, its massive body turning swiftly as its fists pounded the ground like raindrops. Chen Lin moved nimbly, dodging in the shadows, and with a few quick steps, he was in front of the ape again, slashing multiple times at the same spot. The ape roared angrily and stomped its foot, causing the ground to shake and dust to scatter. Chen Lin had already leapt back several meters, watching the situation intently. Despite his battle sword weighing 13 tons and being incredibly sharp, even with the addition of 138 strength points, it was still difficult to inflict a fatal wound on the black ape. Chen Lin calculated silently that to kill this giant beast, even with the help of the sky sword, it would probably take half a day. He realized his combat power had reached its limit, and any further would only result in him being overwhelmed. Without hesitation, Chen Lin decided to reveal his trump card to end the battle swiftly. After all, he had two tasks to complete. Suddenly, a transparent sword, existing between reality and illusion, appeared in his hand. This mysterious sword, about a meter long, was covered in incomprehensible white patterns, exuding an enigmatic aura. Chen Lin felt his mental energy deplete instantly, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He thought to himself, "Let me witness your power for the first time." As he slowly raised his hand, the black ape's hair stood on end, as if enveloped by an invisible thread, its brain trembling with fear. The black ape roared furiously, its eyes filled with ferocity, and its massive body lunged forward, intending to crush and devour Chen Lin. At that moment, Chen Lin raised his sword and struck down. The sword sliced through the void, shattering the black ape's mental world. Without any warning, the black ape's enormous body collapsed to the ground with a thud. The wind howled, dispersing the surrounding dust, and the leaves rustled. In the face of the sword, even if the body remained, the spirit had crumbled. Most mutated beasts had inherently weak mental strength and lacked defensive measures. Combined with Chen Lin's 194 mental strength points, it was effortlessly annihilated. From a distance in the air, on a supporting armed helicopter, several soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. In the command center, there was dead silence, everyone staring at the screen in disbelief at the events unfolding before them. Yang Xiao pondered for a moment and quickly realized that this was the result of a mental trauma attack. This rare skill was particularly effective against mentally weak mutated beasts, capable of instant lethality. However, what truly shocked him was Chen Lin's terrifying combat power, able to confront a berserk black ape without harm despite an 18-level difference. What's more frightening was that this didn't seem to be some explosive technique, but rather Chen Lin's normal combat state. Those who could defeat enemies with a significant level gap typically relied on bursts or powerful moves, not a continuous state. While both could achieve a great leap in combat power, fundamentally, they were worlds apart. If Chen Lin can consistently maintain this level of combat power, surpassing two major levels of strength will become a reality. Yang Xiao felt secretly delighted, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He envisioned Chen Lin showcasing his skills on the front lines, becoming a nightmare that the alien races could never shake off. This kid must grow quickly. He must not fall halfway, Yang Xiao resolved internally. Although as levels increase, the difficulty of fighting across levels will gradually grow, and this abnormal power gap will eventually narrow. But as long as Chen Lin can maintain his invincibility at the same level, he will truly be a prodigious genius. Yang Xiao strode out of the command center and entered an inconspicuous small room. He carefully shut the door and activated layer upon layer of hidden formations. Ensuring everything was secure, he pulled out a jade talisman from his pocket. Brother Zhang, a prodigious genius has been discovered at the Hengshan military base. This kid is incredibly strong. I'm severely injured, and I'm afraid I won't be able to protect him fully. Yang Zhao's voice carried a hint of urgency. About half an hour later, a response came from the other end of the talisman. How strong exactly? Be specific. Yang Xiao paused to think before responding. At the same level, even if you and I joined forces, we might still be defeated by him. The talisman was silent for a moment before a sigh came through. That's truly remarkable. I fear that even the entire human race might struggle to protect him fully. He will likely soon face assassination attempts from the alien races. Yang Xiao replied with some helplessness. He can crush me with one hand, but against you, the outcome is uncertain. All right, I'll discuss a strategy with the other leaders immediately. The voice on the other end responded promptly. Hearing this, Yang Shao put away the talisman and quietly returned to the command center. He prayed silently. I hope everything goes smoothly. Meanwhile, Chen Lin stood atop the corpse of a giant snake. Holding a battle knife, he skillfully cut open the snake's head and extracted a completely red crystal. He then performed the same operation on a black ape's corpse. Unlike in the replica world, killing mutant beasts here doesn't directly grant experience points. Instead, he needs to collect life crystals from within their bodies and absorb the energy within. Ignoring the prompt message that appeared before him, Chen Lin summoned the fortimeternal black nether out of thin air and ordered it to devour the corpses of the two mutant beasts. Soon, his evolution value increased by 0.2 points. Although still far from the goal of over 1,200, this discovery made Chen Lin thoughtful. Previously, consuming large amounts of fruit resources hadn't provided any evolution value, leading him to suspect that only by devouring life forms could he convert them into evolution value. The greedy gluttony talent, while powerful, doesn't completely defy logic. It can't convert an ordinary rock into energy and evolution value. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Lin took out the life crystals in his hand, along with those he had extracted from 4 other mutant beasts, and threw them all into the pitch-black flames. As the life crystals melted, their energy was absorbed by black nether. Instantly, the evolution value increased by 10 points. Just as I thought, a glimmer of light flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. This discovery offered him a new approach to quickly gain evolution value. Otherwise, in the later stages, he couldn't even imagine how many creatures he would need to slaughter to complete one evolution, which would span an unfathomable amount of time. After glancing at the map, Chen Lin softly said, "Next mission target." A few minutes later, a thunderous roar echoed all around. A giant tiger, over 30 meters long with sharp fangs, charged out. However, before it could attack, black nether fixed its vertical pupils on the tiger, whose immense intimidation froze the beast in place. Then, the ground suddenly exploded as black nether appeared before the tiger in an instant. Its claws glowed with a terrifying black light as it struck forward. Boom! With an astonishingly powerful blow, the tiger was sent flying, the recoil causing it to crash into several towering trees. 4 horrific wounds appeared on its face, bleeding profusely, revealing the bone underneath. Before the tiger could recover from the pain, black nether was already upon it again. This time, the black light was accompanied by pitch-black flames, exuding a terrifying aura that filled the tiger with fear. Run! The thought instantly dominated the tiger's mind. Unfortunately, its speed was no match for black nether. Quickly caught up, it was torn apart and devoured. In just a few seconds, the tiger was completely consumed by the black flames, leaving not even bones, only ashes scattered by the wind. This brutal scene, transmitted back to the command center via a microdrone, sent shivers down everyone's spines. The aura emanating from those vertical pupils made them feel as though their lives were at stake, even through a screen. It was then that Yang Shao suddenly realized. So Chen Lin is indeed a summoner, and his summoned creature is even more terrifying than he is. 2 prodigies, Yang Shao said with a bitter smile, marveling at how the new generation was surpassing the old. Suddenly, a female officer muttered to herself. Could he really complete all 3 tasks? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but show expressions of admiration. He Ming carried its master, Chen Lin, swiftly through the mountain forest, its massive body like a black lightning bolt darting through the territory of mutant beasts above level 30. The surrounding wild beasts, sensing He Ming's formidable presence, retreated in fear, hiding in the shadows to watch from a distance. Suddenly, a vast lake appeared ahead, its waters deep and dark, hundreds of meters deep. By the lake's edge, a giant crocodile, over 100 meters long, was resting. Its body was covered in blood-red scales that glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Sensing the presence of intruders, the giant crocodile snapped its blood-red vertical pupils open, unleashing a terrifying aura. It let out a deafening roar, as if issuing a final warning to the unexpected guests in its territory. He Ming was unfazed, baring its fangs and exuding an even more terrifying and violent aura. In the next moment, its body rapidly expanded, soon reaching a height of 161 meters and a length exceeding 300 meters, far surpassing the crocodile's size. Feeling overpowered, the giant crocodile charged at He Ming in anger, each step causing the ground to tremble like a minor earthquake. Seeing this, Chen Lin quickly retreated to a safe distance, observing the unfolding confrontation. He Ming's body erupted in black flames, with its claws glinting with a dark light. Simultaneously, a circle of golden light rose from its fur, emanating an unshakable presence. The giant crocodile bared its razor-sharp teeth, lunging at He Ming. However, its teeth clashed against the golden light, unable to close, and only producing a harsh grinding sound. Coldly staring at the crocodile, He Ming suddenly raised its claws and struck down fiercely. Instantly, the blood-red scales on the crocodile were torn apart, leaving its skin and flesh exposed. The crocodile roared in pain, swinging its heavy tail in retaliation. Its tail, glowing with a blood-red light, whipped towards He Ming with formidable force. With a loud crash, He Ming was hit, carving 4 deep trenches into the ground as it struggled to regain its footing. The crocodile seized the opportunity, lunging forward, its forelimbs pushing off the ground to bite He Ming's neck and drag it into the lake behind. The lake's surface exploded as massive waves erupted, shooting tens of meters into the air. Water overflowed, soaking the surrounding ground. Underwater, the 2 colossal creatures engaged in a fierce battle, stirring up the lake bed's mud and rocks, turning the water murky. Above the surface, waves crashed violently, the sound of their impact echoing incessantly. Surprisingly, He Ming's black flames remained undiminished, not extinguished by the water, but instead causing the surrounding water temperature to rise rapidly. Despite having the home field advantage, the giant crocodile was firmly suppressed. It desperately utilized its blood-red abilities, yet failed to inflict any substantial damage on He Ming. If not for the inherent toughness and resilience of mutant beasts, it might have already fallen to He Ming's claws. In just a few minutes, the water level of the vast lake had significantly dropped. The lake's surface churned with mud and sand, obscuring the view of the underwater battle. Suddenly, the surface burst open as He Ming's upper body emerged, its front claws gripping the shore as it leapt out. Shaking its body, the black flames instantly dried the water droplets on its fur. At this point, He Ming's size had reached an astonishing height of 162 meters and a length of over 300 meters, exuding a terrifyingly fierce presence. It slowly walked towards Chen Lin, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Chen Lin, unafraid, stepped forward to comfort the bowed head of He Ming. Judging by He Ming's slightly larger form, it was clear that the giant crocodile had become its nourishment. Just then, Chen Lin's wrist device, number 21, emitted a notification sound. The mission was complete, and he could return to the military base's pickup point to submit it. Chen Lin looked up at the sky, where the silver moonlight bathed the earth in a gentle glow. It had been a long time since they set out. Considering the dangers of the wild, he decided to return immediately. After carefully checking the map and confirming the return route, Chen Lin mounted He Ming and sped towards the military base. In the darkness of the night, the silhouette of man and wolf soon vanished into the vast forest. At 1 in the morning, Chen Lin returned exhausted to the Hungshan base. The base was still brightly lit, and many trainees had already returned. Most of them had only taken on the first or second tier tasks on the outermost perimeter, which took about an hour round trip. Chen Lin headed straight to the assignment point and found a not-so-busy female soldier to submit his task. The female soldier recognized him and exclaimed, "Wow, did you really complete it?" She remembered the freshman who had taken on the third-tier task that afternoon. Chen Lin nodded and played the video from number 21 as proof. The female soldier was shocked as she watched the footage, and after a moment, she gathered her wits and said, "Okay, I'll tally it up. A level 34 rampaging black ape, a level 36 twin-toothed tiger, and a level 39 blood-scaled giant crocodile, totaling 100 contribution points." After confirming the contribution points were transferred to number 21, Chen Lin turned and left. Not long after, his name appeared on the large screen at the most prominent spot of the assignment point. Young Academy freshman, level 16 summoner, 100 contribution points, rank 1245. This information simultaneously appeared on screens at other bases where many academies gathered. The trainees at the assignment point were visibly surprised and started discussing. "Whoa, who is this guy? He just earned 100 contribution points. He must have completed at least 2 third-tier tasks, right? I'm also a freshman, and my contribution points are still in single digits. Same here, I only dare to take on first-tier tasks. These mutated beasts are too fierce. Even with my level advantage, I'm getting beaten." As they talked, it became clear that most second and third-year trainees only had a few dozen contribution points, and freshmen with double-digit points were rare. Over 100 contribution points were usually achieved by fourth-year students or a few powerful third-year students, who often needed to take on multiple third- or fourth-tier tasks to reach such a number. As for the fifth-tier challenging tasks, only the instructors had the strength to complete them. The surprise stemmed from the fact that Chen Lin, only at level 16, seemed to have crossed 2 major tiers, successfully killing 2 mutated beasts above level 30. Considering the limit on the number of tasks one can take up to 2 solo, 5 in a group, and the insufficient contribution points from second-tier tasks, this explanation seemed to be the only plausible one. Meanwhile, at the Luoxiang base, Feng Yi was discussing with other instructors how to eliminate a level 60 beast that had appeared on the perimeter. Suddenly, he noticed Chen Lin's name on the leaderboard and was slightly taken aback. "How is this possible?" Feng Yi exclaimed. The other instructors followed his gaze and asked in surprise, "Old Feng, do you know this student? A freshman earning over 100 contribution points on the first day is a bit exaggerated, isn't it?" Feng Yi nodded and explained. He's the one I mentioned before, the regretful recruitment. If Ji Fei hadn't offered so much, he might have been a student at our Beilong. The instructors realized he was the top student from Dantian. But soon, someone shook their head and said, he must have teamed up with a strong senior. Otherwise, there's no way he could earn over 100 contribution points on his own. That's right, but such behavior is not advisable, another instructor agreed. This cleanup operation is not just to prevent a mutant beast uprising, but also to hone oneself for future frontline battles. Yes, the situation is urgent, and improving one's strength should be the priority. Deliberately seeking to rank high is of no use. The instructors shook their heads. They did not encourage senior students to carry new ones, as it failed to provide the necessary challenge. While the pressure of potential death was dangerous, it undeniably pushed individuals to fully unleash their potential, something not achievable in simulations. This is also the reason why Xia made a firm decision. The flowers cultivated in the greenhouse can no longer withstand the onslaught of these foreign wolves, so a change in strategy is necessary. Xia decided to abandon the protection plan and instead have the geniuses directly fight against the mutant beasts, leaving the dungeon resources to those with lower combat power. While many geniuses may fall, those who survive will undoubtedly grow rapidly into strong warriors, defending the front lines and buying more time for the human race to develop. Feng Yi let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with disappointment. With Zhang Ju's previous failure as a warning, he had high hopes for Chen Lin's future. However, at this moment, his gaze turned dim. Just then, Feng Yi noticed a young man in black approaching from a distance. He smiled and asked, Yin Su, have you completed your mission? Yes, Mentor Feng. Xiao Yunshu replied as he approached, nodding politely. He reported concisely, I killed 2 level 27 mutant beasts. I could have returned earlier, but there was an unexpected incident. Feng Yi was somewhat surprised, but considering that Yunshu was the only one in Xia who had awakened an SS level talent and was stronger than the top geniuses, he understood. He curiously asked, what incident? Xiao Yunshu's tone was calm, as if discussing something trivial. I encountered a level 33 armored lizard, and it took a lot of effort to kill it. After speaking, he stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Feng Yi's mouth twitched, and he sincerely marveled. Impressive, defeating a level 33 mutant beast at level 17. Your generation of geniuses is truly extraordinary, much stronger than ours was. Hearing this, Xiao Yunshu's lips curled up slightly, and he lifted his head confidently. Rest assured, Mentor, this is indeed an era of prodigies, but I am invincible. I will surpass all adversaries and ascend to the throne of the human race. In Xiao Yunshu's mind, he gave himself full marks for this display of confidence. He secretly anticipated the amazed reactions of those around him, stealing a glance at them. However, what he saw was the mentors covering their faces, silent. This was entirely different from the scene he had imagined, leaving him momentarily confused. Suddenly, Xiao Yunshu's attention was drawn to Chen Lin's name on the large screen, and his expression froze. His mind was in turmoil, unable to believe what he was seeing. 100 contribution points? Even if he counted the armored lizard he killed, it wouldn't add up to that. Noticing Xiao Yunshu's shock, Feng Yi felt a bit helpless. Although this student wasn't the brightest, he was still his student. Feng Yi explained, we discussed earlier that this is likely the result of being assisted by a senior student, so there's no need to dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief, his chaotic thoughts gradually calming. However, he suddenly lost interest in boasting about his feat of slaying a level 33 mutant beast to girls from other academies. The joy of completing his second transformation task also vanished. An invisible pressure arose, making him feel an urgent need. After a quick farewell to Feng Yi, Xiao Yunshu submitted his task and immediately accepted another one, resolutely heading towards the darkened mountains. He silently vowed that before sunrise, he would surpass Chen Lin. Meanwhile, Chen Lin was led by a soldier to a room labeled number 1. Student, this is your dormitory, the soldier said, opening the door for him. Thank you, Chen Lin replied politely. The soldier gave a friendly smile. You've worked hard clearing the mutant beasts. Rest well. Chen Lin nodded in acknowledgement and watched the soldier leave before entering the room. The room was simply furnished with 4 beds and some tables and chairs. 3 familiar figures were gathered around, enjoying some barbecue. Chen Lin, why did you finish your task so late? Feng Yi hurriedly pulled over a chair and placed it beside him. Chen Lin smiled and sat down. It took a long time to travel. He noticed a plate piled high with various grilled meats in front of him, clearly set aside by the others for him. Chen Lin didn't hesitate and began eating heartily. Since becoming a professional fighter and constantly battling, going 10 or more hours without food had become the norm. Without his extraordinary physical condition, he wouldn't be able to endure such intensity. What task did you take on that required going so deep? Feng Yi asked curiously. Chen Lin swallowed a mouthful of juicy steak and replied calmly. I had to kill a level 34 berserk black ape, a level 36 double-fanged tiger, and a level 39 blood-scaled crocodile. It was easier than expected. Feng Yi was stunned, dropping his skewer in disbelief. How did you make it back alive? I slaughtered them all. It was quite simple, really. The only problem was the distance, which required a lot of travel time. Chen Lin said nonchalantly. Feng Yi fell silent. On their way to hunt mutant beasts, they were always on edge. After all, it wasn't like a dungeon where they could exit at will. Encountering a more ferocious mutant beast outside their task could easily lead to disaster. Such situations were not uncommon. It was said that shortly after entering the mountains, a team of new students at level 10 or so encountered an accident. Fortunately, they were close to the base, and timely reinforcements were able to save them. Had they been in the level 20-30 area, they might not have lasted until help arrived. That's why most adventurers tend to take on tasks slightly below their own strength. Even if they encounter unexpected situations, they have the ability to handle them. Venturing recklessly without the corresponding combat power is tantamount to seeking one's own death. Li Zhongfeng picked up his glass of water to calm his nerves, his eyes flickering as he said, I'm not surprised that Chen Lin can achieve this level. His summoned creature almost took my life with just one strike. His attitude noticeably softened as he spoke. In his view, the stronger Chen Lin was, the less embarrassing it was to be defeated in one blow by him. If Chen Lin were to ascend to the throne one day, this experience could even become a point of pride. Thinking of this, Li Zhongfeng couldn't help but smile. You're only level 16 now, and it's hard to find anyone in the entire human race with such a wide range of combat power, Qiao Yang exclaimed. I think you're even more of a prodigy than Xiao Yunxiu. Chen Lin merely smiled faintly at these words. He was well aware of the true reason for his combat prowess. As long as He Ming continued to devour and evolve, it could sweep through everything without relying on level upgrades. Meanwhile, he grew stronger passively along with He Ming. As for Yindai, as long as there were enough metal or resources, there would come a day when even Tintern powerhouses couldn't break through its defenses. With continuous fusion, India's weight was steadily increasing, and the current 13 tons already packed a formidable punch. With Chen Lin's strength and kinetic energy doubling its impact, each strike was as heavy as Mount Tai. When it grew to weigh tens or even hundreds of thousands of tons in the future, even if his physical strength wasn't high, a casual punch could shatter the earth. More importantly, Chen Lin himself was completely unaffected by the armor's weight, able to wield it with ease no matter how heavy it became. Chen Lin's summoned creature has at least an S-level growth potential, with a potential no less than SS level. Li Zhongfeng remarked with a hint of awe in his voice. This scene made Feng Yi twitch his lips. Previously, he had looked down on Chen Lin, thinking his top scholar title was undeserved, but now he was singing his praises. How's your team doing, Feng Yi? Chen Lin suddenly asked. At these words, Feng Yi's face turned sour. The two teammates I found later are too cautious, so cautious that they don't dare to attack, leaving almost all the fighting to me. Luo Xian was half dead by the time we barely managed to kill a mutated beast, and we had to retreat from the mountains after only completing 2 tasks. It was too dangerous to continue. He looked meaningfully at Li Zhongfeng and Qiao Yang. Did you both eat a lot? What do you mean? The two were puzzled. You ate the meat I specially grilled using a secret family recipe, so now you belong to me. Feng Yi laughed. Hurry up and accept my team invitation. Li Zhongfeng kept a stern face. I'll give you back 100 skewers tomorrow. How will you pay me back? Feng Yi slammed the table. This is meat grilled with my hard-earned secret family recipe, something I wouldn't sell even for 100 billion. Such a precious thing. How can you repay it? Li Zhongfeng was so angry he laughed. Take it or leave it. If it weren't for Chen Lin being here, I guarantee I could cut you down with one strike. All right. Is that how you're going to talk? Feng Yi was furious. Don't force me to go all out. Li Zhongfeng's battle knife appeared in his hand. Bring it on. Unexpectedly, Feng Yi suddenly dropped to his knees, clutching his leg tightly. Since you won't take the soft approach, don't blame me for going even softer. The three fell into an awkward silence. Li Zhongfeng's mouth twitched. He thought Feng Yi was about to make a move, but instead, he had knelt down to beg. Let go kneel somewhere else. No way, Feng Yi said in the most determined tone. If you don't acknowledge me as your sworn son today, I'm not getting up. Qiao Yang was just about to laugh when he felt his own foot being held, and his smile froze instantly. Let go. Not letting go even if you kill me. Feng Yi clung tightly to both their feet. Chen Lin, meanwhile, was enjoying his skewers and watching the show, calling it entertaining. The next morning at 9, an unusual scene unfolded at the task reception point. 2 people dragging another, or rather one person clinging tightly to the legs of 2 others. Li Zhongfeng's face was dark, because Feng Yi had insisted on sharing the same bed while they slept, refusing to let go. Luo Xian and Luo Ning, waiting outside, were stunned by the sight. Feng Yi, what are you doing? Cleaning the floor, Feng Yi replied calmly. Hurry up and choose a mission. I don't have time to waste here, Li Zhongfeng said with a scowl. Feng Yi's eyes lit up. You agreed to team up? He accepted the team invitation while you were asleep at dawn, but you haven't checked until now, Xiao Yang explained. Feng Yi jumped up in delight. Li Zhongfeng's face remained stern. I'm just worried you'll keep pestering me and affecting my mountain expedition. Don't misunderstand. If you perform poorly, I'll quit the team immediately. No problem. Feng Yi dashed into the reception point and quickly selected a mission. Chen Lin, who was also there to take on tasks, watched the noisy group leave, a slight smile on his lips. He chose 2 difficult level tasks with 4-turn requirements and headed for the mountains as well. He didn't notice that his rank on the big screen had quietly slipped by 1 place. In the command center's monitoring room, a female officer was watching the screen intently. Upon seeing Chen Lin enter the mountains, she immediately dispatched someone to inform Yang Xiao. Shortly after, Yang Xiao adjusted his military cap and briskly walked into the command room. What mission did he take on this time? Yang Xiao asked straightforwardly. 4th tier strength requirement, difficulty level. The female officer replied succinctly. Hearing this, Yang Xiao's mouth twitched, and he gasped. Surpassing 2 major tiers isn't enough, this kid wants to surpass 3? The 4th tier corresponds to mutant beasts above level 40. That's a watershed. Even an armed helicopter using all its ammunition would only tickle a level 40 mutant beast. Notify the instructors at Yunk Academy to send someone to follow him. I'm worried Chen Lin might be in trouble. Yes. The female officer immediately began operating the controls. Soon, the message was relayed via smart wristbands to 3 Yunk instructors stationed at Hungshan Base. After a brief discussion, they decided to send Jiang Wuyue for support. As soon as Chen Lin sends a distress signal, help can arrive promptly. Meanwhile, more than 20 other instructors split into 2 groups. Half were stationed throughout the Balian Mountains, ready to assist any students in danger. The other half were deep inside, clearing mutant beasts ranging from levels 50 to 59. Amidst towering trees, a massive black wolf was swiftly traversing the land, with Chen Lin sitting cross-legged on its back, eyes closed in meditation. In just an hour, they reached their target location, moving several times faster than the last time. Ahead, a 100-meter-long 3-headed snake lay coiled on a giant rock, its 6 eyes watching Chen Lin coldly, hissing a warning. This was a level 44 mutant beast. After a night's rest, Chen Lin's mental strength was fully restored. He silently extended his hand, summoning a mysterious transparent sword about a meter long. To be safe, let's strike first. As Chen Lin swung the sword, the left head of the 3-headed snake let out a piercing scream and collapsed onto the rock. The other 2 heads nudged their fallen companion in fear, then glared at Chen Lin with ferocity, hissing thunderously. Chen Lin leaped from the top of He Ming, creating a small crater with his 13-ton weight. Go up, bite it. Following the command, He Ming roared, its body swelling to 300 meters, engulfed in black flames like a natural disaster descending upon the world. In the face of such menacing power, the remaining 2 heads of the snake looked grave, venom swirling in their throats. The battle erupted instantly. He Ming knocked down giant trees in its path, charging at the 3-headed snake. Golden light shimmered on its body, withstanding the snake's purple venom spray. It clamped onto the middle snake head, both beasts tumbling to the ground in a cloud of dust. The other snake head seized the opportunity to break He Ming's golden light defense, injecting venom into its flesh. But with nearly 1,000 in physical attributes, He Ming withstood the poison, swinging its claws shrouded in black light to swat the snake head away. At that moment, Chen Lin suddenly appeared before the 3-headed snake, thrusting the celestial sword into its eye. The snake head shrieked in agony, ready to counterattack, but He Ming, with claws ablaze in black flames, slammed it into the ground. In the sky, a snake tail, over 30 meters thick, whipped up a fierce wind as it lashed out. Chen Lin quickly raised his battle blade to block it. With a thunderous crash, a white shockwave exploded from the point of contact, and the young man's figure was hurled to the ground like a cannonball, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, He Ming's vertical pupils flared with anger. Empowered by an enhancement spell, its claws, wrapped in black light, tore through the air towards the 3-headed snake. With a screech, the tough snake scales were as fragile as paper, instantly ripped open to reveal a several-meter-deep gash, from which blood gushed. The 3-headed snake let out an earth-shaking roar, its massive body coiling around He Ming, squeezing tightly. 2 of its heads launched deadly attacks from different angles. Confronted with this 1,000-level triple attribute assault, He Ming advanced instead of retreating, its aura growing even more ferocious. It swatted away the head attacking from the front, then turned, its fangs clamping down on the neck of another head, tearing at it viciously, as if to rip it off. The battle between the 200-meturtle beasts shook the heavens and the earth. Countless clods of earth exploded into the air, giant trees toppled, and the ground trembled violently. Chen Lin stood up from the dust cloud, feeling only a slight numbness in his chest, but otherwise unscathed. Silver Butterfly's defense is indeed reliable. Those resources were well spent. He sat down on a nearby rock, planting his silver battle blade firmly. He had done all he could for now. The rest was up to He Ming to gradually wear down the opponent. To reach the power of a fourth transformation, he would need to continue strengthening Silver Butterfly. At that moment, a white figure appeared on a distant giant tree. It was a tall woman clad in white armor, watching the battle in disbelief. How is this possible? Chen Lin is only level 16, yet his summoned creature can contend with a level 44 mutant beast. Soon, she noticed Chen Lin sitting on the rock and silently approached. However, the alert young man sensed her presence, instantly grabbing his battle blade and slashing out a silver flash. Jiang Weiyue frowned slightly, her slender fingers pressing lightly on the blade to halt its momentum. Mentor! Chen Lin exclaimed in surprise. He had seen Jiang Weiyue at the freshman competition, remembering her standing next to Ji Fei. Jiang Weiyue nodded, inwardly surprised by the weight of the strike. Even she, a level 59 professional, had to exert a bit of force to neutralize it. No wonder Chen Lin could overpower monsters beyond his level as a summoner in dungeons. Mentor, what brings you here? Retracting her slightly trembling fingers, Jiang Weiyue calmly replied. I was passing by and heard the commotion, so I came to check it out. Is that so? Sorry, I thought you were an enemy. Chen Lin apologized with a smile. Jiang Weiyue was unfazed. It's good to stay vigilant in the wild. You never know when you might become prey. Even as she spoke, her peripheral vision caught movement behind Chen Lin. Her right hand grasped the air, and a soft sword appeared, piercing through like lightning. With a hiss, a giant lizard that had been lurking and preparing to ambush revealed itself, its eyes filled with astonishment. The soft sword pierced from its head straight through to its tail, instantly staining the ground with blood. Jiang Weiyue maintained a calm demeanor as she gently pulled her hand back, causing her soft sword to retract like a nimble serpent. She effortlessly dispatched a level 35 mutated beast without a hint of emotion in her eyes. These creatures may blend into their surroundings, she remarked nonchalantly, but their reckless aura makes them easy to detect if you pay attention. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's eyes flashed with admiration. The mentor is indeed impressive, he exclaimed. Jiang Weiyue's lips subtly curled up, revealing a trace of satisfaction at his words. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. A massive serpent's head plummeted from above like a meteor, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. The earth cracked instantly, with countless fissures spreading like a web, as dust billowed into the air. A ferocious roar echoed through the air, resonating for kilometers. He Ming stood imposingly atop the corpse of a three-headed serpent, its colossal form exceeding 300 meters, resembling a cataclysmic force. The surrounding area was devastated, with soil upheaved and giant trees shattered, as though multiple earthquakes had struck. One of the serpent's heads was pulverized, buried deep in the ground. Another was even more gruesome, with its jaws torn apart into two halves. Black flames voraciously consumed the 300-meter-long serpent body, greedily converting it into energy and evolution points. Witnessing this, Jiang Weiyue couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling a sense of awe. In just 10 days since Chen Lin had summoned He Ming, its combat prowess had grown terrifyingly powerful. She secretly worried that Chen Lin might struggle to control such a formidable creature in the future. Even from a great distance, the violent aura that seemed to threaten all life was palpable. Jiang Weiyue remained vigilant and on guard. Meanwhile, in the command center, as the drone footage appeared on the screen, the room erupted into excitement. He crossed 3 major thresholds, a full 28-level gap, and he actually pulled it off. This combat power is simply unbelievable. I dare say he's even stronger than that prodigy with the triples grade talent. Amidst the exclamations, Yang Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He realized he had underestimated Chen Lin's potential, not expecting him to reach such an astonishing level. A bold hypothesis flashed through his mind. Could Chen Lin's summoned creature truly possess an SS-grade growth talent? This thought made Yang Xiao's breath quicken, and he suddenly hesitated. Should he continue with the original plan? If anything happened to Chen Lin, it would be a significant loss for the entire Xia. Yet, he quickly shook his head, forcing himself to remain calm. He knew well that the initiative never lay with the human race. Even if he wanted to halt, it was beyond his control. The other races would never miss this rare opportunity. Countless dark fire serpents floated through the air, merging into He Ming's body. Its size quickly shrank as it picked up the heavenly sword in its mouth and lightly laid down beside Chen Lin to rest. Chen Lin finally ended the state of maintaining the enhancement and recovery spells, suddenly feeling a wave of weakness wash over him, with a sense of mental exhaustion flooding in like a tide. He swiftly put away the heavenly sword, transforming it into the heavenly staff form, and then sat cross-legged to begin recovering. Jiang Weiyue stood silently by, her gaze alertly scanning the surroundings. Time ticked by, and about half an hour later, Chen Lin felt his spirit slightly restored and slowly opened his eyes. He turned to look at He Ming and, with a gentle thought, inquired, "Can you still fight?" Hei Ming's deep blue vertical pupils slowly opened. It stood up, the residual toxins in its body mostly purified by its robust constitution. No problem, master, Hei Ming responded. Although its stamina had only slightly recovered, it was enough to support another battle. Chen Lin nodded and turned his gaze to Jiang Wuyue, sincerely saying, "Thank you, Minter, for your protection." Even though he had the silver disc and wouldn't be in mortal danger if attacked by mutant beasts, he couldn't ignore her goodwill. Just don't be too reckless afterward. Caution is key, Jiang Wuyue replied succinctly, then turned and left. Chen Lin watched his mentor depart, then clicked on number 21 to open the map and confirm the route. He mounted Hei Ming, and together they shot out like an arrow, racing through giant trees and shrubs, crossing mountains and rivers, resembling a black lightning bolt. After devouring the three-headed snake and its life crystal, Hei Ming's size increased by a full meter, and its evolution value skyrocketed by 10 points. This was several times more than what the level 39 bloodscale giant crocodile provided. Chen Lin was delighted, secretly calculating that at this rate, it might only take 4 or 5 days for Hei Ming to evolve again, potentially reaching the level of a high-tier summon, with its talents fully upgraded to Grade A. By then, its combat power would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap, becoming even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Chen Lin couldn't help but smile. The feeling of constantly growing stronger was so addictive. However, Hei Ming would have to fight desperately in the coming days, which would be quite taxing. Just then, a tremendous noise suddenly came from afar. Branches and leaves shook violently, the ground trembled, as if some terrifying giant creature was approaching. Accompanied by deafening roars, a wild bull charged forward. Its entire body was covered in thick, hard, dark yellow scales, and its horns extended over 30 meters. Wherever its massive hooves landed, the ground cracked, and trees collapsed, its momentum unstoppable. Chen Lin instantly recognized it as the second mission target the level 45 Ragehorn Wild Bull. Without hesitation, he cast the enhancement spell, boosting all attributes by 30 with the amplification from the heavenly staff form. Hei Ming let out a roar, its body rapidly expanding, black flames bursting like fireworks, while golden light enveloped its entire form. In an instant, it was in full combat mode. The Ragehorn Wild Bull charged right in front of them at an astonishing speed. Its fierce eyes locked onto the black giant wolf that had intruded into its territory, and its 2 pairs of sharp horns came crashing down. Hei Ming raised its forelimbs, meeting the charge head-on. Boom! Under the terrifying impact, Hei Ming was instantly pushed back, plowing a long, deep furrow in the ground. Boom! Boom! Trees toppled one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 giant beasts had rushed several kilometers. In the air, a drone sped after them. In the command center, a female officer quickly calculated and urgently reported, "At this speed, they'll soon approach the level 30 mutant beast area. Notify the students on that route to quickly move away." Another officer immediately ordered. "When Chen Lin summoned fights, it won't be considerate of them." The female officer nodded in agreement and promptly began the necessary operations. The claws of Hei Ming glowed with an eerie black light as it suddenly exerted force, toppling the massive Fury Horn Bull to the ground. With a loud crash, dust rose, and the earth trembled. Several hundred meters away, a team consisting of 2 men and 3 women was rapidly retreating. They glanced back at the astonishing scene, their expressions filled with awe. "Is this why the command center told us to evacuate?" One team member said, panting. "Good thing we left quickly, or we would have been in danger." "Wait," another person suddenly frowned. "One is level 45, but how is that black creature only level 16? And it's called Hei Ming? That name is so strange, it doesn't sound like a mutated beast at all. Level 16, and it has this kind of power?" The 5 of them exchanged incredulous looks. A female instructor stationed nearby noticed the commotion and was preparing to intervene. Jiang Wuyue appeared before her at some point, calmly saying, "No need to worry, that's a summon of a freshman from Yunk University." "A freshman?" The female instructor was stunned. "You're not joking, are you?" Seeing her shocked reaction, Jiang Wuyue's lips curled slightly. "Yes, he is indeed exceptional this year." The female instructor stood there in disbelief. "This isn't just exceptional, it's monstrous. A freshman with 4th-tier combat power, unheard of. Is this the strength of Daxia's top academy?" She then curiously asked, "Is he your student?" Jiang Wuyue's expression was slightly awkward. "Ahem, sort of," she mentally added. She and Ji Fei grew up together, so Ji Fei's students are practically her students, which makes sense. The female instructor looked at her with envy. Half an hour later, Hei Ming finished devouring the Fury Horn Bull's body. Its fierce eyes scanned the surroundings, not finding its master, and immediately turned to leave. Before long, it discovered Chen Lin being pursued by a massive toad over 50 meters long. Hei Ming was instantly enraged, flashing forward and striking with terrifying claws. The level 36 swamp demon frog didn't even have a chance to react before being instantly killed, consumed entirely by the pitch-black flames. Chen Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He explained that the swamp demon frog's skin and flesh were incredibly tough, completely ignoring the heavy blows of his sword. And the heavenly sword couldn't be easily drawn. He had been worried about He Ming's battle situation. It's He Ming's fault for putting the master in danger, came He Ming's remorseful voice in his mind. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and patted it. It's okay. You did great. He used a recovery spell and took quite a while to comfort it. After resting for half an hour, the two continued deeper, searching for mutated beasts above level 40 to hunt. Although they had completed 2 tasks, Chen Lin didn't choose to return to deliver them. It was too time-consuming to go back and forth. Instead of worrying about those contribution points, it was better to focus on enhancing He Ming's strength and quickly breaking through level 20 himself to enter the advanced dungeon. Ever since understanding the situation of the human race, a sense of urgency had always lingered in his heart. Deep into the night, the mountains echoed with thunderous roars. He Ming was surrounded by a terrifying aura, with the bodies of 2 level 42 mutated beasts lying at its feet. The pitch-black flames were consuming them, continually converting them into power that flowed into He Ming. Chen Lin was already exhausted, his mental strength pushed to the limit, unable to even maintain his recovery spell. His body was on the verge of collapse, aching and numb. In order to help He Ming fend off another mutated beast, he had forcibly held on with his physical body for several minutes, nearly losing his life. But it was all worth it. Throughout the entire day, they had killed 15 mutated beasts over level 40. He Ming's normal form had grown to 58 meters, with all attributes increased by 58 points, surpassing the 300 mark. Now, encountering opponents like the Fury Horned Bull could be resolved in just over 10 minutes. As for these 2 level 42 mutated beasts before them, they could be crushed with ease. The evolution value also increased by 195 points, leaving only 1,020 points to reach perfection. It's time to head back. Chen Lin looked at the pitch-black night sky and leaped onto He Ming's lowered head. The people at the Hungshan Base Command Center all breathed a sigh of relief as they saw Chen Lin finally returning. Incredible, killing 15 mutated beasts over level 40 in one day. The contribution points must be over 2,000, right? The female officer swallowed, her eyes gleaming with surprise. Her exclamation drew everyone's attention, and admiration appeared on their faces. The highest contribution points for a trainee at our Hungshan base is only 700, right? One officer asked. That's correct, the female officer quickly replied. That's Qin Kong, a senior from Yunk Academy and the top scorer of the Eastern Sky exam 3 years ago. Yang Xiao inquired, what about other bases? The female officer's fingers swiftly danced across the screen, and she soon provided an answer. At the Luoxiang base, home to Beilong and several other top academies, the highest contribution points among trainees is 1,000. In the south, Yintian Academy has 890, and in the west, Xintian Academy has 850. She continued to explain, this mutant beast eradication operation is unprecedented in scale, involving over 100 academies spread across more than a dozen military bases. We're starting with the largest area with the highest number of mutant beasts and gradually clearing the surrounding areas. The entire operation may last several months, or even longer, until the mutant beast population is reduced to a level that no longer poses a threat to the cities. Yang Xiao frowned and said, why is there such a big gap? Not only is there a huge difference in the top trainees, but the overall progress at Luoxiang base is also far ahead. The female officer explained, Beilong Academy has consistently ranked at the top in annual evaluations, naturally attracting the most outstanding talents. This year is particularly remarkable, with talents emerging like mushrooms after a rain. The competition there is extremely fierce, with everyone giving their all, unwilling to lag behind. She added, however, this is actually a good thing. The faster they clear, the sooner they can spare resources to help other lagging bases. Apart from our 5 bases with top academies, the situation at the other 13 bases is not looking good, with hardly any reduction in mutant beasts above level 20. Yang Xiao nodded in understanding. So we also need to speed up our progress to support other bases as soon as possible. His gaze fell on Chen Lin's figure on the screen, his lips curling slightly. With this guy around, we should be able to manage. Time quietly passed, and before long, it was already 2:30 a.m. Chen Lin arrived at the pickup point, where the lights were still bright, and the air was filled with the aroma of grilled meat. Many trainees were barbecuing meat taken from mutant beasts in the open air, some even calling out to others, creating a market-like scene. The female soldier from before immediately approached Chen Lin as soon as she saw him. Did you complete your mission? Chen Lin nodded. Yes, I'll submit it using number 21. The female soldier exclaimed, wow. Many senior trainees can only complete third-level tasks now, and you're just a freshman who has already surpassed them. Although she didn't fully grasp the terrifying extent of Chen Lin's combat prowess, She could sense the extraordinariness of his strength. Soon, 400 contribution points were transferred to Chen Lin's account. His ranking skyrocketed from 1,245th to 10th place. However, Chen Lin seemed indifferent to this and turned to head back to his dormitory. As soon as he pushed open the dormitory door, Feng Yi rushed over like he'd seen a monster. Honestly, Chen Lin, are you an alien in disguise? Your combat leap is just too exaggerated. Chen Lin simply smiled without speaking and sat down on a chair. Just like the day before, his 3 roommates had saved plenty of grilled meat for him. Feng Yi sat next to Chen Lin and said in shock, "The Academy's joint forum has gone crazy. Everyone thinks an upperclassman is helping you, and they're condemning this behavior." He paused, then continued, "If you had just completed a 3rd-level task and gotten 100 contribution points before, some might have believed it. But now, almost everyone is questioning it, thinking it's too unbelievable." Chen Lin's ranking skyrocketed to 10th place, causing a huge stir at Young Academy. Feng Yi, while enjoying the gossip, explained to Chen Lin, "Senior Qin Kong is in trouble now, as he's become the prime suspect. People from all the academies are discussing your achievements on the forum. A freshman who can defeat a level 40 mutant beast at level 16, it's almost unbelievable." Li Zhongfeng interjected calmly. "It's not surprising that Chen Lin could take me down with one move, given his abilities." Feng Yi scoffed at this. "Weren't you the one most against this before? Now you're speaking up? Don't think I don't know that in the dungeon, you were knocked down by He Ming with just a slap and couldn't get up." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zhongfeng silently drew out a long knife from his ring. The blade glinted coldly under the light, causing Feng Yi to immediately fall silent. Meanwhile, at the Luoxiang base, Xiao Yunshu dragged his battered body toward the mission point. His armor was in shambles, but his face beamed with a joyful smile. He couldn't wait to share his feat of defeating 2 level 36 mutant beasts with his mentor and seniors. However, when he saw Chen Lin's name firmly holding the 10th spot on the screen, his smile froze. Xiao Yunshu stood there, stunned, before quietly completing his mission handover and unhesitatingly taking on a new task. He didn't utter a word as he resolutely headed toward the mountains. This scene left the soldiers present in awe. A warrior so injured, yet still taking on more missions, was truly pushing himself to the limit. On the way, a team supporting each other was amazed by Xiao Yunshu's relentless determination. They exchanged glances, the word crazy written in their eyes. One team member gritted his teeth and said, "I reached the top 5 in the province through sheer effort. Now there's someone not only more talented, but even more relentless, not willing to rest for even a second. Guys, let's take on 5 more tasks." His words ignited a fire, and the other team members' eyes burned with fervent determination. Soon, this spirit spread. Those who planned to rest rearmed themselves and headed for the dark mountains. Soldiers at each mission point suddenly found themselves busier than ever. In the command center, the staff who had been dozing off were instantly alert. Watching the unusual activity on the screens, the commander rubbed his temples, his mouth twitching. These trainees were fighting relentlessly, not wanting to rest at all. The commander thought sending these eager young trainees to clear mutant beasts was harsh enough, but they were pushing themselves harder than the tasks required. He took a deep breath, unsure whether to be pleased or worried. Was this intense fighting spirit a good thing or a bad one? Chen Lin sat on his bed and checked his messages on a special device. Among the notifications, Su Qingqing's message stood out. "Wow, Chen Lin, you're amazing. 10th place. That's the ranking for all the students from the Great Xia's academies in this mutant beast clearance. And you even outperformed the seniors. Can you show your big sister some tips?" Chen Lin couldn't help but chuckle at this. Su Qingqing had shifted from calling him a junior to little brother, and he figured it wouldn't be long before she started calling him darling. After a brief reply, he opened his friend request list. A series of profile pictures of beautiful girls appeared. Their attractiveness was impressive, truly fitting for students of the Lark Academy. Chen Lin suspected these requests were mostly due to Su Qingqing leaking his student ID. He silently skipped over these requests and only accepted one from a boy named Qin Kong. Almost immediately, a message popped up. "Qin Kong. Chen Lin, is that you?" "Chen Lin. Yes, it is. Qin Kong. Finally got you as a friend. You've put me in a tough spot. Quite a few people are sarcastically calling me shameless now." Without dwelling on the matter, Qin Kong curiously asked, "Be honest, did you really complete the 4th-tier mission by yourself?" "Yes." Chen Lin responded succinctly. Seeing this answer, Qin Kong took a sharp breath. Even though he was somewhat prepared, the fact still left him stunned. Being a top student himself, he knew how challenging it was to leap over one major tier in combat, let alone accomplish what Chen Lin did. Qin Kong continued, "Chen Lin, my friends and I are planning to take on a 5th-tier mission tomorrow, to hunt a level 52 giant rock dragon lizard. Would you be interested in joining us?" Chen Lin didn't reply immediately. Instead, he began to think. He silently calculated his current combat stats: 334 strength, 347 constitution, 340 agility, 318 magic. In his enhanced state, these attributes could exceed 1200. While taking on a level 49 mutant beast alone was manageable, a level 52 beast would be a stretch. However, with some assistance, it should be feasible. All right, how do we split the loot? Chen Lin eventually replied. Qin Kong asked with a smile. Do you have any preferences, Chen Lin? I need the life crystal and the corpse of the giant rock dragon lizard. You can have the contribution points, Chen Lin stated directly. No problem. Qin Kong agreed readily. After agreeing on a meeting time and place, Chen Lin lay down to rest. The mental exertion had left him feeling unusually tired. The next day, Chen Lin woke up feeling refreshed after just 4 hours of sleep, thanks to his enhanced physical condition from his improved attributes. After a quick wash, he headed to the base entrance, where 2 men and a woman were already waiting. Qin Kong immediately recognized Chen Lin and waved him over. Chen Lin, over here. I'm not late, am I? Chen Lin asked. Not at all. We got here early. Qin Kong replied warmly. Next to Qin Kong stood a fair-skinned, beautiful girl in an elegant white robe that accentuated her graceful figure. Her eyes lit up as she introduced herself. Hi, I'm Yi Keshi. Wang Yao, the other guy added briefly. Chen Lin nodded in acknowledgement and asked, shall we head out now? Sure, everyone agreed. The 4 of them boarded an armed vehicle, and with the engine roaring, they drove into the depths of the mountains. On the way, Qin Kong explained in detail. The target, the giant rock dragon lizard, is stronger than ordinary mutant beasts. It has a trace of royal bloodline, and its abilities are unknown. We need to be extra cautious when engaging it. Wang Yao and I will be the main attackers, while Keshi is a holy healer and will provide support and healing from a distance. Facing the inquiry from his junior, Chen Lin responded calmly. Handling the giant rock dragon lizard is not a problem. This brief yet confident reply immediately ignited hope among the 3, their eyes gleaming with excitement, as if their chances of success had just increased significantly. Although they had faith in Chen Lin, they were unsure of his actual strength. If the summoned creature's power was only barely at the level of a 40-level mutant beast, it might not be very effective in the upcoming battle against the giant rock dragon lizard. Nevertheless, Chen Lin's self-assured demeanor undoubtedly provided them with a boost of confidence. After the armored vehicle sped for 200 kilometers, the 4 of them continued their journey on foot for several hours. During the trek, a 30-level mutant beast attacked, but Qin Kong swiftly eliminated it with lightning speed, so fast that even Chen Lin could barely follow his movements. Yi Keshi explained, the hallmark of the hidden profession, Gale Sword Master, is speed. Plus, Qin has integrated many light stones into his armor, making his speed nearly unparalleled. Chen Lin nodded silently, acknowledging this incredible speed. Suddenly, Qin Kong, who was walking ahead, stopped, checked the map carefully, and announced, this is where the giant rock dragon lizard resides. I'll go lure it out. Get ready to hold it off. However, Chen Lin calmly interrupted him. No need. With just a thought, a massive black wolf, 58 meters long, materialized out of thin air. Its fierce aura swept across the area, leaving the 3 stunned. The giant wolf let out a ferocious roar, echoing for kilometers, causing countless birds to flee in panic and nearby mutant beasts to retreat. Accompanied by this earth-shaking roar, a pair of lantern-like yellow eyes suddenly opened in the rocky cavern, unleashing a terrifying aura like a volcanic eruption. Then, a commanding roar pierced the sky as the giant rock dragon lizard slowly emerged from the cave, each step making the ground tremble. This colossal creature, over 500 meters long, was covered in scale-like rock plates that shimmered with a yellow glow, exuding an air of invincibility. Its intimidating presence was daunting, as if facing a legendary dragon. The 3 immediately realized they might have underestimated the giant rock dragon lizard's strength and grew wary. Chen Lin, however, remained as calm as ever, unaffected. He silently communicated with He Ming, indicating who the allies were. He Ming nodded in understanding. Then its form suddenly expanded, transforming into a towering beast 230 meters tall and nearly 500 meters long. Dark flames erupted from its body, interspersed with golden light, amplifying its formidable aura even further. This unexpected transformation left the 3 in awe. In response to this, the giant rock dragon lizard's vertical pupils showed a mocking expression. It could sense that this beast's life level was inferior to its own, except for the dark flames that posed a slight threat. The giant rock dragon lizard let out a deafening roar, issuing a warning of submission or death. He Ming disdainfully retorted, trash, unworthy of understanding that message. This provocation instantly enraged the giant rock dragon lizard. It stomped the ground, causing it to shatter as numerous sharp stone pillars, meters thick, erupted towards He Ming. These pillars were powerful enough to pierce the defenses of a 40-level mutant beast. Yet, He Ming stood firm, shielding the 4, using its indestructible body to withstand the attack. Its claws glowed black, instantly shattering the incoming stone pillars. At this moment, the enraged giant rock dragon lizard charged forward, its massive palm, 100 meters thick, crashing down with a force that shattered the air. He Ming swiftly dodged, moving aside in an instant. The giant palm struck the ground with a thunderous impact, causing the earth to crack and debris to scatter in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, He Ming swiftly lashed out with its claws, but only managed to leave a shallow scratch on the giant rock dragon lizard's tough scales, barely noticeable. The colossal rock dragon lizard, with a mighty sweep of its claw, unleashed a dazzling burst of yellow light. Under the power of its innate ability, this strike was as heavy as a mountain, causing the air to explode with a deafening roar. The protective golden aura shattered in an instant, and He Ming was violently thrown back several meters before he could barely regain his footing. Kushi immediately cast group buffs. Focus all individual enhancements on Chen Lin's summoned creature. The outcome of this battle depends on it. Qin Kong commanded decisively, realizing that the power of this rock dragon lizard far exceeded their expectations. As a mutated beast with a royal bloodline over level 50, defeating it across levels was nearly impossible, and even a battle at the same level would be extremely challenging. Upon hearing the order, Yi Kexi sprang into action, her body radiating a brilliant golden light, resembling a divine goddess. For pentagram patterns appeared beneath the feet of the trio and the black giant wolf, channeling continuous power into them. She then directed all her auras onto the black giant wolf, instantly boosting its 4 main attributes by nearly half. This summoned creature is unbelievable, Yi Kexi marveled. The same enhancements would at least double Qin Kong's abilities, but they're so much less effective on it. Without further delay, she activated her innate power, the goddess of retribution's protection. With a brief incantation, the spectral image of a goddess wielding a sharp sword and gazing indifferently at the world manifested above the black giant wolf. As she opened her eyes, a terrifying aura of annihilation descended with overwhelming force. Chen Lin silently drew the Tianquan staff, switching to its staff form to cast a strengthening spell. With numerous enhancements stacked, He Ming's strength, constitution, and agility all broke past the 2,000 mark. The surge in magical power caused the black flames to reach a scorching peak, and even from 100 meters away, the trio felt as if they were in a furnace. The astonishing transformation made the rock dragon lizard's expression grow serious. It glared at the 4 tiny figures before it, its vertical pupils burning with fury. Qin Kong's face was tense, muscles bulging, as he unsheathed his sword and activated his innate ability Extreme Transcendence. Boom! The ground exploded as Qin Kong seemingly teleported onto the rock dragon lizard's head, slashing dozens of times in an instant. The sound of metal clashing was incessant, yet each strike felt like hitting solid rock, barely scratching the surface. The rock dragon lizard was unimpressed, its massive claw seemingly slow, yet swiftly swung toward Qin Kong. Qin Kong swiftly retreated, but as he leaped away from the dragon lizard's head, suspended in midair, the creature suddenly roared skyward, a cruel smile stretching across its face. A yellow stream of air exploded, enveloping a 100-meter radius in a gravity field. Qin Kong felt an immense weight pressing down, forcing him to plummet to the ground. Boom! He crashed heavily into the earth, sending dust flying. As Qin Kong struggled to rise, a shadow loomed larger above him, the colossal claw of the rock dragon lizard descending with overwhelming force to crush him. Seeing this scene, Yi Kexi's expression changed drastically, her pupils contracting sharply. She immediately summoned all her magical power, releasing defensive barriers without regard for the cost. However, these seemingly sturdy barriers were as fragile as thin paper before the giant hand, shattering in an instant. Qin Kong witnessed this and felt a pang of despair. Yet he quickly clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of tearing flesh, and unleashed his full strength to try and escape the perilous area. Just as the giant hand was about to crush him, a shadow streaked like lightning and collided with the enormous rock dragon lizard, toppling it with immense force. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as a fierce wind rose, as if a massive mountain had collapsed. The ground shook violently, dust billowed up, and the scene was terrifyingly chaotic. Qin Kong looked at the huge black wolf that suddenly appeared in front of him, gratitude flashing in his eyes. The moment the gravitational pressure lifted, he quickly distanced himself from the spot. Wang Yao breathed a sigh of relief and halted his steps to rescue him. The two swiftly returned to the position where Chen Lin and Yi Kexi were several hundred meters away. Sorry, Qin Kong said with a wry smile. I didn't expect the rock dragon lizard to have a second talent. Its combat power might be stronger than a level 55 mutant beast. At this moment, they were completely sidelined, as if they were insignificant spectators. It's okay, unexpected events are normal. After all, the mission can only provide the location and basic information, Chen Lin said calmly. Hearing this, Qin Kong's guilt did not lessen. Originally, the three had taken on a 5th-level mission to better assist the Hengshan base in clearing high-risk mutant beasts. Given that few mentors could complete such a mission, the difficulty was extremely high. It was also an opportunity for them to test their limits. Chen Kong intended to probe first, planning to escape with his exceptional speed if they couldn't contend. However, they never expected the rock dragon lizard to be a dual talent, dominator-level mutant beast. If not for inviting Chen Lin and his summoned creature's help, Chen Kong might have perished, and Wang Yao and Yi Kashi wouldn't have escaped their fate. The yellow domain unfolded again, and the terrifying gravity firmly suppressed the black giant wolf. Chen Kong asked worriedly, "Can it win?" Yi Kashi gritted her teeth, sweat trickling down her face. She was fully maintaining the augmentation and healing for He Ming, rapidly depleting her mana. "If not, let's retreat together and abandon the mission," she said with difficulty. Chen Lin remained calm. "You all retreat a kilometer back. He Ming is about to go all out." The three were stunned. Could this not be full effort yet? They hesitated only for a moment before nodding and retreating without hesitation. Half a minute later, as the three stood a kilometer away and looked back, a ferocious roar suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. Boom! Terrifying dark flames erupted, spreading instantly over a kilometer, engulfing and incinerating everything into ash. The violent momentum reached its peak, making everyone's hearts tremble. Under this horrifying black sea of fire, the ground dried and cracked, countless fissures spreading like a spider's web. All vegetation withered instantly, and the area for thousands of meters resembled an apocalypse. A ferocious shadow, towering 700 meters high, slowly took form, exuding a terrifying aura of greed and a desire to devour everything. Witnessing this, the three turned pale, a deep, indescribable fear welling up inside them. Yi Kashi's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. She could clearly feel the protective power of the goddess of retribution on He Ming being torn apart by this ferocious shadow's power, as if two tigers couldn't coexist on one mountain. This impact was like witnessing her deity being slapped to death, leaving her profoundly shaken and mentally shattered. The eyes of the rock dragon lizard shimmered with fear as its massive body was engulfed by pitch-black flames. Its once impenetrable scales were melting away layer by layer, like snow under the sun. It tried to release a yellow stream of energy, but each time it left its body, it was instantly devoured. The once powerful domain of heavy earth was now completely suppressed, rendered useless. "Roar!" The rock dragon lizard bellowed incredulously. "How is this possible? Your life force is so weak, yet you possess such terrifying power." Its slit pupils widened in shock, its voice filled with disbelief. A disdainful snort answered it. "Humph. Trash like you doesn't deserve to know." This contemptuous attitude instantly ignited the rock dragon lizard's fury. For the second time, it was being utterly disregarded. "Roar! I'll leave nothing of you," it howled, charging forward, its enormous claw tearing through the black flames and crashing down with a yellow glow. Black Ming remained unmoved, its fierce shadow raising a claw formed from the terrifying black flames, slicing through the air like lightning to meet the attack. At the moment of collision, a shockwave of black and yellow exploded, the deafening roar echoing in all directions. "Roar!" Agony shot through the rock dragon lizard's hand, as its proud scales crumbled like paper under the black claw of the fierce shadow, instantly torn apart. The terrifying heat seared its wounds, slowly and steadily consuming its life force. Finally, the rock dragon lizard began to panic. It channeled its innate power with all its might, the yellow glow becoming even more radiant. Suddenly, it spun around, swinging its 100-meter-long tail, its end like a massive iron ball, whipping up a violent gale as it roared away. Black Ming reacted swiftly, darting hundreds of meters away as the ground beneath it shattered. Boom! The giant tail swept through, smashing the solid mountain into dust, countless rocks falling like rain. Before the rock dragon lizard could catch its breath, Black Ming had already teleported in front of it, slashing out with its claw, the fierce shadow mirroring its action. "Roar!" Struck again, the rock dragon lizard let out a pained howl. It had never experienced such agony. Its strong defenses had rarely been breached, and the current pain left it bewildered. Its eyes filled with ferocity, the rock dragon lizard raised its forelimbs high, slamming them onto the ground. Instantly, the earth trembled violently, countless sharp stone pillars bursting forth, shooting in all directions like arrows. Black Ming's figure vanished in a flash, reappearing hundreds of meters away, its icy gaze fixed on the rock dragon lizard. Without the domain suppression, Black Ming's agility of over 2,000 was fully unleashed. In contrast, the rock dragon lizard, though strong in defense and power, was slow and clumsy. Coupled with the double attack range provided by the fierce shadow, Black Ming easily employed a Hitandran tactic. This situation drove the rock dragon lizard into a rage. It repeatedly stomped the ground, letting out frenzied roars. "Roar! Roar! If you have the guts, don't dodge, don't dodge." Chen Lin watched this scene with a smile. He stood within the sea of black flames, unaffected, as if a fish returned to water, feeling warm and comfortable. This wasn't something Black Ming did intentionally. Rather, it seemed the black flames were inherently incapable of harming Chen Lin, as if this power naturally belonged to him. After a full half-hour of attrition, the rock dragon lizard was weak and barely able to stand. Its life force was rapidly depleting, and finally, fear showed in its eyes. It didn't want to die. It longed to evolve to a higher level of existence. Roar! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I am willing to submit, the rock dragon lizard pleaded. However, Black Ming did not respond. Its slit pupils filled only with the greed to devour the rock dragon lizard entirely. The massive rock dragon lizard let out an unwilling roar as it collapsed under the terrifying claws of the black nether. Black flames surged and burned fiercely, as if silently celebrating its demise. After a long while, the rock dragon lizard was completely devoured, leaving only a pile of ashes. The black nether retracted all its black flames and rapidly shrank in size. A wave of fatigue swept through its body, leaving it in a weakened state, yet its presence remained as terrifying as ever, resembling a demon. The three observers in the distance watched with a mix of fear and awe. Chen Lin silently summoned a silver disc, transforming it into armor to cover himself. Although he could ignore the flames, his clothes had been completely burned away. Meanwhile, a new drone swiftly approached at Yang Zhao's urging. Upon witnessing the apocalyptic scene of withered grass and trees and collapsed mountains, the command center was left in shock. Yang Zhao's gaze immediately fixated on the towering black wolf, while the recently appeared rock dragon lizard had vanished without a trace, making the outcome clear. This guy, just how many more surprises does he have in store for me? Yang Zhao gasped, his voice filled with amazement. From the first time he crossed 2 major levels to slaying 3 corrupt serpents, and now defeating a level 52 mutated beast with a hint of royal bloodline at level 16, it was an astonishing leap across 4 major levels. This monster should be thrown onto the front lines to give those alien scum a real fight. Yang Zhao joked with a grin. He quickly realized that this opportunity would soon come. At the same time, he was certain about the alien's target. It's time to set up properly. This net to catch big fish needs to be quite sturdy. With this thought, a cold smile appeared on Yang Zhao's face. Tomorrow, post the battle recording of Chen Lin slaying the 3 corrupt serpents on the Academy's public forum, so everyone knows that a dragon has emerged into Xia. Yang Xiao ordered. Yes. The crowd responded with excitement. Only a female officer appeared worried, concerned about the current unstable situation. On the screen, Qin Kong and the other 2 approached Chen Lin. Yi Keshi looked at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Chen Lin, your summoned creature is terrifying. Wang Yao and Qin Kong nodded in agreement. Qin Kong said, other academies say I'm the one leading you, but they have no idea that it's actually you leading me. This time, Wang Yao and I didn't contribute, so the points should be split between you and Keshi. Hearing this, Wang Yao had no objections, having been a bystander the whole time. Chen Lin shook his head. Let's stick to the original plan. Qin Kong was surprised by his generosity. Having done nothing, he felt embarrassed to accept, scratching his head. Chen Lin, you deserve this, don't be modest. The 2 of them insisted for about 10 minutes. Finally, Chen Lin relented. How about this? I want to continue hunting level 50 mutated beasts, would you guys help? After devouring the rock dragon lizard and its life crystal, the black nether's size increased by 2 meters, and more importantly, its evolution points jumped by 150, 10 times that of a level 40 mutated beast. Chen Lin thought that if he could kill 10 more, he might evolve again soon, which was much faster than hunting level 40 mutated beasts. Qin Kong's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. They had taken on the 5-star mission precisely to do their part in quelling the crisis of the mutant beast uprising. With Chen Lin suggesting they continue the hunt, there was no hesitation on their part. Returning to claim the mission reward was no longer a priority. A single giant rock dragon lizard could earn them 1,000 contribution points, which was already a substantial gain. Even if it meant fighting alongside Chen Lin for an entire day, they were willing to do so. Seeing their resolve, Chen Lin smiled slightly. Although Qin Kong and Wang Yao seemed somewhat redundant when facing the giant rock dragon lizard, Yi Keshi's support role was invaluable. The 3 of them then proceeded to eliminate the surrounding mutant beasts ranging from levels 50 to 54. It is worth mentioning that Qin Kong finally showcased the prowess of the top student at Lark Academy. He charged into battle, slicing through several level 51 mutant beasts with ease before gracefully withdrawing from the fray, his movements as fluid as water. However, his attacks seemed to lack power, merely tickling the beasts. Wang Yao, on the other hand, unleashed his full strength with a mighty axe swing, its force comparable to a standard strike from He Ming, demonstrating his own fearless courage. Chen Lin was amazed by the spectacle and promptly summoned He Ming, who had just rested, to join the fray again. Until late at night, the 2 humans and the beast collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Qin Kong chuckled wryly, lamenting the loss of face in front of his junior. Wang Yao, hearing this, buried his head in the dirt, too embarrassed to show his face. His seemingly powerful strike had only inflicted minor damage, leaving him deeply disheartened. Yikashi stood by, smiling. Despite feeling mentally drained and dizzy, she and Chen Lin had conserved more physical energy by staying in the rear. Chen Lin checked his panel and found that He Ming's evolution value had reached its peak, and he let out a long breath of relief. Today's goals were fully achieved. Even more exciting was that after devouring 10 level 50+ mutant beasts, He Ming's size had grown to 80 meters tall, with each attribute increasing by 60 points, and its strength, constitution, and agility all surpassing the 400 mark. In its normal state, it was now a 100-meter giant, and when further enlarged, it was truly terrifying. Let's head back, Chen Lin suggested. The trio nodded in agreement. Any more fighting, and their bodies might truly give out. From 7 in the morning until now, they had spent a full 20 hours either battling mutant beasts or searching for them. Such high-intensity combat was unsustainable. The drone that had been following them transmitted footage of their return journey back to the command center. Yang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. If they had continued fighting, he would have had to order them to stop. In their current state, any mistake could be fatal. Incredible, they've managed to take down 11 mutant beasts above level 50 in just one day. Even the instructors can't match that pace, one officer exclaimed in awe. The others nodded in agreement. As for being shocked, they had become numb to it by now. A female officer analyzed. Across the entire Balian mountain range, there are just over 1,000 mutant beasts above level 50. At this rate, they could clear them all in just over a month. Yang Xiao nodded at this, a satisfied expression on his face. Whenever there was a mutant beast surge, these level 50 beasts were the most troublesome. They were numerous, and each one was incredibly powerful, capable of causing massive damage if even one breached the city. Yang Xiao chuckled, feeling secretly proud. He was confident that the cleanup operation at Hungshan base was progressing faster than at any other base. However, the female officer's response was like a cold shower. No, Luoxiang base is still ahead, the female officer said hesitantly. Yang Xiao was stunned and asked incredulously, "What's their situation? How are they so fast?" The female officer shook her head. "Not sure, but compared to yesterday, Luoxiang base's cleanup speed has increased significantly." Meanwhile, at the Luoxiang command center, the commander looked at the nearly deserted base, feeling both amused and exasperated. It was already near dawn, yet the cadets were still battling mutated beasts in the mountains, only returning briefly when taking on new tasks. Initially, only the freshmen were so driven, but as their contribution points soared, the sophomores felt the pressure and joined the competitive fervor. Soon after, the juniors and seniors couldn't sit idly by and also joined the fight. In this atmosphere, even the instructors didn't dare slack off, as resting seemed like a shameful act. Isn't this dangerous for them? They're averaging less than 2 hours of rest a day. Even for combat professionals, that's unsustainable, someone expressed concern. The commander sighed. We can't stop them from pouring their hearts into it. He added, fortunately, the academies at Luoxiang base are strong, especially Beilong, which is recognized as the top academy. I've ordered a large number of soldiers and armed helicopters to stand by at the mountain's perimeter, ready to support cadets in distress. So far, there have been significant injuries, but few fatalities. Just then, reports came in from the other 13 bases, all in dire straits, unable to clear areas of level 20 mutated beasts. The most dangerous situation was at Wushan base, where mutated beasts were starting to gather, indicating that giant beasts might be preparing to leave the mountains and attack nearby cities. The commander looked grave. The closest city to Wushan base is Wu City, and its strongest instructor is only at the 4th tier. They won't be able to hold off the beasts. If that happens, the beasts will overrun the city, and countless people will become their prey. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, recalling past news of cities falling, their hearts heavy. The commander spoke with determination. The faster we clear our area, the sooner we can send reinforcements to Wushan base and protect more people. Meanwhile, in the mountains, a young man in black armor was furiously wielding his battle sword, relentlessly attacking a level 39 heavy-scaled lizard. This was Xiao Yunxiu, his eyes bloodshot and bulging, looking almost frenzied. Kill, kill, kill. Turn them all into contribution points. Xiao Yunxiu kept muttering, the black aura around him solidifying. Each strike ignored the lizard's defenses, causing it to let out piercing cries. After a grueling 10 minutes, he finally wore down the lizard. Without stopping, Xiao Yunxiu continued deeper into the mountains, muttering, level 40, I can do it. Suddenly, he whipped his head to the side, spotting a mutated beast resembling a cat demon sneaking closer from over 30 meters away. Seeing this, Xiao Yunxiu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The cat demon seemed to sense Xiao Yunxiu's dangerous aura, shuddered, and immediately turned to flee. You can't escape, hee hee. Xiao Yunxiu let out a chilling laugh and chased after the cat demon. Returning to the dormitory, Chen Lin pushed the door open and was greeted by the familiar setup. Feng Yi was sitting by the bed and asked as soon as Chen Lin entered, Why did it take you so long to come back this time? It's already morning. Chen Lin chuckled as he sat down on a chair, picking up a skewer of grilled meat and eating as he replied. The mission location was deep in, so the journey took a while. By the way, Chen Lin, Feng Yi suddenly remembered something. Why hasn't your contribution points increased today? Quite a few people have overtaken you. I teamed up with Senior Qin Kong. They take the contribution points, and I get the life crystals. Chen Lin explained simply. I see. The three of them realized. But Feng Yi quickly reacted, looking shocked. You didn't take on a level 5 mission, did you? As soon as he said this, Li Zhongfeng and Xiao Yang also realized the possibility. After all, Chen Lin could handle level 4 missions on his own, so he wouldn't team up casually. Seeing Chen Lin nod in confirmation, the three of them felt a pang of envy. While they were still doing level 2 missions, Chen Lin had already completed a level 5 one. His strength was now on par with their instructors. We all entered Lark Academy at the same time. A sense of melancholy washed over them. They were all top talents in their provinces, with Li Zhongfeng even scoring higher than Chen Lin in the college entrance exam. Yet, in less than 5 days, the gap had widened so significantly. Feng Yi asked with a wry smile. Honestly, Chen Lin, how did your combat power improve so quickly? Even if Black Nether is a growth-type talent, this is too much. Chen Lin just smiled without answering, not wanting to discourage them too much. He knew deep down that with his devouring gluttony ability, as long as there was something to consume, nothing could hinder his growth. Even in the later stages, no matter how difficult it was to improve his strength, he would never stop progressing. After the three of them gradually went to rest, Chen Lin silently took out a special device and used his contribution points to apply for 10 pieces of level 2 life crystals. These crystals had more purchasing power than academic credits and were the standard currency on the front lines, circulating throughout the human race. The only way to obtain them was by contributing to the human race, such as clearing mutated beasts to eliminate rear threats. The logistics department received the application and immediately reported it to the command room, as life crystals were a restricted resource, and such large applications required approval. Yang Xiao inquired about the current stock, and a female officer replied. Originally 520 pieces, now reduced by half, all exchanged by the cadets. These were accumulated by the Hungshan base over the years by killing mutated beasts in the mountains. Since most soldiers are from civilian professions and ordinary people, they have no use for them, so they were stored and are now used as exchange resources. Give it to him, and if he continues to exchange, it will be the same. Yang Xiao nodded in approval. Through drone observations over the past few days, Chen Lin had shown not only immense potential, but also excellent character. As a key focus, he already enjoyed resource preference, and the military would prioritize meeting his needs, even allowing direct exchanges for rare treasures. Yes, the female officer replied with a smile, more than willing to hand over the life crystals, earned by the soldiers of Hungshan base at the cost of their lives, to such an outstanding cadet as Chen Lin. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a sudden, urgent knock on the door shattered the dormitory silence. Chen Lin got up to open the door and found a soldier in combat uniform standing outside, holding a white safe roughly a meter in size. Thank you, Chen Lin said politely as he took the safe. The soldier nodded briefly and hurried away, clearly occupied with other tasks. Chen Lin closed the door, placed the safe on the table, and examined this mysterious container carefully. Taking a deep breath, he entered his student ID number. Instantly, a blue scanning line projected from the safe, followed by a mechanical voice, student identity verified. With a crisp click, the safe automatically opened. Holding his breath, Chen Lin saw 10 thumbnail-sized life crystals neatly arranged inside, emitting a faint red glow. Without any hesitation, Chen Lin grabbed all the crystals, closed his eyes, and whispered, absorb. In an instant, the crystals shattered in his palm, transforming into countless sparkling red fragments that flowed into his body like a warm current. Chen Lin felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, and his level rapidly increased, soon reaching level 20. Opening his eyes, Chen Lin saw a prompt flashing on his personal interface. Proceed with second transformation? Despite the late hour, he clicked confirm without hesitation. The next second, Chen Lin vanished from the dormitory. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a vast plain. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, bringing a hint of coolness that cleared his mind instantly. A transparent information box suddenly appeared in front of him. Coordinate number 00996. This is a world invaded by the Fallen, a race that enslaves everything and is continuously expanding here. Mission: eliminate the Fallen. Participants: 1. Time limit: 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Reminder: cannot voluntarily return to Blue Star. Chen Lin frowned in thought. He recalled reading about the Fallen in his high school library, a foreign civilization threatening humanity. He hadn't expected them to invade Blue Star and have the capability to conquer other worlds. How powerful are the Fallen? How vast is their population? With these questions in mind, Chen Lin took a deep breath, his gaze growing resolute. He walked forward silently, and after some time, reached the edge of a cliff. As he looked down at the scene below, Chen Lin's expression froze. Beside a massive plantation, dozens of fallen stood in a circle. Their bodies were covered in gray skin, standing over 2 meters tall, with sharp horns on their heads. Their upright posture gave them a somewhat humanoid appearance, yet their eyes glimmered with a mischievous light, devoid of any human compassion. Under the watchful eyes of the fallen, countless emaciated, expressionless humans toiled mechanically. Holding bone spurs, they were forced to water small, pitch-black trees bearing blood-red fruits. These pitiful slaves had no strength to resist, mechanically piercing their palms with bone spurs, letting their blood drip and stain the dark red soil even more vividly. This brutal scene ignited a flame of anger within Chen Lin. Since his memory awakened, he had never felt such a strong emotional surge, completely uncontrollable. At that moment, a silver butterfly appeared silently, landing lightly on his shoulder. With a flash of silver light, a set of armor instantly enveloped Chen Lin's body. Boom! Without hesitation, Chen Lin leaped off the 100-meter-high cliff, the ground exploding upon his landing. TSK, the blood fruit will ripen in a few days. Once I eat it, I'll be able to break through to the third ring and join the expeditionary force. I really envy you, Bata. As the two fallen ones chatted idly, a sudden loud crash from behind shook the ground. They turned around in confusion, only to see a silver blur darting through the dust like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Chen Lin stood before them, his armored fist delivering a powerful blow with a white shockwave. Bata's eyes widened in terror, unable to react before the fist crashed into its face. With a sickening crack, its nose bone shattered, and its face caved in with a deep imprint. Bata was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing through numerous black trees before landing heavily on the dark red soil. Boom! Bata's brain felt as if it had been struck by a massive boulder weighing tons. If not for its naturally strong physique, its head might have exploded. Witnessing this, its companion's face changed drastically. A viscous black energy formed a spear in its hand, which it thrust towards the silver figure without hesitation. Yet, Chen Lin didn't dodge. He simply caught the spear tip and crushed it to pieces with a squeeze. Fear and disbelief filled the fallen one's eyes, realizing it was no match for him. It turned to call for help from its kin, but Chen Lin was faster. His blade flashed, and the fallen one was cleaved in two, its gray blood splattering his armor. Chen Lin's gaze remained cold as ice. By now, all the fallen ones had reacted to the sudden commotion. Dozens of angry, fearsome eyes turned toward Chen Lin. Unfazed, he watched as his blade transformed into a mighty 3-meter-long halberd. He swung it in an arc, its terrifying weight making the air roar. Dozens of fallen ones closed in, led by Beatty, who stared at the silver figure and demanded, "Who are you? Why attack without reason?" This was a special form of communication, understandable by any race, akin to telepathy with the Black Nether. Chen Lin understood but chose not to respond, unsure of what to say. He coldly declared, "Humans need no reason to kill beasts like you." Hearing this strange language, the fallen ones felt a sense of familiarity. Beatty suddenly realized something, a mocking smile appearing on its face. "So, a surviving ant dares to crawl out of its hole? Why do you have the courage to show yourself?" Chen Lin's gaze grew colder as he stepped towards the fallen ones, his halberd dragging along the ground. Boom! He became a blur, moving at incredible speed, and appeared 3 meters in front of Beatty. Seeing the halberd's blade approaching, Beatty was alarmed and quickly raised its shield to block. Bang! It was sent flying into the cliff wall. This stunned all the fallen ones. Crackling rocks fell as Beatty pulled itself from the cliff, its gaze on Chen Lin, now serious. Such powerful strength and speed, even greater than its own. It was a third-ring fallen one, yet when did such a formidable fighter emerge from those hiding mice? However, this was the plantation, guarded by 80 fallen ones. Upon realizing this, Batai cruelly grinned, revealing a sinister smile. "All together now, tear him apart to feed the blood fruit." At his command, the surrounding malevolent creatures roared in unison, and countless black forces surged like a tide. The air was instantly filled with a nauseating stench, pressing down towards Chen Lin. Chen Lin faced this oppressive force with unflinching calmness, his gaze icy and resolute. He swung his battle halberd with immense force, causing a sharp explosive sound in the air. The two frontmost creatures didn't even have time to react before their heads exploded under the tyrannical sweep of the halberd. Several spears hurtled through the air towards Chen Lin, but they stalled upon contact with his armor. The creature's eyes flashed with disbelief, but their shock was swiftly terminated by the sweeping halberd. With the enhancement of 220 strength points, Chen Lin was like a human beast, his 13-ton halberd cutting through everything in its path. These creatures, under level 30, were as fragile as paper before him, each strike claiming multiple lives. Gray blood flowed freely on the ground, and mutilated bodies lay strewn about. Seeing the tide of battle turn drastically, Batai hastily conjured a black chain, attempting to bind Chen Lin. Quick, let's restrain him together, he shouted. But before he could finish, an overwhelming force pulled him forward uncontrollably. In a desperate moment, Ba Tai activated his innate ability, his skin rapidly splitting open to reveal a hard, black glowing shell. However, this defense only barely withstood the lethal strike, and his body still crashed heavily into the ground. Chen Lin retrieved his halberd and walked forward coldly, crushing Ba Tai's head underfoot. Witnessing his brother's brutal death, Ba Tai's eyes turned red with rage. He memorized Chen Lin's appearance before turning to flee. However, Chen Lin was prepared. With a thought, his halberd transformed into a spear, piercing Ba Tai's head in an instant. He's unarmed now, attack. The remaining creatures swarmed forward, only to see Chen Lin's fists swinging, each punch accompanied by a white shockwave. His blows were as fast as lightning and as heavy as a mountain, and in no time, he had decimated nearly all of the 80 creatures. The few that managed to escape were quickly hunted down and killed by Chen Lin. After clearing the battlefield, Chen Lin looked up at the massive eye made of gray patterns in the sky. It was the remote observation tool of the malevolent creatures, and he was sure he had already been discovered. Turning to look at his fellow kin in the plantation, a profound sense of despair welled up inside him. They were like living corpses, numbly piercing themselves to feed the eerie fruit trees. As Chen Lin was lost in thought, a young voice suddenly piped up. "Are you an immortal?" He turned sharply to see a ragged little girl standing there timidly. She had evidently run down from the cliff, her body covered in scrapes, and her clothes were in tatters. The girl clutched her dress nervously, asking in a small voice, "Can you help us?" Chen Lin remained silent for a long time, his gaze sweeping over the red fruits before he slowly spoke. "Of course, there are no more evil fallen here now. You should have the others come and take these away." The girl looked where he pointed and nodded vigorously, though her eyes still flickered with worry. "They'll come back, and it'll be dangerous then," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Lin leaned down, gently patting the girl's dirty hair, offering a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, there won't be any evil fallen today." "Immortal, really?" The girl widened her eyes, looking at him with hopeful anticipation. "Yes," Chen Lin replied briefly. Upon receiving his confirmation, the girl's face broke into a bright smile. She turned and ran off excitedly, eager to share the good news with everyone. Watching her joyful figure disappear into the distance, a deep, uncontrollable sorrow welled up in Chen Lin's heart, causing even his body to tremble slightly. He knew clearly that with that enormous gray eye in the sky, the evil fallen would surely know the location of these people. It was as if they were being kept as resources. "Aliens, you all deserve to die." A fierce anger ignited in Chen Lin's chest, and his fists clenched involuntarily. With a mere thought, He Ming appeared beside him. This colossal creature stood over 100 meters tall, exuding a terrifying, fierce aura. Chen Lin was well aware that a large number of evil fallen were undoubtedly on their way. To be safe, he immediately initiated the evolution process. As he did so, the primal force deep within He Ming surged violently, waves of terrifying evolutionary power sweeping over its entire body like a tidal wave. This power even burst outward, forming a thick black beam that pierced the clouds, shattering that gray eye into pieces. Boom! The earth and sky seemed to tremble, a presence that made all living things fear sweeping in all directions, as if a demon god had descended upon the world. He Ming roared towards the sky, its terrifying and violent aura spreading with a deafening roar for several kilometers. The girl who had just left was so frightened by the sudden change that she crouched down, trembling, covering her head. It was only after the aura dissipated that she dared to slowly stand up. Despite her legs still shaking, she forced herself to overcome her fear and continued to run. She had to tell everyone that a silver immortal had come to save them. System notifications popped up consecutively. "Congratulations, your summoned creature He Ming has acquired the skill Fountain. Congratulations, your summoned creature He Ming's gigantification talent has been upgraded from B to A level. Congratulations, your summoned creature He Ming's diamond body talent has been upgraded from B to A level. Congratulations, your summoned creature He Ming's flame talent has been upgraded to Heavenly Flame A. Congratulations, your summoned creature He Ming has gained a new talent, Death's Gaze A. He Ming's attributes also saw a significant increase. Strength, 412,502. Constitution, 429,519. Agility, 418,508. Magic, 384,474. With this evolution, He Ming grew an additional 30 meters, reaching a height of 110 meters and a length of over 200 meters. All attributes increased by 90 points. Chen Lin focused his mind, carefully examining He Ming's new abilities. Gigantification A. Increases body size by 5 times, enhancing strength, defense, and speed by 500. Diamond Body A. Grants immunity traits, reducing elemental and poison damage. When activated, The entire body is imbued with diamond strength, becoming immovable. Heavenly Flame A can merge three types of power to create a unique personal domain. Death's Gaze A, within sight, it can define death for the target, killing anything. All talents received substantial enhancements, significantly boosting He Ming's power. What delighted Chen Lin the most was the flame evolving into Heavenly Flame, which, by merging three types of power, could form a unique personal domain. Chen Lin recalled how powerful the gravity domain of the giant rock dragon lizard was, able to suppress He Ming completely. Luo Ning's gray domain was also very peculiar. Now that He Ming had its own domain, its strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. Chen Lin took a deep breath, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead. He silently vowed to make those fiends pay in blood for their deeds. Glancing back at the numb crowd behind him, Chen Lin and He Ming walked several kilometers in silence. During the journey, neither of them communicated telepathically. He Ming, sensing his master's foul mood, quietly followed alongside him. About 10 minutes later, the sky began to display intricate patterns, gradually forming a massive gray eye that loomed over the man and beast below. Soon after, a vast army of fiends appeared on the horizon. They stood 3 to 4 meters tall, numbering in the thousands. The most alarming sight was the 10 fiends at the forefront, each at an astounding level 55. Such a challenging level 20 scenario had never been seen in the history of humankind. Chen Lin gripped his battle spear tightly, watching as it swiftly transformed into a sharp halberd. Coldly, he ordered, "Leave no survivors. Annihilate these fiends." "As you command, my master." He Ming responded telepathically, then began a remarkable transformation. Its body rapidly expanded, transforming into a terrifying black beast towering 550 meters high and over 1,000 meters long. Black flames erupted from its body, and its deep blue vertical pupils shifted to daunting gray eyes, exuding a terrifying aura of death. Roar! He Ming let out a deafening roar, its sound waves sweeping across kilometers. Under this terrifying presence, all the fiends involuntarily halted. Except for the 10 high-level fivering fiends, the rest were seized by deep fear, trembling uncontrollably. The 10 fivering fiends conversed gravely, their eyes fixed on the colossal black beast ahead. "This beast is powerful. It is not of this world. That human must also be from another world, not one of our captive mice." Alarm bells rang in their minds, and the beast's blazing flames radiated extreme danger. The intense heat was palpable, even from kilometers away. He Ming took a step forward, its massive form covering hundreds of meters with each stride. The fivering fiends instantly became alert. He Ming simultaneously activated its swift and fountain abilities, one to increase speed and the other to rapidly absorb ambient energy to restore magic. Boom! He Ming exerted its power, shattering the ground within hundreds of meters and sending debris flying. It appeared before the 10 fivering fiends in an instant, its gray eyes coldly fixated on them as it raised a massive claw to strike. A huge shadow descended as the fivering fiends darted away, barely evading the blow. However, the other fiends on the ground were not as fortunate, crushed into pulp beneath the terrifying claw and consumed instantly by black flames. Witnessing this, the leader, Layalis, made a swift decision and shouted, "Ignore the monster, kill the human." Watching the army of corrupted beings sweep past, He Ming's double pupils glowed with an icy light. With a sudden strike of its forepaw, the ground cracked for hundreds of meters, the tremor spreading like waves. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, He Ming's entire body erupted in pitch-black flames, instantly spreading for kilometers, devouring everything around. Countless corrupted beings were thrown into panic, not only feeling the scorching pain, but also sensing their life force rapidly fading. Cries of agony echoed as the weaker ones turned to ash in moments. Layalis was shocked, thinking to himself, "Damn, what kind of bizarre power is this, burning my very essence of life?" The essence of life represents one's lifespan, and once lost, it cannot be recovered unless rare treasures are used. Realizing the dire situation, Layalis immediately ordered, "Attack now. If we delay any longer, even if we win, we won't live much longer." The 9 fivering corrupted beings sprang into action, each conjuring weapons and unleashing their strongest attacks with their innate powers. However, as these attacks landed on He Ming, a golden light appeared, exuding an unyielding aura that blocked all the assaults. Layalis gritted his teeth and murmured in disbelief, "Its defense is just as strong." At that moment, He Ming's massive paw came crashing down, like a mountain descending with a deafening boom. Seeing this, Layalis sprouted black bone wings from his back and shot off like an arrow. However, his mind was suddenly filled with endless terror, as a pair of merciless double pupils, emanating a sense of death, appeared in the void, fixating on him. Layalis's movement ceased instantly. Under the influence of the deathly gaze, the intimidation seemed to amplify, producing a new effect. The massive paw struck down forcefully, leaving Layali's unable to move, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. This was a powerful control, with no mental resistance, impossible to break free from. Boom. The ground collapsed instantly, like a dragon turning over, dust billowing. The scene was catastrophic. Witnessing this apocalypse-like black giant wolf, the 9 corrupted beings couldn't help but swallow hard, seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. This beast is terrifying, a monster beyond our capability. We must flee quickly. Hearing this, the other 8 corrupted beings immediately nodded, unfurling their black-bone wings and desperately flying towards the royal city, fearing to be the last. He Ming devoured Lei Yali's completely, looking coldly at the corrupted beings like flies. It casually locked onto one, appearing behind the target in an instant, its claws glowing with black light, tearing it apart. Seeing this, the remaining 8 fivering corrupted beings were terrified, wishing they could grow another pair of wings. Scatter and run. They immediately dispersed, fleeing in different directions. He Ming casually selected a target, caught up, and immobilized it, tearing it apart with its claws. Then, a chilling deathly aura surged from its double pupils, turning the surrounding area of a corrupted being into a gray zone, grinding its life away like a millstone, causing it to fall to the ground. He Ming continued using its deathly gaze, pursuing and killing the other corrupted beings in the same manner. However, after the second use, a sharp pain suddenly shot through its eyes. Blood stained its eyes, trickling down, and a trace of deathly intent arose within it. He Ming realized that if it continued to use the power forcibly, the accumulated deathly intent might reach a breaking point, potentially leading to its own demise from the backlash. At this moment, He Ming decisively stopped using his powers, stomped hard on the ground, and the earth shattered beneath him. He transformed into a shadow, rapidly pursuing his target with precision, beginning a deadly hunt. Meanwhile, hundreds of corrupted creatures surged from both sides, roaring as the dark sea of flames dissipated and charged towards Chen Lin. Chen Lin remained expressionless, moving like lightning, wielding his halberd to sweep in all directions. Each strike was powerful and domineering, and wherever the halberd's edge passed, the corrupted creatures were torn apart, their life extinguished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the plain was littered with corpses, and the stench of blood filled the air. Severed limbs and broken bodies were scattered everywhere, resembling a hell on earth. Yet Chen Lin stood tall, surrounded by 100 meters of gray blood and body parts. In another plantation, dozens of people arrived, rendered speechless by the horrific scene before them. The ground was covered with the bodies of corrupted creatures, a sight that was truly shocking. A girl frantically looked around for a silver figure, but finding nothing, she immediately dashed out of the plantation. The leading man instructed the others to return to the base to retrieve the blood fruits and destroy the place. Then followed the girl. An hour later, when they reached the blood-soaked plain, the leading man was speechless with shock. All he could see were the gruesome remains of the corrupted creatures piled up together. Farther away, the earth was cracked for thousands of meters, with not a blade of grass left. Such a terrifying battlefield made him wonder, could a powerful human have descended here? By then, Chen Lin had already moved on. He stood atop He Ming's head, looking towards the edge of the plain, swiftly advancing in the direction the corrupted creatures had come from. He intended to find their lair and eradicate them completely. Sensing the aura of death surrounding He Ming, Chen Lin asked with his thoughts, "Are you all right?" "There won't be any problems for now, my master," He Ming replied. Chen Lin nodded, continuing to watch ahead. After consuming thousands of corrupted creatures, He Ming had grown by another 5 meters. However, Chen Lin noticed that the energy required for growth had significantly increased, and the evolution value had only increased by 100 points. It was still far from the 5,000 points needed for perfection, almost 10 times more difficult than before evolution. Crossing this high threshold to achieve all level talents would require at least a dozen days of accumulation. As he pondered, a massive city gradually came into view. Chen Lin's gaze sharpened as he focused on the majestic city, several hundred meters tall. The corrupted creatures had all retreated from the city, leaving only a single level 59 creature, with strength close to the 6th ring, waiting alone. Through his observing eye, Chen Lin knew that a human wave tactic would be useless against them, as these corrupted creatures wouldn't foolishly throw their lives away. La Yates stood coldly, its 6-meter body unfurling a pair of menacing black-bone wings. Its entire being was enveloped in a tangible aura of corruption, darkening the surroundings and making it difficult for light to penetrate. From several kilometers away, it silently watched Chen Lin. "That disgusting aura, I can feel it even from this distance," Chen Lin said coldly. He leaped from He Ming's head, crashing into the ground, then charged towards the city like an unsheathed sword. "He Ming, you handle it. I'll take care of the other corrupted creatures." "As you command, my master," He Ming responded, his body instantly expanding to a kilometer, with black flames erupting like a cataclysmic beast, sweeping across the landscape with fierce might. Boom! The plane shattered as He Ming appeared before the city in an instant. La Yates, facing this black giant wolf 100 times its size, remained unfazed even when shrouded in shadow. Its claws, shimmering with dark light, slashed down like thunder, reducing the steel-like stone city walls to dust in an instant. Just as the black, tangible stream of energy was about to strike La Yates, an indestructible barrier appeared out of nowhere, completely blocking the attack. La Yates regarded the beast before him with cold disdain, his voice dripping with scorn. A mere creature that's not even of king level, dreaming of upheaval after killing a few ants. He flicked his fingers lightly, and the black barrier exploded, sending the creature known as He Ming hurtling hundreds of meters away. Immediately, the dark energy surrounding La Yates surged, coalescing into a massive demonic blade over 100 meters long. The blade emanated a sinister aura of corruption, withering the vegetation within a kilometer radius. La Yates slowly reached out to grasp the demonic sword, as waves of darkness surged around him, his power reaching its peak. I am the son of the demon king of the fallen True clan, incomparable to those weaklings, he said coldly. Prepare to meet your death. Without waiting for a response, La Yates swung the enormous sword with a swift motion, the blade cutting through the air like lightning towards He Ming. The force of the swing tore the very air apart. A golden glow appeared around He Ming, but under the power of the demonic blade, the defense quickly cracked, on the verge of being consumed by the corrupting force. He Ming let out an earth-shattering roar, its claws gripping the demonic blade tightly. As the golden light shattered, it managed to withstand the lethal strike with its formidable physique. With a tremendous crash, the ground collapsed by dozens of meters, the demonic blade carving a deep, bottomless chasm into the earth. Dark golden blood gushed from He Ming's head and claws, clearly indicating the significant damage it had sustained. La Yates watched the scene with an expressionless face, speaking calmly. Impressive. Surviving one of my strikes, you are worthy to become my steed. I am aware of your contract with that human, preventing you from harming him. Now, I offer you a chance to atone for the slaughter of my kin. Simply do not obstruct me from killing that human. What do you say? Upon hearing these words, an unprecedented fury ignited in He Ming's eyes. It glared fiercely at La Yates, letting out a deafening roar. You are courting death. In an instant, He Ming's entire body erupted in black flames, spreading over a range of several kilometers, engulfing everything around. Within the blazing flames, an enormous spectral figure over 2,000 meters tall slowly took form, radiating a terrifying aura that made all living things tremble. Sensing the overwhelming power that seemed capable of devouring everything, La Yates' expression grew serious. He was horrified to find his life essence being drained, and quickly conjured a barrier to isolate the black flames. Just because you survived a simple strike from me, do you think you're strong? He Ming's voice thundered. Now again. Its dual pupils coldly fixed on La Yates, and without moving, it merely raised its lethal claw and struck. Simultaneously, the massive spectral figure mirrored its action. Seeing this, La Yates' expression changed dramatically, channeling the corrupting force with all his might to reinforce the barrier. However, all these efforts seemed futile against the terrifying black claws of the spectral figure. In mere seconds, the barrier became riddled with cracks, which rapidly spread and deepened. Finally, with a deafening crash, the barrier shattered completely. La Yates was slammed into the ground with immense force, crashing into the earth below. Is that all? He Ming looked down from above, not continuing its assault, but silently waiting for its opponent to rise again. La Yates stood up slowly from the ground, his face dark and sullen. He felt the agony of having his life essence stripped away, and through gritted teeth, he snarled, "Beast, I'll make you wish for death." Before he finished speaking, a terrifying force erupted from within him. However, it only expanded less than 10 meters before halting, leaving La Yates momentarily stunned. What is happening? Why can't my domain expand? Is it being suppressed? He thought, filled with uncertainty and suspicion. Before he could react, the vicious phantom's claws slashed out again. Boom! La Yates was struck instantly, crashing through the thick, sturdy city walls and being flung back several hundred meters. A painful howl erupted. La Yates could no longer suppress his inner fury, letting out an earth-shattering roar as he shot into the sky. Even without the support of the fallen domain, I can still kill you, he bellowed, his body suddenly swelling to tens of meters in height, with black patterns spreading all over his body. The black bone wings on his back spread wide, spanning nearly 100 meters. A long black spear formed in his hand as black currents exploded outward like a storm, exuding a terrifying aura. Talent, fallen demon shadow. Prepare to die. La Yates roared, his figure instantly disappearing. In the next moment, he burst through layers of dark flames, the sharp black spear aimed directly at his enemy. However, Black Nether reacted even faster. Utilizing the attack range advantage of the vicious phantom, it swatted Laates down like a fly, slamming him into the ground and creating a huge crater. Struggling to his feet, Laates' eyes burned with rage. Born a noble among the fallen, he had never suffered such humiliation. Bajin, what are you waiting for? Activate the fallen heaven sealing array for me. His voice, transmitted through the gray eyes floating in the sky, reached far away. Instantly, a black canopy descended like an overturned bowl, covering the entire giant city. Chains several meters wide, entwined with the power of corruption, emerged from the void, binding black nether layer by layer. Countless black currents followed the chains, attempting to assimilate it. With the full force of tens of thousands of the fallen, even if your power reaches 6 rings, you'll obediently be assimilated and become a puppet that can only obey. Laates laughed maniacally. Then I'll make sure to torment you. In the face of the threat, Black Nether's 4 gray eyes remained indifferent. Accompanied by a fierce roar, it fused the powers of sky flame, greed and gluttony, gigantification, and death stare. Boom. The dark flames surged violently, expanding to a range of 1,000 meters. A terrifying aura of death flowed through the entire domain. At this moment, any creature within the dark sea of flames, whether mortal or eternal god, faced the threat of death. Simultaneously, the vicious phantom on Black Nether solidified completely, its aura resonating for thousands of meters, terrifying and violent. 2 pairs of gray eyes appeared in its enormous gaze, containing dreadful death intent, capable of annihilating targets with a single glance. In this domain, power became tangible. At this moment, Black Nether seemed like the ruler of this realm. In the infernal prison, the domain formed by the fusion of 3 layers of innate power spread over the battlefield like a giant net. Laates' smile froze on its face as the confidence in its eyes was gradually replaced by fear. Within this deathly realm, it felt its life being devoured by the dark flames, and its soul slowly eroded by the impending doom. Damn beast, Laates snarled through gritted teeth. Let's see whether you exhaust me first, or I assimilate you. A look of madness crossed its face as it unleashed all its corruptive power into the shackles. Instantly, the corrosive force surged, and waves of corruptive energy engulfed Hyming's entire being, determined to taint its body and soul completely. Hyming roared skyward, its steadfast will forming a barrier that halted the terrifying corruptive power. It recalled its past, abandoned by the wolf pack due to its mutated small stature, left to fend for itself in the harsh forest. Hunger and cold nearly claimed its last breath until Chen Lin's summoning granted it a new life. From that moment, Hyming swore to follow Chen Lin forever, never to leave. It fought for Chen Lin not because of a contract or a soul connection, but because Chen Lin was its entire reason for existence. The ferocious phantom roared alongside Hyming, needing no command as the entwining black-gray power shattered the shackles. A massive claw slashed down, tearing apart the chains that bound Hyming. Laates sneered, conjuring more chains out of thin air to pierce through. It's useless, even with your current 6-ring strength, you can't break free. However, the ferocious phantom slowly turned towards it, the deathly energy in its gray eyes erupting. Laates instantly sensed extreme danger, its body turning gray. Under the terrifying power, most of its life force was extinguished within seconds, leaving it on the brink of death. At this critical moment, a black power burst from Laates' body, exuding an aura capable of corrupting all things, crushing the deathly energy. Laates' face turned grim, realizing its father's protective power was depleted. Not daring to linger, it turned to flee. Staying longer would mean being utterly consumed by the dark flames and pervasive deathly energy. Meanwhile, Chen Lin had already appeared on the Grand Palace Square behind the giant city. From hundreds of meters away, he hurled his battle spear, the silver light slicing through the air, aiming straight for the mass of tens of thousands of corrupted beings. Bajin stepped forward instantly, conjuring a black blade to block the spear. The powerful impact forced it back several meters. At that moment, Chen Lin had already closed in, his silver fist striking the end of the spear. It pierced through immediately, exploding the heart of the level 35 corrupted being, gray blood bursting forth. Chen Lin's gaze remained calm as the spear transformed into a halberd, sweeping in all directions. Wherever the halberd's light reached, several nearby corrupted beings were blown apart, flesh and blood flying. This terrifying scene intimidated countless corrupted beings, causing them to retreat hastily instead of maintaining the corruptive power of the Grand Formation. Seizing the opportunity, Hyming shattered all the shackles, and the dark canopy shattered and disappeared. Chen Lin advanced instead of retreating, stomping the ground to crack the tiles, charging into the midst of countless corrupted beings like a bolt of lightning. The silver figure gleamed under the bright light, standing out starkly amidst the pitch-black crowd of foes. Chen Lin wielded his battle spear with overwhelming force, its ruthless energy obliterating all in its path. In a short time, he had already slain dozens of enemies, showcasing unparalleled combat prowess. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and countless black spikes shot from all directions. Chen Lin remained unfazed as the spikes struck him. His indestructible armor easily deflected all attacks, leaving not even a scratch. A formidable adversary glared at him, roaring, "Human, if our elite weren't on an expedition, you'd have been crushed like an ant long ago." Before it finished, its muscles swelled, charging at Chen Lin like a small mountain. With a stern expression, Chen Lin's spear sliced through the air. In an instant, the massive enemy was cut down, the ground beneath it fracturing into countless web-like cracks. Without hesitation, Chen Lin drove his spear into the enemy's flesh, then flipped it, hurling the body into the surrounding crowd. Boom! With a loud crash, the flung corpse created a straight path through the enemy ranks. Chen Lin spoke coldly. "Give me a year, and exterminating your kind will be no challenge." The formidable adversary clearly understood his words, its expression turning grim. It roared, "Assimilate him together." At this command, all the enemies roared in unison, unleashing their formidable power. The area was instantly filled with dense black currents, forming long chains that lunged at Chen Lin. Reacting swiftly, Chen Lin moved just as the ground beneath his feet shattered. A moment later, the chains impaled the spot he had just vacated. His eyes remained calm as he swept his spear, cutting down enemies while deftly evading the chains attacking from all sides. As more enemies fell, the ground became stained with blood and dismembered bodies. The metallic scent spread quickly. Chen Lin's silver armor had turned gray with blood, enveloped in a fierce aura, as if he were a demon from the depths of hell. However, as time passed, the number of chains increased, gradually cornering Chen Lin and blocking all escape routes. Finally, one chain successfully ensnared him, followed by dozens more, binding his limbs and body tightly. Witnessing this, the enemies erupted in cruel delight, shouting, "Assimilate him forcefully." Countless waves of corrupt energy surged along the chains, but Chen Lin remained unresponsive, as if the attacks fell upon the silver butterfly within him. Suddenly, the butterfly's anguished cry echoed in his mind, causing his expression to turn grave. Sensing the butterfly's weakening voice and increasing erosion, Chen Lin immediately intended to retract it, preparing to endure the attacks himself. At this critical moment, a fierce roar echoed from afar. A colossal body, dozens of meters long, appeared, crashing through buildings and landing amidst the dense enemy ranks. The terrifying impact instantly crushed many enemies into indistinct masses. Following this, a gigantic black wolf entered the scene. Its enormous size, spanning a kilometer, moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it shattered all obstacles, arriving at the palace square. Boom! With a resounding crash, the entire palace shook violently. The black wolf's ferocious aura instilled terror in the enemies, making them tremble with fear. They stared at the massive corpse, swallowing hard in disbelief. "Impossible, Lord Rayades is dead," an enemy stammered. Instantly, fear spread like a tide among them. Seeing its master bound by countless chains, the black wolf's eyes ignited with rage. It glared at the enemies, its powerful presence preventing any escape. In the next moment, black flames erupted, engulfing and incinerating all enemies completely. All the chains shattered under the claws, and Chen Lin let out a sigh of relief. He quickly communicated with the silver butterfly through his mind, confirming it was safe and sound. His gaze then fell on He Ming, who was enveloped in an aura of death, and his brow furrowed. "You can't use the eyes of death again," Chen Lin said worriedly, gently stroking He Ming's scales. "You can't take the backlash right now." He Ming responded through their mental link. "Master, I should be fine using them 2 more times." Chen Lin shook his head. "But what if? Is there a way to deal with this death aura?" "It will dissipate on its own over time," He Ming replied. Chen Lin nodded and began to meticulously search the palace complex. This area spanned several kilometers, with buildings of various architectural styles, all made from unfamiliar materials. After an hour, he was disappointed to find no precious resources. They had clearly been depleted. He stopped in front of the last palace, its jade-like doors towering over 10 meters wide and several dozen meters high. He pushed them open with both hands, stopping only when there was enough space for a person to pass through. "Wait here," Chen Lin instructed He Ming. "If I encounter danger, destroy the entire palace." Inside, the palace was vast, with towering columns. The floor bore a large, complex array of patterns, mysterious and incomprehensible. As Chen Lin surveyed the area, he suddenly noticed movement behind one of the columns. A fallen priest, clad in ceremonial robes, was hiding there, trembling with fear. Chen Lin approached, dragging his halberd, the screech of metal against stone intensifying the priest's terror. "Please, don't kill me," the fallen priest pleaded, collapsing to the ground. Chen Lin's expression remained impassive. "You invade all worlds at will, slaughtering my people, and now you're afraid." As Chen Lin raised his halberd, The fallen priest quickly begged in human language. I didn't do it. I was born here and have never been to other worlds. Nor have I killed any humans. Chen Lin used a detection spell, noting the priest's level was 30, and his gaze turned fierce. He pressed the priest's head to the ground with his foot. Your kind has not only killed countless humans, but also raised them to nurture precious resources with their blood, Chen Lin said coldly. You have this level, and you dare say you haven't eaten those fruits? Maybe you haven't killed anyone yourself, but you've consumed their blood daily. Feeling the increasing pressure on its head, the fallen priest said in fear, those blood fruits are unique to this world. They grow by absorbing blood, and consuming them instantly boosts one's strength. I've eaten many, but what's wrong with that? The weak are meant to be enslaved. Invading other worlds and enhancing our race's strength is necessary for survival. This is what I was taught from birth. It continued urgently. You've caused such a commotion, the other royal cities will surely know. They'll send cross-world messages to bring back our strong fighters. You'll certainly die then. But I can help you activate the world teleportation array to escape. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's eyes suddenly brightened. Rescue. He had finally found a way to save the girl and other survivors. With this thought, he swung his battle axe fiercely towards the evil priest beside him, causing the floor to shatter instantly, scattering debris everywhere. The impact was immediate, as the evil priest trembled with fear. How many people can this world's teleportation array accommodate? Chen Lin demanded. 1,000 people, no problem. The evil priest confessed under Chen Lin's intimidating presence, not daring to hide anything. Hearing this, Chen Lin breathed a sigh of relief, withdrew his foot from the priest, and lightly tapped it with his battle axe. Get up and come with me. The evil priest complied quickly, not daring to harbor any ill intentions. After all, the gray eye in the sky was under its control, and it knew better than anyone the terrifying power of Chen Lin and the creature outside. Chen Lin lifted the evil priest with one hand, leaped onto He Ming's back, and briefly explained his intentions. He Ming nodded in acknowledgement, then glared fiercely at the evil priest. Touch me, and I'll kill you instantly. As a beast of powerful lineage, it naturally understood universal languages. The evil priest cowered in fear and cautiously suggested, if you want to pick up people, you can use the flying castle. It's large enough and fast. A few minutes later, a colossal castle, towering 1,000 meters high, appeared before them. He Ming leaped onto it, causing the entire structure to shake violently. Immediately, countless gray patterns emerged, stabilizing the castle. The evil priest quickly pleaded for mercy, hoping Chen Lin would let it go. Chen Lin was unceremonious, hurling it hard against the castle floor. Creatures like this had a notoriously tough constitution. The evil priest struggled to its feet, not daring to utter a word of complaint, and immediately set the castle in motion. 2 hours later, the castle hovered above a plantation. Chen Lin leaped down, creating a small crater upon impact. As he surveyed his surroundings, a ragged girl timidly emerged. Her hands and feet trembled slightly, her voice filled with awe. Immortal. She had been waiting here for Chen Lin's return. Seeing the castle in the sky, her face turned fearful. Immortal, are we in danger? Don't worry. Chen Lin reassured her, gently patting her head. All the evil ones have been vanquished. Only then did the girl relax, curiously asking, Immortal, can I go up there and see? Of course, Chen Lin said after communicating with He Ming through their thoughts. Close your eyes first. Okay. The girl nodded obediently. Chen Lin removed his armor, gently picked her up, and ascended the castle. The evil priest approached, intending to ask if they were heading to the base, but Chen Lin shot at a cold glare. Stay away and don't show yourself. He had promised the girl she wouldn't see any evil creatures today. The evil priest wisely retreated inside the castle to control the flight. Soon after, the castle landed on a flat hill. Chen Lin led the girl through a concealed passage underground. In the dim light provided by makeshift wooden supports and sporadic torches, hundreds of people were crowded together. A man rushed over upon seeing Chen Lin with the girl. Xiaoya, who is this? The immortal. He's the one who killed all the evil ones, the girl exclaimed excitedly. With that, those around them turned their gazes filled with awe and respect towards Chen Lin. So, he was the one who killed all the evil beings? The crowd looked at the young man with surprise and curiosity, sizing him up. The image they had imagined of a mighty figure with 3 heads and 6 arms was shattered, replaced by a fresh, handsome face and a gentle smile that felt like a spring breeze. What was even more surprising was how young he seemed, like he was only 18 or 19. Are you really an immortal? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask, their voice a mix of awe and doubt. The man beside the girl called Xiaoya gently shook his head. He knew more, understanding that Chen Lin was not an immortal, but a powerful human from another world. Zhou Yuan cautiously spoke. Sir, is there something you wish to instruct us? He was certain that Chen Lin was not from this world. He recalled the past when there were many powerful beings here capable of moving mountains and seas, but when faced with the massive invasion of evil beings, they chose to flee. abandoning the ordinary people here. To take you away, Chen Lin explained simply, his tone calm and firm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan involuntarily swallowed, his voice trembling. Really? Like the other survivors, he knew that their survival was only because the evil beings needed their lives to nurture precious resources. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Once they had long enough to recover and multiply, the evil beings would attack again, capturing more people. Despite understanding this harsh reality, they were helpless, constantly hiding and seeking a way to break free from this prison. Chen Lin nodded gently, a warm smile on his face. Yes. This simple response was like a ray of light shining into the survivors' dark hearts. In this sunless underground world, they constantly hoped for a glimmer of hope to shine down. It was this hope that sustained their will to survive, even knowing they were like fish on a chopping block. Let's go, Chen Lin said. Bring everyone to a safe world. He paused briefly and continued. Though Blue Star also faces danger, even greater, being besieged by over a dozen alien races. But at least there, countless people stand bravely on the front lines, defending against all threats and protecting the peace behind them. As he spoke, determination flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. I will soon join the fight too, and I won't let the aliens take a single step further. A few hours later, the airborne castle descended onto the palace square. Hundreds of survivors disembarked from the castle, and despite Chen Lin's announcement that all evil beings had been eliminated, their faces still showed vigilance and fear. Chen Lin quietly covered Xiaoya's eyes, then signaled for the priest of the evil beings to appear. At the sight of the priest, the crowd collectively stepped back, their wariness intensifying. The priest paid no mind and hurried to Chen Lin's side, ready to lead the way. Arriving at the palace at the far end, the doors were fully opened by He Ming, and everyone poured inside. Standing on the central teleportation array, the priest immediately began to activate it. The process was unexpectedly simple, as the teleportation array had long been constructed and stored with ample energy, requiring only activation from the priest. Now we just need to connect the teleportation array, lock the coordinates, and set the exact arrival location, the priest explained. Hearing this, Chen Lin closed his eyes and began to operate it himself. He couldn't entrust such an important task to the priest, fearing any tricks that might lead to everyone perishing in another world. The coordinates are locked on Blue Star, Fanyan City, with the teleportation array precisely set. Countdown, 59.59. With a thunderous crash, the palace trembled violently as energy erupted, tearing through the sky. Tiny cracks rapidly expanded, alarming the grayed observers in the royal city. Damn it! The humans have activated the teleportation array, roared a 5-meter turtle fallen, standing atop the 100-meter city wall. This was a precious opportunity, used once after accumulating countless resources, meant to transport blood fruits to fellow expedition members. If he escaped, the honor of the true fallen race would be at stake. With a deafening roar, the 5-meter fallen spread its bony wings and soared into the sky. Countless others followed, swarming like a dark cloud. Within minutes, dozens of foraying and fivering fallen from several royal cities converged from all directions, closing in on the palace. The guardian of the palace, He Ming, sensed the threat and slowly rose, gazing skyward. It quickly relayed a message to its master. Master, a large number of fallen are approaching. Chen Lin nodded slightly, rising and walking straight outside. Zhou Yuan, sensing unease, couldn't help but ask, Sir, is something wrong? There's no need to worry. Stay here and wait for the teleportation. Chen Lin replied calmly. The girl's eyes were filled with concern. Immortal, aren't you leaving with us? Chen Lin turned back with a smile. Remember what the immortal said? No fallen will appear today. He extended his arm, and a silver butterfly appeared, gently landing on it. In a flash of silver light, armor covered his entire body. Stepping out of the palace, Chen Lin coldly addressed the sacrificial fallen. Go, I won't kill you. The sacrificial fallen, overjoyed, quickly fled. However, a transparent magic sword swiftly sliced through its body, shattering its spirit. Granting you a painless death is my greatest mercy, Chen Lin said coldly. The fallen never spared a human, and he would not spare any fallen. After closing the palace doors, Chen Lin, accompanied by He Ming, strode to the plaza. By then, the fallen had descended, occupying the surrounding buildings. You're not planning to escape? Bacchum squinted its black eyes. Chen Lin met its gaze coldly. I won't leave until you're all dead. There are still 5 hours until the instance ends. Bacchum sneered. Big words. Be careful not to bite your tongue. It didn't rush to attack, instead watching coldly with the other fallen as they observed the human and beast duo below. As time passed, the sky darkened, and a multitude of fallen forces gathered, forming a shadowy figure. Chen Lin immediately sensed the anomaly, but, to avoid affecting the teleportation array, had to remain patient for the moment. 5 minutes later, the 100 soft-meter stall shadow solidified, its features indistinct, clad in menacing armor. A nauseating aura erupted, black currents surging in all directions with terrifying power. Even with the silver butterfly's protection, Chen Lin could feel the threat. Suddenly, droplets of black rain fell on the armor. Chen Lin looked up solemnly, seeing the gray domain spreading from the shadow, enveloping a range of several kilometers. In his mind, the silver butterfly issued a warning. It was being slowly eroded by the gray domain. A layer of golden light automatically enveloped Haiming, which stared intently at the fallen shadow. Success. Bacchum let out a cruel laugh. This fallen shadow, formed from the fallen throne of the observers, gathered the power of tens of thousands of fallen, possessing the strength of 6 rings and a trace of its true power. Even that wolf, also a 6 ring, was no match for it. A menacing aura permeated the thick walls of the palace, pressing down on everyone present. Fear surged through them like a tidal wave. At that moment, the teleportation array activated, enveloping the group in light and propelling them upwards through the massive rift. Chen Lin witnessed this scene and let out a long breath. Finally, he could act without restraint. High above, Bacchum paid no mind to those who had been teleported away. His sole target was Chen Lin. If you had charged out at the start, we couldn't have stopped you with that wolf around, Bacchum sneered. But you chose to protect those rats, giving up your chance. Now, you'll pay for your kindness. Chen Lin remained silent, retrieving the Tianquan staff from his ring and quickly enhancing and healing Haiming. With a thunderous roar, Haiming transformed into a colossal beast, expanding to 1,000 meters, its fierce presence rivaling the fallen angelic figure opposite. Tian Yin combined the talents of greed, gluttony, gigantification, and indestructible body to form a new domain called Refining Heaven Suppressing Prison. Black flames mixed with golden light exploded forth, containing a powerful suppressive force that instantly pushed back the gray domain. The corrosive power on Chen Lin vanished without a trace. Seeing this, dozens of corrupted beings retreated with grim expressions, unwilling to linger in the terrifying black gold domain. How is this possible? This domain is completely different from before. Staying there, I felt not only my life force being stripped away, but my power severely suppressed. The corrupted beings near the fallen angelic figure gasped as they watched their gray domain being relentlessly suppressed. At this moment, Haiming's head bore no savage phantom. Instead, countless golden black patterns covered its body. These patterns intertwined, emitting a divine light, exuding majesty and dominance. Under the terrifying suppressive force, the surrounding space grew incredibly heavy. The black and gold forces erupted, making Haiming seem like a divine beast that could suppress hell itself. Another roar echoed through the sky. With the support of Refining Heaven Suppressing Prison, Haiming's physical form became even more formidable, its defense significantly enhanced. Its power underwent a qualitative change, each strike bearing a formidable suppressive force, incredibly heavy. Seeing this, the gaze of the corrupted beings grew more solemn. Without hesitation, they infused their corrupting power into the fallen angelic figure. Boom! The fallen angelic figure extended by 100 meters, becoming even more massive. 2 pairs of black bone wings unfurled behind it, spanning 1,000 meters, exuding a terrifying aura. The gray domain expanded instantly, clashing with Refining Heaven Suppressing Prison, each refusing to yield. Waves of gray and black gold shockwaves exploded, spreading in all directions. Chen Lin, standing at the rear, focused on supporting Haiming, fulfilling his role as a summoner. This battle had surpassed the level ordinary people could intervene in, leaving him to watch from the sidelines. Meanwhile, in a distant gray palace filled with a terrifying corrupt aura, a bizarre scene unfolded. Inside, a group of gray-skinned women knelt on the ground. Some were graceful, others alluring, each with a pair of wings on their back, though their feathers were tattered. A black pattern of an unfolded bone wing was emblazoned on each of their foreheads, marking them as transformed corrupted beings, obedient only to their master. On a throne made of bones, a humanoid creature in grim gray armor suddenly opened its black eyes. A terrifying aura awakened but was quickly reined back in. Someone has used my power, it said in a deep voice, a dangerous glint flashing in its eyes. Fallen Heaven quietly concentrated its mind, allowing its consciousness to descend like threads upon its spectral form. Instantly, the specter's eyes emitted a gray light, as if lifeless matter had been granted vitality. Its gaze fixed on Chen Lin, a flicker of surprise crossing its features. A human? In the world behind my clan? Fallen Heaven quickly pondered. A transition instance. It swiftly concluded that it could easily capture a human and inquire about the situation. What truly astonished it was Chen Lin's level and potential. Only at level 20, with a life scale not even half-marked, yet possessing 6-ring combat power. Fallen Heaven marveled internally. Such potential is truly terrifying. Before the thought could settle, a roar pierced the sky. Haiming shot forth like an arrow, instantly breaking through the gray realm. Ignoring the encroaching corrosive forces, its claws wrapped in black light, viciously tearing at the fallen heaven specter, leaving 4 deep gashes. Fallen Heaven frowned slightly. The specter's power was too weak for it to fully exert its abilities. With a thought, an overwhelming force of corruption transformed into a black spear over 500 meters long. It retreated 1,000 meters in an instant, seeking to ascend to the skies. However, Haiming's speed was superior, closely following behind. The terrifying suppressive force momentarily stalled the specter's movements. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Haiming leapt high, tearing down with both claws. Boom! Under the suppressive force, the fallen heaven specter crashed into the ground, sending a wave of dust 1,000 meters high. Haiming pressed on relentlessly. Empowered by the heaven-refining prison domain, it was unbeatable in close combat, leaving no room for fallen heaven to create distance. Claws fell like raindrops, and 2 pairs of gray heavy eyes unleashed the power of death, relentlessly eroding the specter. Even though it was not a living entity, the deathly gaze sought to impose the definition of death upon it. 3. No, for innate powers. Fallen Heaven's gaze was grave. Although losing this fragment of consciousness was inconsequential, Haiming's potential was immense, and it obeyed a human. It pondered secretly. This must be dealt with. Otherwise, it won't be long before humanity has another throne-level figure. This would be a major obstacle for my clan's expansion in any world. Boom. All the corruptive force suddenly exploded, pushing Haiming back. Fallen Heaven compressed the domain, making it more resilient, then soared skyward. In an instant, endless corruptive power surged from all directions, and all the evil entities around were horrified to discover their strength being uncontrollably drained. Borrowing your lives for a moment. Fallen Heaven's gaze was indifferent. In its eyes, sacrificing tens of thousands of low-level evil beings to eliminate a human genius with the potential for the throne was a worthwhile transaction. As the bodies of all the corrupted beings withered away and died, Duotian conjured a colossal spear, pitch black and viscous, stretching 1,000 meters long. The terrifying power caused the air to crackle and explode, with black currents rippling outward in all directions, creating a scene of sheer terror. Duotian did not stop there. The dark aura surrounding it continued to contract, and once compressed to the limit, it enveloped the black spear. This was the qualitative change that came with ascending the throne, a mastery of the domain far beyond that of any other creature. Not only could the domain be expanded to suppress opponents, but it could also be compressed to amplify its power. When infused into a weapon, its potency was significantly increased. With a calm gaze, Duotian aimed the black spear at Chen Lin's position. At that critical moment, Haiming dashed out like lightning, placing its massive body in front of Chen Lin, glaring steadfastly at Duotian. I knew you would come to protect your master. Duotian sneered, as if it had anticipated everything. However, in the next moment, Duotian's actions suddenly halted. Instead of expanding as expected, the power of Liantian Jinyu began to retract inward. The force rumbled under compression, as if it might explode at any moment. Ultimately, this power successfully adhered to Haiming's entire body, even merging with it. In an instant, black and gold patterns shone brilliantly, dazzlingly bright. An overwhelming suppressive force erupted, causing the ground within several kilometers to collapse instantly, sinking over 10 meters, with countless stones reduced to dust. What the? Duotian blurted out, using an expression of shock it had learned from humans. But it quickly regained its composure, eyes turning fiercely determined. Perish. Boom. The 1,000-meter-long black spear shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, tearing through the air and reaching Haiming in an instant. The destructive power of this strike was nearly at a 7-ring level, terrifying beyond measure. Yet, under the suppressive force surrounding Haiming, the spear seemed to enter a dense zone, its speed halving abruptly. Haiming roared, raising a claw to grasp the spear's tip. The clash of 2 terrifying forces sent shockwaves spreading tens of thousands of meters away. The surrounding ground shook violently under the power, with black and gold patterns flashing wildly, emitting even more intense brilliance. In this situation, Haiming's defense and physical strength gradually increased, its form unmoving. Under the assault of the terrifying force, the ground beneath Haiming's feet continued to crack and collapse, sinking dozens of meters. Duotian's phantom dived down at high speed, both palms striking the black spear. Instantly, the impact intensified, forcing Haiming to retreat a few meters. But that was all. Seeing this, Duotian immediately channeled all its corrupted power to sharpen the spear's might. However, in doing so, its phantom began to fade, losing the power to sustain itself and starting to dissipate. Boom, boom. The 2 forces clashed and entangled, wearing each other down for several minutes. Finally, cracks appeared on the black spear's tip, spreading continuously, as if on the verge of shattering. Roar! With Haiming's roar, it unleashed its full physical and domain power. The 1,000-meter spear could no longer withstand it and shattered instantly, disintegrating into countless fragments of black power that fell like rain. At the same time, Duotian's phantom exhausted its power completely, dissolving into black mist and vanishing into the air. In its final moments, Duotian stared intently at Chen Lin, etching his image deeply into its memory. Chen Lin, unflinching, met its gaze, their eyes locking in a silent standoff. As consciousness returned to the gray palace, the fallen one rose from the throne, an overwhelming presence cascading down like an abyss. All the witches were instantly pressed to the ground, trembling with their foreheads touching the floor. The fallen one's gaze was heavy, filled with astonishment. That black wolf is only level 20, yet it can perform domain compression? Is it imitating me? Such comprehension is truly astounding. Not only that, but the black wolf's control over its own power is also at its peak. The fallen one pondered silently, realizing that to break through to the 10th ring and ascend the throne, one must not only condense a domain, but also master all internal power to its fullest potential at any moment. Yet this black wolf had already achieved all this at just level 20. This means that with time, it could reach the throne level with ease. At this thought, the fallen one couldn't help but take a deep breath. It had taken years to break through from the 9th ring, to condense a domain, and to master all its power. Yet this black wolf had done it in an instant, almost causing the fallen one to lose composure. Reflecting on the battle, the fallen one suddenly realized something even more shocking. The black wolf's domain was not attached externally, but had merged within itself. Domain fusion with oneself is a feat that only those above the throne level, at the Celestial King tier, can accomplish. The fallen one sighed inwardly, a monster. Quickly, the fallen one calmed its thoughts. A throne should not lose composure over a prodigy that hasn't yet matured. Whenever the fallen true race was about to obliterate a world, humanity would always produce a few extraordinarily gifted individuals, something that had long been a common occurrence. They were known as the children favored by the world's fortune. The fallen one silently summoned a gray talisman, recording all known information about Chen Lin. This was the fallen true race's kill list, marking every human genius with throne potential. All those with 6-ring strength among the fallen could view it, ensuring they would eliminate such threats upon encounter. With these tasks complete, the fallen one reclined back on the throne, closing its eyes in silence. Meanwhile, on the devastated earth, the massive 1,000-meter form of Heiming stood tall. The black golden divine patterns covering its body exuded an overwhelming power. Chen Lin released the enhancement and recovery spells, feeling a wave of dizziness and blurred vision. Despite the mental recovery provided by the Tianquan sword staff, the gap between him and Heiming was immense, and maintaining the buffs drained him rapidly. In just 10 minutes of battle, he was already exhausted. Surveying his surroundings, Chen Lin sighed, regretting that all the fallen had been sacrificed, otherwise he could have increased his attributes. Watching as Heiming approached with a reduced form, he reached out to stroke the approaching wolf's head. After a long time, the prompt indicating the end of the transitional instance sounded in his ear. The next second, both their figures vanished into thin air. Time was up, and the system began to calculate the score based on their performance. A total of 56,666 fallen killed, the shadow of the 6-ring power fallen one broken, and 974 people saved. Congratulations, your rating is perfect. Chen Lin felt a warm surge flow through his body as his summoner swordsman growth attributes increased from 10 to 15. At the same time, his 3 skills were significantly enhanced. The effect of the strengthening spell was improved, the healing spell's efficacy was boosted, and the summoning spell was upgraded to divine summoning spell. With a flicker of light, Chen Lin appeared in his dormitory. He quickly retracted Heiming to avoid the awkward situation of the cramped space being crushed. Focusing his mind, Chen Lin examined the information panel that appeared. Although his profession hadn't advanced to a hidden level, he knew that achieving another perfect score could take him a step further. With a thought, Chen Lin carefully assessed the changes in his skills. The effect of the strengthening spell leapt from enhancing 20 of basic attributes to 35, while the healing spell shifted from slow healing to rapid recovery, albeit with doubled mana consumption. What excited him the most was the upgrade of the summoning spell, now with the addition of the word divine. This meant that the creatures he summoned in the future would inherently possess a divine aura, a change that filled Chen Lin with anticipation. However, Chen Lin did not immediately prepare for a new summoning ritual. He picked up his phone and quickly browsed the latest reports from Fanyan City. The headline, "Hundreds of people appeared out of thin air," caught his attention, bringing him relief. As he continued reading, he learned that these individuals came from another world, displaced due to an evil invasion, and had been forced into slavery cultivating rare treasures until a powerful figure in silver armor rescued them. Chen Lin astutely realized that this silver-armored figure was likely a professional undergoing a transformation. The report also mentioned that these refugees would be properly settled, which gave Chen Lin some comfort. After all, in a world already aware of the multiverse's existence, races from other realms were not uncommon. An accompanying photo showed the refugees, who once had vacant expressions and emaciated appearances, now looking healthier. Chen Lin speculated that this was likely due to Zhou Yuan giving them blood fruits. With his tense nerves finally relaxing, the exhaustion from 2 sleepless nights hit him all at once. Chen Lin's eyelids grew heavy, and he fell into a deep sleep before he could even reach his bed. In the early hours, the dormitory door was flung open, and a weary Feng Yi, Chao Yang, and Li Zhongfeng stumbled in. Their eyes immediately locked onto Chen Lin, who was sound asleep on the bed. Feng Yi, gritting his teeth, rushed over and yanked Chen Lin off the bed. "How can you sleep at this hour? Get up!" Feng Yi shouted, his eyes bloodshot with anger. Startled awake by the sudden commotion, Chen Lin asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Feng Yi slumped into a chair, looking defeated. "You have the nerve to ask." Chao Yang silently placed the barbecue he was holding onto the table, and the three of them sat down in exhaustion. Seeing this, Chen Lin, feeling rested enough, got up to join them and began eating the barbecue. Feng Yi explained bitterly, "Ever since the military released the video of you slaying the three-headed serpent, everyone on the forum has gone crazy. They realized you didn't rely on senior support, but pure skill, and now everyone's feeling immense pressure and competing like mad. People are taking on missions around the clock without sleep. We have no choice but to do the same, or we'll fall behind." Hearing this, Chen Lin was taken aback. He hadn't expected to cause such a stir. "So why are you still here, slacking off?" Chen Lin asked casually. Faced with this unexpected question, the three fell silent. Feng Yi couldn't help but complain. "Can't we at least get 2 hours of sleep after all this exhaustion?" Just then, Chao Yang, who had been looking at the forum, spoke up. "I think we should take the barbecue with us and eat on the way to the mission. The students from Beilong have an average contribution score that's much higher than any other academy." Feng Ye's eyes widened at this. "How is that possible? We've been pushing ourselves to the limit at lurked." Chao Yang sighed and explained. They posted a strategy guide showing how to complete the most missions in the shortest time. First, they form a team of 4, take on 5 missions with closely located mutant beasts to minimize travel time. Then they split into pairs. After a battle, 2 sleep in the armed vehicle while the others drive to the next location. This cycle saves even sleep time, making them more efficient than those who only sleep 2 hours a day. After hearing this, the two fell silent, and even Chen Lin put down his barbecue, stunned. "You can do that?" After a long pause, Feng Yi took a deep breath and stood up. "Let's go, forget the meal." Li Zhongfeng quietly followed. "Don't forget to call Luo Xian and Luo Ning," Chao Yang said, quickly packing up to catch up. Watching this scene, Chen Lin laughed. Realizing he had nothing else to do, he also headed to the mission point. Half a day had passed, and since teaming up with Qin Kong yesterday, his contribution points hadn't changed, causing his rank to drop from 10th to over 2,000. This was a testament to how fierce the competition was. After thinking for a moment, Chen Lin accepted a mission to kill a level 59 dark gold violent bear and another 6-turn task, then left. The female soldier watching was stunned. Did she see that right? A 6-turn mission? It required killing an intelligent and terrifyingly powerful beast, something even the instructors hadn't accomplished. In the command center, Yang Xiao massaged his forehead. How does he keep surprising us? But recalling how Chen Lin had repeatedly shattered their expectations, he felt a growing anticipation. If he actually succeeded, Yang Xiao would have to boast about it to Brother Zhang. In the sky, a drone followed closely. It was specifically assigned to Chen Lin, always hovering above him. When he disappeared before, it was likely because he reached level 20 and ascended. An hour passed, and riding on Haiming, Chen Lin quickly reached the depths of the mountains, spotting the dark gold violent bear on the open ground. Sensing the approaching danger, the bear's dark golden eyes snapped open, and its colossal body, standing 600 meters tall, rose, causing the ground to tremble. A violent aura surged forth. "Roar!" the dark gold violent bear bellowed. "Get out of my territory!" For some reason, it felt a significant threat from this black wolf, despite its shorter stature. Chen Lin quietly jumped down, creating a small crater, and stepped back to let Haiming handle the fight. There was no choice. Haiming's growth rate was so fast that even Chen Lin found it overwhelming, leaving him unable to intervene. If this continued, he'd end up as a turtle hiding in its shell, unable to accompany Haiming on its runs. Otherwise, there was a risk of being instantly killed by an enemy. He needed to quickly earn contribution points to exchange for rare goldstone materials for Indai to merge. Seeing its master retreat to a safe distance, Haiming turned its head, its gray eyes coldly fixed on the dark gold violent bear. In the next moment, its size rapidly expanded, reaching over a kilometer in length and 650 meters in height. Its ferocious and terrifying aura erupted, making the dark gold violent bear tremble with fear. But it quickly became enraged by this feeling, refusing to back down and roared defiantly. In the command center, a female officer covered her mouth in shock. "Oh my god, wasn't that black wolf only a few hundred meters before? It hasn't even been half a day, and now it's like a whole kilometer? What on earth is it growing on?" Yang Xiao was equally astonished. After all, before Chen Lin's summoned creature, Humanity had never seen an SS-grade growth talent become my nourishment. With a thunderous roar, He Ming's silhouette shot forth like a black lightning bolt. The pitch-black flames erupted in the air, instantly forming a ferocious shadow over 2,000 meters high. The terrifying aura of brutality swept out, enveloping an area of 6,000 meters in dark flames. However, He Ming quickly retracted the flames to a radius of just over 2,000 meters to conserve magical energy. After a fierce battle with the fallen angels, He Ming's mastery of domain and power had reached a new level. This precise control allowed for sustained combat and avoided the previous exhausting encounters with mutant beasts. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed. A massive dark gold bear, towering at 600 meters, appeared before He Ming. Its entire body emitted sharp air currents, and its claws gleamed with a golden light, seemingly capable of tearing apart mountains. Yet, in front of He Ming's towering shadow, this giant beast seemed insignificant. Without hesitation, He Ming's colossal black claws descended. The dark gold bear raised its paws to defend, and in an instant, a shockwave of black and gold rippled outward, causing the ground to tremble violently. The bear's proud sharp air currents were utterly consumed by this terrifying force, disappearing instantly. Feeling the immense pressure like a mountain, the bear's knees involuntarily began to buckle. The earth beneath it collapsed, with countless cracks spreading like a spiderweb. It let out an unwilling roar, its muscles bulging as even sharper air currents burst forth. "I will never kneel," the bear growled defiantly, its eyes full of rebellion. In that critical moment, the pressure suddenly eased. Before the bear could react, He Ming appeared before it like a phantom. A massive claw, shimmering with black light, slashed across its chest, leaving 4 deep, bone-revealing gashes. As pain surged through it, the bear was more shocked by the black flames that were now seeping into its wounds, eroding its life force. A flash of ferocity crossed its eyes as it engaged in a furious battle with He Ming. Blood rained down, staining the ground crimson. Yet all the blood came from the dark gold bear, while He Ming remained unharmed. With the advantage of his ferocious shadow, He Ming dominated the fight, as if he were crushing 2 opponents at once. Despite being at a disadvantage, the bear's formidable vitality allowed it to resist tenaciously. Finally, pushed to its limit, it let out an earth-shattering roar, "Don't push me." In response to this threat, a cold glint flickered in He Ming's gray eyes, unmoved. Realizing He Ming's determination to kill, the bear howled skyward, its voice resonating and sending waves of air outward. Its aura surged, and powerful air currents swept in all directions. He Ming's gaze sharpened, ready for anything. However, the next moment caught him by surprise. With a thunderous boom, the ground exploded. The dark gold bear suddenly turned, sprinting hundreds of meters with lightning speed, heading deep into the mountains. Trees toppled in its path, dust billowing, creating an astonishing spectacle. "Roar! If I can't beat you, can I at least escape?" The bear's voice echoed distantly, tinged with a hint of smugness. As a creature on the brink of entering the realm of giant beasts, it would not be easily subdued. This unexpected turn of events left the inexperienced He Ming momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. With agility exceeding 2,500, He Ming pursued like a black lightning bolt, closing the distance rapidly. The dark gold bear turned its head and was immediately terrified. It let out an earth-shattering roar. "King, come save me." The enormous roar echoed across the land, spreading for dozens of kilometers. On a distant mountain peak, a slumbering giant beast slowly opened its eyes. In an instant, countless blue lightning bolts rose, crackling around its body. Accompanied by a terrifying roar that shook the air, leaves and branches trembled wildly under the impact of the sound wave, the noise traveling over 10,000 meters. The dark gold bear was overjoyed and shouted as it ran, "My king has awakened. You're doomed." He Ming paid no attention, his gray eyes solemnly fixed on the source of the roar. The ground rumbled as a giant bear, standing 1,000 meters tall and covered in blue lightning, walked upright. The dark gold bear rushed to its side and urgently said, "King, it's the one who intruded into our territory without reason and tried to kill me." The undying thunder bear listened, its lightning-filled gaze locking onto He Ming as it spoke with a deep, commanding voice. "You are strong, but you are not yet my match. Submit to me. The humans have confined us in the mountains for countless days. Now they have no strong guardians, making it the perfect time to overthrow them." The dark gold bear shook its head vigorously. "King, it sides with the humans, better to kill it." The undying thunder bear's gaze darkened. "Since you're a traitor, you must die." Before the words were finished, lightning erupted and spread in all directions. Under the violent force, giant trees shattered and rocks exploded. Boom! The once clear sky began to unleash bolts of lightning, and the thunderous sound spread for tens of thousands of meters. Dark thunderclouds quickly gathered, blocking all light. Above the undying thunder bear, a terrifying storm formed, looking like the apocalypse from afar. The might of the beast's domain altered the heavens and the earth. It was stronger than a mere shadow, for this was a real level 62 giant beast with royal blood, far more terrifying than others of the same level. Chen Lin's eyes were grave as he immediately drew out his Tianquan staff to strengthen Haiming with an enhancement spell. The dark gold bear roared excitedly. My king is invincible. Finish off this presumptuous beast. The undying thunder bear was enveloped in dazzling blue lightning, each breath accompanied by a heavy rumble, its might intimidating everyone at the command post. Prepare to meet your end, traitor. The undying thunder bear roared like thunder, striding menacingly closer. Its massive form could cross the distance of several kilometers in just a few seconds. The fierce shadow above Haiming's head dissipated, and the black flames were restrained. The undying thunder bear mistakenly thought it was surrendering and said coldly, "Now you want to submit? Too late." "How? Such useless chatter," Haiming responded disdainfully. "The king has never been disrespected, yet you dare to provoke, courting death." The undying thunder bear erupted in fury, the ground beneath its feet exploding as it charged at Haiming. At that moment, Haiming suddenly erupted with black flames imbued with terrifying suppressive power, interwoven with golden light. Mysterious black and golden patterns appeared all over its body, and its domineering presence swept across the surroundings. The undying thunder bear's body sank, its thunderous domain suppressed. "Refine the heavens, imprison the hells. I shall dominate." Haiming shouted fiercely, its aura soaring dramatically. At this moment, the colossal figure of He Ming, towering over a kilometer tall, stood between heaven and earth like an ancient deity. The terrifying aura emanating from its body sent shockwaves through the air, leaving the undying wild bear staring in shock. How could it suddenly become so powerful? He Ming's claws, imbued with suppressive force, tore through the sky like black lightning. The undying wild bear roared and met the attack head-on, its golden and blue energies clashing violently with the dark power. The resulting shockwave swept across the landscape like a tsunami, while blue lightning erupted wildly in the sky. Desperately, the undying wild bear tried to unleash its domain power to break free from the suppressive force. However, the power of the heaven-suppressing prison was unbreakable, and even the gray domain carrying the power of the throne couldn't withstand it. This was the terrifying domain created by He Ming's fusion of three innate powers. The battle grew fiercer as the two colossal beasts clashed repeatedly. Each collision left devastating scars on the earth, obliterating vegetation in an instant. Lightning continued to strike from the stormy sky, but He Ming, with its unmatched defense, withstood the onslaught without retreating. In the distance, Chen Lin silently cast a healing spell to support the battle. The previously balanced fight was instantly disrupted, infuriating the undying wild bear. "You insignificant human, how dare you interfere in our battle?" Hearing this, He Ming's gray eyes turned icy cold. "How dare you insult my master?" Its attacks became even more ferocious, completely disregarding defense and aiming to kill with every strike. "Bear 2, go kill that human." The undying wild bear roared as it launched a frenzied attack within the thunderous domain. It was convinced that the black wolf couldn't outlast it. With each lightning strike paralyzing its opponent, it believed that time would weaken He Ming, slowing its movements and sapping its strength. The dark gold violent bear bared its sharp teeth, glaring menacingly at Chen Lin. "Roar? King, I obey." It charged forward eagerly, determined to crush the human who had drawn the black wolf's ire into the ground. "I will make him understand the consequences of provoking me." Seeing this, He Ming was enraged, its gray eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Die." Instantly, the area around the dark gold violent bear transformed into a gray zone of life annihilation. Despite its formidable vitality, the bear was severely injured and collapsed, unable to continue fighting. In an instant of hesitation, Haiming gave the undying wild bear a lethal opportunity. Its claws transformed into a dazzling thunder pool, striking fiercely on Haiming's head. With a thunderous crash, Haiming's front sank, and the ground beneath its palm shattered instantly. The undying wild bear seized this perfect moment, suppressing Haiming with all its might as lightning surged and struck relentlessly. Seeing this, Chen Lin immediately maintained his restoration spell, though it was immensely draining. At this moment, the dark gold violent bear struggled to its feet, roaring as it charged. Chen Lin knew that the burden of the physical body bearing the domain's power was too great. If Haiming were to merge with the domain and enter its strongest form now, it would be exhausted even if it could kill the undying wild bear. Weighing his options, he decided to stall for a while and deal with the dark gold violent bear himself. However, despite the dark gold violent bear's severe injuries, the 39-level difference made it impossible for Chen Lin to kill it easily. Just as he was considering a strategic retreat, a loud rumble came from afar. Through the billowing dust, a woman clad in golden armor, wielding a formidable long halberd, charged forward. Each of her steps left cracks in the ground, her strength terrifying. The halberd's tip plowed a deep, long groove in the ground, her figure like a dragon diving into the sea. As she neared the dark gold violent bear, she leaped high, and her halberd expanded to over 20 meters, slashing fiercely at the beast. With a roar, the heavily injured bear instantly sustained a deep, bone-revealing wound. The enraged beast raised its paw to crush the small figure, as if to grind it to dust. Ji Fei's eyes blazed with battle intent. Her halberd expanded again, becoming as heavy as 1,000 pounds, causing the ground beneath her to crack under the weight. She flickered out of harm's way and swept her halberd horizontally, piercing through the dark gold violent bear's flesh. With a piercing howl, the bear's life force rapidly drained, leaving it with less than a tenth of its strength. Within minutes, its massive body collapsed, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, just as Ji Fei was about to deliver the final blow, the dark gold violent bear suddenly unleashed a barrage of sharp air currents, dense as rain, capable of piercing meters of steel. Ji Fei seemed to have anticipated this, instantly unleashing her energy and blood, almost materializing to envelop her entire body and halberd. The crimson halberd light swept out, dispersing all incoming air currents. In despair, the dark gold violent bear roared. "No! King, save me!" Ji Fei remained unmoved, leaping high into the sky, her halberd head, now over 30 meters, slammed down with a thunderous crash. The bear's hard skull collapsed instantly, the ground cracked, and dust rose. Ji Fei exhaled deeply, her energy and blood dissipating slowly as the halberd returned to its normal state. She turned and walked towards Chen Lin, smiling. "So, how about that rescue from your mentor? Pretty moving, right?" Reflecting on Ji Fei's fierce fighting style, the term female treks involuntarily surfaced in Chen Lin's mind. Seeing his silence, Ji Fei narrowed her eyes with a hint of danger. "Are you thinking something impolite?" Chen Lin quickly shook his head, changing the subject. "Ji Mentor, what brings you here?" "Big commotion, came to check it out," Ji Fei replied. "Really? That's what Mentor Jiang said earlier too." She smiled slyly. "Oh, do you trust me?" Glancing at the halberd in her hand, Chen Lin nodded sincerely. "Of course." At this moment, assured of its master's safety, Haiming relaxed and retracted the heaven-suppressing prison within a kilometer of its surroundings, greatly enhancing its suppressive power. It broke free of the undying wild bear's restraint, and the two resumed their fierce battle. As fists and claws clashed, the earth shattered, mountains crumbled, and the scene was awe-inspiring. For half an hour, tens of thousands of meters of land suffered a devastating blow. The landscape was a scene of destruction, with shattered remnants of battle everywhere. Both the immortal furious bear and He Ming were covered in wounds, blood continuously flowing from their injuries. They glared at each other with eyes burning with a resolve to fight to the bitter end. Chen Lin struggled at the rear to maintain the enhancement spell, his mental strength nearly depleted, unable to cast any recovery spells. The immortal furious bear let out an earth-shattering roar. "If you insist on fighting to this extent, then become charcoal under the thunder." Before the words had even finished, the surrounding thunderclouds suddenly became violent. Countless bolts of lightning struck the earth like divine punishment, as if the heavens were enraged. The black thunderclouds rolled and gathered, forming a terrifying storm eye of lightning covering thousands of meters above Heiming. The surroundings plunged into darkness, with only the continuous flashes of lightning illuminating the scene. Within this vast area, the thunder elements crazily surged toward the storm eye, amassing a power capable of destroying the world. Faced with this astonishing scene, Heiming was paralyzed with a tingling sensation, nearly unable to move. It understood there was nowhere to escape. The immortal furious bear roared, "Those who anger me, be destroyed by the power of thunder." There was no trace of fear in He Ming's gray eyes. It controlled the refining heaven prison domain, slowly retracting and compressing its power to the limit. In just a few seconds, the domain was fully integrated into its body. In an instant, black and golden mystical patterns shone brilliantly on He Ming's body. A terrifying suppressive force erupted, causing the ground within several kilometers to collapse. Its majestic and domineering presence swept across tens of thousands of meters, dispelling the paralysis in He Ming's body. In the thundercloud-shrouded world, one side was the countless lightning bolts as violent as divine punishment, while the other was the 1,000-meter giant wolf standing like a deity. He Ming, with its body adorned in black and gold patterns, looked up at the sky, confronting the thunder. These two terrifying forces divided the world in a spectacular scene. In the command center, a female officer murmured, "It's time for the final showdown." Everyone's hearts were in their throats, their faces tense with anticipation. In the storm eye, countless thunder elements converged into a massive lightning pool stretching for thousands of meters. With a roar from the immortal furious bear, the lightning pool poured down. In an instant, the world plunged into darkness, leaving only a brilliant, apocalyptic blue lightning column descending from the sky. This kilometer-wide lightning column crashed down, engulfing He Ming entirely. The air exploded under this terrifying power, and the ground disintegrated like foam. The lightning column poured down for several seconds before the immortal furious bear's form began to waver, panting heavily, nearly at its limit. It struggled to look up, only to see that beneath the lightning column, the land within several kilometers had vanished. In a pit over 300 meters deep, the black wolf, standing over 600 meters tall at the shoulder, remained standing. The black and gold patterns on its body shone brilliantly, the sole bright spot in the dim world. Roar. Impossible. How can this be? I won't accept it. The immortal furious bear roared incredulously, as if it had seen a ghost. He Ming exuded a terrifying suppressive force with every step, cracking the ground beneath its paws. It advanced toward the immortal furious bear, its momentum unstoppable. The icy gray eyes were devoid of emotion, showing only a flicker of murderous intent. He Ming's voice thundered, "Roar? To me, you are all just food, mere trash." The indomitable wild bear erupted in fury, mustering the last of its strength. Tiny blue sparks of lightning flickered around its body, but the faint light was like a candle in the wind, quickly extinguished. It roared defiantly, "Roar? Even in death, I will never bow to a traitor like you." He Ming charged forward instantly, its claws imbued with a terrifying oppressive power, striking down hard on the indomitable wild bear. With a resounding crash, the ground split apart as the bear was slammed into the earth. He Ming glared down at its nearly defeated opponent, speaking coldly, "I was never one of you, trash." The indomitable wild bear, with barely any strength left, could not break free from the claws and could only roar in humiliation. A hint of cruelty flickered in He Ming's eyes. "Roar. Become my nourishment." With that, it began tearing apart the bear's flesh with its claws. Minutes passed before the indomitable wild bear finally succumbed, showcasing the terrifying vitality of a mutant beast. Even without resistance, it endured for an impressive amount of time. Inside the command post, cheers erupted as the indomitable wild bear was confirmed dead. "We won," someone shouted excitedly. Another person admired. "That summoned creature is amazing. I'm almost in love with it." Someone else exclaimed, "It's like a god." The figure standing unyielding under the pillar of annihilating lightning left an indelible impression on them all. Yang Xiao laughed. As a pinnacle expert of the ninth turn, he saw more than others. "Mastering a domain is something only a throne can achieve," he marveled. "Even I have only just condensed my own domain, still half a step from mastery. I didn't expect Chen Lin's Black Wolf to have already achieved this. Not only that, it can even merge domains. That's a signature move of a heavenly king. Truly terrifying." The thought made Yang Xiao more excited. The more monstrous Chen Lin's summoned creature seemed, the happier he became. This meant that once Chen Lin grew, he could hold his own on the front lines, relieving pressure for the human race. Jealousy? Not at all. Just a bit of eye strain, which Yang Xiao wiped with his hand. His inability to break through to the 10th turn to become a throne was due to his lacking comprehension. It had been a whole year, and still, he hadn't fully mastered his domain. Yang Xiao wondered, how did Chen Lin's summoned creature learn this at level 20? From its previous battles, it didn't even have a domain. He shook his head, quickly dismissing the thoughts, worried that pondering further might overwhelm him. At the ravaged edge of the battlefield, Ji Fei looked at the 1,000-meter-tall black wolf and marveled. "I didn't expect you to grow so quickly. In less than 5 days, you've surpassed your mentor." Chen Lin chuckled. "He Ming is indeed formidable." Ji Fei nodded in agreement, her eyes shifting to his armor. "Your summoned creature isn't weak either. What's its name?" "Silver butterfly," Chen Lin replied. As soon as he spoke, his armor transformed into butterflies, gently landing on his shoulder. Ji Fei leaned in for a closer look. "A summoned creature I've never seen before." Her breath brushed against Chen Lin's neck, making him instinctively tilt away. Seeing this, Ji Fei giggled. "What? Already avoiding me before even trying?" Chen Lin shook his head. "Mentor, I'm a serious person." With that, he sat down and closed his eyes, beginning to meditate and restore his energy for the next battle. Ji Fei hummed a tune as she sat beside him, playing with her battle spear. On the other side, He Ming took several minutes to completely devour the indomitable wild bear, gaining 100 evolution points. Its size increased by a meter, and all attributes rose by 2 points, though this was barely noticeable on its 1,000-meter frame. Compared to the minimal growth from devouring thousands of corrupted beasts, this was substantial, befitting the title of a level 62 king-class mutant beast. He Ming approached the corpse of the dark gold violent bear, its gray eyes cold. It ignited dark flames and began consuming the bear's body bit by bit. Not being able to personally kill the trash that insulted its master left He Ming somewhat dissatisfied. Roar! After finishing, He Ming's size shrank, and the divine patterns on its body had long disappeared. It lay down beside Chen Lin, still exuding a fierce and violent aura, terrifying to behold. In truth, having endured the indomitable wild bear's ultimate move, Haiming was also at its limit, with its celestial prison suppression divine pattern nearly shattered. It simply held on, not showing any weakness. Seeing the human sitting next to its master greeting it, Haiming ignored them, closing its gray eyes to rest. In its eyes, aside from Chen Lin, all other creatures were merely food. 2 hours later, Chen Lin opened his eyes. After confirming everything was fine with Haiming through mental communication, he immediately set out in search of the next target. Ji Fei silently followed him, remaining vigilant for any unforeseen events. By the early hours of the morning, Chen Lin and Haiming had taken down their third level 60 beast. After the battle, the human-beast duo had to rest for a significant time before they could muster the strength to return to base. The day's achievements thrilled the command center. They had managed to eliminate 1/5 of the 15 giant beasts in the Balian mountain range. Remarkably, they also dealt with 10 level 50 and above mutant beasts along the way. Incredible, truly incredible. Everyone in the command center marveled. At this pace, the threat of the Balian mountain range uprising could be eradicated in just a few days. By then, they could redeploy personnel to support the increasingly endangered Wushan base. As for the level 70 and above beasts, only 5 remained in all of Huaxia, hiding deep within the restricted zone. This small number was thanks to the fourth supreme human warrior a decade ago. Even before reaching the pinnacle of his power, he had nearly wiped out all the formidable mutant beasts before heading to the front lines. Now, these 5 beasts wisely chose not to act rashly without confirmation of a supreme warrior's presence. By the way, have the top-tier summoning materials from the Tianqi stock arrived? Yang Xiao suddenly inquired. They have, the female officer promptly replied. Thanks to your clearance, they arrived yesterday. Yang Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Send them over once he returns. He had begun preparing these materials when Chen Lin entered the advancement instance. His plan was straightforward. Once Chen Lin completed his second advancement, he could summon a third creature without worrying about resources. These top-tier summoning materials were worth millions, but after learning of Chen Lin's astonishing achievements, the higher-ups approved them without hesitation. Yang Xiao furrowed his brow, contemplating other issues. It seemed Chen Lin's summoned creatures particularly required life crystals, a very scarce resource. Additionally, he had a need for metallic ores, as reported by Mentor Yin Quebec. Unfortunately, these materials were also in short supply at the front lines. Although Yang Xiao had submitted a request, how much would be approved remained uncertain. Everything depended on Chen Lin's performance. As dawn broke, Chen Lin returned to the Hengshan base, submitting his tasks at the reception point. He earned 1,500 contribution points for slaying the dark gold violent bear and 3,000 for the level 63 earth-splitting king snake. The total of 4,500 points propelled him to third place in the rankings. That's amazing, exclaimed a female soldier as she watched Chen Lin leave. This Lark Academy student can take down level 60 beasts on his own. At this rate, our Hengshan base won't have to worry about the mutant beast threat, saving many lives. With this thought, a deep gratitude welled up within her. Meanwhile, near the Luoxiang base in the mountains, a figure staggered out. It was a young man clad in black armor, covered in wounds, each step leaving a trail of blood that was shocking to behold. On the way back, Xiao Yunshu's armored vehicle was attacked by mutated beasts, and the vehicle was destroyed. He was severely injured, struggling even to stand, and could only crawl back to the base with great difficulty. The 2 soldiers guarding the gate were shocked when they saw him, and quickly ran over to help him up. Hey, are you okay? Come on, let's get you to the medical room, one of the soldiers said anxiously. Xiao Yunshu shook his head with difficulty, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Cough. No, I need to go to the mission point first. Let me deliver the task. His eyes gleamed with an inappropriate excitement. As long as he completed this mission, he would surpass Chen Lin in the rankings. Then, he would definitely discuss with his mentor and senior students how he managed to outdo Chen Lin. The 2 soldiers exchanged a glance and, with no other choice, split up. One supported Xiao Yunshu to the mission point, while the other ran to the medical room to seek assistance. As Xiao Yunshu was helped into the mission point, his gaze was immediately drawn to the large screen. It showed Chen Lin's name with an impressive increase of 4,500 contribution points, placing him in third. Xiao Yunshu was momentarily dumbfounded. Then an indescribable sense of desolation washed over him, lingering for a long time. After the soldier helped him complete the task delivery, Xiao Yunshu gritted his teeth and immediately took on 2 more missions to kill level 45 mutated beasts. He struggled to crawl towards the mountains, eyes filled with a manic determination. Hey, you're too badly injured to fight again. Yeah, you should go rest and recover first. Several soldiers who had rushed over quickly held him back, afraid he might really go and never return. Xiao Yunshu, however, stubbornly resisted. No, every second wasted will widen the gap. Let me go, I can still fight. Meanwhile, Chen Lin returned to the dormitory and found that the 3 friends he usually ate barbecue with weren't there. It seemed they were really pushing themselves now. Just as he was about to head to the cafeteria to eat, a soldier stopped him and handed him a white safe box. I don't recall exchanging anything, Chen Lin asked, puzzled. The soldier explained, Commander Yang Shao asked me to pass this on to you. Chen Lin nodded and decided to delay his meal. He returned to his dormitory and opened the safe box, revealing 6 types of top-tier summoning materials. He was quite surprised. Could this be a reward for killing a large number of mutated beasts? After thinking for a moment, Chen Lin decided to start summoning earlier than planned. He was filled with anticipation for the sacred aura of the summoned creatures, confident their strength would not disappoint. Carefully arranging the summoning materials, he stretched out his hand and began to perform the summoning ritual in the air. Instantly, complex patterns appeared in his palm, and magical energy surged, inscribing mysterious runes on the ground around the summoning materials. As the connection to the other side was completed, a circular magic array suddenly formed, and an extremely intense golden light burst forth. Chen Lin had already closed his eyes and only opened them slowly after waiting a few minutes. In his view appeared a humanoid creature, about the size of an arm, with wings. The small, unconscious creature on the ground caught Chen Lin's attention. She had long hair like golden silk and wings that resembled sunlight, emanating an aura of divine purity. Upon closer inspection, Chen Lin was astonished to discover that she was an angel. Books in his high school library had detailed the powerful race of angels. Chen Lin recalled the spectral image of a higher angel's power that Luo Lan had summoned in Rift Canyon, which was already considered an S-level talent. The potential of the real angel before him was unfathomable. Chen Lin marveled silently, having never heard of a summoner who could call forth an angel. Angels were known for their pride and rarely answered summons or formed contracts. Yet, here was a young, golden angel, appearing fragile and with broken wings. He pondered deeply. His summons always seemed unique, and this time, he had called forth not a powerful angel, but an injured young one. He chuckled and shook his head. Since this little angel had responded to his call, he would not abandon her. Let's strive to ascend to godhood together, Chen Lin whispered, stepping forward. He gently touched the golden wing-shaped divine mark on the young angel's forehead. Instantly, a voice echoed in his mind. Detection initiated, loyalty at 100%, never to betray. Proceed with life bond. Chen Lin took a deep breath, bracing himself for the soul-tearing pain, and trembling, he chose to confirm. The intense agony surged like a tide, and after a long while, the voice spoke again. Soul fusion complete, life bond established. Congratulations, your summon has awakened a unique talent, Sun and Moon Cycle SSS. A vast and profound power lifted the unconscious young angel, with countless chains of orders surrounding her before merging into her body. Her severely depleted essence and vitality rapidly recovered and grew stronger. On either side of her, a majestic, scorching sun and a chilling, serene moon appeared, rotating continuously in an extraordinary display. As the phenomena subsided, the young angel's golden eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she opened her eyes, radiating a holy aura. Her left eye faintly revealed a sun, exuding majesty and heat. Her right eye resembled a cold, solitary moon, evoking a chill. Her golden wings had healed, elegantly unfurling, breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Lin couldn't help but admire her, as her beauty and grace surpassed all expectations. The young angel gently flapped her wings, approached Chen Lin, and grasped his clothing with her small hand. Through their mental connection, she hesitantly called out, Master. Chen Lin knelt slightly, his face pale but managing a smile. From now on, we are partners on this shared journey. By the way, what is your name? He refrained from naming her himself, knowing that angels inherently receive their true names upon birth. Diana, Eclipsing Heaven, the young angel replied. Chen Lin nodded. Diana seemed to be her racial surname, while Eclipsing Heaven was the true name bestowed upon her by the universe. Suddenly, Chen Lin's curiosity was piqued. He turned to Diana and softly asked, Diana, why did you agree to form a summoning contract? Given your current appearance, you can't be more than a year old, so it's unlikely you understand these things, right? Upon hearing this, Diana's golden head drooped slightly, and a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. She replied in a voice that was youthful yet carried a sense of age. I was born from the sacred tree, only to be eroded by a black current. Everyone else disappeared. Hearing these words, Chen Lin fell silent. He quickly realized that Diana's kin might have been invaded by enemies. For Ecliptic Sky at that time, this summoning was probably the only lifeline. Chen Lin gently stroked Diana's golden hair and comforted her softly. They'll be okay. One day, I'll take you back there. Yes, master. Diana affectionately nuzzled Chen Lin's hand, and the sadness in her eyes gradually faded. Chen Lin's thoughts shifted as he checked Diana's stats. Summoned creature, Ecliptic Sky. True name species, Angel. Level, 20. Attributes, Strength 250, Constitution 250, Agility 250, Magic 450. Health, 100. Skills, 1. Divine blessing. Increases target's attributes by 50% of own. 2. Divine radiance. Releases one's power to illuminate the world, continuously healing injuries within range and providing a layer of divine protection against any attack. Talents. 1. Sun and Moon Rotation SSS. When the blazing sun hangs in the sky, nothing can hide, souls burn. When the solitary moon is high, the ring blade appears, gaining ultimate destructive power. When sun and moon intersect, the moment of judgment, the world stands still. 2. Divine Mark SS. Amplifies all of one's powers by 500. The stronger the power, the lesser the amplification. After reading this information, Chen Lin was left utterly speechless. Diana's attributes far exceeded his own, with magic approaching that of the long-developed Hyming. Even more astonishing was the sun and moon rotation talent, with its boundless power, whether in the form of a blazing sun or a high-hanging moon. Especially when they intersected, it could even halt time, directly touching upon the realm of time. Diana's original talent, Divine Mark, is equally extraordinary. And the skills Divine Blessing and Divine Radiance are impressive, at least on par with my sword skills, Chen Lin marveled. He couldn't help but exclaim, the angel race is truly formidable. Recalling the initial summons of Hyming and Silver Butterfly, whose combined total attributes barely reached 20 points, the difference compared to Diana was staggering. The gap was not just several times, but dozens of times. In the summoning space, Chen Lin let the other summoned beasts take a good look at Diana. Silver Butterfly made a sound of grievance, while Hyming remained silent. After a long pause, Hyming communicated through thoughts. Master, I want to consume something. Chen Lin smiled and replied. All right, we'll go to the mountains to hunt mutant beasts later. He then returned Diana to the summoning space and walked out of the dormitory, heading towards the cafeteria. After a whole day of battles, he hadn't eaten anything. Unlike Hyming, who could consume through fire, Chen Lin was feeling an intense hunger. Meanwhile, in the command center, everyone was intently watching the screen, eagerly waiting for Chen Lin to appear. However, when they saw him alone without any summoned creatures, they were instantly disappointed. Sigh, I really want to know what his third summoned creature is. What to do? I'm so curious. It can't be weak, right? The crowd began speculating enthusiastically. However, Yang Xiao did not join in the discussion. In his view, regardless of what Chen Lin's third summoned creature was, just with that black wolf alone, Chen Lin's potential evaluation would not drop. In the depths of the mountains, a figure moved like a phantom among the towering trees. The middle-aged man leaped nimbly from tree to tree, his eyes warily scanning the sky. Occasionally, drones whizzed overhead, oblivious to his presence. A smug smile tugged at his lips as he silently praised the effectiveness of the concealment talisman, which rendered him invisible even to the drones inscribed with the Eye of Observation. As he ventured deeper, none of the mutant beasts paid him any heed. Finally, he stopped in a secluded spot surrounded by mountains and dense foliage. Carefully, he took out an intricately carved statue and murmured some obscure incantations. Instantly, a black mist surged from the statue, coalescing into a gray figure with horns. So, have you figured it out? The middle-aged man asked in a low voice. That's right. Notify your demon lord to take action and open the passage. This is the area Yunk is responsible for clearing, home to the most outstanding talents of contemporary Huaxia. If we can eliminate them all, it would be a significant blow to the human race. The gray figure didn't respond immediately, instead cautiously circling the area to ensure it wasn't a trap. Satisfied, it grinned. Very well, remember to set up the array and coordinates. I'll go inform them. With that, the figure vanished instantly. The middle-aged man began setting up the shielding array provided by the alien race to conceal the area from the nationwide detection system. He was amazed at how so many were willing to collaborate with the alien race for resources. This realization made him feel justified in betraying humanity. He pulled a feather infused with demonic energy from his pocket. Instantly, the surrounding light lost its color under the terrifying power, and the lush greenery turned pitch black almost instantly. A dreadful consciousness descended upon the feather with a buzzing sound. The imposing presence scanned the surroundings indifferently, its demonic aura so overwhelming that the middle-aged man's face turned pale, and he was filled with uncontrollable fear. He dared not even glance at the imposing figure, instead prostrating himself on the ground, trembling. The demon's figure ignored the man on the ground, slowly raising its slender fingers. Terrifying black flames engulfed the area. With a boom, the space fractured like a mirror, and as the demon forcefully tore with its hands, it shattered completely. On the other side of the passage, an even more powerful consciousness, Rayaflin, gently stabilized the turbulent space corridor with her rule-based power, establishing a firm connection with the other side. Go! Her languid voice echoed through the palace. 100 fallen creatures saw Rayaflin off as she disappeared, then stood up, their eyes glinting with cold, cruel smiles as they filed into the passage. Their strength ranged between 4 and 5 rings. Any stronger, and they wouldn't be able to pass through. So this is the human rear, one fallen sneered. For each genius killed, we gain a treasure. I'm going to enjoy this. How boring to kill them all. Another fallen grinned viciously. Better to convert them and send them to the front lines to slaughter each other. Suppressing his terror, the middle-aged man spoke in a trembling voice. What about the resources you promised me? Hearing the human's words, Ryakru turned his head, a look of disdain crossing his face. He casually tossed a storage bag over, as if bestowing a gift. The middle-aged man received the storage bag with trembling hands, eagerly extending his consciousness into it. As he saw 305th level life crystals, 106th level life crystals, and 20 body refining essence fruits, his eyes instantly lit up with fervor. These resources were enough to boost his combat power directly to the 7th turn realm, a feat that conventional cultivation might not achieve in 5 years. His heart surged with excitement, regretting his limited intelligence. If he could provide a dozen more pieces of useful information, he might have a chance to break through to the throne realm. The temptation of such a rapid rise was overwhelmingly enticing, and he felt deeply captivated by it. At this moment, he finally understood why there were always traitors faced with such generous rewards from other races. Who could resist such temptation? Hurry and bring the list of top human geniuses, Leia Kalu ordered coldly. Seeing the middle-aged man hesitate, his tone grew even icier. The middle-aged man quickly nodded, retrieving over a dozen sheets of paper from his ring and handing them over. Leia Kalu swiftly browsed through all the information, his brow furrowing. The number of geniuses among humans is high this year, and their potential seems stronger than in previous years. We must eliminate them all. Leia Kelly agreed. Indeed. Suddenly, the middle-aged man remembered something and hurriedly leaned forward, saying, There's a guy named Chen Lin you must pay special attention to. Leia Kalu asked, puzzled. What's special about him? His talent is mediocre, and his level is just slightly higher than other geniuses. The middle-aged man explained, Chen Lin is the top freshman at Skylark Academy. 3 days ago, he crossed 28 levels to kill a mutant beast. Such strength is simply incredible. Leia Kalu's face showed shock. Really? You're not making this up to get more resources, are you? Such terrifying strength, nearly crossing 3 major realms, was rare even among the entire evil fallen race. After the middle-aged man presented video evidence, Leia Kalu had to believe it. Leia Kelly's eyes glinted with a fiery interest, her tongue lightly licking her lips as she said, Let me handle him. Her expression made Leia Kalu immediately understand that she probably fancied this human, wanting to turn him into her plaything. Don't be careless and let him escape, Leia Kalu reminded, then ordered, Each find your target and eliminate all the students. Immediately, a bloodthirsty intent appeared in the eyes of all the evil fallen, and they flew off in different directions. Leia Kelly gave the middle-aged man one last seductive smile, saying, This is your reward for providing useful information. With that, she tossed a storage bag in front of him and spread her bone wings to depart. The corrupted entities soared over the mountains, swiftly approaching the student's location. Patrol drones quickly captured this scene and transmitted the footage to the command center in real time. Aliens. How did they get here? The female officer's face changed dramatically as she fixed her gaze on the screen, where the corrupted entities, all at least 4ing level, were displayed. She immediately issued a series of commands. Alert the students to evacuate the mountains and prepare all troops for combat. Yang Xiao remained calm, as if he had anticipated this. He simply stated, I'll go provide support, and then turned to leave. The female officer watched his retreating figure, understanding his intentions. As a 9-turn powerhouse who had been severely injured on the front line, Yang Xiao's actions would undoubtedly aggravate his injuries. The thought filled her with a sense of hatred and frustration over her inability to personally fight due to not being a combat specialist. The command center was engulfed in silence, broken only by the continuous stream of urgent orders. However, by the time the warning was sent out via smart wristbands, the senior students closest to the depths of the mountains had already encountered the corrupted entities. Deep in the mountains, 4 students had just finished a fierce battle with a level 47 mutated beast. The area was in disarray, and the beast's corpse still radiated heat. Su Yuanxiang scanned the surroundings warily, suddenly spotting a figure in the distant sky, enveloped in a black aura, rapidly approaching. This is bad. It's a corrupted alien. He quickly used a detection spell, his face turning pale. It's a 5-ring level corrupted entity. Xiao Luo, give me a buff. Before he finished speaking, Su Yuanxiang had already leapt into the air. In mere seconds, the corrupted entity was within 100 meters. The battle sword in Su Yuanxiang's hand glowed with a white light, exuding a sharp aura that seemed capable of cutting through anything. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at the corrupted entity, unleashing his full strength. As a level 45 rare class heavy blade swordsman, Su Yuanxiang was the least injured and the only one still able to fight in the group. He knew he had to stop this corrupted entity, otherwise, the three behind him would surely die. The corrupted entity dismissed the incoming attack with disdain. It raised its hand effortlessly, covering its arm with a black aura to block the deadly blow. Is that all? The corrupted entity taunted, launching a punch with its other hand. Bang! Su Yuanxiang was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, a deep fist imprint appearing on his chest armor, which shattered instantly. He barely managed to steady himself, taking a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. Zhao Hao, take them and run. Su Yuanxiang shouted. He had recognized this as a seasoned fivering elite corrupted entity that roamed the front lines, far beyond their capability to handle. If three could escape, it would be a victory. As for himself, though he longed to reunite with his parents on the front lines, it seemed that chance was slipping away. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth, looking at the two girls beside him. I'll stay with Brother Yuan. At that moment, the corrupted entity charged at Su Yuanxiang, sneering. Want to save them? Do you have the strength? As the corrupted entity's fist whistled through the air, Su Yuanxiang instinctively raised his sword to block. Boom! The black aura exploded on the sword, the immense impact forcing Su Yuanxiang back several meters. He staggered to his feet, gripping his battle sword tightly, bracing for the next wave of attacks. The corrupt one's fists rained down like a storm, relentlessly breaking Su Yuanxiang's armor, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his feet remained firmly planted, unmoving. At that moment, Zhao Hao, using the last of his strength, charged forward, his battle sword raised high to strike the corrupt one. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind struck. Zhao Hao took a heavy blow to the chest, sending him flying through the air like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard into the ground several meters away. Su Yuanxiang seized this fleeting opportunity, his battle sword emitting a sharp aura as it sliced through the air towards the corrupt one's neck. However, the hard, dark exoskeleton easily blocked the fatal blow. Pathetic, the corrupt one sneered. I've faced opponents on the battlefield far stronger than you. With that, it pressed down on Su Yuanxiang's head, its knee driving forcefully upwards, shattering his facial armor. Then, with fists cloaked in black energy, it relentlessly pummeled Su Yuanxiang's vital points. In mere seconds, Su Yuanxiang collapsed, powerless, on the ground, barely clinging to life. As the corrupt one was about to crush him underfoot, a spear suddenly pierced through, only to be easily deflected. A girl caught the spear midair, sweeping it with a gust of wind. Yet, the corrupt one effortlessly blocked the attack and then gripped her throat with one hand. Black energy surged forth, threatening to transform her into a corrupted being. Witnessing this, Zhao Hao struggled to his feet, desperately charging towards the corrupt one. However, overwhelmed by the disparity in strength, he was kicked to the ground, his kneecap shattering, leaving him trembling and unable to stand. Now, only one support girl remained, watching in despair. She wanted to heal Su Yuanxiang but found her magic and spirit completely depleted, unable to cast any spells. At the critical moment, a swift figure dashed out from the right, forcing the corrupt one back with a strike. It was Qin Kong, his eyes ablaze with fury, unleashing dozens of swift sword strikes that broke through the corrupt one's dark exoskeleton, inflicting significant damage. In the past 2 days, Qin Kong's strength had increased, reaching level 49. With the added boosts from Yi Kashi, his prowess was vastly different from when he fought the giant rock dragon lizard, now fierce and relentless. Under his sharp swordplay, the corrupt one retreated repeatedly, accumulating more injuries. The tide turned instantly. Qin Kong's muscles bulged, utilizing his extreme technique to double his speed and power. Sensing the threat of death, the corrupt one roared, black energy swirling around it as a defense. It attempted to escape using its flight advantage, but was suddenly immobilized by a binding force. Wang Yao charged in wielding a massive 4-meter axe, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his aura rising sharply. The immobilized corrupt one looked terrified. With a resounding crack, the giant axe shattered the black energy and deeply embedded into the corrupt one's neck. Simultaneously, Qin Kong's sword slashed from the other side. In their coordinated assault, the level 51 elite corrupt one was instantly decapitated. This was no surprise, considering Qin Kong and Wang Yao were top-tier fighters from the senior year of Lark Academy, with Yi Kashi, a hidden class support, assisting them. With their full effort, they could handle even 6 or 7 levels higher corrupt ones, except for those like the rock dragon lizard that were inherently resistant. Minutes later, under Yi Kashi's healing, Su Yuanxiang and the others' injuries were partially healed. Thanks, Qin Kong, Su Yuanxiang said with difficulty, leaning against a giant tree. His armor was cracked and damaged, his face smeared with blood. Qin Kong planted his sword into the ground, saying briefly, "Follow the safe route provided by your smart wristband to leave the mountains." With that, he didn't linger, quickly heading towards the distress signal point with Wang Yao and Yi Kashi. Watching their departing figures, Su Yuanxiang smiled wryly. The gap in strength has widened again, he muttered to himself. Well, it's expected. After all, They've been venturing outside the city to hunt mutated beasts since freshman year. After devouring the massive beast, He Ming returned to its normal state and laid down beside Chen Lin to rest. On a distant cliff, a seductive woman with scanty clothing descended slowly. She was Liakli, and upon seeing the silver-armored figure guarded by the black giant wolf, she grinned with satisfaction. How lucky, I found him so quickly. And it seems he's in a weakened state. Liakli thought with delight, though she couldn't help but be surprised by the devastated surroundings. The battle scars are even more astounding than I imagined. Despite a hint of apprehension, Liakli decided to make a move. This toy is mine. She licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with desire as she imagined toying with Chen Lin. In a flash, Liakli sped towards them at hundreds of meters per second, emitting countless black threads from her body. A nauseating aura enveloped the area, prompting Chen Lin to open his eyes instantly, his gaze icy. He Ming, who had long sensed her presence, was the first to lift its head, its gray eyes locking onto the intruder. Confronted by those two pairs of gray eyes, Liakli felt a chill run through her heart, an overwhelming sense of fear surfacing. Her body trembled slightly, but she quickly suppressed the feeling. Determined to strike first, she waved her hands, sending a swarm of threads towards He Ming. He Ming's body glowed with golden light, effortlessly blocking the attack. Its gray eyes remained indifferent as it watched Liakli, and in the next moment, her consciousness was suddenly pulled into a void of darkness. In that darkness, a pair of cold, merciless gray eyes opened, staring at her. An endless tide of fear engulfed Liakli's entire consciousness. She trembled uncontrollably, unable to move, helplessly watching as He Ming approached step by step. In the face of its massive form, Liakli appeared so insignificant. Within seconds, He Ming was upon her, pinning her to the ground with a paw. Black flames erupted instantly, beginning to consume her body. This 56th level corrupted being never had a chance to resist. This scene lit up the previously tense command center with a glimmer of hope. Well done, Black Wolf, the female officer silently cheered in her heart. Suddenly, He Ming lifted its paw, sensing something amiss. It scanned the surroundings and communicated to Chen Lin. Master, she's not dead. She escaped. Chen Lin responded coldly. Go after her. Make sure you kill her. With Diana by his side, he wouldn't be in danger even if He Ming temporarily left. He Ming nodded slightly. As you command. Its body shattered the ground as it charged off in a specific direction. In that direction, Liakli was fleeing towards a spatial portal with a terrified expression. Too terrifying. That black wolf is simply too dreadful. Even though the gray eyes had vanished, she couldn't calm down, the fear lingering. All Liakli wanted now was to escape and quickly report the presence of a being as powerful as a supreme offspring among the humans. As for the mission to hunt the human genius, it was clearly a failure. With that terrifying black wolf around, no corrupted being could hope to survive. Thinking of her brother also being here, Liakli hesitated for a moment. But soon, she discarded the thought. If he's dead, so be it. She dared not linger a moment longer, eager to flee this dreadful place. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from behind, causing the ground to tremble. Liakli was instantly frozen in terror, her heart pounding wildly. Could it be coming after me? The thought flashed through her mind, sending cold sweat down her back as she trembled uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth, using all her strength to propel her bone wings, desperately trying to escape faster. However, He Ming was reluctant to stay away from Chen Lin for long. Its form rapidly expanded into a colossal beast, towering thousands of meters high. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered, and dust filled the air. He Ming took a step spanning dozens of kilometers, crushing towering trees like fragile twigs and causing the air to explode into shockwaves. In the blink of an eye, He Ming loomed behind Liakli. It unleashed an overwhelming aura of intimidation, like a mountain pressing down on her heart. At that moment, Liakli felt not only a deep-seated fear, but also a profound sense of despair. He Ming's massive paw descended with a shadow of doom. Boom! The ground fractured into pieces, the surrounding mountains and trees quaked violently, and the tremors extended for miles. Under He Ming's paw, black flames erupted like a ravenous beast, engulfing Liakli completely, leaving only a solitary storage pouch behind. He Ming paused in thought, its form gradually returning to normal. It carefully controlled the black flames to wrap around the storage pouch and turned to leave the devastated area with its prize. Returning to Chen Lin's side, He Ming lowered its head, seeking a pat, and then used the black flames to present the storage pouch to him. Chen Lin understood immediately, and as he probed the pouch with his consciousness, his eyes lit up. 100 level 5 life crystals, he exclaimed happily. He Ming, your feast is secured. Smiling, Chen Lin took out all the life crystals from the storage pouch. Watching the small pile of glowing crystals before him, He Ming could barely contain its desire. These crystals represented a chance for it to continue evolving and reach a higher level of existence. The black flames turned into a giant maw, swallowing all the life crystals and slowly absorbing and transforming them. Before long, He Ming's evolution points increased by 200. With intelligence from number 21, Chen Lin was aware that many evil beings had infiltrated the Balian Mountains through various means. After pondering for a moment, he decided to split up and hunt these beings. After all, with two powerful summons at his disposal, acting together would be a waste of resources. With this in mind, Chen Lin waved at the sky, signaling the drone that had been following him to come over. Thanks to the comprehensive enhancement of his physical attributes, Chen Lin's vision was now so powerful that he could clearly see a fly from afar, let alone a drone, no matter how small. In the command center, the operator controlling the drone was momentarily stunned. However, with the female officer's approval, they immediately maneuvered the drone towards Chen Lin. "Show it where the evil beings are," Chen Lin said as the drone hovered in front of him. The female officer instantly grasped his intention. With Yang Xiao absent, she was the acting commander. After a brief consideration, she instructed the operator to nod the drone in agreement. The female officer thought to herself, with Chen Lin having 3 summons, if he dared to make such a decision, it indicated that the third summon, which had never been seen, was sufficient to ensure his safety. Upon receiving instructions, He Ming burst forth with astonishing speed, his gray eyes gleaming with unprecedented urgency. Like a bolt of black lightning, he vanished from sight in an instant. The drones following him accelerated to their limits, yet they still couldn't catch up to his figure. Witnessing this, the female officer couldn't help but marvel. In just a few days, it's grown to such an extent. If given a year, could it possibly contend for the throne? This thought left her deeply shaken. In the past century, only 85 thrones have emerged in Huaxia, and now merely 30 remain. These thrones are the pinnacle of human strength, having fought their way through years of battle, emerging from countless generations of geniuses. Their achievements rely not only on talent, but also on surviving the brutal meat grinder that is the frontline battlefield. Every invasion by alien races results in countless sacrifices, and even geniuses are not spared. Yet, to protect the front line, everyone must charge into battle. Many thrones have fallen as a result, leaving the current number at less than half of what it once was, a testament to the ferocity of the front lines. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, 15 trainees found themselves surrounded by 3 four-winged malefic spirits. The ground was littered with several gruesome corpses. The surviving trainees, faces tense and weapons clutched tightly, were filled with fear. They realized they had fallen into a trap, becoming bait for the malefic spirits. A trembling female student asked, "Can we break through?" Facing these foes far beyond their strength, the trainees felt despair. Worse still, they had no idea if more malefic spirits lurked in the shadows. As the 3 malefic spirits grinned cruelly and prepared to slaughter, a thunderous noise erupted from afar. Within seconds, a terrifying black wolf, towering at 130 meters, charged into the scene. This giant wolf exuded a menacing, violent aura, sending chills down anyone's spine with just a glance. The 3 malefic spirits, startled, took to the air, mistakenly believing it to be a mutated beast from the mountains. However, they soon realized their grave mistake. The terrifying black wolf ignored the humans and launched a fierce attack on them instead. With a single swipe, a gray fly-like malefic spirit was smashed into the ground, shattered to pieces. Another, unable to dodge in time, was crushed underfoot, consumed instantly by dark flames. This was He Ming, a terrifying entity at only level 20, yet capable of easily slaughtering four-winged alien foes. His combat power had surpassed the invincible range of his level, reaching a fearsome degree capable of absolute dominance within 2 major revolutions. He Ming coldly fixed his gaze on the last malefic spirit. The creature froze in place, its bony wings trembling uncontrollably. In the next moment, He Ming's claws, engulfed in dark flames, ended its life. The entire process took merely 5 seconds, and the last malefic spirit couldn't even escape He Ming's sight before meeting its demise. The 5 lurking fiends finally reacted, a flicker of fear evident in their eyes, clearly intimidated by the sudden appearance of the fierce black wolf. In unison, they darted out of the woods, attempting to escape into the sky. "Howl!" He Ming let out a thunderous roar. "None of you are allowed to escape." Under this intimidation, the already terrified fiends froze midair. He Ming seized the opportunity and charged forward. Pitch-black flames erupted in the sky, covering a range of hundreds of meters. Notably, under He Ming's deliberate control, these terrifying flames did not spread to where the students were. With a single strike, He Ming knocked all the fiends to the ground, where they landed heavily. The dark flames instantly consumed their forms. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, and the 8 fiends, which the 15 third-year students could not contend with, were collectively reduced to ashes. Witnessing this scene, all the students were stunned. A few seconds later, they snapped back to reality, their faces filled with shock. Among them, Su Qingqing's eyes shone with a peculiar light, her voice carrying undisguised joy. That's Chen Lin's summoned creature. I recognize it. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Hearing this, the other students were incredulous. I remember Chen Lin is only a freshman, right? How could he possibly have a summoned creature of such power? Someone murmured. I feel like it's even stronger than Senior Qin Kong. They were left speechless. The more they thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. However, these questions were soon replaced by the joy of having survived. He Ming searched the ground for a while, disappointed at not finding any storage bags. Its mighty, robust form, spanning 100 meters, slowly crouched down, waiting for the arrival of the drone to guide it to the next direction. All the students watched as this fearsome and terrifying black wolf stood vigilantly by, not leaving immediately, and felt a surge of emotion. It's worried we might encounter danger again, someone whispered. Chen Lin's summoned creature is incredible. He Ming ignored Su Qingqing, who kept waving and shouting at it. When the drone arrived and indicated the direction, it dashed off immediately. Meanwhile, in the command center, a female officer quickly noticed something amiss. These fiends are very aware of our distribution, she said with a frown. Many foraying fiends are heading to the outskirts of the mountains, seemingly targeting this year's new students. Meanwhile, the fivering fiends are deep inside, hunting down the fourth-year students and holding off the instructors trying to return. Is the high-energy cannon charged? The female officer asked seriously. This weapon, a product of technology and engineering combined, was a base's ace in the hole. Still absorbing and charging. The person in charge of weapon control replied with a shake of the head. The female officer's expression was grim as she quickly analyzed the situation. Although all the students are retreating to the base, the foraying fiends that can fly are much faster. They could catch up in half an hour. She paused. We can't send out armed helicopters. Against foraying fiends, they'd be destroyed in seconds. It's just sending the soldiers to their deaths. Deep within the mountains, an intense battle was unfolding. Ji Fei, clad in golden armor, wielded a mighty war halberd wrapped in a blood-like aura, facing off against 4 level 55 fallen. Each of her strikes was thunderous, the red halberd light tearing through the air with deafening blasts. The fallen were forced to retreat, unable to withstand her overwhelming assault. Ji Fei moved like a dragon, her form agile and the shadows of her halberd flying through the air. Her attacks were precise, leaving the fallen scrambling to evade. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed. Ryakelu observed the battle with a frown, a jet-black spear forming in its hand. It knew time was of the essence, with more geniuses waiting to be hunted. In an instant, Ryakelu shot forward like an arrow, the black spear infused with the power of corruption, aiming straight for Ji Fei's vital points. Ji Fei reacted with lightning speed to the sudden attack. Her entire body surged with energy, and the head of her halberd swelled, transforming into a massive structure over 30 meters long. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Ji Fei shattered, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. In her fully unleashed state, everything around her trembled. The fallen were stunned, intimidated by her fierce aura. Ji Fei's eyes blazed with a bloodthirsty battle spirit as she swung her halberd, unleashing a blinding red light. Wherever the halberd passed, the air was torn apart, and all obstacles were obliterated. With a loud boom, all 5 fallen, including Ryakelu, were forced back, their attacks rendered ineffective. Ryakelu looked gravely at the broken black spear in its hand, astonished. A mere level 55 opponent, for levels below it, possessed such terrifying power, a rare genius who must be eliminated swiftly. In an instant, a black aura surged out of Ryakelu, spreading rapidly over 100 meters. The surrounding light dimmed, as if plunging into an abyss. The other fallen understood and unleashed their corrupting power, thickening the black aura in the air until it nearly became solid. Ji Fei was enveloped in a red glow, her energy forming a shield around her, struggling to fend off the corruption. She surveyed the area with cold eyes, anger boiling within. Trying to assimilate me? You're courting death, she thought, gritting her teeth. With a boom, Ji Fei shot towards Ryakelu like a cannonball, the air exploding around her. She swung her halberd with deadly precision, aiming to strike down her foe. The 4 fallen rushed to attack Ji Fei, attempting to relieve their leader. But Ji Fei ignored them, her determination to kill Ryakelu only growing stronger. However, under the constant erosion, Ji Fei's empowered state was hard to maintain, her energy rapidly depleting. If she couldn't end the battle quickly, she risked being assimilated. Meanwhile, Qin Kong, engaged in his own fierce battle, noticed Ji Fei's perilous situation and was deeply worried. He pushed himself to his limits, frantically attacking the level 56 fallen before him, trying to end the fight quickly to aid Ji Fei. After all, Instructor Ji had risked everything to save them. He couldn't stand by and do nothing. Yet the fallen seemed to anticipate Qin Kong's intentions, taunting him as they relentlessly engaged him, preventing him from breaking free. Qin Kong's eyes burned red with rage as he glared at his enemy, knowing that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. Wang Yao, Qin Kong shouted. Hearing the call, the heavily injured Wang Yao gritted his teeth and forced himself to his feet. He lifted his giant axe and charged into the fray, determined to fight. Yikashi took a deep breath, realizing it was time to give it her all. She unleashed her magic without reservation, casting spells of enhancement and protection, extending their effects to Ji Fei. After a brief incantation, a goddess's phantom, holding a sword in both hands and gazing indifferently at the world, appeared above Ji Fei. As the goddess's closed eyes slowly opened, a murderous aura capable of destroying all things swept across the area. This sudden turn of events made Raya Kalu's face change slightly. Without hesitation, it enhanced its innate ability, doubling the power of corruption. Simultaneously, the surrounding erosion intensified, as if ready to devour everything. The goddess's sword pointed directly, and a sense of deadly danger instantly swept through the body. With a thunderous boom, layers of pressure fell like a mountain, causing the ground to crack and shatter under the terrifying force, sending violent tremors hundreds of meters away. This power was far beyond what the giant rock dragon lizard could compare to, striking fear into the heart. However, the goddess's imposing presence did not last long. As Yikashi's mental strength rapidly depleted, the goddess's figure gradually became illusory and eventually vanished into thin air. Ji Fei keenly seized this opportunity and launched a fierce attack on the heavily injured Liaklu without hesitation. Her figure flashed like lightning, determined to deliver a fatal blow. However, the four fallen were prepared, simultaneously using their abilities to intercept Ji Fei. In an instant, the ground beneath Ji Fei's feet turned into dark, soft mud, and countless grotesque arms reached out, grabbing her ankles tightly. Simultaneously, shackles formed from black air currents came whistling, binding her firmly. More terrifyingly, an inexplicable force instantly drained the energy from her body, leaving her feeling unprecedentedly weak. As Ji Fei found herself in a predicament, all the fallen seized the opportunity, wielding black spears to strike. In a critical moment, Ji Fei unleashed incredible willpower, forcefully breaking free from the influence of the fallen. Her blood and energy surged in reverse, erupting with desperate force, shattering all restraints in an instant. Red light burst forth from her entire body, even dispersing the surrounding black air currents. She swung her war halberd like the wind, and terrifying red halberd light roared out, instantly shattering the four incoming black spears. Immediately, Ji Fei stomped the ground, causing the earth to explode, and she shot towards Liaklu like an arrow from a bow. However, at this crucial moment, Liaklu had already seized the opportunity and quickly downed a vial of gray blood. This miraculous potion not only healed its injuries at a visible rate, but also caused its aura to soar wildly, directly ascending to a 6-ring power level. The power of the throne's true blood was indeed terrifying. Liaklu grinned grimly, and the black air currents instantly formed a shield, effortlessly blocking Ji Fei's slashing war halberd. With a single hand wave, it conjured a black spear and hurled it. The spear tip gleamed with chilling light, piercing through Ji Fei's protective red glow and followed by the sound of her armor shattering. With a shoo, the black spear mercilessly pierced through Ji Fei's body, emerging from her back. Blood dripped from the spear tip onto the ground, creating a shocking scene. Seeing this, the four fallen immediately stirred, ready to move in for the kill. However, Liaklu suddenly ordered, "Don't kill her, assimilate her." Despite her severe injuries, Ji Fei's gaze remained as sharp as a knife. Without hesitation, she pulled out the black spear, wielding her terrifying war halberd, over 30 meters long, and relentlessly slashed at Liaklu. However, with the shattering of her protective red glow, the dark erosion accelerated, and her blood and energy rapidly weakened, making it difficult to continue resisting. Her attacks visibly weakened, and soon even holding the war halberd became challenging. Witnessing this, Liaklu laughed triumphantly, stepping towards Ji Fei. "Become my slave." At this critical moment, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted. A silver war spear sliced through the air, piercing through the black air currents, and embedded itself deeply into the ground before Liaklu. Following this, a figure clad in silver armor came rushing from afar. Liaklu squinted and immediately recognized the newcomer, its brow furrowing. "Your sister didn't kill you? If you mean that female fallen, she's already dead," the newcomer coldly replied. Upon hearing this, Liaklu's face showed no trace of sorrow, as if the deceased was merely an insignificant stranger. It scoffed. She was indeed unreliable. Chen Lin halted, quickly scanning the battlefield, immediately realizing that this was not a situation he could handle. He remained cautious, deciding not to rush forward. At that moment, Chen Lin's mind stirred, and a small, humanoid creature less than half a meter tall, with golden wings, suddenly appeared beside him. The moment this little creature appeared, a sacred aura spread, causing the 6 fallen present to change their expressions, their gazes fixed on it. "Is that an angel?" The fallen felt a wave of discomfort. But soon, they realized, their eyes burning with greed. Such a small form was definitely a young angel, not to be feared. With that thought, Liaklu was overjoyed, laughing. Haha. Chen Lin, I should really thank you for bringing such a gift. Corrupting an angel is the highest honor among the fallen true race. Feeling the disgusting gazes around her, Diana frowned. These black air currents felt eerily familiar, and she suddenly realized they were the ones that had invaded her home. Anger flared in Diana's eyes, and with a sudden spread of her golden wings, she soared into the sky. A blazing sun faintly appeared in her left golden eye, gradually enlarging. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying, scorching golden light erupted from her, and a massive, magnificent golden sun appeared in the sky behind her. In this holy light, Diana's small form quickly grew, transforming into a tall, slender adult figure. Her face was stunningly beautiful, flawless, with golden eyes exuding majesty, her entire being radiating a vast, sacred aura that dared not be looked upon directly. Under the vast expanse of the sky, the magnificent sun shone brilliantly as Diana stood tall in the heavens. Her statuesque figure was adorned with golden wings spanning 5 meters, and her exquisite face radiated a divine authority, with eyes of gold too bright to gaze upon directly. A cascade of intense golden light poured down like a waterfall, instantly purifying the swirling black aura. The fallen ones were plunged into agony, as if cast into hell. Their corrupt powers were forcibly suppressed, and any attempt to use them would result in immediate purification, leaving them terrified. For ages, the fallen true race and the angels had been mortal enemies, evenly matched in power. But now, under this resplendent sun, the balance was utterly disrupted. Diana's commanding voice echoed across the land. I shall purify your souls and cleanse your heavy sins. Even as she spoke, the sun behind her erupted with even greater intensity, bathing everything within a 10th-centimeter radius in dazzling gold, as if a second sun had appeared in the sky. The terrifying power of the sun radiated outward, and the bodies of 6 fallen ones were suddenly engulfed in searing golden flames. The soul-burning torment elicited their anguished screams. Liakru's face twisted, his earlier joy replaced by agony and fury. He struggled to unleash his 6-ring strength of corruption, doubling its power with his innate abilities, barely avoiding purification by the golden light. He attempted to form a black barrier around himself to block the golden flames. However, these golden flames were unlike the dark flames of the nether. They acted directly on the soul, penetrating all physical barriers. Only defenses on the soul level could withstand such an assault. Ji Fei felt the dissipating black aura that had been eroding her spirit and weakly lifted her head. She gazed at the majestic figure standing high above, a smile forming on her lips. You managed to summon an angel. Impressive. The divine power, accompanied by the golden light, fell upon her, rapidly healing her wounds while a protective layer of golden light enveloped her. The dying Wang Yao immediately felt the bleeding halt, as the black spear aimed at him was blocked by the barrier. With difficulty, he raised a thumb towards Chen Lin. Chen Lin, you're the best. Qin Kong, his body covered in blood, had long surpassed his limits. Feeling warmth emanating from his wounds, his attacks became reckless, focusing solely on offense, exchanging blow for blow. His sword forced the fallen one before him into a rapid retreat, unable to parry in time. The soul-burning pain prevented the fallen one from exerting full strength. The arrival of the resplendent sun had instantly reversed the battlefield situation. Liakru cursed inwardly. Damn it! Weren't young angels supposed to have only supportive abilities? He felt betrayed by his knowledge. Just a second of eye contact with Diana's bright golden eyes left him trembling, his eyes bleeding as if faced with the strongest of his kind, a truly terrifying experience. Liakru realized he could not delay any longer, or his soul would be burned to death. He shouted, "Go kill that human," as a black aura exploded, forming a giant serpent that lunged towards Diana. However, the closer it got to the sun, the more terrifying the purification and soul-burning effects became. Were it not for the 39-level gap, even with the throne's true blood boiling within him, providing an endless supply of power, Liakalu would find it difficult to approach Diana. At this moment, he endured the increasingly intense burning pain and charged towards Diana with all his might, determined to bring her down. Diana, expressionless, slowly raised her hand, and in an instant, countless blazing golden swords appeared around her. These swords, imbued with purifying and scorching power, shot towards Liakalu and the other 4 corrupted beings rushing towards Chen Lin like meteors. Boom! The golden swords pierced through Liakalu, who resembled a giant black serpent, pinning him from 100 meters high down to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The other 4 corrupted beings, despite their attempts to dodge, were still penetrated by the dense golden swords. Diana stood in the sky, resembling a deity wielding the power of the sun, making her enemies seem as insignificant as ants. Such majesty left Yi Kashi mesmerized, even making her, a woman, feel moved. Damn it. Under this great sun, we can't possibly fight back. The corrupted beings gritted their teeth. The golden swords had not only severely injured them, but, more terrifyingly, were purifying the corruption within them, accelerating the burning of their souls. If this continued, they would surely perish under the sun's exposure. Liakalu's expression was grim, yet he said, "Don't panic." Empress Fuline said reinforcements would come to help us encircle and hunt them down. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures in gray robes rushed in from afar, each possessing the power of 6 transformations. These individuals were about to use their stealth skills to launch a surprise attack, but under Diana's radiant sun, they were exposed. Ji Fei immediately recognized the shadow insignias on their gray robes and was furious. It's the Shadow Church, those damned heretics. She forced her not fully recovered body to unleash her energy once again, blocking a man whose half face was covered in purple scars. The other heretics ignored Ji Fei and headed straight for Chen Lin. Seeing this, Diana raised her hand, and golden flames instantly ignited, scorching their souls. However, these heretics were determined to kill, enduring the damage as they continued their charge. At this moment, the great sun behind Diana slowly collapsed into her palm. In her right eye, a golden pupil revealed a faint full moon, and the area within tens of thousands of meters suddenly darkened. A faint moonlight illuminated the world, exuding a chilling aura. The heretics, just about to break through Chen Lin's sacred protection, were startled by this sudden change and looked up. Diana had transformed, her eyes cold and indifferent, the divine aura gone, leaving only a terrifying chill. Her wings and golden hair turned silver white, standing before the full moon like a solitary goddess. 9 rings, imbued with the dark red power of true annihilation, slowly rotated around her. Go! With Diana's cold command, 6 annihilation ring blades shot out, reaching the 6 heretics in an instant. They turned pale with fright, employing all their means to defend themselves. However, against the true annihilation power that could pierce any defense, these efforts were futile. A heretic, precisely at level 60, watched in horror as the dark red ring blade easily shattered his shadow barrier and pierced through his body. His corpse fell in 2 halves, his face still displaying a look of incredulous shock. The other 5 cultists watched in horror as their companion was slain. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately turned to flee. However, the speed of the annihilation rings was unmatched. Under Diana's mental control, the rings followed swiftly, catching up to and killing the fleeing cultists in an instant. At that moment, Liaklu charged towards Diana, who was hovering high in the sky. With the suppression of the great sun gone, its full power was unleashed, far surpassing that of an ordinary cultist. A terrifying black energy surged forth, forming a spear over 10 meters long that pierced the air at supersonic speed, aimed directly at Diana. Diana remained calm, sending 1 annihilation ring to meet the black spear, slicing it apart inch by inch. Simultaneously, 2 other rings flashed towards Liaklu. Seeing this, Liaklu conjured 2 enormous snakes, each dozens of meters long, to devour the rings. However, in less than a second, the snakes were pierced through, and the rings continued towards Liaklu. On the ground, corrupted beings seized the opportunity to charge at Chen Lin, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Chen Lin's holy protection was about to shatter, and all the rings were occupied with Liaklu, making it the perfect moment to eliminate him. The corrupted thought that this human must be eliminated. The 28-level power span of the Black Wolf was already outrageous, and this angel controlling the sun and moon was terrifying, suppressing beings of 50 to 60 levels. If he were allowed to grow, he might even cause upheaval on the frontline battlefield. However, Diana, constantly monitoring Chen Lin's safety, immediately recalled the 3 annihilation rings, slicing through the charging corrupted beings in an instant. The 3 corrupted beings stopped to defend, but were unprepared for the rings to collide and merge into a massive 3-meter-wide ring, its annihilation force even more powerful. A flash of dark red light, and the black shields of the corrupted beings shattered instantly, leaving them lifeless on the ground. The remaining 2 corrupted beings broke into a cold sweat. They realized in terror that this angel not only had 2 forms, but could also alter its attack methods. Watching the massive ring, glowing with dark red light, coming at them, they raised their black shields in unison. However, against the doubled power of the annihilation ring, their shields were as fragile as paper, shattering instantly. The last corrupted being was slain by the pursuing ring before it could reach Chen Lin. Yikashi watched all of this, utterly amazed. "This is incredible," she exclaimed, thinking that Chen Lin's angel was even more powerful than the Black Wolf. After all, the 52-level giant rock dragon lizard, even with traces of king-level blood, couldn't possibly withstand multiple corrupted beings and cultists of over 60 levels combined. After dealing with the four corrupted beings, the annihilation rings turned towards the purple-scarred man fighting Ji Fei. Before he could react, the rings flew past Ji Fei, killing him. Then, the rings split into three, working together to eliminate all remaining cultists and the corrupted beings battling Qin Kong. Everyone watched in awe as the six annihilation rings returned to the side of the solitary angel. Qin Kong, kneeling on one knee, holding his battle sword, sincerely exclaimed, "So powerful." Wang Yao nodded in agreement, praising, "Indeed, the angel race is truly beautiful." This was purely admiration for a magnificent creature, with no disrespect intended. Diana's gaze fell on Liaklu, still struggling to resist, and she slowly raised her hand as the six annihilation rings began to converge. Upon witnessing the scene, Liaklu's expression changed dramatically, a hint of panic flickering in its eyes. It quickly unleashed the last of the corrupted power from the throne's true blood within, repelling the three circular blades. Like a falling star, Liaklu surveyed the surroundings, realizing it was alone, causing its lips to twitch. "These heretics are utterly useless," it muttered under its breath. Turning to look at Chen Lin, Liaklu's gaze was filled with jealousy and malice. Why would the perfect angel choose to serve this human? Both summoned creatures possessed combat power above level 25, a talent that was truly formidable. Liaklu sneered, "I admit, your future is terrifying. But precisely because of that, today, you must die here." With that, Liaklu produced a pitch-black disc. As it spun, the ground was instantly illuminated with a 100-meter glow. Liaklu thought to itself that this opportunity to summon the throne should have been used on the prodigy with the awakened SS-level talent, in case a powerful guardian appeared. But the potential Chen Lin summoned creature showed was too frightening. He could not be allowed to grow further. Boom, boom. All the terminal circular blades slashed at once, but the rising black light blocked them directly. Countless mysterious runes appeared, intertwining to form a pitch-black summoning array. From it emerged a gray corrupted entity over 10 meters tall, its terrifying aura sweeping through the area, almost suffocating. Qin Kong and the others turned pale, feeling deep despair. Black currents spread, withering all plant life in their path. Diana's expression was grave. As she raised her hand, the round moon transformed into a great sun across the sky, yet the brilliant golden light could not penetrate the darkness. Chen Lin immediately realized the situation was dire, almost considering fleeing, but ultimately refrained. Because just as the dark array appeared, Yang Xiao approached him, gently patting his shoulder, saying, "We've been waiting for this alien throne for a long time, no need to fear." Hearing this, Chen Lin quickly understood it was a long-planned scheme. Indeed, the alien throne paid them no mind, instead looking expressionlessly towards the direction of the Yokoyama base. With the summoning array's appearance, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted, shattering the clouds and charging with terrifying momentum. Within a few breaths, a figure descended upon the scene, an imposing young man standing in the void. The alien throne slowly spoke. "Zhangju, you're not guarding the frontline battlefield, yet you dare come here? Aren't you afraid your defense line will be breached by my kind? Then it won't just be a matter of losing tens of thousands of warriors." Zhangju waved his hand, his demeanor relaxed. "Doesn't matter, we humans have given up." "You think I would believe that?" The alien throne sneered, immediately realizing it had fallen into a trap, but was unfazed. "After being deceived by you humans so many times, do you think I would come unprepared? Just now, the news of you leaving the frontline battlefield has already reached my kind's rear. You should know what that means." "Heh." Zhang Ju did not respond, instead glancing downwards. "Aren't you leaving? Waiting to be crushed to death?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao immediately led everyone away. The clash between thrones, even the aftermath, could destroy an area spanning tens of thousands of meters. Even if Zhang Ju's domain could isolate the power, staying there would only hinder them. The alien throne did not stop them. With Zhang Ju present, it couldn't move against anyone. As one of the more active thrones on the frontline battlefield in the past 2 years, its strength was well known among all alien strongmen. "Are you truly not going back?" the alien throne asked one last time. Zhang Ju's gaze was like lightning, his tone resolute. "Not leaving until I kill you." The gray domain rapidly expanded after several people left, threatening to engulf everyone. At this critical moment, a terrifying power descended from the sky, forcefully intercepting the gray domain. Boom, boom. The clash between the two thrones was instantaneous. Even with the power barrier, the resulting shock waves caused the ground within hundreds of thousands of meters to tremble violently. Rocks flew, and dust filled the air. Was that just now our Huaxia's Duantian throne? Qin Kong looked back towards the battlefield, swallowing hard, his voice filled with awe. In this era, every throne bearer had a unique title, and their deeds were well known. Thanks to these powerful figures guarding the front lines day and night, the rear could enjoy peace and stability. Yang Xiao nodded solemnly in confirmation, and admiration flashed in the eyes of the group. To every human, Ascending to the throne and receiving a crown was the ultimate honor of a lifetime. Wait, Yi Keshi suddenly frowned. The fallen just summoned an alien throne, and the Duantian throne appeared immediately. Could it be he was lying in ambush here all along? Yang Xiao smiled without answering, then said, "It's safe here now, but there are still many foraying fallen active on the outskirts of the mountains. They're attacking first-year students. Go support them quickly." He looked at the young group in front of him, his eyes showing approval. Those who stayed here are all reliable in character. Upon learning of the alien appearance, not a single one chose to retreat. They all rushed to various points of need to provide support. Hearing this, Qin Kong and the others steeled their expressions, nodded at each other, and rushed toward the mountain outskirts. Thanks to the sacred healing light earlier, they had recovered enough stamina to continue fighting. Ji Fei and Chen Lin also intended to set out with the team, but Yang Xiao stopped the latter. "Chen Lin, let your summoned creature go instead." Chen Lin was momentarily stunned, then found the suggestion reasonable. His silver butterfly had not advanced in strength for too long, making it difficult to deal with the foraying fallen threat. After conveying his intention, Diana, now only half a meter in size, nodded in agreement, instantly transforming into her great sun form, with golden light illuminating the heavens, like a golden meteor streaking across the sky. "Truly astonishing," Yang Xiao remarked. "Your third summoned creature is an angel, though she seems newly born, probably not even a year old." "Yes," Chen Lin replied. "To be exact, she's less than 3 days old. Originally, those cultists were my responsibility to handle, but she took care of them all. Her strength is indeed remarkable." Yang Xiao sincerely praised. "Her combat power is on par with that Black Wolf. It's equivalent to you having 2 top-tier forces. If you can ascend to the throne in the future, it would mean adding 2 throne-level forces to humanity." Thinking of this prospect, Yang Xiao felt exhilarated. Such potential will surely garner more attention. Once I report this, the resources like life crystals you can apply for will definitely increase significantly. You must have noticed something unusual about this mutated beast clearing operation, right? Yang Xiao shifted the topic. Chen Lin nodded. La Lu had just cast the dark array when the Duantian throne appeared immediately. This is no coincidence. Was this beast clearing a ruse, and we the bait? Yang Xiao shook his head in explanation. Over the years, the number of mutated beasts has surged, and many giant beasts have re-emerged, posing a real threat. The frontline battlefield is tense, making it impossible to spare manpower for support, and that's a fact. There are traitors within humanity who will undoubtedly leak information to the aliens in exchange for vast resources to seek advancement. As expected, in recent days, the attacks from the alien races have surged like a tide, constantly probing for weaknesses in the human defenses. Many alien leaders have made frequent moves, aiming to determine which human leaders have left. Meanwhile, heretics who harbor hatred towards society for various reasons have been secretly aiding the alien races, attempting to overthrow human civilization. Chen Lin listened to these reports, his heart sinking as he felt the pressure of being surrounded by wolves. He couldn't help but clench his fists, images of the brutal frontline battles flashing through his mind. With the departure of the Skybreaker throne, was his defense not in imminent danger? Yet if he didn't return to aid them, those left behind might not escape doom. More frightening was the possibility that the alien leaders could launch a massacre from behind. With their terrifying power, they could slaughter all the talents and level nearby cities in just a few minutes. Just as Chen Lin was lost in thought, Yang Xiao suddenly laughed. He patted Chen Lin on the shoulder and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry. After decades of clashes, we know the alien race's combat strength inside out. They think they've grasped all of humanity's cards through traitors. But in reality, those were deliberately exposed by us to give them a false sense of confidence, so we can trap them hard in the future." Yang Zhao's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he continued. "The alien races are indeed stronger overall, steadily expanding their advantage over the decades. But we've also been secretly accumulating our real trump cards. The outcome of this racial war is still uncertain." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin suddenly showed a playful smile and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I might be the traitor?" Yang Xiao shook his head, his expression firm as he replied, "If a genius like you were to betray us, humanity would be doomed. Twice when humanity was on the brink of collapse, it was monstrous talents like you who broke conventions and turned the tide. Think of the fourth strongest, who single-handedly slaughtered all the terrifying mutant beasts in the rear. He even reached the peak position on the front lines within a few years, stopping the aliens' planned full-scale attack. In my eyes, you could reach such heights too." Hearing this, Chen Lin suddenly understood, and the full picture of the game became clear in his mind. Humanity knew that information couldn't be completely sealed, so they set a trap, intending to eliminate the elite fallen invaders. This could not only expose traitors, but also clear out heretics hidden in society. In the end, they even planned to lure an alien leader to the rear to kill. As for the front lines, the aliens would suffer heavy losses. Although the exact numbers were unknown, humanity had clearly shown their trump card. However, The cost of this plan was that some talents might unknowingly become bait and perish. This was indeed cruel, but in the war between civilizations, it seemed inevitable. Yang Xiao watched Chen Lin, seeing him take a deep breath, and slowly asked, "Do you feel disappointed?" Chen Lin shook his head and decisively answered, "The situation is as it is. Decisive action must be taken." Hearing this, Yang Xiao was stunned for a moment, then slowly came to his senses, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He remarked, "Interesting, the leader who proposed this decision said exactly the same thing." As the sun set in the west, its golden rays bathed Chen Lin. Gazing at the disappearing sun, a firm goal surged within him. Next time, he would become stronger and play a more significant role for his team. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept across the sky with a deafening roar, stopping in front of Chen Lin. It was his summoned beast, He Ming, whose enormous size was astonishing. "Roar, Master, I have purged all the evil." He Ming's deep voice carried a hint of disappointment, clearly having found no delectable prey. Chen Lin gently patted its fur, silently comforting his powerful, yet simple-minded companion. Yang Xiao gazed at He Ming, his eyes filled with awe. This wolf is truly remarkable. To master such a powerful domain at just level 20, and to perfectly integrate it with its physical form, you know what this means. What does it mean? Chen Lin asked curiously. It means it has all the conditions to break through to the 10th and even 11th transformation, reaching the Heavenly King level. Yang Zhao's voice was full of admiration. As long as its level is high enough, it can advance to the Heavenly King realm without obstacles. Hearing this, Chen Lin looked at He Ming in surprise. What he thought was ordinary turned out to be extraordinary. Excited by its master's praise, He Ming wagged its dozens of meters long tail, stirring up gusts of wind. Yang Xiao continued his analysis. "However, I suggest you don't just pursue level increases. Doing so might cause it to lose its terrifying combat power span. Even at the 10th transformation, it would only become an ordinary king beast." Through days of drone observation, Yang Xiao had deduced that He Ming's growth relied on life crystals. This explained why Chen Lin allocated all crystals to it, causing his level to rise only slightly faster than others. Yang Xiao highly agreed with this approach since combat power and level aren't entirely linked. There's no need to obsess over level ups. Chen Lin nodded in agreement. As someone with a unique talent to empower summoned creatures, he didn't have to choose between level and combat power. The ideal plan was for both to progress together. Although nurturing He Ming required substantial resources, its terrifying potential justified the investment. After all, the future summons could only possess one SS-level talent at most, while He Ming could hold several simultaneously. Upon checking the panel, Chen Lin realized that despite Diana's defeat of several level 50+ evils and He Ming's relentless efforts, his level hadn't increased. This starkly contrasted with the earlier ease of leveling. The reason was the inclusion of Diana, a summon needing vast experience points, making leveling naturally harder. As a summoner, due to the contract's uniqueness, he had to meet all summons experience needs to level up together, trade-off for the summoner profession's ability to fight many with few. However, Chen Lin had decided to delegate the level-up task to these alien summons. As for the precious life crystals, he would still unhesitatingly use them all to enhance He Ming's evolution value. At that moment, a golden light streaked across the sky, and Diana descended gracefully before Chen Lin. This summon, with her perfect form, first bowed elegantly, then reverted to her usual self, like a doting daughter, lightly flying to Chen Lin's side and grasping his hand tightly. After a long battle of over 10 hours, the distant gray domain finally dissipated. A young figure stepped through the air, instantly crossing tens of thousands of meters to approach them. Yang Xiao noticed Zhang Ju's weakened state and immediately asked with concern, "Brother Zhang, how are you holding up?" Zhang Ju laughed it off, saying, "A joke, really. Just a mere foreign throne. I can suppress it with a flip of my hand. What could possibly go wrong?" Diana, standing nearby, silently cast her holy radiance, quickly sensing that this young man had been severely corrupted by dark forces. Zhang Ju suddenly frowned, turning to Diana. "Young lady, can you heal the wounds from the throne? Wait, are you an angel?" He hurriedly added, "Don't stop. Keep it up for a few more seconds." Feeling the dark corruption within him being dispelled by the holy power, Zhang Ju quickly gestured for Diana to continue. Diana shook her head and sighed. "My holy power is nearly exhausted. The corruption from the throne is terrifyingly strong. Even though holy power can counter it, I can only disperse a tiny fraction." Hearing this, Zhang Ju had no choice but to endure the discomfort, letting out a long sigh. "I guess I'm still carrying too much weight." Chen Lin watched the scene in confusion, thinking, "Are all thrones like this?" Yang Xiao seemed to read Chen Lin's mind and explained, "Ever since Brother Zhang ascended to the throne, he's become unrecognizable." Chen Lin suddenly understood. So it's not that all thrones are like this, but rather that ascending to a throne changes you. Yang Xiao turned to Zhang Ju and introduced, "Brother Zhang, Let me introduce you to Chen Lin, the target of the foreign forces. Zhang Ju immediately focused on Chen Lin. So you're the one who can pin my head to the ground at the same level? Chen Lin looked puzzled. What do you mean? Yang Xiao quickly cut in, changing the subject. Ahem, brother Zhang finally made it back. How about we crack open a few crates? Zhang Ju flatly refused. No, once I recover a bit, I have to head back to the front lines immediately. His attention was suddenly drawn to He Ming, a majestic wolf sitting nearby, and his eyes lit up. What a magnificent wolf! Let me sit on it. With that, he flew towards it. However, He Ming swiftly dodged to the side, clearly unwilling. Zhang Ju's face turned awkward. What does this mean? How dare it reject a throne? If I don't sit on you today, I'll write your name backwards. He was about to attempt to sit on it with greater speed, but Yang Xiao quickly intervened. Zhu Zhang, you mustn't. Yang Xiao hurriedly advised. This wolf is one of the future pillars of Huaxia. We can't let it harbor any ill will. Zhang Ju looked at Yang Xiao with a sense of grievance in his eyes. He turned and walked away, hands clasped behind his back, his voice filled with melancholy. I've done so much for humanity, yet I can't even sit on a wolf. Sigh, I'm leaving. With that, Zhang Ju slowly flew towards the Hongshan base, with the others and their summons following closely. Yang Xiao reassured Chen Lin. Don't worry, brother Zhang is always like this, he won't hold anything against you. Chen Lin nodded, feeling no anxiety. He sensed that Zhang Ju hadn't shown any hostility towards him from the start. Even when He Ming refused to be sat upon, Zhang Ju didn't resort to intimidation. On the contrary, Zhang Ju had traveled millions of kilometers from the front lines to ensure Chen Lin wasn't killed by the foreign throne. Inside the Hongshan base, the bodies of students and soldiers were being carried out from the mountains. Feng Yi, who had been waiting all this time, finally saw Chen Lin and let out a sigh of relief, limping over to him. You've been gone so long. I thought something happened to you. After all, you're the top freshman at Yun K Academy and certainly on the foreign forces hit list. Seeing his severe injuries, Chen Lin immediately realized they had also faced a dark attack and asked with concern, is everyone okay? Feng Yi shook his head, smiling wryly. Luo Xian used a taunt to save me and nearly lost his life. Zhong Feng and Xiao Yang gave it their all to fend off the darkness for 2 seconds and are currently being treated. I'm the least injured. As long as no one died. Chen Lin sighed in relief, thinking to himself, it's a pity Diana's holy power is depleted, otherwise, she could speed up their recovery. After all, the healing effects of holy power are incredibly potent. If it weren't for the high-energy cannon taking care of the fallen, we might have all perished in the mountains, Feng Yi said, clenching his fists unconsciously, his knuckles turning white. The scene was vivid in his mind. Luo Ning being relentlessly pursued by the fallen after releasing her domain, while he could do nothing but watch, powerless. This sense of helplessness was branded deep in his heart. Feng Yi finally faced reality. His reputation as a genius was nothing more than an empty title in his province, insignificant in the grand scheme of extraterrestrial civilizations. Thinking of Chen Lin's terrifying strength, who could even slay level 50 mutated beasts, Feng Yi felt a surge of envy. If Chen Lin had been there, the Forang Fallen wouldn't have had a chance to resist, and would have been completely suppressed. Chen Lin, the gap between us is so vast, Feng Yi murmured. Good that you realize it, Chen Lin said with a faint, elusive smile. Feng Yi felt inexplicably outdone. By the way, the class monitor and another girl were also attacked by the fallen and nearly lost their lives, but your black wolf saved them, Feng Yi added. Chen Lin nodded, and only then remembered the 2 girls from the front row. As the bodies of fallen soldiers were carried past, Feng Yi's face darkened. These soldiers didn't have to die. The fallen weren't even targeting them. But they drove armed vehicles into the mountains to draw the fallen's attention, allowing many students to survive. Hearing this, Chen Lin fell silent. At that moment, a strong female voice called out from behind. This wasn't anyone's order. It was entirely their own choice. You all just joined the academy and could have avoided risking your lives. Yet you chose to come to Hongshan base to help us deal with the mutant beast outbreak. In this cleanup operation, there was so little the soldiers could do. So in this critical moment, they wanted to contribute, no matter how small. A stern-looking female officer in uniform approached, first saluting Zhang Ju. Welcome, Throne of Heaven Severer. Feng Yi was stunned, his gaze fixed on the young man in front of Chen Lin. You're the throne of China? Zhang Ju remained expressionless, unfazed by the surprise. His hand suddenly reached into the air, grasping at a middle-aged man trying to sneak away. The man was terrified, his body uncontrollably drawn forward. Throne of Heaven Severer, what are you doing? The middle-aged man stammered. Zhang Ju spoke coldly. Those who handed over intelligence to traitors have been captured. Do I need to say more? Everyone's eyes burned with anger as they looked at the middle-aged man. The female officer had long suspected an insider. Otherwise, the fallen couldn't have known their positions so precisely or used the distress signals to lure nearby students into a trap. Throne of Heaven Severer, please execute him. Without such traitors, humanity wouldn't be in decline. the female officer said harshly. The middle-aged man's face turned deathly pale. Throne of Heaven Severer, I was momentarily confused. Have mercy. I can still fight the mutant beasts and make amends. Do we need you? Zhang Ju's hand slowly clenched. Once you've felt enough fear, go join the dead. With a crack, the middle-aged man's bones shattered, and his lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. The female officer watched, her anger unabated. Dying so quickly is too easy for him. Feng Yi nodded in agreement, completely endorsing her sentiment. 2 storage bags rose from the corpse and landed steadily in Zhang Ju's hands. With his toes a few centimeters off the ground, he moved forward slowly as if walking on clouds. Let's go, Xiaoyang, Chen Lin, he said calmly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. The 3 of them entered Yang Zhao's private office, where Zhang Ju unceremoniously took the main seat, as if the place belonged to him. Have a seat, Chen Lin. Despite being a formidable 9-turn warrior, Yang Xiao showed no airs and personally brewed tea for his guests. The steaming tea filled the cups, releasing a fragrant aroma. Zhang Ju frowned and said, "Why don't I have any?" Yang Xiao smiled helplessly. "You're so far away. Do you expect me to bring it to you?" In an instant, Zhang Ju vanished from the main seat and reappeared on a reception chair, asserting, "Xiaoyang, pour the tea." Yang Xiao shook his head with a light laugh and continued serving tea to the 2. Chen Lin took a sip, finding the tea rich and calming, rejuvenating his spirit. "Brother Zhang," Yang Xiao asked gravely, "how are things on the front lines? Are they worsening again?" For years, he had been stationed at the rear, managing the intensifying curse on himself while striving to achieve a 10-turn breakthrough. The situation on the front lines was ever-changing, and this plan required his cooperation, making him eager for updates. Zhang Ju furrowed his brow, speaking in a somber tone. "It seems the alien races are gearing up for another fierce assault, aiming to wear down our living forces." Hearing this, Yang Zhao's face turned grim. The alien races launched aggressive attacks periodically, each time resulting in the loss of tens of thousands of warriors, even claiming the lives of throne-level strongmen. Their strategy was simple, relying on their vast numbers. They traded lives for lives. In their eyes, the loss of forces below the 9 rings was negligible. Even a 5-tune exchange was considered a gain. In stark contrast, every human warrior lost was a significant blow, especially those with hidden professions destined to become 9-turn strongmen. This was why the rear focused on developing profession-related thermal weapon technology to rapidly support the front lines and reduce casualties. Meanwhile, technology to improve quality of life was largely ignored after all, when the very homeland was at risk. Who had the luxury to think about enjoyment? This created a paradoxical situation. While thermal weapon technology advanced rapidly, societal living conditions remained unchanged. I must accelerate my breakthrough to the throne, break this damned curse, and return to the front lines, Yang Xiao said through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with determination. Zhang Ju took a small sip of tea and nodded slightly. When the time comes, we will sweep across the battlefield, and with a wave of our hands, the alien races will be reduced to ashes. Yang Zhao's heart surged with ambition, only lamenting his insufficient talent to break through immediately. That's the advantage of having no hidden talents. Chen Lin gazed at the heavy storage bag in his hand, his heart filled with emotion. If he had chosen to secretly develop his powers and suddenly burst forth with strength, he might have amazed everyone for a moment. But the final outcome would likely have been death at the hands of an alien throne. By being open and honest, although he would attract the attention of the aliens, the human race would also fully protect him. Just like this time, the human race directly used their trump card, even dispatching a throne to escort him. The resources provided were generous 500 level 5 and 6 life crystals, plus a body refining fruit worth 1,000 contribution points. Such treatment is rare among the entire human race. Moreover, due to the nature of Hyming, it needs constant battle and consumption, making it impossible to hide as its growth and changes are too significant. Its innate characteristics are too obvious and can be recognized at a glance. What truly supported Chen Lin to reach this point was not the extraordinary nature of his summoned creature, but his own talent that could endow the summoned creature with terrifying power. "Thank you, Throne Duantian." Chen Lin stood up solemnly and expressed his gratitude to Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju, seeing this, slightly smiled, satisfied with the attitude of this talented junior. He casually tossed a storage bag over. "This is the stuff from that 5-ring fallen one. It also contains life crystals." Chen Lin caught the storage bag, and as soon as he probed it with his consciousness, his eyes lit Upanither 200 level 5 life crystals. This haul was several times more abundant than what he could earn through days of hard fighting. He was secretly delighted, as Hyming's food supply was finally secured. "Throne Duantian," Chen Lin suddenly said seriously. "It's actually fine for Hyming to be your mount." Zhang Ju waved his hand. "Forget it. That black wolf only recognizes you. Everyone else is nothing to it." Chen Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the other did not take him up on his polite offer. By the way, Chen Lin, Yang Xiao, standing nearby, spoke up. I have a request to ask of you. Feel free to ask. I want to know how your black wolf learned to control domains. This experience would greatly help me in breaking through the 10th transformation. Yang Xiao explained that he had studied the domain control experiences of other thrones. These experiences could be viewed in the Apocalypse system for just one contribution point. While the thrones initially wanted to share them for free, that was rejected. These were valuable experiences painstakingly explored and needed to be appropriately valued. These experiences significantly shortened Yang Zhao's exploration time, soon allowing him to fully master his power, compress his domain, and break through the 10th transformation. Otherwise, it would take at least 2 more years. Xiaoyang, are you sure? Zhang Ju suddenly sat up straight. That black wolf can actually control domains. Not only that, Yang Xiao added, it can also merge its body with the domain. What? Zhang Ju was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. A level 20 creature can learn this? He instantly appeared beside Chen Lin, tightly grasping his hand, eyes burning with intensity. Please, let it teach me. After all, the number of heavenly kings is far fewer than thrones, and there are even fewer experiences to refer to. Chen Lin did not refuse and immediately communicated with Haiming in the summoning space, inquiring for a moment before. After pondering for a moment, Chen Lin realized that mastering domains and merging with the physical body seemed not too difficult. When he mentioned that Haiming grasped the process of domain compression just by a glance, Yang Xiao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaoyang, Zhang Ju chuckled, patting his shoulder. Controlling a domain is inherently simple. It's your lack of insight that's the problem. Didn't it take you a whole year to master it? Yang Xiao retorted, looking disgruntled. I was just holding back to avoid outshining the other thrones. Zhang Ju replied nonchalantly, then turned to Chen Lin with a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. And what about the fusion of the body and domain? What does it say? Chen Lin fell into deep thought. He Ming's explanation of merging the body and domain was indeed vague, giving the illusion of being easily achievable. Zhang Ju didn't rush him, understanding that this level of mastery was hard to grasp even with direct guidance from the Heavenly King, let alone for someone like Chen Lin, who was only at level 20. He Ming said it doesn't even need to look. It can effortlessly achieve the fusion of body and domain. Chen Lin finally summarized. The implication of this statement left Zhang Ju momentarily speechless. What? Do you hear yourself? He paused, then stood up abruptly. My injuries have mostly healed. I'm going ahead. Brother Zhang, your aura is still weak. Rest a bit more. Yang Xiao chuckled, trying to hold him back. Let go. The body of a throne is beyond your imagination. Zhang Ju shrugged off his hand and dashed out the window, disappearing from view as he returned to the front lines. This kind of blow was even more disheartening than facing the alien thrones in battle. Yang Xiao continued to laugh gleefully, pouring more tea for himself and Chen Lin. Chen Lin also smiled, feeling satisfied with his summary. After some small talk, Chen Lin took his leave and headed to the mountains, summoning He Ming. He poured out 600 level 5 life crystals and 100 level 6 life crystals from his storage bag, forming a small red mountain. He Ming immediately unleashed its black flames, slowly consuming the crystals. 10 minutes later, its evolution value increased by 1766 points, reaching 1/3 of what was needed for completion. Then, He Ming consumed 20 body refining spirit fruits, growing 5 meters in size and boosting each attribute by 10 points. Although this seemed like a small increase, with each of He Ming's attributes already surpassing 500 points, the actual enhancement was far greater than before. For instance, its gigantification ability showed a strength of 2,700 on the panel, but this was not its true level. A beast with a base strength of 2,700 could easily overpower He Ming even when it was gigantified. Seeing that it was not yet midnight on the 21st, Chen Lin decided to venture deeper into the mountains to hunt, letting the 21st guide him to mutated beasts. As for taking on tasks to earn contribution points, he was no longer concerned. After all, having gained such significant benefits, working for the military for a few days without pay didn't matter to him. In the following days, the Balian mountain range became a land of deathly silence. He Ming and Diana, like unstoppable harbingers of death, ravaged the mountains separately. Their target was clear. Every mutated beast above level 50 was not spared. He Ming's size rapidly expanded during this slaughter. It greedily devoured every life crystal, growing from its already massive form to something even more formidable. 16 level 60 giant beasts, along with over 100 level 50 mutated beasts, provided it with abundant nourishment. In just a few days, He Ming's length surged to 15 meters, and its height reached an astonishing 5 meters. All its attributes increased by 30 points, and if it entered a giant state, it could achieve an incredible 150-point attribute value. Chen Lin stood atop a high cliff, witnessing it all. The dawn's light cloaked him in a silver-white armor, enhancing his godlike majesty. His heart was filled with awe. The terrifying speed of this power growth left even him astonished. The evolution value also soared. Over 100 life crystals brought a growth of 250 evolution points to He Ming. Although none of these prey had the king-level bloodline like the immortal crazy bear, the accumulation of quantity led to a qualitative leap. A silver butterfly landed lightly on Chen Lin's shoulder, reverting to its original form. Chen Lin leaped down from the cliff. Through the howling wind, a golden meteor carrying a blazing light rushed toward him. It was Diana, her fair hand firmly catching Chen Lin. Meanwhile, He Ming slowly opened its gray eyes below the cliff. A hint of savagery flashed in its gaze. The continuous slaughter over these days made its entire being exude a more terrifying and fierce aura. Receiving its master's command, He Ming immediately rose and took a few steps to catch Chen Lin. Diana returned to her normal state, fluttering her wings gracefully beside them. Thus, the trio and their beasts embarked on their journey back to the Hungshan base. In the command center, everyone watched this scene with genuine joy on their faces. The threat of the giant beasts had been eliminated, and the crisis of the uprising seemed almost negligible. The Balian mountain range would enter a safe zone for the coming years. Yang Xiao listened to the cheers around him and couldn't help but smile. But he knew in his heart that things were far from over. The periphery of the mountain range, for which the Wushan base was responsible, showed no signs of mutated beasts, which instead indicated a greater crisis. All the mutated beasts were responding to the call of the giant beasts, slowly gathering. The trainees at Wushan base no longer dared to venture deep into the mountains and had all retreated to the base. Over a few days, they had killed fewer than 50 mutated beasts. If this continued, the gathered giant beasts would soon launch an attack. Yang Xiao made a decisive decision to dispatch personnel from Hungshan base to support Wushan base. An hour later, the recently returned Chen Lin was summoned to Yang Xiao's office. Yang Xiao got straight to the point. Chen Lin, you've cleared the giant beasts from the Balian mountain range. There's no need for you to stay here anymore. I intend to send you to Wushan base for assistance. What do you think? Chen Lin agreed without hesitation. He had been worried about the lack of giant beasts to hunt here and was planning to find an excuse to slip to another base to grab a bite. Level 40 mutated beasts were no longer sufficient for He Ming's growth needs. Seeing Chen Lin's straightforward response, Yang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. It's much more dangerous there than here. Mutant beasts could riot at any moment, and they come in the thousands. Aren't you scared? Chen Lin faced the questioning calmly and shook his head. No worries, they'll protect me. Yang Xiao immediately understood what he meant and gave Chen Lin a firm pat on the shoulder. All right, everyone else should be ready. Time is of the essence. Let's head out now. As they quickly made their way to the base's underground level, Yang Xiao suddenly mentioned, by the way, I've secured some resources for you from above. They've already been sent to the Wushan base. What kind of resources? A hint of surprise flashed across Chen Lin's face. 5 levels even life crystals. Yang Xiao grinned. As for rare metal materials, there are even more. You'll see once you get there. These levels even life crystals were directly transported from the front line's spatial channel, something even the back-end apocalypse stock doesn't have. Chen Lin's eyes lit up, his curiosity thoroughly piqued. The elevator quickly delivered them to the underground level, where a 40-meter-long Cyan transport aircraft Xingyu No. 2 was quietly stationed. Around it, 50 people had already gathered, including familiar faces like Qin Kong, Wang Yao, Yi Keshi, Jiang Wuyue, and Ji Fei. Chen Lin, I knew you'd come to support us. Qin Kong's face broke into a delighted smile. Clearly, upon learning about the critical situation at Wushan base, he had joined the support team without hesitation. At this moment, Ji Fei approached, her gaze falling on Diana, who was holding Chen Lin's hand. With a playful smile, she said, what a perfect little angel. She must still be in her infancy, right? Chen Lin, you better not do anything inappropriate with her. Diana looked up and innocently asked in the common language of her species, Master, what does inappropriate mean? Why can't Master do inappropriate things to Diana? These two innocent questions immediately drew the attention of everyone around, some with envy and others with a hint of danger. Chen Lin's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. All right, now that everyone is here, let's board. Yang Xiao interjected to diffuse the situation. Everyone gradually boarded the futuristic transport aircraft via the vertical ladder. Chen Lin breathed a sigh of relief and found a seat with Diana. To his left were Ji Fei and Qin Kong, and to his right was Yang Xiao. Despite bearing a terrifying curse from a different race, Yang Xiao could still exert some combat strength, capable of tearing apart giant beasts with his bare hands. Although doing so would exacerbate the curse and threaten his life. If the city were truly on the brink of collapse, he wouldn't hesitate for a moment. As the roar of the engines sounded, Xingyu No. 2 accelerated. The massive steel doors on the ground slowly parted, and the transport aircraft disappeared into the sky as a cyan shadow. A similar scene unfolded at the Luoxiang base, where their mountain-clearing efforts were swift, having only eliminated a few giant beasts, slightly slower compared to the Hungshan base. The misty mountain base was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. The soldiers were on high alert, ready at their posts. Heavy weaponry stood poised, with anti-energy cannons emitting a low hum as they charged. Around the base's perimeter, trainees occasionally returned from the mountains, their expressions grave, clearly having found nothing. Are we really staying here? One team member whispered. With so many mutant beasts gathered, they're bound to attack. The military has agreed we can leave, another added. We can't clear out the mutant beasts right now anyway. Some people have already left. We have no choice, a third person sighed. If thousands of mutant beasts charge at us, who could possibly stop them? The team members exchanged words, as if searching for excuses to justify their impending retreat. Wang Feng listened, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. My family is in Mist City, he said firmly. Even if the mutant beasts riot, and staying here means certain death, I'm not leaving. The other four fell silent. Mist City had a population of tens of millions, and despite evacuation efforts, most residents were still in the city. If the mutant beasts couldn't be stopped, the disaster would affect far more than just one city. Boom. Suddenly, the roar of engines echoed in the distance as a teal transport aircraft broke through the clouds, slowly landing at the Misty Mountain base. Is that support from other bases? The four exchanged glances, while Wang Feng's face lit up with hope. At the airport, the commander of Misty Mountain Base and several officers had been waiting for some time. As they saw Yang Xiao leading many trainees off the plane, the commander immediately approached, speaking with excitement. General Yang, we've been expecting you. Yang Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. My curse hasn't been lifted yet, old Chao. Don't count on me to turn the tide. Hearing this, Chao Yu's face clouded over again. Sigh, the situation is dire. Countless mutant beasts are gathering in 4 areas, led by a giant beast about to break through level 70. It's planning to attack from multiple places at once. Yang Xiao frowned. That will make it even harder for us to handle. Chao Yu sighed again. We can only wait for support from the Luoxiang base now. They've sent 100 trainees and 10 instructors. He suddenly remembered something. By the way, I heard there are quite a few mutant beasts at Hengshan base. Is your pressure that light over there? Yang Xiao laughed. All the mutant beasts above level 50 in the Balian Mountains have been wiped out. You fought so many times and survived? Chao Yu looked shocked. Not me. Yang Xiao shook his head, pointing to Chen Lin behind him. He did it all. Chao Yu looked at Chen Lin in disbelief. Are you sure? This young man looks barely out of his teens. Yang Xiao nodded affirmatively. Chen Lin, a first-year trainee. Both of his summoned creatures can slay giant beasts. Before he finished speaking, Chao Yu instantly pushed Yang Xiao aside and rushed to Chen Lin, gripping his hand tightly. Student Lin, you're amazing. The situation at Misty Mountain was quite different, with mutant beasts already gathering. This unique scenario required adjustments in combat strategies, but detailed plans would be made once the Luoxiang base arrived. Chao Yu led Chen Lin to the logistics department, where several soldiers quickly moved to bring out a large black box, several meters in size. The box was equipped with a dozen anti-gravity levitation devices underneath, indicating its immense weight. Shaolin, this is what you asked for, Chao Yu said with a smile, pointing to an empty warehouse nearby. You can go in and take a look. Chen Lin nodded in gratitude, easily taking the seemingly heavy black box in his hands. The soldiers watching were filled with envy, thinking to themselves, this is the power of a combat profession, a strength we don't have. Sadly, they hadn't been able to change professions. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, wait, isn't he a summoner? Inside the warehouse, Chen Lin opened the black box to reveal a spacious interior filled with various rare metal materials. He first took out 5 levels even life crystals, each larger than his head, and quickly stored them in his ring. Looking around, Chen Lin thought to himself, this space is too small. If I release He Ming here, it might just crush the entire warehouse. He summoned the silver butterfly, which instantly transformed into armor covering his entire body, and began the fusion process. The warehouse contained 10 different types of metal materials, over 100 pieces in total, primarily the black gold and fractured steel that Chen Lin needed most. These rare metals, with their special properties, weren't like the common ores mined by the hundreds of tons. Over 100 pieces were already quite a substantial amount, enough to forge dozens of high-quality pieces of equipment, valued at the equivalent of dozens of Tianquan swords, at least worth 70 to 80,000 contribution points. After some time, Chen Lin absorbed all 30 pieces of black gold and fractured steel. The weight of his armor skyrocketed to 163 tons, so much so that a light step deformed the steel floor beneath him, showcasing its incredible power. Additionally, the armor's hardness reached an astonishing level, likely impenetrable to any sub-level 50 alien species. Even more impressive was that after absorbing all the fractured steel, he gained an 8-layer sharpness attribute boost. Combined with the previous 2 layers, a total of 10 layers of sharpness stacked, making its power so immense that even Chen Lin couldn't precisely estimate it. However, he was confident that he could easily take down any sub-level 50 alien with a single strike. Chen Lin continued to merge other rare metals, though his luck seemed to wane, as over 20 consecutive pieces only increased the armor's hardness without granting new attributes. Just as he began to feel disappointed, he finally acquired a new attribute called lava. With the emergence of the lava attribute, the surface of the silver armor displayed dark red lines resembling fine cracks, with the intense heat causing the surrounding air temperature to rise continuously. When the silver butterfly was fully activated, these dark red lines flickered as if boiling, dramatically enhancing its power. Not bad at all. Chen Lin continued the fusion process enthusiastically, finding it as addictive as drawing cards. Ultimately, he gained another lava attribute and a feature named size manipulation, similar to the battle spear that could change size wielded by Ji Fei. Eager to test his newly acquired abilities, Chen Lin drew his sword and, through his thoughts, communicated with the silver butterfly. The originally 1-meter-long sword instantly extended to over 20 meters, piercing through the warehouse wall and out into the open. Outside, Xiao Yu was stunned to see the suddenly appearing, oversized sword. The silver blade was enveloped in terrifyingly sharp silver streams, and the dark red lines exuded a scorching heat that seemed to melt everything around them. Instinctively, he retreated several steps. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chen Lin quickly retracted the sword and removed the silver armor as he stepped out of the warehouse. Sorry, Commander Qiao. I lost control for a moment. Ah, no problem, no problem. Qiao Yu waved it off. It was my fault for standing too close. By the way, the instructors and students from Luoxiang base have arrived. Shall we head over? Chen Lin nodded in agreement, internally eager to venture into the mountains to test his skills against the mutant beasts. After merging over 100 rare metal pieces, the silver butterfly's combat power had increased several times. Especially with the sharpness attribute reaching 10 layers, it had undergone a qualitative leap, making him look forward to the upcoming battles. Following Qiao Yu's lead, Chen Lin arrived at an open area in the Wushan base, where over 100 people had already gathered. Yang Xiao and numerous officers stood at the forefront. Chen Lin glanced over at the Luoxiang base group and frowned. Their demeanor was unusual. Every person had bloodshot eyes, and their expressionless faces exuded an unsettling aura of determination. These individuals seemed like battle-hardened warriors, which made Chen Lin wonder if this was the true caliber of the First Academy. In the crowd, Chen Lin spotted a familiar figure. Beneath a cascade of beautiful icy blue hair was a delicate, fair face and an elegant, upright posture. It was Su Linxue. As Chen Lin approached, Su Linxue smiled and greeted him. It's been a few days, and you seem to have grown stronger. I often see your name on the leaderboard. Chen Lin replied calmly, not really. In truth, his contribution points hadn't increased recently, and his rank had dropped significantly, but he didn't mind. Is your Luoxiang base clearing mutant beasts so quickly? Chen Lin asked, surprised. You've sent out more people than we have. Su Linxue nodded. Everyone's going all out. There are only a few mutant beasts above level 50 left, so it shouldn't be a problem. She explained that although her strength wasn't initially sufficient for this support mission, she possessed a powerful area attack. If the mutant beasts launched an assault, her ability would be quite effective. This was why she was chosen, even though she might be the weakest among them here. Chen Lin looked around at the Luoxiang students with a peculiar expression. This seems more than just a bit, doesn't it? Indeed, Su Linxue sighed, rubbing her forehead. Everyone's been fighting in the mountains day and night, not wasting a single second. Watching them is terrifying, but I have no choice but to join in. Whenever I think about everyone working hard while I'm resting, I feel uneasy. Suddenly, Chen Lin felt a gaze fixed intently on him. He quickly turned to see a handsome young man in black armor, slightly less striking than himself. It was Xiao Yunxiu, whose eyes burned with intense determination. That's Chen Lin, right? It has to be, Xiao Yunxiu confirmed to himself. He had seen Chen Lin's video with the three-headed snake on the forum and remembered it vividly. In this support mission, I must surpass his contribution points. Xiao Yunxiu vowed silently, but didn't approach to speak, instead turning away to focus on awaiting task assignments. Chen Lin moved to the front row of the Hongshan area, standing alongside mentors like Ji Fei. Xiao Yu stepped forward, his expression serious as he began to explain the situation. A few days ago, we noticed signs of these mutant beasts gathering. Yesterday, they fully assembled. Now, under the command of a level 69 Darkhorn beast, they are advancing in 4 different directions. Based on their routes, we suspect the Darkhorn beast's intention is to disperse its attacks, preventing us from concentrating our defenses. At least 2 giant beasts lead each direction, targeting Wushan base, Wushi, and the neighboring Yunhe city. After a brief pause, Xiao Yu continued. Fortunately, these mutant beast groups are stretched out. Your task is to cut off their rear, target the stragglers, reduce their overall numbers, and lessen their impact on our defensive lines. For this operation, you'll divide into 8 groups of 20. Any questions? No. The crowd responded in unison. Good. Xiao Yu wasted no time and began assigning teams. These groups had already been planned for optimal configuration based on the support list. At this moment, Yang Xiao stepped forward and added, Chen Lin, you'll be acting alone. Chen Lin was well aware of his own capabilities and understood that having others follow him would only hinder the mission. People around him cast puzzled glances, wondering why he was so exceptional when even their mentors needed teamwork. 2 minutes later, the team assignments were complete. Seeing this, Chao Yu immediately urged, time is of the essence. Head to the airport immediately. The supersonic jets are ready. Watching over 100 people depart fearlessly, Chao Yu couldn't help but sigh. This mission was more dangerous than any before. A slight misstep could mean the end for the entire group. Yet, in times of crisis, someone had to step up. He silently prayed for their safe return. Chen Lin, aren't you taking a jet? Chao Yu asked. Yang Xiao explained. His summoned creature is faster. With that, he approached Chen Lin and handed him a bottle containing the life elixir. As long as you're not dead, drinking this will restore you. Chen Lin, stay safe. If you encounter danger, I'll come to save you. Chen Lin shook his head, having learned over the past few days that Yang Xiao was cursed and that using his powers could be life-threatening. That time will never come, Uncle Yang. I'm off. He summoned He Ming, a towering creature over 100 meters tall, and leaped onto its lowered head. With a thunderous roar, the ground shattered, and He Ming shot forward, effortlessly leaping over the base walls, leaving the soldiers in awe as it disappeared into the distance. That bottle of life elixir costs 100,000 contribution points. You really care about him, huh? Could he be your illegitimate son? Chao Yu joked. Yang Xiao shook his head, feeling a mix of emotions. He hoped for Chen Lin to soar, but feared he might fall. In their brief time together, he noticed Chen Lin's solitary nature, seemingly shaped by some childhood experience despite having family. Yang Xiao sighed inwardly, understanding why Chen Lin cherished his comrades so deeply. Beside the jets, soldiers handed recovery potions to the boarding students and mentors. Once everyone was aboard, the soldiers lined up and saluted solemnly. This scene stirred a sense of fervor among those present, even causing subtle changes in the otherwise stoic people of the Luoxiang base. Besides becoming stronger, they seemed to have found another purpose. With a roar, 16 jets soared into the sky, cutting through the air in 4 different directions, soon vanishing beyond the horizon. On the ground, Wang Feng watched with excitement. Although he wasn't strong enough to join the mission and had to stay at the base, the fire of determination had been lit within him. In the mountains, a massive black wolf was galloping, each step shattering the ground, crashing through obstacles with an astounding presence. Chen Lin had He Ming consume 5 levels even life crystals, instantly adding 1,500 evolution points, raising the total to over 3,700, bringing it closer to the next evolution, much faster than anticipated. Behind him, Diana clung to Chen Lin's neck, her small body fluttering in the fierce wind. As a newly born angel, she was curious about everything and unwilling to stay in the quiet summoning space. Naturally, Chen Lin didn't force her, allowing her to experience the thrill of the ride. In the dusty mountains, a destructive torrent stretching hundreds of kilometers surged forward. Countless massive mutant beasts trampled the earth and crushed towering trees, forming this terrifying flood. Leading the charge were 3 colossal beasts, each a kilometer long, exuding a menacing aura, with various powers flickering around them. The ground trembled under the countless mutant beasts' feet, creating a shocking spectacle. In the command center, numerous officers watched the drone footage with grave expressions. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. From the side, a ferocious black wolf, also a kilometer in size and wreathed in dark flames, burst forth. Its speed was unmatched, shattering the air around it, reducing everything within tens of kilometers into dust under its fearsome power. The black wolf let out a thunderous, vicious roar, its sound waves spreading in circles, an indescribable display of terror. The mutant beasts were stunned by the roar, halting in their tracks. The 3 giant beasts ahead slowly turned, their lantern-like eyes fixed angrily on the sudden intruder. In the command center, Chao Yu was stunned. This was a far cry from their original plan, which was to exploit the long marching line of the mutant beast army and continuously eliminate those lagging behind. Yet, Chen Lin had sent it charging straight in, drawing the attention of all the mutant beasts. There are 3 giant beasts here. Chao Yu and the other officers were in shock, unable to comprehend Chen Lin's reckless decision. Trust him, Yang Xiao said calmly, though he was equally astonished. He quickly realized that Chen Lin's summoned creature was meant for frontal assaults. Both He Ming and Diana excelled in grand, overwhelming combat, not stealthy eliminations. Therefore, Chen Lin's strategy wasn't wrong. Despite facing 3 giant beasts, with Diana's support, they might still stand a chance. Roar. Who are you, beast? And why do you block our path? The middle giant beast spoke. It stood over 800 meters tall, with 2 long tusks curving upwards, covered in red scales, resembling a giant demonic elephant. This level 66 demonic elephant beast was formidable, and the two beasts flanking it were level 65, also not to be underestimated. How? You trash, become my nourishment. Ming couldn't be bothered to say more. It erupted with pitch-black flames that quickly spread, engulfing a 10th-centimeter area. Within this domain, the breath of death flowed, consuming the lives of hundreds of level 40 mutant beasts caught within. Simultaneously, a nearly 3th-centimeter phantom of brutality solidified around Ming. Two gray eyes, filled with terrifying death intent, opened and stared at the three giant beasts. An uncontrollable fear arose in the beasts' minds, as if these eyes could obliterate their existence. Refining hell of death. Ming growled. In this domain, nothing escapes death. Even those undead creatures without life will meet their end. After several days, the death aura entwined around Ming had mostly dissipated, allowing it to use this terrifying skill once more. At that moment, Diana, soaring in the sky, unleashed her holy blessing skill without hesitation. The holy mark on her forehead flashed with dazzling golden light, greatly enhancing the skill's power. However, the now gigantic Ming was too formidable, and even with Diana's full exertion of holy power, the enhancements to Ming's strength, physique, and agility were limited. The magic power suddenly surged by 1125 points, directly breaking through the limit of 542. With this astonishing increase, the infernal prison expanded instantly by 20,000 meters, and the power of the black flames doubled, becoming incredibly terrifying. In the distance, Chen Lin also attempted to enhance his power with the black nether strengthening technique, but due to his lower attributes and lack of divine power, the effect was significantly reduced, barely adding a negligible amount. In just a few seconds, hundreds of level 40 mutated beasts were reduced to ashes, their life crystals consumed by the black flames. Three giant beasts roared in defiance and charged, determined to obliterate the black nether. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a faint moonlight enveloped the land, bringing a chilling aura that struck fear into the mutated beasts. High in the sky, Diana gazed down with a cold, aloof expression as a full moon appeared behind her. 9 terminal annihilation blades, entwined with dark red energy, materialized around her and swiftly sliced towards the ghost rock giant beast. The ghost rock giant beast let out a furious roar, channeling its internal power as strange patterns emerged on its stone-like skin. Initially intending to ignore Diana and continue its assault on the black nether, it was forced to halt as the blades easily cut through its vaunted ghost-patterned stone skin, leaving a wound dozens of meters long. The wounded ghost rock giant beast stopped in its tracks, raising a hand to swat at the blades. However, the agile blades evaded easily, tracing up its arm and carving a 100-meter-long gash. Seeing Diana skillfully engage the ghost rock giant beast with remarkable prowess, the black nether refused to be outdone, charging at the remaining 2 giant beasts. Any mutated beasts in its path were shattered by its terrifying strength. Even those that had reached level 50 were severely injured by a single swipe. Opponents that required its full effort just weeks ago now seemed as insignificant as ants. The demon elephant let out a vicious roar, swinging its massive, red-scaled trunk toward the black wolf. Without needing a command, the fierce demonic shadow struck with a claw engulfed in black flames, tearing through scales and leaving 4 deep, bloody gashes on the demon elephant. Nearby, the centipede giant beast opened its terrifying maw filled with fangs, attempting a sneak attack. The black nether reacted swiftly, swatting it aside, and then savagely biting down on its head. Its fangs pierced through shell and flesh, unleashing a torrent of toxic purple blood. The centipede giant beast screeched in agony, coiling its body around the black nether, stabbing with countless sharp legs. However, a layer of golden light appeared, blocking all attacks. The black nether lifted the centipede giant beast and violently flung it into a mountain, causing an avalanche of boulders to cascade down. The black nether immediately followed, its massive form leaping forward. It crushed the rocks, pinning the centipede giant beast, driving a claw into its head, pinning it to the ground. Then, it began a frenzied assault, biting ferociously as blood splattered and screams echoed. Relying on its golden defense and poison resistance, the centipede beast found itself gradually losing ground in the battle against Ming. Its poison-based attacks were ineffective against Ming's fierce melee assaults. Meanwhile, the demon elephant's body was covered in wounds, scales shattered, and scarlet, boiling blood gushed out. Although it was enveloped in a crimson power that continuously healed its injuries and resisted the terrifying heat of the dark flames, these efforts were futile against the relentless attacks of the savage demonic shadow, causing its life force to steadily drain away. As the Tianyin magic power surpassed the 1667 threshold, the temperature of the dark flames suddenly doubled, reviving their former terrifying power. However, as Ming's battle range expanded, the dark flames struggled to keep up, often requiring significant time to completely consume an enemy's corpse. At this moment, all three beasts simultaneously felt the agonizing sensation of their life essence being devoured by countless ants, a pain that intensified with each new wound. Suddenly, a level 54 golden eagle, with wings spanning over 300 meters and surrounded by sharp golden air currents, charged fiercely at Diana. This colossal creature, capable of tearing through mountains, aimed its 20-meter-long sharp beak like a golden sword at the unsuspecting Diana. In this critical moment, two indestruction blades swiftly detached from the ghost rock beast, merged into one, and sliced towards the golden eagle. Just as the eagle was within 100 meters of Diana, the dark red indestruction force split its body in two. Although the eagle barely survived due to its strong vitality, the returning indestruction blade cut it into several pieces once more. Immediately, more flying mutant beasts, driven by the beast's command, with wild eyes, rushed towards Diana. Facing the overwhelming dark assault, Diana retracted the two indestruction blades and instantly released four more. These dark red shadows crisscrossed, severing the flying mutant beasts, their limbs and blood falling like a dreadful rain from the sky. A swift black raven broke through the indestruction blade's onslaught, opening its tooth-filled maw to attack Diana. She deftly sidestepped with a flap of her wings, her palm emanating indestruction force, and decapitated the raven. Foul black blood splattered on her silver-white wings, a hint of disgust flashing in her cold eyes. With the five indestruction blades returning, they quickly cleared the remaining flying mutant beasts. The ghost rock beast, now unobstructed, charged at Hyming, joining forces with the kilometer-long centipede to encircle and attempt to eliminate Hyming first. Facing this dual threat, Hyming let out a ferocious roar, his gray eyes showing no fear. He stepped on the centipede beast's head and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the ghost rock beast. Despite the high levels of these beasts, their combat prowess was no match for the indomitable berserk bear. In the past few days, Hyming's strength has increased significantly. With the divine blessing of Diana, it can battle fiercely against the three giant beasts without losing ground. Their intense clash has caused the ground to crack for tens of thousands of meters, with tremors spreading in all directions. The sky is filled with terrifying roars and thunderous sounds that can be heard dozens of kilometers away. Countless mutated beasts, frightened by this astonishing scene, scattered in panic, fearing they might be harmed even if they came close. This incredible commotion left the command center in silence. Chao Yu stared at the screen, muttering incredulously. Wow, this wolf. How can it be so fierce? It's only level 20, yet it's holding its own against three giant beasts? Commander Yang, isn't the level gap here 46 levels? The officers couldn't help but swallow nervously, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Watching their stunned expressions, Yang Shao couldn't help but recall his own reaction a few days ago, a slight smile playing on his lips. He remembered how Chen Lin repeatedly shattered his understanding, from being a formidable talent to something beyond human comprehension. Crossing 46 levels and fighting three giant beasts simultaneously, the Black Wolf not only held its ground but grew stronger with each battle. Typically, as the level of any creature increases, the range of combat capability tends to narrow. However, Hyming defied this norm entirely, its power span becoming more terrifying with each passing moment. Just then, four fighter jets pierced through the clouds, beginning to descend. Inside the cabin, numerous trainees and a few instructors were on high alert, ready to parachute down. Due to the abundance of flying mutated beasts in the air, even though the jets were armed with three types of weaponry, they dared not approach recklessly. However, when they peered through the cabin windows at the scene below, everyone was stunned. A beautiful angel with a cold, aloof expression and silver-white wings was suspended in the air. Diana. 9 dark red circular blades surrounded her, mercilessly slaughtering any flying mutated beasts that dared to come close. Behind her, a massive moon, thousands of meters in diameter, hovered, casting a pale white glow over her. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, yet sent a chill down the spine with just one glance. On the ground, it was a hellish landscape of black flames. 4 massive beasts were engaged in a frenzied battle, creating an earth-shattering spectacle. Among them, a terrifying demonic shadow over a kilometer tall exuded an aura of consuming countless lives, nearly suffocating anyone nearby. Suddenly, a task update notification sounded from the smart wrist devices everyone carried. After reading it, they were all dumbfounded. They hadn't even left the aircraft, yet someone had completed their mission? Even more unbelievable was the fact that this angel and the Black Wolf were summoned creatures of the same person. Everyone was at a loss, standing at the open cabin door with parachutes ready, as the wind howled around them. The pilot immediately executed the new orders, closing the cabin door and turning the aircraft around with a flourish. With a sonic boom, the jet headed towards the other 3 mission areas. Chen Lin immediately noticed the commotion above, glanced up, but paid it no mind. Within a kilometer radius around him lay dozens of massive mutated beasts. Driven by the shock waves, these beasts fled in all directions, only to unfortunately crash into Chen Lin's location, where they were slain by his 40-meter-long war halberd. The size control trait proved extremely useful, making it much easier for him to handle these enormous mutated beasts. At this moment, Diana in the sky ceased her slaughter. Hundreds of flying mutated beasts had been completely annihilated by her, their mangled bodies piling up on the ground below. The bloody rain finally stopped. The converging circular blades around Diana began to slowly merge, the dark red glow becoming more intense, creating a vortex of terrifying power that even obliterated the air. As the 9 rings became one, a dark red circular blade, 100 meters wide, formed before Diana. With a thunderous roar, an apocalyptic aura that frightened beasts swept forth instantly. The dark crimson force of ultimate destruction resembled a blood-red lightning bolt. As the rotating ring blade spun, the once silver-white full moon gradually became stained with deep red. In an instant, the horrifying red light engulfed the vast sky and earth, as if the entire world had plunged into the abyss of hell. In Diana's right eye, a deep crimson full moon appeared, with strands of dark crimson force spreading like blood threads. At that moment, the full moon's most powerful form of ultimate destruction descended, announcing the arrival of death. Prepare to meet your end. Diana's voice was cold and merciless. She raised her hand slowly and casually waved it down. In the blink of an eye, the ultimate destructive force exploded with blinding dark red light, transforming into a terrifying red shadow that tore through the sky, targeting the severely injured centipede beast. The beast let out a terrified roar, its dense mandibles opening in vain to block the fatal strike. However, the ultimate destructive force pierced through the centipede beast's head effortlessly, its hard shell as fragile as paper. Immediately, its kilometer-long body was sliced and shredded under the compressed force of ultimate destruction. In just a few seconds, the massive level 65 beast was reduced to a pile of indistinguishable remains. Countless severed limbs and feet scattered on the ground, struggling futilely before succumbing to lifelessness. Such terrifying power made even the experienced Chen Lin gasp in awe. Diana's ultimate destructive form was astonishingly powerful, likely even surpassing his prideful black nether fusion, Heaven's Prison. The defensive penetration of her ultimate force was nearly absolute, and even more frightening was that Diana had not yet unleashed her even more formidable sun and moon form. However, the crimson full moon was already beginning to fade, and the force entwined with the destructive ring was gradually dimming, indicating a significant drain on Diana. Despite this, Diana still had the strength to continue fighting. With a thought, she directed the ultimate destructive ring towards the nearby ghost rock beast. Seeing this, the beast's mind exploded with fear, prompting it to grow thicker, harder stone skin for defense. Unfortunately, such defenses were futile against the ultimate destructive ring. The ring effortlessly sliced into the ghost rock beast's flesh, nearly splitting it in two. But at the critical moment, the crimson full moon in the sky could no longer hold, rapidly dissipating. The red light that enveloped the world vanished along with it. Diana's slender and perfect body instantly shrank back to a smaller form. Her aloof and indifferent expression showed a hint of innocence and confusion, as if she hadn't anticipated this outcome. She quickly flapped her wings, searching for her master. Just then, the ground trembled violently as a ferocious mutated beast burst forth. Its massive body, towering over 100 meters, leapt up with its jaws wide open, intending to swallow Diana whole. In response to this sudden turn of events, Chen Lin reacted with lightning speed. His spear swept out, expanding to over 40 meters long as it spun in the air. The dark crimson seams on its surface boiled, forming molten flames that instantly blasted the mutated beast's head apart. Diana swiftly landed beside Chen Lin, and fortunately, the lava patterns had already dimmed completely, no longer emitting the scorching heat capable of melting everything around. Meanwhile, He Ming charged at the severely injured ghost rock beast. Its claws glowed with black light, continuously tearing through the beast's defenses. Although its penetration was not as potent as the ultimate force, it still left deep scars on the ghost rock beast. In its weakened state, under the assault of black flames and overwhelming deathly intent, the ghost rock beast was no match for He Ming and was brutally beaten down. On the other side, the demon elephant faced an even more formidable fiendish shadow, struggling with its battered and precarious condition. The two colossal beasts realized they needed to finish the battle swiftly, or they would meet their end here. In unison, they launched a frenzied attack. The demon elephant, ignoring the fierce onslaught from the malevolent shadow, let out a thunderous roar. Its massive form, akin to a moving mountain, charged towards He Ming. Every step it took caused the ground to quake, and the surrounding peaks, towering thousands of meters high, crumbled under the terrifying impact. He Ming's eyes, filled with the intent of death, suddenly erupted, unleashing a gray force of death that turned the surrounding area into a zone of annihilation. This dreadful power gradually ground down the life essence of the demon elephant, forcing it to let out cries of extreme agony. Yet, this was far from over. The malevolent shadow, following closely behind, unleashed the same deadly intent from its gray eyes. As a creature manifested from three types of power, both it and Hyming could wield the power of the deathly gaze. The combined deathly intents accelerated the depletion of the demon elephant's life. Within seconds, the demon elephant's presence weakened to the brink of collapse, emitting a fearful wail. As the ghostly rock beast rushed to its aid, it was swatted to the ground by the colossal hand of the malevolent shadow. Die! Hyming's cold, gray eyes watched as the demon elephant ceased its struggles, and its life was completely extinguished. Immediately, Hyming and the malevolent shadow turned their attention to the ghostly rock beast, launching a relentless assault with slashes and strikes that fractured the earth anew. Minutes later, the ghostly rock beast met the same fate as the other two giants. A roar, fierce and echoing for miles, declared the end of this terrifying battle. Beside Hyming, the malevolent shadow, resembling it, slowly dissipated. The officers in the command center witnessed the entire spectacle, deeply shaken. The giant wolf standing in the midst of the dark inferno measured a kilometer in size, exuding an overwhelming aura that took their breath away. All three beasts are dead, Qiao Yu murmured in disbelief, feeling dazed. What was initially a mission to intercept a portion of the beasts was completely accomplished by Chen Lin, scattering and defeating the entire swarm of mutated beasts. His contribution was several times greater than all the others combined. This meant that the threat to the path leading to Mist City had been completely neutralized. Excitement replaced the previous gloom on Qiao Ye's face, as the chance of defending the city had significantly increased. Yang Xiao also broke into a smile, surprised by the hidden power of this black wolf. The dark flames in the mountains rapidly consumed all the corpses and life crystals, then returned to Hyming. Through this energy conversion, its size increased by another meter, with all attributes rising by 2 points. Although these gains seemed insignificant, with the increasing difficulty of evolution, such accumulation became crucial to maintaining its formidable combat power. Simultaneously, this energy also benefited Chen Lin, enhancing all his attributes by 1 point. For Hyming, the energy from the transformed beasts was not substantial, but for Chen Lin, it was a significant gain. Even receiving only a third of it resulted in a considerable boost. At this moment, Chen Lin's attributes reached Strength 251, Constitution 200, Agility 202, Spirit 310. These values were comparable to a level 30 hidden class warrior. Coupled with the formidable enhancement from the silver butterfly, it was no wonder Chen Lin could obliterate level 40 mutated beasts with a single strike. As for level 50 beasts, while it required several more hits, they were no longer insurmountable foes. Chen Lin realized that with his current strength, confronting some of the weaker giant beasts hidden might no longer be an issue. While he was contemplating, Hyming, having returned to its usual form, approached him. A deep, resonant roar suddenly echoed throughout the misty cloud mountain range, spreading for countless kilometers and reaching the ears of all mutated beasts and humans. The sound was like a heavy hammer, striking the bell of impending doom. Attack! Chen Lin's face was grave, his gaze fixed on the direction from which the roar emanated. He was inwardly astonished what kind of formidable power could ignore distance and spread so far. With this chilling command, tens of thousands of mutated beasts roared in unison, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. They surged like a tide towards the outskirts of the mountain range, targeting the densely populated city clusters. Inside the command center, Qiao Yu's face turned ashen. The Darkhorn behemoth intends to launch a completely dispersed attack, he muttered to himself, already aware of the implications. Although dispersing would weaken the impact of the mutated beasts, it also meant the defense line couldn't fully respond. Even if only a few powerful mutated beasts broke through, they could raise a city in mere minutes. Commander, the analysis is ready, a military officer reported quickly. They might attack 5 cities near the misty cloud mountain range. Qiao Yu's expression darkened further. Initially, they had determined that the Darkhorn behemoth would focus its attack on Wu City, Yunhe City, and the Misty Mountain base, deploying the majority of their firepower and personnel there. Although the 3 cities further back were also prepared for defense, they were far from sufficient to withstand such a large-scale assault by the mutated beast horde. Deploy all available reinforcements immediately. Qiao Yu was about to give the order when he abruptly stopped. On the screen, 3 groups had already been surrounded by hundreds of mutated beasts in a short span, the situation dire. Yang Xiao frowned, a sense of foreboding rising within him. While it wasn't uncommon for giant beasts to develop intelligence and transcend their animal instincts, encountering a being like the Darkhorn behemoth, so adept in tactics, was unprecedented. At that moment, a communication request from Chen Lin came through. The officer in charge quickly connected the call. Give me the location of the Darkhorn behemoth. Chen Lin's voice was resolute. Everyone immediately understood his intention. Xiao Yu promptly ordered the position data of the mutated beasts, captured by thousands of drones, to be shared with Chen Lin's smart wristband map. In the mountains, Chen Lin gazed at the dense cluster of red dots, his expression growing more solemn. The situation was critical, and he had no time to hesitate, quickly making a decision. Hey Ming, Chen Lin gently stroked the giant beast beside him. Head to Yunhe City and protect the residents there. Hey Ming let out a low growl, affectionately nuzzling its master before turning and darting away like an arrow, soon vanishing from sight. Diana, you need to act alone too. Chen Lin pointed in another direction. Diana nodded silently, spreading her wings and flying towards the designated location, with a drone following closely behind. The terrifying casualties from past city invasions instantly drove countless people to rush to evacuation points. The city's roads became congested in no time, with the incessant honking of car horns and the panicked cries of the crowd filling the air. Fortunately, fully armed military personnel were stationed at every traffic point to maintain order. Their stern faces and decisive commands provided a semblance of security to the people amidst the chaos. On the outskirts of the city, atop the towering defensive walls, rows of soldiers in standard armor moved with swift precision. They expertly installed various heavy weaponry, the cold gleam of the massive gun barrels shining in the sunlight. The missile systems emitted a low hum, indicating readiness, while the high-energy cannons crackled with blue arcs, fully charged. The entire defensive line was prepared, ready to repel the impending onslaught. Meanwhile, the battle in the distant Misty Cloud Mountains had reached a fever pitch. 20 elite students from the Northern Dragon Academy were besieged by hundreds of ferocious mutant beasts, their roars of combat echoing through the air. As the fight dragged on, more mutant beasts were drawn to the scene, making the situation increasingly dire. 3 instructors combined their efforts to barely fend off a massive beast, sweat beading on their foreheads, eyes filled with resolute determination. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a figure in black stood out. Dressed in black armor, Xiao Yunshu moved like a shadow through the hordes of mutant beasts. His face showed no fear, only a frenzied excitement. Enveloped in a tangible dark fluid, it swirled with every swing of his sword. Xiao Yunshu's sword was like the scythe of death, each swing claiming the life of a mutant beast. Under the terrifying shroud of the dark fluid, the beast's vulnerable life essence seemed exposed, each blow delivering fatal damage. He fought deeper into the fray, surrounded by a dense throng of mutant beasts, unconcerned about losing his retreat path. Xiao Yunshu's eyes gradually filled with darkness, muttering incessantly, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Chen Lin killed nearly 1,000 mutant beasts, so I must kill 1,000. Not a single beast here will leave alive, haha." His laughter carried a hint of madness, as if completely immersed in the ecstasy of slaughter. Not long ago, Xiao Yunshu had just disembarked from a war machine when he saw the astonishing number displayed on his smart wrist device. Chen Lin's mutant beast kill count was nearing 1,000. This unimaginable number spurred Xiao Yunshu's nerves, his gaze growing increasingly crazed, the power of the dark fluid surging, and his killing speed becoming shockingly fast. As time passed, Xiao Yunshu's entire body became completely covered by the dark fluid, appearing like a terrifying demon, frenziedly slaughtering among the mutant beasts. Each swing of his sword felled several beasts, blood splattering in the air, creating a horrifying scene. The remaining 16 Northern Dragon students watched Xiao Yunshu disappear into the distance, gritting their teeth. Their eyes burned with frustration and anger, each silently vowing not to be outdone. Damn it, you want to compete, do you? Fine, fine. It's not like I care about my life. How can a mere freshman surpass me? Li Long roared, forcing himself to stand despite the intense pain coursing through his body. His bones cracked audibly, clearly seriously injured. Yet he paid no mind, grabbing a recovery potion and biting through the bottle to swallow it whole. The potion's effects were immediate, and Li Long's aura instantly grew stronger. His eyes turned blood red as he unleashed his full power, charging at a massive level 50 mutant beast like a raging beast himself. His fists, imbued with violent energy, landed blows that made the beast howl in agony. One of the instructors, still holding off a giant beast, couldn't help but shout, "Shouldn't we retreat and reinforce the defenses?" "Retreat, my ass. Kill all these mutant beasts here," another student shouted in response. "That's right, the best defense is to kill them all." Meanwhile, 20 members of the Skylark Academy stood on a high ground, watching the terrifying flood of hundreds of mutant beasts. The beast's charge created a momentum capable of crushing mountains and stones, clearly heading towards Luoyuan City. Every face was etched with gravity, eyes flickering with hesitation and worry. "What should we do?" "Follow the smart wrist device's instructions to retreat and reinforce," someone asked, their voice trembling slightly. At that moment, Qin Kong silently stepped forward, leaving everyone stunned, unsure of his intentions. "Qin Kong, "What are you doing?" someone couldn't help but ask. Qin Kong turned around, his gaze firm as he looked at each of his companions, answering briefly and resolutely. "We stopped them." Even if we managed to rush back in time to provide support, after several hours of intense marching, would we still have the strength to fight the mutant beasts? Ji Fei nodded in agreement with Qin Kong's perspective. Holding their ground here indeed offered a better chance of success. However, this also meant they would bear all the risks alone. Everyone hesitated, unwilling to follow Qin Kong's lead. Yet, Jiang Weiyue followed without hesitation, her voice firm. "Instructor Ji and I will take on the giant beasts. It's not a suicide mission." After a few seconds of silence, Wang Yao and Yi Kashi gritted their teeth and followed. Their 3-year camaraderie made them acutely aware of Qin Kong's pain from losing family members. Ever since joining the Skylark, Qin Kong had relentlessly hunted mutant beasts, with almost all his level-ups earned through life crystals. At this moment, dissuasion was pointless. If they couldn't eliminate this group of mutant beasts, he would fight to the last moment. Seeing their companions' choices, the remaining 15 hesitated briefly before eventually following. The last young man cursed under his breath as he brandished his weapon and rushed after the 19, muttering to himself, "Damn it, can I really retreat alone? I enrolled in the academy for a stable development, so why does it feel like I'm risking my life more and more?" In the command center, the officers silently watched the 8 teams in the mountains. Over 160 students and instructors, without exception, chose to intercept the mutant beast horde. Yang Xiao couldn't help but marvel. "They're braver than people from my time." A long-lost sense of fervor surged in his chest. Now, 8 giant beasts and over 1,000 mutant beasts were directly blocked by the 8 groups of students and instructors in the mountains. With the 3 already killed by Chen Lin and 3 others intercepted separately, only 1 giant beast remained unhandled, making its way towards the Mist Mountain base. Yang Xiao gazed at the formidable giant beast on the screen and smiled as he left the command room, saying, "Leave it to me." Xiao Yu wanted to say something, but ultimately could only manage. There's no other way. On the Great Wall of Mist City, the warriors stood with solemn expressions. Terrifying sounds echoed from afar as dozens of mutant beasts, each over 100 meters tall, emerged from the swirling dust. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and missiles rained down from the sky, yet they struggled to inflict fatal damage on beasts above level 40. In this critical moment, a small silver shadow darted out from the mountains. With a thunderous crash, Chen Lin positioned himself between the wall and the mutant beasts. After confirming that everything was secure behind him, he knew he had arrived just in time. Without hesitation, he faced the hundreds of level 40+ mutant beasts alone. Witnessing this lone silver figure charging into the mutant beast horde, the warriors were left in shock, finding it hard to believe what they were seeing. And then, the impact was astounding. Chen Lin slowly advanced toward the mutated beasts, with each step causing his armor to grow exponentially. The once hair-thin dark red lines on the armor began to bubble and glow, surrounded by searing lava flames, as if they could melt anything in their path. Simultaneously, the armor's surface was engulfed by countless streams of sharp, terrifying silver currents, cutting through the surrounding air like invisible blades. Under the full force of the silver butterfly's 3 characteristics, the armor rapidly expanded to a height of 40 meters, with his spear extending to an impressive 80 meters. The lava flames ignited by the dark red lines intertwined with the silver currents on the spear, exuding an aura of unmatched power. Despite the massive increase in size, Chen Lin felt as agile as ever, with the only change being his altered perspective. This sudden transformation instantly captured the attention of all the warriors. They stared in disbelief at the silver armor, resembling a humanoid Gundam with its perfectly defined, streamlined contours. In the distance, a 43-level tiger-shaped mutated beast, towering at 100 meters, roared and charged, its terrifying claws extending from its paws. Unfazed, Chen Lin thrust his spear, enveloped in lava flames, through the air like a silver and dark red fire dragon targeting the tiger beast. The spear pierced through the beast's skull, the terrifying silver currents tearing its flesh and shattering its bones. With a single blow, Chen Lin shattered the ground beneath him and dashed into the throng of mutated beasts. His silver spear danced like a dragon, and wherever it struck, mutated beasts fell lifelessly to the ground. Suddenly, a 54-level lizard-like mutated beast lunged at him from the side. Chen Lin reacted swiftly, sweeping his spear to send it flying several meters. He immediately pursued, piercing the lizard beast's skull, the silver currents shredding it to pieces. Chen Lin moved as if in an uninhabited realm, wielding his spear infused with silver streams and flames to slay one mutated beast after another. His spear techniques seemed simple, yet were masterful, and with the non-human attributes and silver butterfly's enhancement, their power was terrifying, like an unrivaled dragon. Abruptly, Chen Lin leaped into the air, spinning his spear before smashing it down onto a giant crocodile. The combined weight, sharpness, and lava's might exploded its head, causing the ground to shatter and cracks to radiate hundreds of meters outward. The warriors on the Great Wall were left in awe witnessing this scene. The commander snapped back to reality and shouted, "Don't just stand there. Activate the high-energy cannons and clear out the mutated beasts away from him." The soldiers swiftly carried out the order, with energy lasers and countless missiles raining down, skillfully avoiding Chen Lin and targeting the surrounding mutated beasts. The battlefield erupted into chaos. A 51-level giant ape attempted to bypass Chen Lin and charge at the wall, only to be caught and speared through in a few strides. Immediately after, Chen Lin swung his spear, obliterating a giant eagle diving down at high speed. Chen Lin stood like an impenetrable barrier, halting all the mutated beasts' assaults. The blood from the fallen giant corpses stained the ground for hundreds of meters, the pungent scent of blood further agitating the mutated beasts as they frenziedly rushed at Chen Lin, determined to tear him apart. Though some injured by the barrage headed for the wall, Chen Lin ignored any below 50 level. He remained resolutely positioned in front of the wall, serving as humanity's final bastion. The mutated beasts surged endlessly from the mountains, yet Chen Lin showed no sign of retreat. His spear cut a swath through the beasts, continuously reaping their lives. In this life-and-death struggle between man and beast, Chen Lin stood like an unmovable, towering mountain, guarding the human sanctuary behind him. A fierce roar shook the heavens and the earth, emanating from behind countless mutated beasts. A colossal and terrifying beast, 1,000 meters in size, finally appeared, charging toward Chen Lin. Even though Chen Lin now stood 40 meters tall, he seemed insignificant before this giant creature. The beast's shoulder height exceeded 500 meters, with 2 additional arms sprouting from its back, and its body was covered in black, glossy scales, reaching level 61. Without hesitation, Chen Lin swung his battle spear in a sweeping arc, annihilating a mutated beast before charging toward the monstrous creature. Each of his steps shattered the ground, sending lava flames surging. Just as they were about to collide, Chen Lin's spear swung upward like a fiery dragon lifting its head, and the sharp spear tip instantly tore through the beast's tough scales. The beast roared, raising its massive palm to stomp down, shattering the earth for hundreds of meters and causing a howling wind. Chen Lin deftly dodged, continuously swinging his spear to inflict damage on the beast. Suddenly, 2 massive arms came crashing down on him from both sides at impossible angles. Chen Lin remained calm, gripping his spear tightly as he spun it in a sweeping motion, blasting away the arms that threatened to crush him. He then surged forward, attacking the beast from its front to its tail. At that moment, a beautiful woman standing on the giant wall began chanting silently, casting multiple buffs on Chen Lin. It was the 38th level support instructor from Wu City Academy. Instantly, Chen Lin felt his strength and speed increase by half, and his previously depleted stamina began to recover. With the terrifying weight of the silver butterfly, every ounce of his strength could now inflict even more damage. The battle with the beast raged on for several hours, the ground constantly shaking, and the area of destruction extending thousands of meters. Thanks to the silver butterfly's hardness, even when struck by the beast, Chen Lin felt only a slight impact. Without powerful penetrating abilities, the beast seemed unable to harm him. Chen Lin could even fend off the beast, while simultaneously taking out the swarming mutated creatures. Finally, the monstrous beast collapsed with a thundering crash. Its limbs were torn to shreds, its head covered in wounds, and blood flowed across the entire kilometer-wide battlefield. Mixed with the blood of countless mutated beasts, it formed a blood-soaked land. Chen Lin stood with his spear amidst the mountain of mutated beast corpses, his silver armor stained red with blood, and the lava flames still burning fiercely. He was enveloped in the terrifying aura of having slaughtered thousands of mutated creatures, like an invincible war god. On the giant wall, all the warriors stared at Chen Lin's figure, surrounded by dark red flames, first in a daze, then in solemn respect. One man had stood against thousands of mutated beasts. Without him, they surely would have perished. The beautiful female instructor gazed at the silvered figure standing tall, her heart racing with admiration. She secretly wondered, so handsome, he must have come back from the front lines, right? By this time, the last rays of the setting sun had faded, and the sky was about to turn to night. Deep within the mountains, a young man clad in black armor stood with difficulty, gripping his sword. Xiao Yunxiu was at his limit. Each breath felt like a searing pain. He glanced around as the dark fluid dissipated and the madness in his eyes gradually faded. The scene before him was filled with the corpses of countless mutated beasts, strewn haphazardly across his field of vision. He tried to call out, his voice echoing through the silent forest, but there was no response. A feeling of isolation swept over him, leaving Xiao Yunxiu looking bewildered. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Ji Fei and the others lay exhausted on the blood-red ground, surrounded by hundreds of mutated beast corpses. Terrifying roars echoed as Qin Kong's gaze locked onto the last level 58 mutated beast charging towards Luoyuan City. He struggled to move his painfully numb body, memories of the disaster from a decade ago flashing through his mind, his parents and sister trapped under a boulder, beyond his ability to save them. I can't give up. I can't let it pass. A resolute thought surged within Qin Kong. He gripped his battle sword, determined to do what he once could not: save everyone. Suddenly, a fierce wind rose around him, expanding in range. Contained within it was the blue sword intent, tearing through the mutated beast corpses beneath him. A system notification sounded. Congratulations, you have comprehended the hidden skill of the Gale Swordmaster class, Life from Death. Qin Kong's Gale Sword domain solidified at that moment. In an instant, Qin Kong vanished, his form engulfed in a terrifying gale, breaking through the air to cover a distance of 10,000 meters in 3 seconds, directly catching up with the mutated beast. He looked at it coldly, and, in a flash, slashed hundreds of times along its body. Each strike inflicted damage on the level 58 mutated beast, the Gale Sword intent penetrating its scales and tearing its flesh. The mutated beast let out a pained roar, but Qin Kong ignored it, his feet digging deep furrows into the ground as he launched another attack. Half an hour later, the mutated beast fell, and Qin Kong collapsed from exhaustion, blood pouring from his torn flesh. I did it, Mom, Dad, Sister, Qin Kong whispered as his eyes closed, and he fell unconscious. Armed helicopters appeared on the horizon, rushing to provide rescue. In the command center, Xiao Yu looked at the original group of 165 who entered the mountains, now reduced to just 9, all in critical condition. He silently covered his face. 5 cities remained unscathed. Not a single mutated beast had breached them, a result nearly paid for with lives. At the Wushan base, the losses were also severe, with most warriors fallen. Yang Xiao was on the brink of death from overexertion. The angel who had slain thousands of mutated beasts and a giant beast was severely injured and was heading towards Yunhe City. As the furthest city, the final battle in Yunhe City had only just begun. In the distance, beyond the defensive walls of Yunhe City, a colossal creature approached. This giant beast stood upright, towering at 1,800 meters, with 2 rows of spikes running down its back to the tail, its body covered in pitch-black scales. Each of its steps made the earth tremble, leaving deep impressions behind. 2 dark horns, each 100 meters long, curved backward from its head, with countless brilliant white lightning bolts dancing around its body, and deep red flames burning on the horns. Behind this dark-horned beast, thousands of mutated creatures followed closely. In the sky, dozens to hundreds of missiles streaked through the air, pouring down continuously, yet unable to halt their advance. Even high-energy cannons fired from dozens of kilometers away, striking the massive body of the dark-horned beast, failed to inflict any damage or even cause it to pause. At that moment, the dark-horned beast suddenly sensed a threat and immediately turned to look towards the side of Yunhe City. There, a black wolf was approaching step by step. Its jet-black fur fluttered in the fierce wind, and its large, muscular body exuded an imposing presence, surrounded by a terrifying and fierce aura. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the black wolf's power of gigantification erupted, its size instantly swelling to 690 meters tall and over 1,900 meters long. Terrifying black flames slowly ignited, an immensely violent aura spreading out, intimidating many of the mutated beasts. The warriors on the giant walls witnessed this scene, all in shock. That black wolf is terrifying. Is it helping us? It seems so, the dark-horned beast roared. Why do you block our path? He Ming's gray eyes were cold, responding indifferently. This is my master's command. Before the words were fully spoken, the power of Tianyan, a fusion of 3 forces, erupted, and instantly black flames spread over 10,000 meters, enveloping the dark-horned beast. Infernal prison, arise. A 3,000-meter demonic shadow slowly materialized, devouring tens of thousands of creatures in an instant, its accumulated terrifying and violent intent rushing in all directions. Almost all the mutated beasts were immediately frightened, their eyes showing traces of fear. Sensing its life essence being slowly worn away, the dark-horned beast's eyes were solemn. It did not possess a domain. Such things were not easily owned by anyone. Roar. Your level of life is inferior to mine, and your strength is the same. Leave, and I may spare you. The dark-horned beast bellowed. However, He Ming did not respond, charging out in an instant. Its massive body shattered the air with a terrifying explosion. In a flash, it crossed 10 kilometers, arriving in front of the dark-horned beast, its claws glowing black, slashing together with the demonic shadow. Yet, under the beast's extremely tough scales, it only left marks. Cannot fight Heaton. The phrase taught by its master instantly surfaced in He Ming's mind. The dark-horned beast sneered. Roar, since you seek death, I will grant it. Extreme white lightning and deep red flames exploded simultaneously from its massive claws, swinging towards He Ming in an instant. At this moment, the demonic shadow immediately raised its claws to counter. Boom. At the moment of collision, a ring of white, red, and black shockwaves exploded, dispersing in all directions. The demonic shadow's claws showed gaps, clearly injured. Although He Ming's size was comparable to the dark-horned beast, this was only due to gigantification. It did not truly possess combat power at that level. Furthermore, the dark-horned beast had traces of royal bloodline, reaching level 69, making it much stronger than the indestructible berserk bear. The roar of He Ming was earth-shattering, causing the menacing shadow of the demon and the tide of death to recede. In their place, mysterious black and gold patterns appeared on its dark fur, exuding a formidable aura. Points of golden light flickered in the dark sea of flames, and an invisible force of suppression descended abruptly. Roar. A second domain? Impossible. The dark-horned beast roared in disbelief and envy. It had lived for decades without forming a single domain, yet this black wolf had mastered two. Furious, the dark-horned beast swung its massive claws at He Ming. Boom. The two beasts collided again, the terrifying shockwave rippling outward. Despite being on the defensive, constantly pushed back, He Ming stood its ground, fiercely resisting. As the domain slowly retracted into its body, the mystical patterns on He Ming glowed even brighter. In an instant, an immense suppressive force erupted, shattering the land within a tenth of centimeter radius, as if it were foam. Mutant beasts too close were immediately forced to the ground, their organs crushed, bodies bursting apart. The dark-horned beast felt as though it was bearing an immense weight, suppressed by layer upon layer of force. Its power of white lightning and crimson flames was greatly diminished, unable to be unleashed. Seizing the opportunity, He Ming launched a vicious claw attack, tearing through the dark-horned beast's tough scales, leaving 4 deep wounds down to the bone. Although its master had warned against using the fused domain lightly, He Ming had no choice against such a formidable opponent. Aware it couldn't maintain this state for long, it launched a frenzied assault, determined to severely wound its adversary. In the presence of this black wolf, adorned with radiant patterns and exuding overwhelming power, no mutant beast dared to approach, let alone attack. The warriors watched in awe, their hearts filled with excitement. The dark-horned beast was forced to retreat, each collision causing the ground to tremble. He Ming's claws, a blur of gold and black, tore through its opponent multiple times per second. When it saw the dark-horned beast preparing to unleash white lightning and crimson flames, it leaped up, swiping at its opponent's head, successfully interrupting the spell. The battle raged on, the beasts moving further away, leaving a trail of destruction. Mountains crumbled, giant trees turned to dust. The dark-horned beast's injuries worsened, but it soon noticed He Ming's suppressive force waning. Realizing its opponent was at its limit, it was overjoyed and immediately counterattacked. Indeed, the patterns on He Ming's body began to dim, unable to withstand such immense power. The dark-horned beast seized the chance, striking He Ming to the ground, and following up with a long-prepared burst of lightning and fire, aimed directly at He Ming's head. Under the terrifying assault, He Ming's patterns barely held for a few seconds before collapsing. In a critical moment, He Ming's eyes flared with a terrifying intent to kill, instantly turning the area around the dark-horned beast into a gray zone of annihilation. Despite being severely injured, He Ming shakily stood up, its cold gaze fixed on the equally battered dark-horned beast. The two colossal beasts faced each other, neither willing to concede, the air thick with tension. The roar of the dark-horned beast shook the heavens and the earth. Its massive body exuded an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. Roar. I don't want to fight to the death with you here. Stop now and leave. The beast's voice was filled with violence and impatience. Its gaze was fixed on the black wolf in front of it, with only one thought in its mind: destroy the city, earn the reward of the Thunderfire fruit, and awaken the latent power of the Thunderfire bloodline within, thereby ascending to the rank of a king-level being. At this moment, both sides were battered and bruised, and the dark-horned beast was reluctant to continue this deadly battle with the black wolf. However, the black wolf remained motionless, its gray eyes as cold as ice, staring directly at the beast. The deathly intent in its gaze instilled a sense of fear in the heart of the dark-horned beast. Roar. Do you really want to die under my claws? The dark-horned beast roared, and the lightning coursing through its body erupted instantaneously, spreading over several kilometers. The flashing white light was visible even tens of kilometers away. At the same time, the deep red flames within it surged, intertwining with the white lightning to create a terrifying spectacle. The residual power of this monstrous force immediately struck fear into the surrounding warriors. Having broken free from the suppressive power, the dark-horned beast fully unleashed itself, its 800-meter-tall body charging towards the black wolf like an arrow. In an instant, It was upon the black wolf, its massive claws wreathed in white lightning and deep red flames slashing down heavily on the divine patterned body of the black wolf. Boom! The collision of the two terrifying forces exploded in the air, with the shockwave sweeping across tens of thousands of meters, so powerful that even warriors on the distant giant wall could feel its might. The black and golden suppressive divine patterns nearly shattered under this blow, yet the black wolf showed no fear, enduring the dreadful damage and continuing its fierce battle with the Darkhorn beast. Roar! Die, die, die! The Darkhorn beast's claws fell upon the black wolf like a torrential storm, each strike causing the mountains to collapse and explosions to echo. The white lightning roared incessantly. Minutes later, the suppressive divine patterns on the black wolf could no longer hold, shattering completely. Boom! The black wolf was struck down to the ground, sending countless stones and dirt flying in all directions. The Darkhorn beast followed closely, its massive body pressing forward, delivering dozens of consecutive strikes. Only when the black wolf lay motionless did it stop, panting heavily, and turn towards the city, eager to complete its task of destruction and then retreat to the mountains to heal its severe wounds. The warriors watching this scene felt their hearts in their throats. Could the mysterious black wolf really have been defeated? Just as this thought emerged, the black wolf, buried in the giant pit, suddenly moved. Its 1,000-meter-long body shook with difficulty, inching slowly towards the Darkhorn beast. Sensing movement behind it, the Darkhorn beast turned, its gaze fixed on the unyielding black wolf. Roar! Why do you risk your life to stop me? It roared, its voice full of confusion and anger. The black wolf did not respond, but instead, instantly unleashed the infernal prison, enveloping the Darkhorn beast within it. Ferocious demonic shadows appeared within the domain, and the entire space began to contract rapidly, emitting booming explosions. A foreboding sense of doom surged through the Darkhorn beast. The ferocious demonic shadow quickly shrank, merging directly with the black wolf into one. The black wolf's body, already at its limit, shattered instantly, countless wounds opening, and dark golden blood gushing out. Whoa! The black wolf let out a heart-wrenching scream, its body being continuously eroded by the deathly intent. In an instant, countless black and red flames rose from within the black wolf, exuding a terrifying power of annihilation. All creatures within tens of thousands of meters fell into extreme terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Black and red demonic patterns surfaced on the black wolf, and an extreme aura of ferocity erupted, stopping the charging Darkhorn beast in its tracks, a sense of insurmountable fear rising within it. The fusion of the infernal prison was a forbidden technique that the black wolf had always been reluctant to attempt, sensing it would bring unimaginable danger. However, seeing the Darkhorn beast about to destroy the city, the black wolf resolutely cast aside its concerns. Although it did not know why it was fighting so desperately to protect the city, at this moment, it had no time to ponder such questions. What does it matter? He Ming thought coldly. To it, the fate of this city and the lives of humans were insignificant. However, it was its master's command, and despite its doubts, it would not allow the city to suffer any harm. Suddenly, a vicious roar echoed through the sky, shaking the surroundings for miles. He Ming's eyes turned a terrifying black and red, filled with unending ferocity, revealing the power of death within. Just one look made the Darkhorn beast opposite tremble uncontrollably. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as He Ming's form flashed before the Darkhorn beast. A black-red claw sliced through the air, slamming the beast's massive body into the ground. The terrifying annihilation fire engulfed it, consuming its flesh and life force with ferocity. The severely injured beast sensed the threat of death and desperately unleashed its lightning and fire power in resistance. However, these forces were no match for the annihilation fire and were quickly devoured. No, I just wanted to evolve, the Darkhorn beast roared in defiance. He Ming coldly stepped on it, sneering. Trash, unworthy. Within seconds, the beast was reduced to ashes by the annihilation fire, becoming energy and evolution points for He Ming. Yet, the battle had cost He Ming dearly. Its massive body collapsed, the black-red flames gradually dissipated, and its form returned to normal. Although the ferocity diminished, the aura of death continued to erode its body. It won, it really won. That black wolf is so strong. The warriors watching from afar exclaimed. Hurry, hurry. It's badly injured. Bring me all the recovery potions, one warrior shouted, rushing towards the armed helicopter parked nearby. However, without He Ming's intimidating presence, the surrounding mutated beasts began to stir, slowly approaching. Seeing this, the warriors quickly boarded the helicopter, taking off with numerous recovery potions. Meanwhile, high-energy cannons targeted the beasts, firing searing beams that tore through the level 40 mutants. But against the greedy level 50 beasts, they were helpless. They want to devour He Ming, the helicopter pilot exclaimed anxiously, opting for low-altitude flight. Yet, the beasts were faster. Just as a massive serpent was about to strike He Ming, two dark red chakrams sliced through the air, severing the serpent into three pieces. A silver-winged angel stood in the sky, with a full moon illuminating the land behind her. The onlookers were awestruck. Diana arrived without hesitation, releasing 9 annihilation chakrams that instantly slew all the beasts near He Ming. Under the moonlit night, she had absorbed the moon's power, regaining some of her strength. Diana landed beside He Ming. Seeing its severe injuries and weak state, she immediately used her divine radiance. The remaining divine power enveloped He Ming, beginning to heal it, though the effect was limited. The helicopter landed, and a warrior rushed over with dozens of recovery potions. To avoid misunderstanding, he quickly said, "Angel, these are recovery potions to heal it." Witnessing Diana's earlier display of power, he instinctively addressed her with respect. Diana nodded, took the potions, and approached He Ming's head, softly saying, "He Ming, open your mouth." He Ming's consciousness was blurred, but he still struggled to follow the instructions. A cool liquid slowly flowed into his mouth, bringing a hint of vitality. Diana observed with a frown, realizing that this small amount of potion was far from enough. She turned to the young warrior beside her, her beautiful and proud face filled with anxiety. "Is there more?" The warrior nodded immediately and dashed back to the armed helicopter. He quickly relayed the urgent message through the communicator, requesting a large supply of restorative potions. Soon, several armed vehicles, carrying boxes of the precious potions, sped out from the Great Wall Gate towards their location. Each bottle of the restorative potion was enough to heal a severely injured person and had significant effects on professionals. However, the commander responsible for the defense of Yunhe City didn't hesitate to order all stock to be dispatched. This black wolf had been gravely injured defending the city. If it hadn't held the front lines alone, the whole city might have been destroyed by the mutant beasts. Now, its life was hanging by a thread, and it urgently needed the potions. It was only right to provide all possible assistance. Meanwhile, in Mist City, Chen Lin resumed his original size, the lava patterns on his body gradually dimming. He walked towards the Great Wall, and the commander, leading several warriors, immediately greeted him with salutes. Although they were not yet sure of Chen Lin's exact identity, his feat of single-handedly holding back 1,000 beasts and protecting the entire city was enough to earn everyone's respect. Chen Lin nodded slightly and said, "Could you arrange for a jet to take me to Yunhe City?" The commander was momentarily taken aback by the young voice, but quickly responded, "Of course, comrade." Just then, a soldier suddenly raised his gun, aiming at a distant figure, and shouted, "Who are you?" Everyone turned to look in that direction. A leisurely young man in casual attire was slowly approaching, so inconspicuous that one might have missed his presence if not seen with their own eyes. Chen Lin's eyes narrowed, instantly realizing this person was no ordinary individual. The commander beside him also became alert, thinking, how could someone emerging from the mountains be an ordinary person? The leisurely young man spoke confidently. "This battle armor must be one of your summons, quite unheard of. Wearing it allows a level 20 summoner like you to slay giant beasts. The other two summons can fight across over 40 levels, impressive indeed." He suddenly remembered something, smiling slightly. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. How impolite. I am Luo Zhan." Before he could finish, Chen Lin dashed forward like lightning, his silver war spear blazing with molten flames, piercing through the young man's head. "You should have said you were Luo earlier, wasted several seconds on nonsense," Chen Lin said coldly. This sudden act clearly frightened the others behind him. They stared in shock at Chen Lin's decisive and terrifying action. The young man's body turned into a puddle of black water, reforming 10 meters away. He frowned slightly, about to speak. "I am the king." Boom. Chen Lin again shattered the ground, charging forward, his spear sweeping across, blasting the young man's body once more. Seeing the opponent turn into black water again, Chen Lin unhesitatingly swung his spear, but it seemed ineffective. Realizing this enemy was hard to kill, Chen Lin decisively shouted to those behind him, "Fall back." With that, he instantly charged towards the leisurely young man, now reforming several dozen meters away, not giving him a chance to speak. After repeatedly blasting the young man dozens of times, the opponent finally couldn't take it anymore. If he died a few more times, he really wouldn't be able to resurrect. When others hear about the throne, they often feel fear, but this guy seemed to get more excited the more he fought. Chen Lin swung his magma spear, wrapped in silver streams, and slammed it into the ground. The earth shattered instantly, sending debris flying. The young man wised up and teleported several kilometers away. With anger on his face, he shouted, "Fine. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." He quickly formed a seal with his hands, conjuring a phantom spear. "This is condensed from a fragment of my soul's essence," the young man sneered. "Even a 9-turn powerhouse would suffer a soul injury from a hit, let alone a level 20 kid like you." Although the soul's essence was extremely precious to the throne, The race would certainly compensate for killing a human prodigy like Chen Lin. Without hesitation, the young man hurled the spear. Alarms blared in Chen Lin's mind. He reacted instantly, drawing his enchanted sword and slashing with all his might. However, the sword, engraved with white patterns, shattered in less than a second. The spear pierced through Chen Lin's body effortlessly. The young man was ready to savor the sight of his opponent's demise, but Chen Lin only seemed dazed for a moment and remained unscathed. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. How are you unharmed? Chen Lin didn't dwell on it. He grabbed the battle spear from the ground and rushed at the young man, blasting him apart once more. Revived, the young man was in shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That was my soul's essence. Seeing the other's incredulous expression, Chen Lin laughed. Why don't you try again? The young man's mouth twitched. Do you think I have an endless supply of soul essence? Before he could finish, he was blasted to pieces again, this time truly dead, his blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Chen Lin picked up a storage bag from the remains, his consciousness probing inside. There was only a peculiar fruit with strange patterns. Is it some kind of rare treasure? He pondered, taking it. Turning towards the commander and a few soldiers who had retreated to a distance, Chen Lin said, Let's go. Take me to the war machine. He Ming's life force was fading fast. He needed to get there quickly. The commander nodded and led the way, his movements slightly stiff. He was worried about doing something wrong and being blasted by Chen Lin without warning. Hours later, a blue warplane sliced through the clouds, hovering over Yuna City. Chen Lin leaped from the open cabin, covering himself with silver butterflies just before hitting the ground, creating a massive crater with cracks spreading in all directions. The commotion immediately triggered an alert. Countless soldiers surrounding He Ming aimed their guns at Chen Lin's position. At that moment, a small figure, Diana, emerged. He is my master. All the soldiers held her in high regard, as she had single-handedly killed over 1,000 fearless mutant beasts. Diana fluttered her wings and approached Chen Lin, her expression grave. He Ming's condition is very bad, master. Chen Lin frowned and quickly strode toward He Ming's location. Chen Lin gazed at the barely breathing He Ming, feeling a sharp pang in his heart. He quickly retrieved the life essence from his ring and carefully administered it into He Ming's mouth. Instantly, a vibrant green light, teeming with life, coursed through He Ming's body, repairing its numerous wounds. However, this surge of vitality couldn't dispel the pervasive aura of death surrounding it. The consequences of merging with the death prison were far more terrifying than imagined. The aura of death, like an invisible toxin, eroded every inch of He Ming's flesh. If not for He Ming's physique nearing 600 and its inherent death power being relatively weak, it might have already become a cold corpse. Apart from the death eyes, which served as its vessel, anything that came into contact with this dreadful trait would be instantly obliterated. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, pondering a solution. Although the aura of death would gradually dissipate over time, even a typical death aura required several days to vanish. Given He Ming's severe condition, the situation was far more dire. Evolution is the only way, Chen Lin murmured to himself, seeing it as the sole lifeline. Every time He Ming evolved, its life level would rise, and all its talents would advance. This was why the required evolution points increased with each evolution. Unlike other mutant beasts, He Ming had the ability to evolve autonomously. By continually consuming life essence and converting it into evolution points, it could surpass its own limits. Chen Lin recalled the moment during the battle against the Calamity Mother Beast, when He Ming's on-the-spot evolution instantly healed its injuries. The current power of evolution would only be more formidable, leaving no reason to doubt its effectiveness. He quickly checked the panel. Evolution points, 38205000. Still a long way to go, Chen Lin thought, frowning. Even if it devours the mutant beasts scattered everywhere now, it would take 7 to 8 days of all-out fighting to reach completion. The evolution points provided by life crystals below level 5 were negligible, and whether He Ming could hold on until then was uncertain. I'll have to rely on exchanges, Chen Lin decided, taking out a special device to check, noting that his contribution points remained at 5,000, indicating they hadn't been settled yet. After careful consideration, Chen Lin decided to contact Yang Xiao. The matter concerned He Ming's safety, and he needed to confirm the specific timeline. The call connected quickly, and Yang Xiao's voice, though weak, was filled with concern. Chen Lin, is something wrong over there? I'll come over right away. Chen Lin felt a warmth in his heart and briefly explained the situation. Yang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing it, then analyzed. That young man was likely possessed by the soul of an alien throne. By killing him, you've depleted a soul essence of the alien throne, which is a significant blow. Yang Xiao then promised. As for He Ming, leave it to me. 5 levels even life crystals will arrive within 2 days at the latest. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Chen Lin expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After ending the call, Yang Xiao immediately connected to the frontline battlefield, using his remaining 50,000 contribution points to purchase levels even life crystals. With his high-level access, second only to a throne, his request quickly received approval from the Apocalypse system. The life crystal, a rare resource, is particularly scarce on the front lines. Every warrior urgently needs it to enhance their abilities and fend off the attacks of the alien races. After completing his tasks, Yang Xiao began attempting to compress his domain. The intense battle with the giant beast had cursed him, leaving him with just a few days to live. If he couldn't break through the 10th level, this would be his last chance. However, if he succeeded, his life essence and body would undergo a transformation, akin to an ascension, extending his lifespan by thousands or even tens of thousands of years, resolving all crises. Facing the possibility of imminent death, Yang Zhao's eyes remained calm, showing no fear. Soon, an item was transported through a spatial channel from the front lines to the rear, and then swiftly delivered to Yunhe City by a supersonic jet. Meanwhile, Chen Lin, Diana, and many warriors stayed by Haiming's side, continuously healing its deteriorating body. Despite being overwhelmed by a crushing sense of death and waves of pain, Haiming quietly accepted its master's touch without showing any discomfort. The corpses of the slain mutant beasts were handled by other warriors, and the recovered life crystals were handed over to them. Online, news about the Wuyun mountain range had caused a huge stir. Since the emergence of the fourth supreme power, it had been 10 years since mutant beasts last attacked the city. This sudden assault served as a wake-up call for many, making them realize that the crisis had never truly disappeared. Soon, a video went viral online, quickly surpassing 10 million views. In the footage, a Fortima turtle silver figure stood alone in front of a giant wall, with dark red lines like fine cracks boiling on its body, igniting molten flames as it charged into the endless horde of mutant beasts. Each swing of its battle spear obliterated a mutant beast with immense power. The comment section erupted. Whoa, damn, this guy is so strong, killing these mutant beasts like it's nothing. I'm pumped up, taking on thousands of monsters alone. Who can be cooler than him? Why is life so unfair? Why can't I be a warrior, just watching him show off? What's wrong with you? He's protecting the whole city. Why are you being so sour? Who has this strong guy's contact info? I want to keep him warm at night. He's so fierce. One shot, and he can pierce the earth. Are you sure you can handle it? As the video neared its end, a colossal beast, 1,000 meters in size, appeared, and the footage abruptly cut off. It seemed the person controlling the drone tried to get closer for a better shot, but was directly damaged by the shockwaves, leaving countless viewers puzzled. Fortunately, not long after, an even more stunning video surfaced, instantly igniting the internet. It featured a black wolf, its entire body glowing with divine patterns and exuding a commanding presence. Even through the screen, viewers felt their legs go weak. The ensuing battle scenes were earth-shattering, with white lightning stretching thousands of meters and deep red flames, resembling a cataclysm. This spectacle made ordinary people acutely aware of the vast gap between their world and that of the professionals. Although knowledge about professions had been widely disseminated, without first-hand experience, most people still couldn't truly grasp this kind of power. Young children even started calling them gods. However, as the video progressed, showing the black wolf being beaten to near death by the giant beast, everyone began to worry. Could it have lost? But Yunhe City seems fine. At that moment, the black wolf shakily stood up in the footage, still moving to block the beast, stirring a sense of compassion in countless viewers. An insightful comment scrolled by. I suddenly guessed the ending. This black wolf probably sacrificed itself to hold off the beast, eventually allowing a strong reinforcement to come and kill it. Sigh. As the black and red annihilation flames ignited, the phone camera of the person secretly filming shook violently, and the video abruptly ended. This shocking footage spread like a virus, topping the trending searches and major news headlines by that very morning. During the holiday, Chen Lin lazily curled up on the sofa at home, watching TV and occasionally grabbing snacks to munch on. Beside her sat the uninvited Ji Xiaoxiao, whose visits had noticeably increased ever since she learned that Chen Lin had become the top scholar of the Eastern Heaven. Her first words upon entering were always the same. Is brother Chen Lin back yet? Suddenly, the LCD screen switched to a news channel. This channel occasionally invited powerful professionals, some in their 30s or even 40s, to showcase their skills, making it popular among regular viewers. Wow! Chen Li suddenly sat upright, her eyes glued to the handsome silver figure on the screen, her expression excited. That's a combat professional. Oh my gosh, he's fighting so many mutated beasts, he's so strong. Hearing Chen Li's exclamation, Ji Xiaoxiao was also drawn in, and the two watched, captivated. As the footage ended, they exchanged excited glances, wanting more. He must have taken down at least 100 of them, right? Incredible, way stronger than those professionals who smashed stones on the show before. Eagerly, they pulled out their phones, searching for more details. When they learned the full story, their excitement was palpable, their hearts racing. single-handedly holding back all those mutated beasts, saving Mist City from destruction. He's so awesome, practically a god. Chen Li couldn't help but shout. From now on, there's no room for my brother in my heart. He's my idol. Ji Xiaoxiao was equally thrilled, her chest rising and falling noticeably, her eyes sparkling with admiration. That silver armor and battle spear, with the dark red flames swirling around, looks absolutely amazing. And holding a whole city alone, his combat power is unparalleled. Chun Li's mood suddenly shifted, and she complained through gritted teeth. Why the heck hasn't Chen Lin replied to my messages? It's been days, and he hasn't answered my calls either. She glared at her phone, the chat screen filled with her unread messages to her brother, feeling frustrated. She grabbed the stuffed toy beside the sofa and started punching and kicking it, as if it were Chen Lin himself. Hee, worried about your brother, are you? Ji Xiaoxiao teased. Chun Li buried her face between the toy and the pillow, muttering, No, I'm not. Suddenly, she felt a gentle pinch on her calf, and Ji Xiaoxiao's voice was filled with excitement. Li, look, there's more. Chun Li immediately lifted her flushed face, her gaze refocusing on the screen. Her eyes froze. Xiao, doesn't it look familiar to you? This huge black wolf on the screen, doesn't it resemble Brothers Heiming? Ji Xiaoxiao noticed the resemblance too, her mouth agape in disbelief. No, it can't be, right? It looks dozens of times bigger than Heiming. Come to think of it, you're right. Chun Li nodded in agreement. It's only been a few days since they left. Heiming couldn't have grown to 1,000 meters in size. However, the next scene left the two of them completely stunned. As the pitch-black flames ignited, Chun Li's eyes widened, her body unconsciously leaning forward, almost pressing against the screen. This flame color, could it really be Heiming? Ji Xiaoxiao's voice was filled with disbelief. Mom, Brother's Summon is on TV. Chun Li shouted excitedly upstairs. Soon, Li Huiru came over, a look of confusion on her face. What's going on? How did your brother's summon end up on TV? She looked at the screen, instantly stunned by the scene before her. A colossal black underworld, towering a kilometer high and shimmering with black gold divine patterns, was locked in a fierce battle with a giant beast nearly 2 kilometers in size. The intensity of their clash was astounding, causing the ground to shake and sending rocks and dust flying in all directions, while their ferocious roars echoed incessantly. Li Huiru stood in disbelief, covering her mouth with astonishment. Could this gigantic creature really be Black Underworld? She recalled its first appearance, small enough to fit in the palm of a hand, and the transformation seemed like a different beast altogether. Hit it. Black Underworld is amazing. Chun Li cheered excitedly, oblivious to the stares of her classmates. Watching her, Li Huiru suddenly felt a twinge of reluctance to acknowledge her as a friend. Sit down and watch properly, Li Huiru reminded her. I won't, Chun Li stubbornly retorted. The battle continued, and the divine patterns on Black Underworld began to dim and fracture. It showed signs of fatigue and was eventually knocked to the ground, a scene that made the trio's hearts ache. However, Black Underworld refused to concede. It rose again, unleashing a black-red annihilation flame. In an instant, an intensely violent image appeared, chilling even through the screen. Just at this crucial moment, the screen abruptly cut off. Chun Li, in a panic, nearly dropped the remote and dashed to grab her phone. Did anything happen to Black Underworld at the end? I need to call my brother. A day later, outside the city of Tianhe, a swarm of media gathered, eager to capture the situation outside the city walls. The hype around the Black Wolf was phenomenal, and a photo would surely go viral. Yet, everyone was barred by soldiers guarding the massive wall, without exception. Suddenly, a blue fighter jet streaked across the sky, slowly landing at the airport. A soldier disembarked, exchanged brief words with an officer, who immediately realized this might be supplies for the formidable presence outside the city. Without hesitation, he led the way. Soon, the two of them drove an armored vehicle to deliver a black case to Chen Lin. Fortunately, Yang Xiao had thoughtfully configured the unlocking information to recognize Chen Lin himself. After verifying his identity, the black case opened automatically, revealing 5 grade 7 life crystals. Chen Lin breathed a sigh of relief and promptly fed all the crystals to Black Underworld. Quickly, the evolution value on the panel skyrocketed, surpassing 5,000 points. Evolution value, 54205000. Do you wish to evolve? Chen Lin didn't rush to act. He first asked everyone to leave, concerned that the impending phenomenon might affect them. Although the soldiers were puzzled, they complied and withdrew to several hundred meters away. Once safety was ensured, Chen Lin silently initiated the evolution. At the moment of confirmation, the evolutionary power accumulated within Black Underworld for over 10 days erupted instantly. The black essence surged with boundless, terrifying evolutionary force, sweeping over its entire body, directly obliterating any deathly aura. Every innate essence within was rapidly strengthened and enhanced by this evolutionary force. Roar! Black underworld suddenly opened its gray eyes, letting out a ferocious roar that echoed across the heavens and earth. A black pillar of light, hundreds of meters in diameter, shot up into the sky, lingering for a long time. This astonishing spectacle was clearly visible even from within Eunice City. The primal aura of greed and voracity swept through the world in an instant, causing everyone to tremble with an intense, involuntary sense of fear. A pitch-black beam shot into the sky, shaking the entire street. Countless passers-by looked up in awe, trembling with fear from the ominous aura it emitted. Though it caused no tangible harm, the slight shockwave was enough to unsettle everyone. Many warriors witnessed the scene, their eyes filled with both shock and an undeniable fear. It was as if they were facing a monstrous creature. No ordinary person could remain calm. They all lowered their heads, unable to look directly at the terrifying sight. Soon, the dark beam dissipated, but the evolution process was far from over. Unlike before, this one lasted several hours, as if an endless force of evolution was relentlessly transforming He Ming, making it increasingly formidable. Its violent aura continued to rise, causing hearts to race. He Ming's original 300-meter-long body gradually swelled, its muscles becoming more formidable and solid, with its jet black fur wildly flowing in the air. Various innate powers roared, each reaching a critical point of advancement. As the evolution energy slowly depleted, a series of notifications appeared before Chen Lin. He Ming acquired a new skill, Convergence. Death's Heavy Eyes Talent Advanced, AS level. Giant Transformation Talent Advanced 2. Divine Transformation, S level. Adamantine Body Talent Advanced 2. Indestructible Adamantine Body, S level. Sky Blaze Talent Advanced 2. Heavenly Blaze, S level. Acquired new talent, Desolation Heavenly Thunder, S level. He Ming's attributes saw incredible improvements. Strength, 573,753. Constitution, 590,770. Agility, 579,759. Magic, 545,725. This evolution was vastly different from the previous ones, with all attributes increasing by 180 points, effectively doubling. He Ming's body reached an astounding 420 meters in length, with a shoulder height of 200 meters. Its entire form was shrouded in black fur, exuding a ferocious and violent aura. Chen Lin focused his thoughts, examining the changes in each talent after their advancements. Divine Transformation S level. By reducing body size, it can enhance explosive power and realize true strength. When activated, body size, strength, defense, speed, and magic increase by 600. Indestructible Adamantine Body S level. The body gains immense regenerative abilities and immunity traits, reducing various negative effects. When activated, the entire body is enveloped in the power of indestructible adamantine, with the body possessing the essence of indestructibility and adamantine, unable to be extinguished or shaken. Heavenly Blaze S level can merge any 4 types of its own power to create a unique personal domain. Desolation Heavenly Thunder S level possesses the ultimate destructive power of Heavenly Thunder. Though the description of Death's Heavy Eyes remained unchanged, advancing to S level certainly brought improvements. Just seeing He Ming's fearsome glowing gray eyes now, even without activating its intimidation skill, would instill fear, indicating the enhanced power of death within them. The Desolation Heavenly Thunder talent, despite lacking a flashy description, has terrifying power, significantly boosting He Ming's capabilities. Clearly, He Ming's development path is one of absolute power to crush everything. Notably, the advancements in Divine Transformation and Indestructible Adamantine Body are particularly significant. From the descriptions alone, Chen Lin could infer that He Ming can now freely reduce its size. However, this doesn't mean a decrease in combat power. On the contrary, it becomes even more formidable. When reduced in size, He Ming's explosive power will greatly increase, allowing for stronger attacks and faster speed. From a flabby and unstable figure, He Ming transformed into a formidable and solid force. This evolution not only made its form more robust, but also enhanced its magical attributes significantly. The improvements were astonishing. The indestructible body not only bolstered its defense, but also granted regenerative abilities. In the future, even if gravely injured, He Ming could recover on its own. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He realized that He Ming could now fight with even more abandon. The concept of indestructibility, as a trait of the indestructible body, was crucial. As he encountered more terrifying forces, Chen Lin's perspective widened. He understood that the ability to maintain vitality, despite being surrounded by destructive forces, would be incredibly effective against life-draining powers. Chen Lin nodded in satisfaction. This evolution not only significantly boosted He Ming's strength, but also eliminated its 4 weaknesses. Now, He Ming was nearly invincible, and once its mental defenses were fortified, it would be ready for the frontline battlefield without issue. As Chen Lin reveled in joy, He Ming began to shrink its massive form, gradually reducing to about 3 meters in height, with its shoulders over a meter high. It was delighted by the change and eagerly wanted to get closer to its master. However, as soon as it moved, the ground beneath shattered, unable to bear its terrifying power. He Ming paused, then carefully controlled its surging strength. It gingerly took a step, and this time the ground remained intact. Seeing this, He Ming excitedly rushed towards Chen Lin. The air cracked under supersonic speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Chen Lin, leaping towards him. Boom! The weight of several tons bore down, and without the protection of the silver butterfly, Chen Lin's knees buckled instantly. The ground cracked and splintered in all directions, and he nearly coughed up blood. Although He Ming's size had reduced, its weight hadn't fully decreased. He Ming, are you trying to kill me? Chen Lin said with difficulty. Hearing this, He Ming immediately stood up, letting out a low, apologetic whine. It had thought that by becoming smaller, it could return to its master's embrace as before. Chen Lin suddenly felt lighter, but his legs were numb and painful, and his chest churned. He realized that if He Ming had used even a bit more force, he might have died on the spot. Do we have any more recovery potions? Chen Lin asked a nearby warrior with difficulty. Receiving a negative response, he turned to Diana, but her holy powers were also depleted. Chen Lin looked at He Ming, which hung its head, looking guilty. Ultimately, he didn't blame it, considering He Ming was still less than a year old. After a brief recovery, Chen Lin rode He Ming back to the Misty Mountain base. Along the way, he received the contribution point settlement for this mission, involving the summoning and slaying of 6 giant beasts and thousands of mutated creatures. Due to Chen Lin's overwhelming combat power, the Apocalypse system automatically categorized him under the frontline battlefield's calculation method, earning him a total of 100,000 contribution points. Despite this, Chen Lin was quite content. He recalled how even a single level 40 mutated beast used to yield over 100 contribution points, a benefit established to encourage students to participate in cleanup operations. Now, under the frontline battlefield calculation method, even a giant beast was worth only a few points. Most of these 100,000 contribution points came from Chen Lin's efforts in protecting 3 cities, while the points earned from slaying mutated beasts were negligible. Chen Lin realized that his combat power had far exceeded that of a student, and the Apocalypse system naturally judged that he had matured, no longer needing additional benefits. With 100,000 contribution points, one could purchase a vast majority of resources, even exchange them for 100 pieces of rare metals. Every time Chen Lin thought about this, he couldn't help but be grateful for the government's generosity towards him. 20,000 contribution points worth of resources were given just like that. Although his potential was indeed noteworthy, it wasn't a guaranteed success. No one could predict unforeseen events. The support China provides to outstanding talents largely depends on one's own efforts. Chen Lin's exceptional performance, along with Yang Zhao's strong recommendation, allowed him to receive such a substantial allocation from the scarce resources. Upon arriving at the Misty Mountain base, Chen Lin noticeably felt that the number of soldiers had significantly decreased. The few he encountered wore expressions of undisguised exhaustion and sorrow. The landscape was littered with marks of explosions, and despite efforts to clean up, the air was still thick with the scent of blood. The ground beneath was an eerie blood red, stained by the blood of both mutated beasts and countless warriors. Walking through this devastated land, Chen Lin couldn't help but feel a heaviness in his heart. Even though he had seen similar brutal scenes in the transition missions, experiencing it firsthand was a different matter altogether. At that moment, Wang Feng, who was transporting supplies, happened to see Chen Lin. He immediately set down the box he was carrying and ran over excitedly. You're Chen Lin, right? Thank you so much, you protected Mist City. Wang Feng's voice was filled with gratitude, and he felt that words weren't enough, so he bowed solemnly. Several soldiers, drawn by the commotion, turned to look. When they saw the young man sitting on the black wolf, a look of admiration appeared in their previously dull eyes. The oppressive sadness that hung over the base seemed to lift slightly. As the situation stabilized and the mutant beasts that had broken through the mountains were completely eliminated, the details were released. It was Chen Lin and his fellow students and mentors who had held back most of the powerful mutant beasts, resolving the crisis with minimal losses. Chen Lin, in particular, had led his summons to kill 6 giant beasts and countless other mutant creatures. His efforts alone protected 3 cities from disaster. Faced with this sudden scene, Chen Lin was taken aback. He opened his mouth but only managed to say 4 words, "It's my duty." Then, he slowly rode away on He Ming. Chen Lin didn't know why he said those words, nor when this responsibility had fallen on his shoulders. Perhaps, from a long time ago, he had already accepted that protecting humanity was a duty every person should bear. Once he gained enough strength, he would pick up the sword once held by his predecessors, now fallen to the ground, and stand against the invading threats. Wang Feng stood there, staring blankly at Chen Lin's departing figure. The other soldiers, inspired by his brief but powerful words, found renewed determination in their eyes. Qiao Yu's voice was filled with exhaustion, lacking its usual vitality. Chen Lin felt a heaviness in his chest, but didn't probe for details. He simply watched the screen, where the elderly Yang Xiao appeared with white hair. Taking a deep breath, he bid a simple farewell and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, Chen Lin bumped into an officer holding a report. Chen Lin, your kill data has been compiled by the drones. The life crystals are being extracted and will be delivered in 2 to 3 days. Chen Lin nodded slightly, and then mounted He Ming, speeding towards other bases. At that moment, he had only one thought in mind: to completely clear all potentially rebellious mountain ranges, leaving none behind. Meanwhile, at the Hengshan base, the recovered Li Zhongfeng and others were selecting missions at the assignment point. Once decided, they immediately headed towards the mountains. Feng Yi habitually glanced at the leaderboard to check on Chen Lin's status. He was astonished to find Chen Lin at the top with a staggering 105,000 contribution points, far surpassing others by several times. Following him were Qin Kong, Xiao Yunxiu, Su Lixue, and 4 others, who were the only surviving students on the support list, each with over 10,000 contribution points. The gap is so wide you can't even see his shadow, Feng Yi murmured, dazed. Just a few days ago, they were enjoying roasted meat together, and now. Feng Yi, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go. We have to complete 20 tasks today, don't fall behind, Li Zhongfeng said coldly. Feng Yi snapped back to reality. Coming. I think 20 isn't enough. Let's aim higher and level up everyone today. Qiao Yang looked at him in surprise, exchanged a glance with Li Zhongfeng, and nodded. If we push ourselves, it should be possible. Over the next 4 days, Chen Lin didn't rest at all. Together with He Ming and Diana, he arrived at a military base without top school support and split up to slaughter all mutated beasts above level 50 in the entire mountain range. He didn't go to the assignment point, just tirelessly carried out his frenzied killing spree. The officers and commanders in the command center watched in awe, shocked by the terrifying power of the top-ranked student, even more so by the fact that he was just a freshman. In the mountains, Chen Lin stood on the corpse of a mutated beast, his armor covered in dried blood. He silently pulled his silver spear from its skull. He Ming and Diana returned from afar, standing beside him. Suddenly, his wrist device, number 21, chimed. You have resolved the rebellion threat in the Xianlian mountain range, earning 10,000 contribution points. Chen Lin was a bit surprised, as he hadn't accepted any mission. As he pondered this, his specialized device suddenly vibrated. He quickly removed his armor and answered the call. On the other end, a man's excited laughter came through. Chen Lin, I've broken through the 10th transformation and ascended the throne. Chen Lin smiled, his worries finally dissipating. Congratulations, Uncle Yang. Call me the King of Dominance. That's my title. Yang Xiao said proudly. Chen Lin was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. He silently hung up the phone and then noticed some messages received a day earlier. Opening them, he saw they were from Qin Kong, simply stating that Ji Fei and the others were safe and that they had decided to follow Chen Lin's example and continue supporting other bases. Reading this, the gloom accumulated over days lifted from Chen Lin, and he felt a sudden lightness. I'm glad you're all okay, he whispered to himself, a faint smile of relief appearing on his lips. It was a momentous event when a renowned 9-turn powerhouse ascended to the throne, and it wouldn't be long before the entire nation was informed to celebrate this achievement. The news spread like lightning across the country, filling people with joy as it promised a more secure frontline. Amidst this jubilant atmosphere, Yang Xiao immediately headed to the frontline, eager to rejoin his former team and showcase his strength. Along the way, Yang Xiao could hardly contain his excitement, and any mutant beasts he encountered were obliterated with a single punch. Towering trees, hundreds of meters high, stood in the mountain range, exuding a primal aura. Suddenly, a massive earth dragon beast, stretching 1,000 meters long, appeared in his sight, sleeping by a lake. Sensing the terrifying power approaching from afar, the earth dragon's eyes snapped open, filled with dread. Before it could roar, Yang Xiao was already above it. A divine fist, formed purely from immense power, descended upon it. Boom! The earth shook and the area within a few kilometers shattered instantly, dust billowing around. Under this sudden and overwhelming strike, the earth dragon's body exploded, turning into a pool of blood and flesh. All that remained in the air was Yang Xiao's triumphant laughter fading into the distance. Ha! Ascended to the throne, I am invincible. 3 days later, in another mountain range, a pitch-black demon wolf was closing in on a 2,000-meter-long venomous lizard. This demon wolf was He Ming, whose size shifted constantly as it advanced. Initially shrinking to 420 meters, then suddenly, under the effect of divine transformation, it expanded to 2,520 meters long, with a shoulder height of 1,200 meters. Its fierce presence swept out, causing the venomous lizard to grow tense. However, this was just the beginning. Hei Ming continued to reduce its size, with its attributes on the panel decreasing accordingly. Strangely, its strength did not diminish, but rather grew stronger as its size decreased. Suddenly, the ground erupted beneath Hei Ming, a result of the explosive surge in power going out of control. Purple lightning, like dancing sprites, began to appear around Hei Ming. These bolts carried an aura of ultimate destruction, spreading over several kilometers in just seconds. Seeing this, the venomous lizard's eyes flashed with fear, and its massive body involuntarily retreated. By now, Hei Ming's size had shrunk to 1,530 meters, much smaller than the lizard. Yet, the extinction thunder it emitted made the lizard even more terrified. On the panel, Hei Ming's strength, physique, agility, and magic attributes were all compressed to around 1,500, representing true combat power, no longer just superficial data. Boom! Hei Ming suddenly exerted force, shattering the ground beneath its feet, with cracks spreading for thousands of meters. The venomous lizard heard a loud explosion, and the black wolf appeared before it. In the face of this terrifying burst of power, it had no time to react, instantly struck by a claw wrapped in countless purple lightning. Boom! A circle of purple shockwaves erupted from the top of the lizard's head, covered in hard scales, spreading in all directions. The power of the purple lightning claw was so terrifying that it shattered its skull, slamming it into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Roar! The venomous lizard let out a pained howl, struggling to rise. However, before it could counterattack, another lightning claw swept upwards, instantly blasting its jaw. Under this violent impact, its massive body was nearly. How? Hei Ming's assault grew fiercer, relying on the terrifying explosive power compressed by divine transformation. Its claws, like purple lightning tearing through the air, relentlessly struck the venomous lizard. The battle had become completely one-sided. Hei Ming suppressed the level 68 poisonous lizard with a ferocious assault that poured down like a storm. Within minutes, its body was engulfed by a fusion of annihilating thunder and dark flames, transforming into a menacing purple-black thunderfire. This terrifying force instantly shattered the lizard's head, and Hei Ming swiftly devoured the remaining body, converting it into energy and evolution value for its growth. A thunderous roar erupted from Hei Ming, echoing across tens of thousands of meters of mountains. Its body was enveloped in purple-black thunderfire, exuding an overwhelming aura. Countless birds, startled by this intimidating presence, scattered in all directions, creating a spectacular scene. From a distant mountain peak, Chen Lin smiled with satisfaction. Hei Ming could now easily crush a level 68 beast with just its annihilating thunder. When combined with dark flames, it could instantly kill such beasts. Its combat power had already reached the 7th transformation realm, yet this was not its limit. It could further enhance its strength by 2 levels, and if it merged all 4 innate powers to form a terrifying domain, even beasts below level 80 would find it hard to escape death. Hei Ming could even hold its ground against enemies above level 80. Chen Lin marveled internally at Hei Ming's growth. It had been just a month since he summoned Hei Ming, and its progress was truly astounding. It's time to move on to the next mountain range for more clearing, Chen Lin murmured, hearing the notification of 10,000 contribution points for Unit 21. He picked up the battle spear beside him and headed towards Hei Ming with Diana. Meanwhile, at the base command center, numerous officers were glued to the screens, speechless with shock. In just 3 days, Chen Lin had eliminated all the giant beasts they would have struggled with for months. This far exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary trainee. There were hushed discussions that the crises in the fog cloud and dangerous mountain ranges were also swiftly resolved thanks to his efforts alone. A level 20 trainee capable of sweeping through 3 mountain ranges and killing all mutated beasts above level 50 is terrifying, one officer exclaimed. Everyone nodded in agreement, and someone speculated, judging by his actions, could he be planning to support other bases as well? The commander reacted with shock, and others swallowed hard, wondering if he ever needed rest. Their speculations were not unfounded. Over the next month, Chen Lin barely paused, riding Hei Ming to sweep through 12 mountain ranges. He even slept on Hei Ming's broad back while it traveled. As for Hei Ming, with its formidable physique and indestructible body's recovery ability, it did not need rest and persisted until the mission was completed. These incredible feats left all the base commanders and officers deeply impressed and unable to calm down for a long time. It's time to return to the Mist Mountain base. Chen Lin stood on the blood-soaked ground and took a deep breath. Over a month of relentless slaughter had pushed his nerves to the brink, leaving him somewhat dazed. He surveyed his surroundings. He saw Hei Ming, drenched in blood, exuding a strong metallic scent, with a savage gleam in its eyes, more terrifying than ever. Silver Butterfly's armor was covered with dark red, congealed bloodstains, resembling a crimson armor. Only Diana maintained her pristine and ethereal aura, thanks to her long-range attack methods, which spared her the need for close combat. Chen Lin silently calculated his gains over this period. His contribution points had reached an astonishing 245,000. After devouring hundreds of giant beasts and countless mutated beasts, He Ming had grown another 10 meters in size, with all attributes increased by 20 points. However, after its last evolution, its growth requirements had multiplied. Even a level 60 giant beast barely satisfied its appetite, adding only 531 points to its evolution value, far from the 50,000 points needed for completion. Chen Lin realized that at this rate, it might take years for He Ming to evolve to the next level. He resolved to hunt higher-level giant beasts. Let's go, Chen Lin said softly. With a thought, he removed the armor covering. He mounted the now smaller He Ming. Silver Butterfly lightly landed on his shoulder, and Diana clung to his back, arms around his neck. Charge, He Ming! With Chen Lin's command, they set off on their journey home. After 3 days of arduous travel, Chen Lin and his group finally reached the Mist Mountain base and retrieved the pre-prepared life crystals. Back in his quarters, Chen Lin pondered for a moment and decided to give all the level 6 life crystals to He Ming, with the remaining thousands for himself to absorb. As the life crystals shattered one by one, the shimmering red fragments turned into streams of energy that flowed into their bodies. Through the power of the contract rules, the energy was evenly distributed among each summoned creature. Their levels began to slowly rise. Over 500 level 4 life crystals barely increased their level by 1, with most of the energy absorbed by Diana. Chen Lin was surprised to find Diana's attributes had increased by a whopping 80 points. As expected from a powerful angel race, he thought to himself, such a huge improvement from just 1 level. Over the next half hour, as most of the life crystals were absorbed, Chen Lin and his summoned creatures all reached level 30. Diana's combat power saw a tremendous boost, with her attributes soaring to 400 strength, 400 constitution, 400 agility, and 800 magic power, with her magic power exceeding even He Ming's. This is the prowess of a creature surpassing the top-tier summons. Chen Lin marveled. Coupled with the sun and moon cycle ability he bestowed, even if she couldn't grow indefinitely like Silver Butterfly and He Ming, Diana would never fall behind. He Ming also made significant progress. Its life level now matched that of an advanced summon, gaining 15 attribute points per level. This time it increased by 150 points, distributed among strength, agility, and constitution. More excitingly, its size grew again with this upgrade, marking its entry into a growth phase. Diana also grew taller, now resembling a 14-year-old girl. However, when Chen Lin turned to Silver Butterfly, he noticed no change. A thought led him to check Silver Butterfly's stats, and he was shocked to find that after reaching level 30, Silver Butterfly's attributes had increased by only 1 point. Could it be that its potential has reached its limit? An uneasy thought crossed Chen Lin's mind. He looked at Silver Butterfly with a complex expression, unsure how to evaluate it. Could it be the weakest of my summons? He shook his head, deciding to put the question aside for now. Finally, Chen Lin checked his own attributes: strength 377, constitution 251, agility 253, and spirit 436. After reaching level 30, he had gained 150 attribute points, primarily allocated to strength and spirit. This impressive increase was largely due to He Ming's feedback. Even though they had cleared 12 mountain ranges and countless mutated beasts in previous areas, the enhancement was not significant for the now highly advanced He Ming. However, for Chen Lin, even gaining a third of the energy was a substantial improvement, with all attributes increasing by 51 points. The mountains are nearly cleared. There shouldn't be any more surprises, Chen Lin thought quietly, recalling all his summons. Taking a deep breath, he clicked to begin the third transition. Entering a suitable transition instance based on your comprehensive index. The system prompt sounded, and a few seconds later, Chen Lin's figure vanished. Buildings were shrouded in a gray mist, and twisted black plants erupted from the streets like nightmare tentacles. The streetlights were entangled by these eerie plants, rendering them useless. The road was filled with abandoned vehicles, their bodies bearing decayed clothing scraps and darkened blood stains, silently recounting the horrors that once occurred here. Chen Lin surveyed the surroundings, a suspicion forming in his mind. Could this place be similar to the world of calamity? Just then, a transparent information box suddenly appeared before him. Coordinate number 00863. Status: the ominous gray mist has descended. This is a world on the brink of destruction. Your role: the sole variable, with the power to change. Mission: eliminate the source. Participants: 1. Time limit: 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Special reminder: unable to voluntarily return to Blue Star. As Chen Lin finished reading this information, a sharp humanoid howl pierced the silence. He immediately looked up to see a massive monster moving slowly through the city beneath the dense gray fog. The creature had a long, slender body, over 100 meters in length, with countless limbs, towering over the surrounding buildings. Its terrifying face lacked eyes, replaced by gaping mouths filled with sharp teeth. Despite the creature's frightening appearance, Chen Lin felt no threat. He estimated in his mind that the monster's strength was roughly equivalent to a level 40 mutant beast, too weak to be his target. He shook his head, confirming it wasn't his mission objective. At that moment, the sound of something hard falling broke the silence. A human head rolled to Chen Lin's feet under some kind of force. Looking in the direction it came from, he saw a little girl sitting on the rooftop of a nearby building. Her body was unnaturally pale, and her crimson eyes gleamed with an eerie glee. "Big brother, that's mine. Could you please return it?" the girl said with a sweet yet chilling voice. She seemed unusually excited to have encountered Chen Lin. Chen Lin looked at her impassively, his gaze unwavering. He softly uttered, "Hey Ming." As soon as he spoke, a flash of white light appeared, and a three-turtle black wolf materialized. The wolf's speed was astonishing, as if teleporting, appearing in midair before the girl in the blink of an eye. "Don't kill her," Chen Lin commanded coldly. With a boom, He Ming's claws precisely tore the girl's body in half, simultaneously smashing a corner of the building into rubble. Debris cascaded down as the girl crashed heavily to the ground, her glee swiftly replaced by terror. Chen Lin walked towards the girl step by step, looking down at her. "Do you still want it now?" he asked. The girl shook her head frantically, her entire body trembling with extreme fear. "Tell me, where did this head come from?" Chen Lin's tone carried an undeniable authority. The girl hurriedly answered, "Over there. Another group of humans came today to investigate, and many of my kind went to share the spoils. I was weaker, only managed to kill one person before they drove me away." Chen Lin expressionlessly headed in the direction the girl indicated, while ordering, "Hey Ming, no need to hold back." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a burst of black flames erupted, engulfing an area of several hundred meters. He Ming's gray eyes showed no emotion as it turned to follow its master. In a nearby abandoned park, a group of monsters of various shapes either stood on buildings or hid in shadows, surrounding dozens of humans. The humans fired continuously, bullets whistling through the air, but they had no effect on the monsters. A man with a face full of scars wielded a long knife, fiercely battling the mutant creatures charging at him. With the help of a few teammates, they managed to kill one monster. However, there was no trace of joy on the man's face. These initial attacking mutant creatures were just the simplest existence. Killing them was of no use. "Captain Lin, you have to break through." A man in military uniform shouted not far away, his face resolute. "Push forward." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's breath caught. Instantly understanding their intention, these people planned to stay behind to hold off the mutant creatures, buying time for others to escape. The method to hold them off was simple, using their bodies to feed these monsters. Whenever they face such critical situations, they execute this plan without hesitation. Their sole purpose is to protect individuals like Lin Yuan, who can survive in the gray fog for extended periods without being affected by mutations. To them, Lin Yuan is the only hope of solving the mystery of the gray fog and saving the world. Lin Yuan was filled with despair, murmuring to himself, "I can't possibly shoulder such a burden." He knew that his abilities were only slightly better than an average person's, and he could be devoured by the three-turtle mutated monsters at any moment. He hadn't even ventured to the outskirts of the gray fog, so how could he unravel its mystery? He trembled as he gripped the knife's handle, his Adam's apple moving as he nearly contemplated ending it all. Just then, something at the end of the street caught his attention. A young man walked slowly, followed by a massive black demon wolf exuding a menacing aura. As soon as the boy appeared, several mutated monsters rushed toward him as if afraid they'd miss out on a meal. However, what awaited them were terrifying claws. In an instant, the black demon wolf shredded the 7 tall, mutated monsters into pieces, their mutilated bodies falling to the ground, black blood flowing everywhere. Its figure suddenly appeared behind the mutated monsters, moving too swiftly to be captured. More gigantic mutated monsters lunged at Chen Lin. Unfazed, Chen Lin softly summoned the silver butterfly. Instantly, a dazzling suit of armor enveloped him, covered with dark red seams, making it look intimidating and powerful. Although he was more than capable of handling these mutated monsters, he clearly didn't want to dirty his clothes. The battle spear suddenly expanded several times over, enveloped in a silver stream, and instantly shredded all the attacking mutated monsters into mincemeat. These creatures were not even worth feeding the black demon wolf, so Chen Lin didn't bother holding back. More mutated monsters were drawn in, leaping down from buildings and emerging from dark corners, soon numbering in the dozens. The black demon wolf let out a roar that echoed for miles, and black flames erupted, engulfing all the mutated monsters and reducing them to ashes. Lin Yuan watched in shock, his long knife unknowingly slipping from his grasp. Everyone else was equally stunned, as if witnessing the impossible. Among the mutated monsters was a terrifying 7-turtle creature, yet it didn't even last a second before turning to ash. Chen Lin walked out slowly from the sea of black flames, the concrete beneath his feet cracking under the weight of the silver butterfly. The black demon wolf followed closely, causing everyone to instinctively step back in fear. They couldn't help but wonder if an even more terrifying monster had appeared. Summoning his courage, Lin Yuan stepped forward. As the first to see Chen Lin, he knew the stranger was likely human. He stopped 10 meters away, unwilling to get any closer. The silver streams emitted a sharp, terrifying aura that made him feel extremely unsafe. He realized that one step closer could mean being torn apart instantly. Swallowing his fear, Lin Yuan forced himself to speak. Sir, thank you for saving my life. Even though moments earlier he had contemplated perishing with the others, he couldn't help but feel a deep-seated fear in the presence of this unknown and terrifying figure. The silver butterfly slowly returned to its original form, lightly landing on Chen Lin's shoulder. Silvery streams of air wrapped around its wings like silk, yet they did not affect Chen Lin at all. The crowd stared in astonishment at his young, handsome, and flawless face, which starkly contrasted with the fierce and terrifying image of someone who had just torn apart several mutated creatures in an instant. What is going on with this gray mist? Chen Lin asked calmly. Lin Yuan, relieved, quickly gathered his thoughts and replied. The gray mist suddenly appeared above the first city half a year ago. Most people instantly mutated into various monsters, and now it's a nest for countless terrifying mutated creatures. The mist spread rapidly, and even with a lot of firepower, including nuclear weapons, we couldn't penetrate the first city. The nukes exploded in the air as soon as they entered the mist. Humans can't even approach the outskirts of the mist in a short time. These mutated monsters are terrifying. Point me in the direction, Chen Lin interrupted. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment and cautiously asked, You want to know where the first city is? Are you sure? The mutated monsters there are dozens of times larger than the ones here. Before he could finish, a sharp roar echoed in the distance. A creature 100 meters long, covered in countless limbs, charged towards them. Fear instantly washed over everyone in the face of its building-sized bulk, a sense of insignificance overwhelming them. Lin Yuan's hands and feet trembled as he recalled witnessing this creature in battle inside a building. Its casual swipe could bring down structures, and the ground shook within a 100-meter radius, terrifying to the extreme. Sir, we should run. Is it attracted by the roar? Chen Lin's tone was indifferent. Hey Ming, kill it. As you command, my master. Hey Ming responded with a thought, swiftly distancing itself by kilometers. It slowly raised its head, and as it opened its mouth, pitch-black flames rapidly gathered, forming a terrifying black sphere that compressed and expanded. Within seconds, the fireball grew to hundreds of meters, and its terrifying power surged, sending waves of scorching air in all directions. The crowd felt the temperature rise sharply, staring in awe at the scene. Had He Ming not moved away, these ordinary people would have been reduced to ash, and this was merely a fraction of He Ming's power. With an earth-shattering roar, the black fireball pierced through countless buildings along its path, colliding with the 100-meter-long mutated creature in an instant. The fireball exploded, engulfing an area of several kilometers, with its compressed power destroying everything in its wake. The scene, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion, was etched deeply into everyone's minds. As the shockwave roared towards them, they instinctively stepped back, shielding their eyes, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Soon, the pitch-black flames, like chains, returned to He Ming's body, carrying faint energy and evolution value. Everyone stared in shock at the thousands of meters of vacuum space before them, where buildings once stood, now completely vanished, along with the 100-meter mutated creature. This is terrifying, isn't it? Someone stammered, swallowing hard. Chen Lin turned to Lin Yuan and asked, Why run? Where to? Why escape? Lin Yuan was momentarily speechless, deeply shaken. The power of this lord was far beyond his imagination, as if from another world. My lord, Lin Yuan quickly explained. The gray mist here makes it hard to discern direction. However, we can use some landmark buildings and a map to determine our location. An officer immediately called for soldiers to bring a map and spread it out. The map was exceptionally detailed, perfected by countless people. The officer quickly mapped out a route to the capital for Chen Lin, indicating that as long as they followed the national highway, they wouldn't get lost. Chen Lin swiftly scanned the map, relieved that his reading skills hadn't gone to waste. Just as he was about to ride He Ming and set off, Lin Yuan suddenly asked, My lord, what are you going to do in the capital? Resolve the gray mist, Chen Lin replied curtly. The statement was like a thunderclap, leaving everyone stunned. Lin Yuan trembled as he confirmed, Really? Seeing Chen Lin nod, the officer immediately volunteered. We want to accompany you, at least to provide some assistance. They had just witnessed the astonishing power of the Black Wolf and believed that Chen Lin might indeed reach the capital. Even if he couldn't completely resolve the gray mist, bringing back some information would be a significant achievement. However, Chen Lin glanced at them and directly refused. Not needed. This instance of the transformation quest was more challenging than before, with clear objectives and time constraints. Taking these people would only slow him down, and their following would only lead to their demise. Boom. The ground shook as He Ming's figure vanished in an instant, racing towards the distance. Lin Yuan watched them leave, sighing. We really can't help. Let's go back and report this news. The mere 2,000 kilometers was covered in minutes by He Ming's immense form and astonishing burst speed, even while constantly monitoring road conditions. Ahead lay a city shrouded in dense gray mist, with massive mutated creatures faintly visible roaming within, emitting blood-curdling howls and roars. Suddenly, a mutated creature with an 8-ton-dreadmeter wingspan dove from the mist, its head resembling that of a pterosaur, rapidly attacking He Ming. In its deified state, He Ming instantly swung its claw, enveloped in pitch-black flames, tearing the creature into several pieces. The massive, fragmented body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Effortlessly defeating a mutated monster hundreds of meters tall, the dark flames consumed it in an instant, without wasting a second. Chen Lin felt the surge of power within him. This was the terrifying might of magic enhanced by divine transformation. He silently summoned Diana, and a brilliant flash of light revealed a divinely beautiful angel beside him. However, as soon as Diana appeared, her flawless face creased with worry, her brows furrowed. Master, this gray mist is terrifying. It suppresses my divine power, Diana said with a hint of unease in her voice. Chen Lin was taken aback by her words. He had been speculating whether the gray mist was related to the force of corruption, as both had similar corrosive effects. During the time he had removed the silver butterfly armor, he could clearly feel the gray mist slowly invading his body, attempting to disrupt his genetic structure and cellular organization. Fortunately, his attributes were strong enough now, and the power of the mist was insufficient to cause a mutation. According to what you said, divine power and the force of corruption counteract each other. So this gray mist can't be caused by corruption, Chen Lin pondered. After carefully sensing it, Diana added. However, these gray mists share the same origin as the force of corruption. Only the former is even stronger. These words made Chen Lin grow serious, the sheer amount of information leaving him deeply shaken. Could there be an even more terrifying existence above the already immense corrupted races? He shook his head, trying to calm his inner turmoil. We're just starting out, and worrying is pointless. Only rapidly growing stronger is the real truth, Chen Lin said resolutely. Let's go. No matter how dangerous it gets ahead, we can't stop now. He Ming remained silent throughout, following his master's orders, and took heavy steps toward the first city, teeming with countless terrifying mutated monsters. Diana flapped her golden wings, flying beside Chen Lin. Although her divine power was suppressed, the power of the sun and moon remained unaffected. Silver Butterfly blinked its curious little eyes, seemingly unaware of the surrounding danger. Its body was covered with an incredibly hard surface, effectively resisting the invasion of the gray mist. As He Ming's massive form approached the first city, the terrifying divine power caused the ground beneath them to continuously sink, sending tremors in all directions. This immense disturbance immediately attracted a mutated monster wandering on the outskirts of the city. Roar! The monster opened its terrifying giant mouth, emitting a piercing, hoarse roar. The sound waves were so strong that even the nearby windows shook violently. The 1,000-meter-tall gray beast had numerous arms growing from its sides. It charged at He Ming with heavy steps. All its arms raised simultaneously, the cracks in its palms opening like countless hungry mouths. At this critical moment, purple heavenly lightning suddenly erupted, carrying an ultimate destructive force, instantly reducing the monster to a charred mass. He Ming's gray eyes swept coldly over the scene, stepping over the fallen creature's body. Black flames rose up, consuming the remains entirely. Just trash. Not even worth a second glance. He Ming's voice dripped with disdain. Roar, roar, roar. The thunderous explosion alarmed countless mutated monsters. Instantly, terrifying roars echoed from all corners of the city, as if countless slumbering eerie creatures were awakened, rushing toward the source of the dazzling purple light. Chen Lin's gaze swept around, seeing massive shadows slowly approaching through the dense gray mist. If he were still the ordinary person he once was, he might have thought this was some grand feast of an evil god. But now, his eyes held only determination and fighting spirit, ready to face the challenge ahead. Diana soared into the air, her left eye gleaming with a golden hue, revealing a radiant sun. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted, and a blazing, terrifying sun hovered behind her. Simultaneously, Diana's form transformed, growing to 1.77 meters, adorned in a golden battle armor woven from divine power. Her legs were encased in pure white armor, engraved with intertwining golden patterns that were both aesthetically pleasing and defensive. Her upper body was clad in golden armor, perfectly accentuating her figure. 2 feathered cloaks draped behind her as her sacred wings unfurled. Diana's stunning face was now stern and aloof, with a holy mark on her forehead faintly glowing. The sun burst forth, its golden light illuminating tens of thousands of meters, rapidly purifying all the gray mist. The mutated creatures were ignited by the golden light, their souls scorched by the terrifying flames, and anguished howls filled the air. Diana slowly raised her hand, and golden swords of fire materialized around her, shooting out like arrows to pierce several monstrous creatures over a kilometer in size. The terrifying burning power compounded instantly, extinguishing their souls. He Ming wasted no time on these trash, instead heading directly towards the formidable threat sensed in the distance. There, the gray mist was so dense it was nearly black, like a deeply polluted lake, emanating a terrifying, ominous aura. Chen Lin silently leaped from He Ming's head, landing atop a square building. The silver butterfly followed closely, transforming into armor to protect its master. Just then, the entire building began to tremble, as if something was about to strike. Chen Lin's gaze turned cold, thinking, courting death. A deafening crash sounded from below as the building's foundation shattered. A grotesque worm, hundreds of meters long, emerged, smashing through numerous floors and lunging towards Chen Lin, intent on swallowing him whole. However, it was met by a spear that suddenly grew dozens of times larger, entwined with silver currents and molten flames. The spear pierced down like lightning, shattering the entire building, its sharp, terrifying tip tearing through the worm's body. Chen Lin, now towering at 40 meters, stomped heavily on the ground, sending debris flying and dust billowing. He walked slowly towards the pinned worm, pulling out his spear, then surveyed the swarming mutated creatures around him. Though no longer within the range of Diana's golden light, with the silver butterfly, Chen Lin was not only a summoner, but also a formidable combatant. Dark red patterns seethed across his body as molten flames surged forth, melting everything around him, shattering glass objects instantly. The concrete road beneath Chen Lin cracked as he launched himself like an arrow towards a mutated creature. His spear pierced through it like lightning, leaving a gaping wound. Swiftly, Chen Lin swept across, tearing the creature apart with his spear, before demolishing another monster in its path. Meanwhile, He Ming halted as it approached the blackened lake. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any mutated creatures. Its gray eyes coldly watched the lake's depths as violet lightning encircled its body, crackling violently. Simultaneously, black flames rose, burning with terrifying intensity. Suddenly, a pair of terrifying eyes opened beneath the dark lake. In an instant, countless gray mists surged towards He Ming like living entities. Within seconds, the mist enveloped He Ming, its corrosive power exponentially enhanced, beginning to destroy its flesh and cells, even distorting its genetic structure in an attempt to transform He Ming into a mindless, grotesque creature. Roar! A ferocious roar shook the heavens and the earth, as purple-black thunderfire surged forth like an enraged dragon, instantly dispersing the surrounding gray mist. As the smoke cleared, He Ming stood tall and unscathed, its indestructible body disdainfully ignoring the insignificant corrosive power of the mist. Suddenly, the calm surface of the lake was struck violently, exploding with force. The dark lake water splashed like raindrops, as a massive gray arm emerged from the water, slamming heavily onto the ground. Instantly, a fierce wind howled, dust swirled, and He Ming's fur danced wildly in the gusts. Following this, an enormous creature slowly rose from the lake, its body towering over 2,700 meters high, resembling a moving mountain. The giant beast gazed coldly down at He Ming, its eyes filled with contempt and hostility. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of meters of gray mist surged like a tide, surrounding the beast and forming a strange barrier. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed through the skies, as if an ancient beast had finally awakened from a long slumber. This roar carried an ominous and terrifying aura, swiftly sweeping over the entire capital city. All the mutated monsters trembled, and the gray mist became violent, madly rushing towards the nearest living creatures. Roar! Agonizing screams rose and fell, as the back of a mutated monster split open, black blood gushing out like a fountain. Soon, bizarrely shaped tentacles wriggled out from the fissure. This horrifying scene was not isolated. Nearly all the mutated monsters were undergoing terrifying mutations, their roars echoing through the sky of the capital city. These frenzied monsters charged northward, where a giant beast was facing off against another creature. Chen Lin wielded his battle spear like the wind, instantly smashing a charging mutated monster to pieces. A thought crossed his mind as he communicated, "Indai, how are you?" "Ugh, master, I feel terrible," Indai replied weakly. Chen Lin frowned, looking at the continuously encroaching gray mist. He knew the situation couldn't be allowed to worsen. At that moment, a golden light streaked rapidly from afar, and in an instant, intense golden light shone down like a blazing sun, purifying an area over 200,000 meters wide. Indai immediately felt a warmth, as if soaking in the gentle waters of spring. At this moment, Diana's left eye gleamed with majestic golden light, and a great sun hovered behind her. As she moved, the golden light grew more intense, reaching its peak. Golden fire swords formed in the air, shooting out like meteors, precisely striking down those increasingly bizarre, mutated monsters. Seeing this, Chen Lin charged forward without hesitation, wielding his battle spear to tear apart the monsters one by one. Above the dark lake, Ketenlu slightly lowered its octopus-like head, its jaw covered in tentacles. Its eyes scrutinized the black wolf before it, sensing a hint of threat from the purple-black thunderfire. Roar! Ketenlu roared again, as the surrounding gray mist surged into its body. Within seconds, its flesh began to writhe madly, then burst open. Crimson, terrifying eyeballs opened from the cracks, while its claws transformed, growing long, sharp talons. Its entire form became increasingly sinister, like a true evil deity. As all eyes focused on Hyming, it suddenly felt a tingling sensation, as if on the verge of mutation. Simultaneously, strange, maddening thoughts began to surface in its mind. However, Hyming's will was as strong as a rock, instantly suppressing these distractions. Thanks to the immune properties of its indestructible body, it remained unaffected. With a layer of golden light radiating the essence of its indestructible body, the discomforting itch vanished without a trace. Hyming stood proudly, its gaze unwavering as it stared directly at the terrifying giant beast, unmoved by its presence. The roar of Hyming shook the heavens as it instantly fused the powers of greed, devour, divinity, and indestructible body. Black flames surged like a tidal wave, covering an area of over 200,000 meters, carrying an unmatched suppressive force directly towards Ketanru. With a deafening crash, the ground shattered like fragile foam, and countless buildings collapsed. Mutant creatures charging forward were instantly crushed to the ground, their flesh exploding in a scene of shocking devastation. Ketanru felt an immense weight upon it as the lake water exploded under extreme pressure, and the ground beneath its feet sank hundreds of meters. This was the hell suppression formed by the fusion of all talents after ascending to Slevel, its power terrifying beyond belief. Hyming's body was adorned with interwoven black and gold divine patterns, shining with an unparalleled brilliance, like a god or demon descending to the world. As the extinction lightning merged in, the world trembled, and the suppressive force gained even more destructive power. Countless purple lightning bolts rampaged within the domain, wreaking havoc alongside the black flames. The divine patterns on Hyming's body gained a purple hue, the three colors intermingling, as its physical strength and defense soared. Ketanru roared in terror, countless scarlet eyes bursting under the extreme destruction and suppression, turning into blurred cavities of flesh. Hyming's cold gray eyes locked onto it, accelerating instantly to appear before it, swinging terrifying claws imbued with purple-black lightning and suppressive power. Though Ketanru reacted, it was unable to withstand the suppression of the hell suppression. In an instant, four ghastly deep wounds appeared on its body. It roared, attempting to heal the wounds with dark flesh tendrils, but within the hell suppression, this was impossible. The purple lightning continued to ravage its body, black flames devoured its life essence, and the suppressive force pressed down layer upon layer, inflicting tremendous damage. Hyming's purple-black claws struck repeatedly, leaving the level 75 mutant beast powerless to retaliate. Ketanru could no longer endure. A gray mark appeared on its brow, and ominous power erupted, surging throughout its body. Its eerie power amplified wildly, its aura surging, nearly reaching level 80. In the face of this change, Hyming remained unmoved, beginning to compress the hell suppression. The earth trembled, the surrounding air exploded, sending white shockwaves thousands of meters away. The purple lightning, black flames, and suppressive force became even more terrifying. Ketanru, enveloped in the ominous power's eerie force, attempted to resist the suppression. Its withered black hand stabbed towards Hyming, only to be blocked by an indestructible golden light. The deathly power in Hyming's gray eyes erupted suddenly, transforming a range of over 5,000 meters into a gray obliteration zone. In mere seconds, half of Ketanru's life essence was annihilated, its flesh losing most of its vitality. The deathly pupil, ascended to Slevel, wielded terrifying power. In excruciating pain, Ketanru let out a piercing scream. Seeing the purple-black claws tearing towards it again, it barely managed to raise its hand to counter. However, with its body having lost most of its vitality, it could no longer muster much strength. The purple-black lightning and fire-clad claws struck like four bolts of lightning, instantly shattering Ketanlua's dark hand. The beast let out an earth-shaking roar, its terrifying sound waves sweeping across the area like shockwaves. The gray mist in the sky churned and descended, forming countless gray tornadoes that surged toward Ketanlua. Amidst this cataclysmic storm, Ketanlua's body began to heal rapidly, with strange powers causing its wounds to close. Its eyes regenerated, its hands reappeared, and two curved black horns emerged from its head. Its withered body swelled with this eerie power, demonstrating an extraordinary level of vitality and talent. Over 2,000 kilometers away, soldiers and officers on the defensive structures stood in shock as the gray mist that had been spreading for 6 months suddenly began to retreat. The commanding officer turned to Lin Yuan, asking if it was the work of a certain powerful individual. Lin Yuan swallowed hard and nodded in confirmation. In just an hour, not only had that person crossed 2,300 kilometers, but they also caused the complete withdrawal of the gray mist, an unbelievable feat. Though heavily armored tanks, helicopters, and fully armed soldiers were on high alert, Lin Yuan shook his head to stop their advance. If we go, we might only make things worse. It's best to follow the instructions of that powerful individual, he said, his voice filled with awe for the unknown power. As the gray mist receded into Katanlua's body, its combat power surged past level 80, unleashing a sinister force that formed a terrifying gray airflow sweeping into the distance. Chen Lin, having just slain thousands of mutated monsters, felt a sudden pang of unease. Diana waved her hand to summon the great sun behind her, its golden light instantly destroying the gray airflow. Her gaze locked onto the 700-meter-tall Katanlua, and the divine power within her boiled because of the ominous mark. Even the power of an angel was suppressed by the aura of the supreme plane contained within the mark. Diana soared into the sky, the blazing golden light of the great sun piercing through the dense gray mist. Though her divine power was suppressed, it continued to purify the surrounding environment. The sacred mark on her forehead glowed, further amplifying her power. Simultaneously, she bestowed a holy blessing upon Haiming, enhancing his attributes by about 100 points, which was her limit. Under Diana's purification, the gray mist that had accumulated for half a year began to recede at an astonishing speed. However, completely eradicating such a vast amount of gray mist would still take some time. Katanlua roared continuously, all its crimson eyes fixed on Diana in midair, as if it were preparing a terrifying counterattack. The purifying golden light of the great sun form, though effective against myriad evils, had no impact on the enemy before him. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the heavens, causing the earth to crack and crumble instantly. Haiming's body shimmered with 3 divine patterns, compressing the heaven-suppressing purgatory to a 10th-meter range, doubling its power. Kutan-Lu nearly dropped to his knees as the bizarre force surrounding him was harshly suppressed. He stared at Haiming in disbelief and roared, "How is this possible? Why are you so terrifying?" This mutated creature was indeed powerful, with its strength forcibly elevated from level 75 to level 80, comparable to the top human geniuses. Unfortunately, it encountered Haiming, whose ability to leap levels was as effortless as drinking water. Boom! Haiming swung his purple-black suppressive claw, causing the air to explode instantly, tearing 4 deep wounds, each dozens of meters long, into Kutan-Lu. Kutan-Lu roared continuously, enduring the layers of suppressive force, and fought fiercely against Haiming with its surging physical power. However, in terms of close combat, Haiming had never been defeated. The two colossal beings clashed madly, each collision generating terrifying shockwaves over tens of thousands of meters. They fought across thousands of kilometers, with the aftermath destroying parts of the first city, collapsing national highways, shattering mountains, and pulverizing countless rocks and trees. Haiming's ferocious might was overwhelming. Even without merging the heaven-suppressing purgatory, he could contend with the 80-level Kutan-Lu, his strength far exceeding Chen Lin's expectations. The battle between these two monstrous creatures with terrifying power and size caused the ground to tremble for miles, with fierce winds sweeping up dust and debris. Lin Yuan and countless soldiers stared in shock at the distant, terrifying figures, their eyes filled with despair. Is that gray creature the source of the gray mist? It's terrifying. Just its size alone is beyond what humans can handle, Lin Yuan murmured, his voice tinged with hopelessness. Kutan-Lu's bizarre appearance, with eyes spanning dozens of meters, instilled fear in everyone. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt an itch all over his body and immediately realized the dire situation, his face changing drastically. Everyone moved back immediately. "Don't look at those eyes," he shouted, but it was too late. Many people began to scream in agony as their cells started to deteriorate, their genetic structures twisted, and horrifying, bizarre organs sprouted. Once the mutation process began, it was irreversible. The commander reacted swiftly, issuing an immediate retreat order, and after a moment's hesitation, commanded the shooting of those who had mutated. At this point, Kutan-Lu had nearly exhausted its bizarre force, converting it into flesh to heal its wounds. This peculiar recovery method could not be stopped by the heaven-suppressing purgatory. However, it was still futile, unable to keep up with Haiming's terrifying output. Roar! As Haiming roared, the domain compressed again, and the world within 10,000 meters exploded thunderously. The heaven-suppressing purgatory quickly fused into his body, divine patterns shining to the extreme, with power and defense surging again. Within a 7,000-meter radius centered on He Ming, trees shattered, mountains collapsed, forming a sunken area. Boom. Ku Tianlu suddenly fell to his knees, unable to move under the extreme suppressive force. The ominous mark between its brows trembled madly, emitting a terrifying aura from a supreme plane to resist, but it was just a thin thread. The mere aura could not withstand the suppressive force, let alone use its bizarre power. Ku Tianlu's entire strength was suppressed. Roar. Trash, your end is near. As He Ming's thought transmitted, for interwoven powers gathered in his mouth, spreading an extremely violent aura of destruction. Fear flashed across Ku Tianlu's face, but its body was firmly pinned down, forced to watch as the black wolf compressed energy madly, its aura growing ever more terrifying. Boom. A 1,200-meter-wide black-gold beam of light burst forth, surrounded by countless purple lightning. Instantly, the entire world plunged into darkness, leaving only that dazzling beam piercing straight through Ku Tianlu's head. The beam's momentum did not diminish, blasting through mountains thousands of kilometers away until it vanished beyond the horizon. Boom. The colossal form of Ketenlu, over 2,000 meters long, crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its numerous eyes continued to dart around in fear, desperately trying to harness its eerie powers to revive itself. However, it was all in vain. The crushing force of destruction bore down like a mountain, instantly obliterating every eye. As the divine patterns gradually faded and the fusion of realms receded, a jet-black flame suddenly engulfed Ketenlu's corpse, slowly and greedily consuming it. This victory rewarded Chen Lin with 100 evolution points, equivalent to a fifth of his efforts over the past month. Defeating such high-level life forms was indeed the fastest path to advancement. The increase in size, however, was negligible, with only a 4-point attribute gain. In the distance, Chen Lin saw the notification of task completion and a slight smile appeared on his lips. By his side, Diana had reverted to her small original form, obediently following him. Chen Lin had not let her join the assault on Ketenlu, not out of playfulness, but to accurately assess the current strength of He Ming. After all, speculation was never as precise as witnessing it firsthand. Moreover, the combat strength of many creatures was not solely determined by their level. Ketenlu, despite being only level 75, could overpower level 80 opponents when it erupted. Fortunately, Chen Lin possessed an even more formidable summon. Otherwise, passing this advancement quest would have been truly difficult. Suddenly, a gray light streaked across hundreds of kilometers like lightning and instantly merged into He Ming's death pupil. Chen Lin's gaze sharpened, and he rushed forward. However, a terrifying force of death erupted, instantly turning the surrounding 10,000 meters into a gray annihilation zone. Master, don't come closer yet. I can't control it right now. Upon hearing He Ming's telepathic message, Chen Lin halted immediately, waiting in silence. At this moment, the death energy surged violently within He Ming's gray eyes, gradually merging with the ominous seal, growing ever more fearsome. Information automatically surfaced in Chen Lin's mind. This was one of the tokens from the supreme, unclaimed planes, the Abyssal Planes. The bearer could communicate with the Abyssal Planes, drawing a trace of its supreme plane's aura to empower themselves. After a few minutes, the death energy in He Ming's eyes finally calmed, surrounding the ominous seal, and the gray annihilation zone dissipated. It closed its eyes, activating the ominous seal to slowly connect with the Abyssal Plane. In an instant, He Ming found itself in a dark and terrifying space. Through the death pupil, it clearly saw the massive monsters, over 10,000 meters in size, with various forms, each exuding a suffocatingly terrifying aura. In the distance stood an enormous creature tens of thousands of meters long, radiating an unparalleled might, its mere presence collapsing the surrounding void, akin to the descent of a divine demon. Your life scale is less than half a mark, and your life level isn't high. How did you gain the token's recognition? A nearby 5,000-meter-long beast covered in dark red scales asked. You're as weak as a shrimp. I could swallow you whole. He Ming looked at the beast expressionlessly and replied with 2 words, trash. With that, it decisively severed the connection with the plane, leaving the dark red-scaled beast stunned. A few seconds later, the beast finally reacted, letting out an earth-shattering roar of fury. Roar. Coward, come back if you have the strength. Back in reality, He Ming heard Chen Lin's inquiry, shook its head, and returned to its 3-meter form. It extended its wolf head toward Chen Lin, allowing its master to stroke it, then recounted in detail what had just transpired. Chen Lin listened, a look of surprise on his face, and fell into deep thought. The ominous mark's level of terror was truly astonishing. Its massive form stretched for tens of thousands of meters, and its power likely reached the level of a throne. What's even more frightening is that in that abyssal plane, such entities were countless. There were even terrifying creatures reaching hundreds of thousands of meters in size, which was simply unimaginable. Chen Lin gazed at the scene before him, feeling somewhat relieved. For now, these ominous marks didn't seem to cause any direct harm. Nonetheless, he silently resolved to thoroughly investigate this phenomenon upon returning. His eyes turned to the talent panel of Hyming, carefully studying the information displayed. Death double pupils S-class. Ominous, within sight, can define the target's death, killing all. Able to communicate with the abyssal plane, drawing upon the aura of the high plane to double its power. After pondering for a moment, Chen Lin thought this might not be a bad thing. Let's go find a safe place to rest, he said softly, while climbing onto Hyming's back. As soon as he settled, Diana and the reverted silver butterfly swiftly perched on his back and shoulder. Chen Lin sighed helplessly. You can't make my body your home. Why not? The two summoned creatures asked in confusion. Because you'll grow up eventually, Chen Lin replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Before long, Chen Lin encountered Lin Yuan, who had come to check on the situation. Behind Lin Yuan were 20 fully armed soldiers, each with a serious expression. Sir, are you all right? Lin Yuan's face lit up with joy as soon as he saw Chen Lin. He couldn't help but be a little dazed, seeing Chen Lin sitting on the fierce black wolf under the sunlight. Lin Yuan paused, suppressing his inner excitement, his voice slightly trembling. Sir, has the gray mist been resolved? Yes, Chen Lin nodded calmly. This brief response left the 21 people present momentarily stunned, followed by an outburst of joy. Their homes, families, and everyone else no longer had to live in fear. The gray mist was encroaching daily, and mutated creatures were becoming increasingly terrifying, yet a solution had never been found. This undoubtedly plunged everyone into despair. Now that the gray mist was completely resolved, those who knew the news were overwhelmed with excitement, their eyes involuntarily moistening. Is there a safe place? We need to rest, Chen Lin said calmly. Yes, sir. Lin Yuan's expression instantly turned serious, immediately ordering. Everyone, protect the Sir back to the defense base. The 20 soldiers responded in unison, quickly forming two rows to enclose Chen Lin in the middle, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings. They clearly assumed Chen Lin and his party were injured. Seeing this, Chen Lin maintained a stoic expression but thought to himself, they were indeed all exhausted. Hyming had been fighting continuously for over a month now and truly needed a good rest. There was still plenty of time left in the transition dungeon, and it shouldn't be wasted. Once Hyming woke up, they could go out and continue to work hard. Chen Lin smugly considered himself a genius at time management. As the time in the instance dungeon came to an end, Chen Lin and his three summoned creatures returned to the dormitory. The air was filled with a faint scent of sweat and dust, a reminder of the intense battle they had just experienced. Suddenly, a transparent frame appeared out of thin air in front of Chen Lin, displaying the evaluation results. His eyes quickly scanned the flashing text. A total of 6,834 mutated monsters killed, the source of the gray mist eradicated, averting the extinction crisis for the human race in this world. Rating, perfect. Chen Lin's heart raced. Information about his career advancement followed. Monarch hidden unique, with growth attributes soaring from 15 to 30. A smile crept onto his face, but it was soon replaced by a frown at the next message. He had left the summoner profession sequence. New professional skills came one after another. Soul deification technique, soul, eternal protection. Existing skills were also upgraded. Holy summoning technique advanced to King's Summon. The magic sword evolved into the Sword of Annihilation, and the effects of enhancement and restoration were both enhanced. Chen Lin took a deep breath, murmuring in surprise. Why is my profession drifting further from the norm? Despite this, he was excited about the tremendous improvement. A unique hidden-level profession surely held immense potential. He focused his mind, carefully examining the newly acquired skills. The effect of the soul deification technique caught his attention. It constantly kept the soul in a state of autonomous cultivation, strengthening the soul and enhancing spiritual power. Chen Lin closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness into the depths of his mental world. There, a miniature version of himself sat cross-legged, intently inscribing a soul rune. With each stroke completed, the entire mental world would slightly tremble, noticeably growing stronger. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Chen Lin carefully sensed the three split souls and was delighted to discover they were also inscribing soul runes. He couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this 4 times the joy? Although the souls had long been divided, they maintained an invisible connection, akin to the relationship between a main body and its avatars. The effects of the soul deification technique were transmitted to each split soul through this connection. Refocusing on his main soul, Chen Lin quickly noticed something unusual. His soul appeared completely solidified, which was vastly different from the descriptions in his high school textbooks. As a higher-level existence, the soul is fundamental to all normal creatures. Chen Lin's ability to tear his soul apart without harm and grant it to loyal summons was terrifying. Under normal circumstances, tearing a soul could result in irreparable damage or even instant death. Even the rarest treasures would struggle to repair such injury. Yet, Chen Lin had undergone 3 soul tears without any impact. This undoubtedly reflected some unknown talent of his, making his soul exceptionally special. Next, Chen Lin turned his attention to the effects of soul eternal protection. This skill could condense a soul mark on a summoned creature to defend against mental attacks and any non-physical forms of damage. Although only one soul mark could exist at a time, with its defensive strength depending on the soul's power and dissipating after reaching its limit. These restrictions seemed insignificant to Chen Lin, who could split his soul. Chen Lin focused his mind and began to perform his soul-splitting technique. 3 soul clones gradually took shape, each forming a soul mark. These marks sparkled like stars, hovering deep within the mental realm of the summoned entities, eventually merging with the soul clones. A cunning glint flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. This meant that as long as the soul clones weren't destroyed, the soul marks were indestructible. Even better, these marks could be repaired through the soul clones. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, as if he had found a loophole in the system, maximizing the potential of both his professional skills. Recalling how a foreign throne had failed to harm him despite consuming a trace of his soul's essence, Chen Lin was more convinced of his soul's uniqueness. Although his mental strength wasn't boundless, its distinctiveness more than compensated for it. He estimated that even if the soul clones were weaker than his main body, they should withstand about 9 cycles of non-physical attacks. This breakthrough perfectly addressed the weakness in He Ming's mental defense. Chen Lin had always worried that He Ming's terrifying combat range would be vulnerable to mental attacks, but now this hidden danger was resolved. At the same time, the power of the king's summon was enhanced, ensuring that the summoned creatures were of at least high-level quality, completely solving Chen Lin's bad luck issue. The Sword of Annihilation evolved into a weapon capable of directly severing souls, with power comparable to Diana's solar flare, but more focused on explosive instant kill effects. The effects of the enhancement and recovery spells were also improved, though at the cost of increased mana consumption. Overall, this professional advancement greatly benefited both Chen Lin and his summoned creatures. Chen Lin looked out the window at the sun high in the sky. He got up, left the room, and headed to the command center to find Qiao Yu. Though he didn't see Qiao, an officer approached him to ask his intentions. Chen Lin briefly explained that he was preparing to leave since most of the mountains with potential for unrest had been dealt with, and the remaining tasks could be handled by other mentors and strong individuals. The officer politely assured him that Qiao would be informed. After expressing his thanks, Chen Lin mounted He Ming and set off for the Mist Mountain base. Along the way, he received countless respectful gazes and salutes from the warriors. After all, he had single-handedly swept through 15 mountain ranges in less than 2 months, a feat that had already become legendary. As he passed the assignment point, Chen Lin glimpsed the leaderboard on the screen. Even without the student benefit multiplier, his contribution points were still far ahead, more than double those of the second-place Qin Kong. The third place was held by Xiao Yunxiu, a fellow new student with an SS-level talent. Chen Lin recalled Feng Yi mentioning this prodigious talent and couldn't help but take another look at the leaderboard data. In just over a month, Xiao Yunxiu's strength has advanced rapidly, almost at a miraculous pace. He can now easily defeat level 50+ mutant beasts, and even giant beasts fall to him with a single blow. This astonishing progress has finally demonstrated the terrifying power of an SS-level talent, once again drawing the attention of the high-ranking officials. However, with the presence of a monster like Chen Lin, people's surprise at Xiao Yunxiu's progress has somewhat diminished. As Chen Lin sprinted towards Fanyan City, he opened his special device to check messages. He saw a message from Qin Kong sent a few days ago about a solo giant beast kill, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Impressive, he replied briefly, then opened the exchange list. Suddenly, a notification sounded from the special device. Your access level has been upgraded to intermediate. Would you like to enter the frontline battlefield exchange list? Over the past month, Chen Lin had swept through 15 mountain ranges, making significant contributions to curbing the mutant beast outbreaks in the Huaxiao region. Naturally, contribution points weren't the only reward he received. Without hesitation, Chen Lin chose yes. With the system's verification complete, a vast array of resource information flooded the screen. The list was filled with rare natural treasures, life crystals from levels 1 to 9, various equipment, and skill books, overwhelming in its abundance. The resources here were far richer than those in the rear exchange list, with a plethora of high-grade rare items available. However, the number of life crystals was alarming. There were only 3 level 9 crystals, 7 level 8, 15 levels even, and less than 500 below level 6. It's important to note that this was the inventory of the entire human race, not just a single base. This highlighted the dire situation on the frontline battlefield, where nearly every warrior was vying for life crystals to enhance their strength. After a moment of thought, Chen Lin attempted to purchase a level 9 life crystal worth 50,000 contribution points, but received a permission denied message. He wasn't surprised. It was within his expectations. He silently switched to the materials category and, after scrolling down for a while, found a rare resource called lava stone. This stone's surface was covered with dark red cracks, containing a scorching power capable of melting anything. For any fire-type melee fighter, it was an indispensable treasure. Armor crafted from it could significantly enhance the user's attack power. The lava characteristic of the silver butterfly originated from this stone. Without hesitation, Chen Lin placed an order for 50 lava stones. Fortunately, there was ample stock, and the order was successfully processed by the Tianqi system. 50,000 contribution points were instantly deducted, but Chen Lin didn't mind. He knew that the lava characteristic possessed a powerful melting effect, and once it reached 10 layers, a qualitative leap would occur. By then, the armor form of the silver butterfly would be even more formidable. Immediately after, Chen Lin also purchased 50 Rui crystals. Currently, the size-adjusting characteristic was equally impressive, allowing flexible adjustment of attack range to suit various combat scenarios. Moreover, once stacked to 10 layers, a hint of excitement flashed in Chen Lin's eyes as he imagined the enemy enduring immense pressure and recoil under the power of the celestial gravity stones. Taking a deep breath, he purchased 10 stones without hesitation, even though each cost 10,000 contribution points. With 45,000 points remaining, he considered exchanging them for a level 7 life crystal, but he lacked the necessary permissions. After exiting the exchange list, Chen Lin felt pleased. Suddenly, he remembered the ordinary phone he hadn't used in a while and thought about his family. This realization made him aware that he had been so absorbed in fighting mutated beasts that he had almost forgotten everything else. Every time he experienced a level-up dungeon, the urgency to become stronger intensified. He refused to be a weakling at the mercy of fate, so he pushed himself and his summons relentlessly. Chen Lin decided that during this visit home, he wouldn't waste time, but instead study a vast amount of human race materials to fill his knowledge gaps. These resources, rich with the wisdom of countless generations, contained valuable experiences in battling other races. Frowning, he opened his chat app and found that his sister, Xiao Li, had called hundreds of times. After a quick glance, he sighed in relief. It was just his sister being playful. Instead of responding, he checked simple greetings from Lu Wen and Li Mingji. After some thought, Chen Lin sent each of them a message. Reached level 30, coming back tomorrow. The Misty Mountain base was quite far from Fanyan City, and even without activating the Divine State, it would take the Black Underworld Wolf over 20 hours to reach it. At Lu Wen's home, upon seeing Chen Lin's message, a joyful smile spread across Lu Wen's face. Haha, Chen Lin reached level 30. In less than 2 months, that's impressive, he thought to himself. At this level, Chen Lin was already a significant figure in Fanyan City, and he was only 19, having just changed professions. Truly a provincial top scorer. Lu Wen also breathed a sigh of relief. He surmised that the 1,000-meter, at least level 60, dark demon wolf mentioned in the news wasn't Chen Lin's summoned creature from his college entrance exam. He quickly replied, "Do you need a teacher to pick you up from the airport?" Before he could finish, his daughter's excited voice interrupted. "Wow, Dad, I want to go too." Lu Wen almost dropped his phone and turned to see his daughter, Lu Niao, who had appeared out of nowhere. Helplessly, he said, "Why are you getting involved?" Lu Niao shook her father's hand, her delicate face showing a pleading expression. "I just want to, Dad. Take me. I want to see if he's as handsome as he looks in the videos." Lu Wen's mouth twitched, making him even more reluctant to take her, knowing that Chen Lin was indeed more handsome in person than in videos. However, a new message interrupted their conversation. Chen Lin replied, "No need, I'm riding back on a wolf." Lu Wen and Lu Niao were both stunned, exchanging glances. "Riding a wolf?" they asked in unison. "Is this some new means of transportation?" In the forest in front of the colossal wall of Fanyan City, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted, alarming dozens of stationed soldiers. They immediately tensed up, raising their rifles to aim at the source of the noise. A massive black wolf burst out from the woods at an astonishing speed, exuding a fierce and intimidating aura with every stride that seemed to shake the earth. Atop this three-meter-tall beast sat a young boy. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the soldiers lowered their weapons, relaxing their tense nerves. "It's a professional hunter returning from outside the city," one shouted. "Quick, open the defense gate." "That black wolf looks terrifying," another soldier murmured. Could this boy be a high-level summoner? When did Fanyan City have such a powerful figure? As they spoke, the heavy steel gate slowly opened, its surface engraved with intricate patterns that shimmered mysteriously in the sunlight. The black wolf dashed into the city in a blink, disappearing from the soldiers' sight. The black wolf He Ming swiftly navigated through the streets of Fanyan City. In just a few minutes, it covered a distance that would take an average person hours to traverse. Even while deliberately controlling its speed, He Ming ran over 10 times faster than a car. If it unleashed its full power, each step might crack the ground. Now possessing combat power equivalent to level 80, He Ming found modern buildings as fragile as paper. Soon, it stopped in front of an ordinary two-story house. As Chen Lin dismounted, he immediately sensed a sharp gaze. Turning his head, he saw a stranger, a woman next door, hanging clothes to dry. Their eyes met, and the woman nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Is she a government-appointed protector? Chen Lin wondered. He noticed that the woman's apparent level was no different from an ordinary person's, likely due to some kind of concealment skill. Chen Lin surmised that despite her ordinary appearance, her strength was formidable. Meanwhile, on several rooftops in the distance, 6 individuals dressed in civilian clothes were operating sniper rifles with astonishingly large calibers. These rifles, as thick as cannon barrels and 80 millimeters wide, were aimed at Chen Lin. Target confirmed. Chen Lin, secure. After a quick exchange, the 6 shifted their aim, continuing to monitor the area for suspicious individuals. This team was a city-hired protective force, each member possessing skills of remarkable precision. Their heavy armor-piercing sniper rifles were powerful enough to pose a threat to targets over level 30. Chen Lin nodded back at the unfamiliar woman and then entered his house, with He Ming, now reduced to 2 meters, following closely behind. The house was empty, presumably because everyone else was out. Chen Lin went straight to his room, took out a specialized machine, and accessed the database with intermediate permissions to search for information about tokens and dimensions. However, after a long search, he found nothing. Is it a lack of access? Chen Lin pondered for a moment, hesitated, and then decided to send his query to Yang Xiao. The abyssal dimension that He Ming mentioned was too terrifying to ignore, with its colossal creatures spanning thousands of meters, some even reaching tens of thousands. Such information couldn't be overlooked. However, Yang Xiao, now seated on a throne, was evidently busy with official duties and did not respond immediately. Chen Lin wasn't impatient and instead focused on enhancing his own knowledge, quickly browsing through the vast array of information in the database. With his nearly photographic memory, Chen Lin managed to read through a small portion of the database in just an afternoon. Some of the content surprised him, such as He Ming's ability to evolve independently, which differed from the records. The documented gigantification talent only appeared at level and had limited effects, slightly enhancing strength. Not to mention the divine transformation after several advancements. This discovery left Chen Lin thoughtful, deepening his understanding of He Ming's uniqueness. Chen Lin gazed at He Ming, his mind filled with countless emotions. This mysterious beast, with each of its unique talents, seemed boundless, especially the potential shown by its insatiable greed and voraciousness. Just as he was about to take a break and practice some basic combat techniques, his communicator suddenly rang. It was a call from Yang Xiao. Chen Lin, what's going on? Why are you suddenly asking about dimensional tokens? Yang Xiao's voice carried a hint of confusion. Chen Lin briefly explained the situation, after which Yang Xiao pondered for a moment. I see. Your He Ming was recognized by that dimensional token, which has both advantages and disadvantages. He continued, the advantage is that by working for the dimension and eliminating other token holders, you gain greater control over the dimension. Not only can you borrow more power from various dimensions to fight, but you can also receive rewards in the form of dimensional origin power to refine yourself. Have you heard of the God-slaying king? Yang Xiao suddenly asked. Chen Lin nodded. Of course, he is the 13th king of the human race, contemporaneous with the 4th strongest. He holds a high-level slaughter dimensions token and has killed dozens of token holders from other races. After multiple refinements with dimensional origin power, he is now invincible at the same level, even capable of withstanding a few moves from the strongest. Yang Xiao continued to explain, but the downside is also clear. Once token holders meet, they can sense each other, and a battle is inevitable. The weak perish, the strong grow stronger. Chen Lin suddenly understood that every dimensional token holder is in a life-or-death opposition. However, Yang Xiao added, if it's just a low-level dimensional token, there's no need to worry too much. The sensing range is only a few kilometers. Although He Ming's potential is amazing, it hasn't matured yet, so it probably won't be recognized by a very strong dimensional token. By the way, what is the dimension that recognized it? Abyss, Chen Lin replied. Yang Xiao fell silent for a moment, and then his breathing became rapid. What the hell? It's actually a supreme dimension. Is that wolf of yours trying to get itself killed? How dare it accept the Supreme Dimension's token contract, especially the only unclaimed Supreme Dimension right now? Yang Xiao didn't know the specifics, but he was aware of the God-slaying king's description of the Slaughter Dimension. A few years ago, the Slaughter Dimension was also unclaimed, and terrifying beings beyond the strongest fought fiercely to become its master. They traversed the heavens, hunting all token holders, sparing none from the same dimension. During that time, even the God-slaying king didn't dare to stay on Blue Star, fearing the arrival of terrifying enemies beyond the strongest, which could lead to the extinction of the human race. Fortunately, the The battle for the Slaughter Dimension's mastery only lasted 2 years, allowing the god-slaying king to survive. Chen Lin explained. The token from the Abyss Dimension flew to He Ming and completed the contract on its own. Yang Xiao was stunned upon hearing this, clearly unfamiliar with such a situation. He frowned, contemplating for a moment, then sighed. Since things have come to this, you can only proceed with caution. After all, dimensional token holders are rare, needing not only recognition but also the courage to accept it. Understood. Chen Lin ended the call, his expression grave. He hadn't realized how serious the situation was. Once a high-level dimension starts to vie for mastery, even king-level powerhouses must hide. The scope of this turmoil covers the entire heavens. Chen Lin communicated with He Ming through his thoughts, conveying a crucial message with seriousness. If they sensed any other talisman holders, they must eliminate them at all costs. This was not only about survival, but also to avoid endless pursuit. Defeating a talisman holder from the highest plane would undoubtedly bring substantial rewards. However, Chen Lin was well aware that he and his summoned creatures were still in the initial stages. Although they could now defeat level 80 enemies, their strength was insignificant in the vast plane struggles. Only by ascending to the throne could they hope to protect themselves. Upon hearing this, He Ming's ears drooped, and he lowered his head in guilt, saying, "Master, it is I who have caused you to bear such risks." Chen Lin gently stroked He Ming, comforting him. "It's not your fault. If the worst comes to pass, we will fight side by side." No sooner had he spoken than Diana's innocent angelic voice echoed in the consciousness space. "Diana is willing to share any burden with Master." Dai, although hesitant in tone, showed no fear. "And in me too." As a being of a very low life form, its awakened consciousness was already a miracle. Dai understood that since its birth, Chen Lin was its sole reliance. In that world dominated by giant beasts, it could only survive by hiding in inconspicuous corners. Chen Lin smiled and summoned Diana and Dai from the space. With a flash of white light, they appeared beside him instantly. At that moment, it was 7 o'clock, and Chun Li pushed the door open. Seeing her brother's room door open, she dashed in joyfully. "Brother, you're back." Li Huiru, hearing the shout, paused her steps to the kitchen and came over as well. "Shaolin, why didn't you say you were coming back?" Chun Lin withdrew his hand from stroking He Ming and smiled. "Wanted to surprise you." Chun Li's eyes sparkled as she stared at Diana and Dai. "Brother, are these your new summons?" Li Huiru's eyes also gleamed with curiosity. Diana replied with her melodious voice. "Yes, we are all masters." Her exquisite appearance, enhanced by a rich divine aura, seemed somewhat surreal and slightly distant. "Hello," Chun Li stammered, surprised to receive a response. Li Huiru chuckled. "I'll go make dinner." She walked into the kitchen, contemplating taking out some nectar, thinking butterflies might like it. Over the next 2 days, Chen Lin almost entirely absorbed the contents of the database, while repeatedly practicing basic shooting techniques. Although these moves were simple and crude, for a ruler, being able to pierce through close enemies with a single shot was quite reasonable. By noon, a heavily armored military vehicle drove into the community where Chen Lin lived, attracting considerable attention. "Is that a military vehicle? Why is it stopping at Huiru's house? Isn't her son in a combat profession now? Could he have made it big? I heard the top student in Dantian province is also named Chen Lin. Could it be?" As Chen Lin stepped out, the soldiers responsible for transportation immediately saluted him and handed him a small black box. "Thank you." Chen Lin responded briefly, then called for He Ming. Mounting his summoned beast, he sped towards the outskirts of the city. The materials this time were richer, and the fusion would inevitably cause a significant commotion. Chen Lin feared he might accidentally collapse the house, so he chose to conduct the process outside the city. About 10 minutes later, He Ming suddenly halted his steps as he rushed through the forest. A level 5 venomous snake that had recently mutated lunged out from the shadows, its jaws open wide, aiming to bite him. However, before it could reach its target, the snake was engulfed by a sudden burst of jet-black flames. The terrifying heat swept across hundreds of meters, reducing the surrounding flora to ashes in the blink of an eye, leaving a charred scent in the air. Chen Lin shook his head, unfazed by the sudden attack. He quietly entered his student ID, and the black box emitted a scanning beam. Upon successful verification, the lid sprang open, revealing a square-shaped cube. Chen Lin picked up the cube and let his consciousness delve into it. He sensed the cube contained a space of over 100 square meters, neatly stocked with 110 pieces of rare metal and stone materials, lava firestones, rui crystals, and heavenly heavy stones. A slight smile appeared on Chen Lin's lips, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. With a loud rumble, Chen Lin extracted all the rare metal and stone materials, whose weight was astonishing. Among them, the heavenly heavy stone created a small pit in the ground upon impact, sending dust flying. The silver butterfly on his shoulder immediately transformed into armor, covering Chen Lin entirely, beginning to fuse with the lava firestones. With the integration of the 7th lava firestone, the armor gained its first layer of lava traits. Subsequently, the 33rd stone bestowed a second layer of traits. When the 49th lava firestone successfully melded in, the entire armor erupted with terrifying molten power through its dark red seams. In an instant, the surrounding area for thousands of meters became akin to a fearsome furnace. The process from withering to melting and disappearing for the vegetation took less than a second, and the air twisted violently under the intense heat. This was merely a passive effect. The closer one got to Chen Lin, the more terrifying the melting power became. At this moment, he was like the core of this earthly furnace, with endless lava flames erupting and swirling around him. Simultaneously, the armor's form underwent subtle changes. It became more robust and solid, with pairs of slightly curved dark red horns appearing on each side of the face, extending from blunt to sharp over the head, giving it an even more imposing and menacing look. Chen Lin was very pleased with the enhanced power of the lava traits. He then began integrating 50 Rui crystals. Upon reaching 10 layers of the Rui-sized trait, the silver butterfly conveyed to Chen Lin through thought. Enlarging would simultaneously increase weight and armor hardness, providing an additional means of constant and permanent explosive force. Finally, Chen Lin fused the remaining 10 heavenly heavy stones. Soon, the weight of the silver butterfly skyrocketed to 10,270 tons, causing the ground beneath to collapse under the immense pressure. However, Chen Lin's figure remained as steady as a mountain, unwavering. The fusion also unexpectedly granted 2 layers of countershock traits, much to Chen Lin's delight. Following this comprehensive enhancement, the combat power of the silver butterfly surged dramatically. Its hardness reached a level capable of withstanding attacks from level 60 enemies. Chen Lin estimated that if he faced the previous 4-armed giant beast again, unleashing the Rui size and lava traits, he should be able to kill it within 5 minutes. As for level 60 alien species, blasting them apart with a single shot would be no problem. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Lin's lips as he thought, it's time to make those 5 forbidden zones bleed. There are 5 beasts over level 70 there, and he wouldn't let them go. This was not only to gain evolution points for He Ming, but also to earn the much-needed contribution points to exchange for various resources. As Chen Lin's thoughts receded, the melting force over thousands of meters gradually dissipated. The silver butterfly returned to its original form, gently flapping its wings, elegantly flying in midair. It had undergone a significant transformation. Its once silver body had become translucent, with countless dark red patterns flickering with mysterious light. It emitted a searing aura that distorted the surrounding air, resembling a crystalline butterfly born from flames, beautiful yet dangerous. The silver butterfly, with its searing aura now subdued, settled lightly on Chen Lin's shoulder. Its body, hard and smooth like crystal, emitted a gentle warmth. Intrigued, Chen Lin stroked the unusual creature, relishing its unique texture. After a moment, he activated the communication function of his specialized device, intending to discuss his plan to slay the behemoth beasts in the restricted zone. Are you sure about this? Yejue, the newly appointed female commander of the Hongshan base, asked gravely. She had taken over the position after Yang Zhao's departure. If you move against the restricted zone, you must deal with all of them at once. Otherwise, the remaining beasts will surely riot once they hear the news. It's because humans have stayed their hands that these beasts have remained docile. But if you leave them no way out then, isn't it possible? Chen Lin interrupted. It's not that it's impossible. The key is your current combat power, Yejue replied cautiously. Chen Lin pondered for a moment and then confidently said, I'm unbeatable below level 80. Taking down 5 restricted zones won't be a problem. On the other end, Yejue gasped. In just a little over a month, Chen Lin's strength had advanced so astonishingly, from a 6th-tier level to now claiming to be unbeatable below level 80. His progress was truly astounding. You're really something else, Yejue said, her tone a mix of shock and excitement. I'll convene a meeting right away. This is significant and requires careful planning and thorough preparation. All right, Chen Lin replied briefly before ending the communication. He planned to spend the next 3 days with Chun Li before setting off again. Meanwhile, the main screen at the Hongshan base's command center quickly displayed the figures of more than 20 people. They were the commanders from various bases and the chief commander from the rear of Huaxia. Xiao Zhu, what requires an emergency meeting? The chief commander asked directly. Yejue succinctly replied. Chen Lin is preparing to clear out the restricted zone beasts. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, we need to coordinate with his actions. Her words left the commanders in astonishment. They began discussing Chen Lin's rapid rise in power, recalling how his Black Wolf had easily dispatched level 60 beasts. The chief commander, wearing a serious expression, pointed out, the strongest beast in the 5 restricted zones reaches level 78. Chen Lin must be capable of defeating it, or he shouldn't act rashly. Yejue smiled and said, Chen Lin said himself, he's unbeatable below level 80. With such confidence, I'm reassured. The chief commander nodded. To make such a claim, he must have reached the 8th tier level. Chen Lin is not even 19 yet. He's a prodigy among his generation. I remember the 4th strongest at this age didn't have 8th tier strength. That's true, but the 4th strongest was at a higher level than Chen Lin at that time. Added an experienced commander who had witnessed the 4th strongest development. Chen Lin's reputation was legendary. His feat of sweeping through 15 mountain ranges and defeating all the giant beasts had left an indelible mark on every commander's mind. In the meeting room, the atmosphere was solemn and resolute, with no hint of doubt. The chief commander nodded slightly, silently expressing his agreement. Although the 5 restricted zones were temporarily calm, the beasts that ruled them remained on standby, a sign of their apprehension. If any previous attack on a mountain range had succeeded without being completely annihilated, the beasts from the 5 restricted zones would have swarmed in, leading to unimaginable disaster. Therefore, addressing this potential threat was of utmost urgency. More importantly, if Chen Lin succeeded, it would be akin to replicating the feat of the 4th strongest warrior, and his influence would surely inspire. With the upheaval in the Wu Yun Mountains, online discussions of danger were rampant. If Chen Lin could sweep through the 5 restricted zones, adding to his previous achievements, it would be tantamount to one person purging all the giant beasts within China, undoubtedly a morale booster that would quell the panic online. Currently, the frontline battles were becoming increasingly intense, with another wave of attacks from foreign races imminent. At such a critical juncture, the rear must not become a burden. Since consensus had been reached, the next step was to devise a meticulous plan to ensure that the 5 restricted zones could not stir up any trouble. Yes, everyone responded in unison. The next day, over 100 transport aircraft took off from various bases, heading straight for the desolate mountain range already designated as a restricted zone, under the escort of supersonic jets. The cargo holds were filled with tens of thousands of drones marked with the eye of observation and 1,000 elite students and instructors from China's top universities. These students were the best on the leaderboard, capable of slaying level 50 mutated beasts, representing the strongest young force in China. After 3 days of fierce fighting, all the giant beasts in the mountain ranges, except for those in the restricted zones, had been cleared. This operation was able to mobilize such a vast amount of manpower and resources. Their task seemed simple. Use tens of thousands of observation drones to tightly seal off the restricted zones, and if any level 50 mutated beast dared to cross the boundary, send in personnel to eliminate it. Since mutated beasts lacked long-range communication capabilities except for rare cases like the dark-horned beasts with special abilities, as long as the blockade was tight, they could clear each restricted zone one by one without alerting the beasts elsewhere. However, due to the remote location, just traveling there took more than 2 days. Meanwhile, Chen Lin's life continued as usual. That morning at 8 o'clock, after finishing 2 hours of basic shooting practice, he heard his sister, Chen Li, calling, "Brother, come out for breakfast." Entering the living room, Chen Lin saw his sister eagerly picking meat from her porridge bowl, and he couldn't help but lightly tap the back of her head. Ow! Chen Li covered the spot where she was hit, and immediately complained, "Mom, brother hit me." Li Huiru took off her apron and walked out of the kitchen, glancing at Chen Li's bowl piled high with slices of meat, calmly saying, "Chen Lin, next time hit harder. I think it was a bit too light." "Okay," Chen Lin replied. Chen Li was left speechless and could only silently focus on her breakfast. Fanyan No. 2 High School welcomed the new school year, with banners bearing the name, Chen Lin, hung all around the campus, catching everyone's attention. Chen Li followed in her brother's footsteps and chose to study here. The faces of countless third-year middle school students were filled with anticipation as they stepped through the school gates. Principal Li Mingji stood at the entrance, beaming as he watched the continuous stream of new students. With the reputation of Dongtian's top scholar, Chen Lin, nearly half of the students in Fanyan City chose to apply to the No. 2 high school, far surpassing other high schools several times over. To accommodate this massive influx of new students, the school had already expanded several times over, adding more than a dozen new teaching buildings. The city government even directly allocated funds to support the school, ensuring ample resources. All these changes stemmed from the efforts of Chen Lin alone. Coming from a humble background, he surpassed everyone in the province with his hard work and achieved remarkable results. This filled many ordinary families with hope for No. 2 high school. Even if their children could not match Chen Lin's achievements, they hoped for some degree of success. A white car drove into the crowded parking lot, and Li Huiru was about to find a spot farther away to park. At this moment, Lu Wan, who had been waiting, immediately approached, waving to indicate a reserved spot. Li Huiru paused for a moment, glanced at her son Chen Lin in the passenger seat, and understood that Lu Wan was likely there for him. After Chen Lin got out of the car, Lu Wan greeted him with a smile. "I knew you'd come to see your sister off. Come on, I'll take her to her class." Chen Lin nodded with a smile. Suddenly, a young girl appeared from behind Lu Wan. Her face slightly flushed, and she spoke nervously, "Hello." Lu Wan's mouth twitched at this sight. As a father, he understood his daughter's thoughts. He sighed and introduced, "This is my daughter, Lu Niao, also just starting high school." Chen Lin's expression was a bit awkward, recalling the girl who had previously asked him to sign her skirt, and he responded simply. The group, led by Lu Wan, arrived at the school gate. Li Mingji greeted them warmly. "Chen Lin, it's been over a month since we last met, and you've gotten even stronger, already at level 30. Chen Lin responded with a polite smile. Li Mingji invited, "Would you like to take a look around the school? It looks different now. There's a speech for new students later. Would you like to say a few words on stage?" Chen Li's eyes lit up. "Brother, I want to see you speak on stage." However, Chen Lin shook his head, indicating that he wasn't one to seek the spotlight. Just then, a notification came from the device on Chen Lin's wrist. The Lingyun aircraft had arrived over Fanyun and was requesting his location. It was likely the military aircraft sent to transport him to the restricted area. Chen Lin pressed agree, and the device immediately reminded him again. The Lingyun aircraft would arrive at his location within a minute. Upon seeing this message, Chen Lin looked up and politely declined. "No, I don't have the time." "That's impossible," Chun Li immediately retorted. "You clearly don't have anything going on these days." At that moment, a deafening sonic boom suddenly echoed across the sky. A crimson fighter jet, like a meteor, crossed several kilometers in an instant and hovered steadily at 100 meters above Fanyun High School. This gigantic machine, glowing with a red hue, had a menacing body over 80 meters long and wings spanning 40 meters, exuding a futuristic sci-fi vibe. Its sharp tail emitted powerful gusts, casting a massive shadow over the campus, drawing all the students and teachers to look up in awe and disbelief. The bottom of the Lingyun fighter jet suddenly opened with circular entrances, and blue energy beams poured down like a waterfall. Simultaneously, Chun Lin's wrist-worn smart system 21 chimed in, "Lingyun fighter's intelligence system at your service. Please step into the traction beam." With a slight smile, Chun Lin gently patted his sister's head and strode forward. "Brother is going to clear the 5 forbidden zones of Huaxia," he said, leaving behind a confident figure as he walked into the beam. Chun Lin silently raised his left hand, and in an instant, a silver butterfly emerged, landing in his palm. In a flash, a magnificent silver armor enveloped him like flowing water. The intense heat swept across the scene, spreading for miles as if a scorching summer day had arrived. The armor was lined with dark red seams, extending from the face to the sharp horns on the head, exuding a fierce and commanding presence. Each step Chen Lin took left deep imprints on the ground, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. At that moment, Chen Lin bore a striking resemblance to the lone warrior from the news, who defended a city against formidable foes. As Chen Lin stepped into the traction beam, the fighter's intelligence system immediately responded, detected object exceeding 10,000 tons, activating maximum power traction mode. Instantly, the blue beam intensified, gently pulling Chen Lin into the cabin. The circular passage closed, and the Lingyun fighter roared to life, breaking the sound barrier and vanishing into the sky, leaving a whirlwind sweeping through the campus. The scene erupted into chaos. Countless parents and students finally snapped back to reality, their faces filled with shock and excitement. "That Crimson Fighter jet is so cool. Wow, that silver armor looked so familiar. I took pictures. I can watch them over and over." Excited discussions erupted all around. Chun-Li finally snapped out of her brother's words, her body trembling slightly as she muttered, "How can he be so cool?" Behind her, Lu Niao stood in a daze, replaying the graceful figure in her mind, seemingly entranced. Li Mingji and Lu Wan were utterly dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the impact of what they had witnessed. If they had any doubts before, the answer was now crystal clear. Chen Lin was indeed the powerful figure who single-handedly faced thousands of mutated beasts. And the pitch-black demon wolf from the news, battling the giant black beast, was his summoned creature from the college entrance exam. Being able to slay a giant beast at level 30 was far beyond their wildest imaginations, leaving them completely stunned. However, Li Huiru's reaction was different. Despite Chen Lin's dazzling display, her face was etched with deep concern. As an ordinary person, she knew how perilous the 5 forbidden zones of Huaxiao were. It was said that even 4th-tier professionals faced almost certain death in those zones. And yet, Xiao Lin intended not only to enter, but to clear them. In recent days, Li Huiru had learned from Chen Lin that he and many academy students had been clearing mutated beasts in the mountains, and she had started to worry. However, she refrained from expressing these feelings directly, knowing that burdening Chen Lin with her concerns would only add to his troubles. Boom! The Lingyun fighter jet sliced through the clouds like a sharp sword, racing towards the desolate mountain range at 10 times the speed of sound. This marvel of advanced technology, powered by crystals infused with the energy of heaven and earth, was the sole remaining vessel of its kind in Huaxia. Though designed for rapid travel and lacking a powerful main cannon, its firepower was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a flying mutated beast burst through the clouds, charging Hedon. The jet reacted instantly, sensing the disturbance and locking onto its target, a level 51 bloodthirsty demon eagle. Both side cannons fired simultaneously, sending two scorching beams of white light piercing through the eagle's head and wings. The massive beast plummeted from 10,000 meters, and through the cockpit glass, Chen Lin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The firepower was impressive, but perhaps insufficient to inflict serious damage on such a giant creature. How much longer until we reach the desolate mountain range? Chen Lin inquired. After 9 hours of flight, the sunset's glow spilled through the glass onto his armor. We're almost there, came the reply, and the Lingyun jet dove through the clouds. 1,000 meters will do, Chen Lin said as he approached the circular hatch. Understood. As the mechanical voice sounded, the hatch opened, and Chen Lin plummeted. Weighing 10,270 tons, he cut through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact, sending tremors and dust billowing. Inside the temporary command center, several commanders watched the blue dot representing the Lingyun jet on the screen, then promptly stepped outside. Outside, 1,000 trainees and mentors stood in solemn formation. The past 2 months of life and death trials had not only enhanced their abilities, but also tempered their spirits. Each person present had slain over 500 mutated beasts. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and everyone turned to the source. A jet-black demon wolf burst into view, its speed causing a sonic boom that was awe-inspiring. In an instant, the wolf was upon them. Qin Kong compared himself privately, shaking his head. Even his strengths couldn't match Chen Lin's summoned creature. Curious eyes examined the boy on the wolf's back, a butterfly perched on his shoulder, accompanied by a small golden-winged angel. It was their first time seeing Chen Lin. His physical attributes are unusual, not typical of a summoner, remarked a young man from Yuntian Academy. His special talent allowed him to see that Chen Lin's physical strength exceeded the norm, even surpassing those of hidden combat professions at the same level. His teammate exclaimed in surprise, "What? Isn't his terrifying close combat ability due to being possessed by a special summoned creature?" The young man shook his head. "If you say he has no talent, I wouldn't believe it." The scene of Chen Lin single-handedly battling thousands of mutant beasts played vividly in everyone's mind. His exquisite basic gunplay and fluid weapon transitions showcased his solid combat skills. While abilities can enhance combat power, they also lead to significant stamina depletion during prolonged battles, often leaving him exhausted after defeating the beasts. The group unanimously agreed that proficiency in basic weapon skills is equally important. During their discussion, they suddenly became aware of their own transformation. The countless life and death trials had honed their focus entirely on enhancing their strength, leaving behind all other distractions. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. "Chen Lin, we're counting on you to clear the restricted zone," Yi Ju said solemnly. "Got it," Chen Lin nodded in response. He had already understood the mission plan on the Lingyun fighter. The others would handle the interception while he went straight for the core. "Everyone, I'm heading out now." The surrounding warriors nodded in agreement. "No mutant beast over level 50 will escape. We've got this covered. If one manages to escape the barren mountains, we'll write our names backwards." This bold vow left a lasting impression on everyone present. Boom. He Ming unleashed a tremendous force, shattering the ground as it shot like an arrow towards the level 76 ruling beast of the barren mountains. Along the way, anything in its path was obliterated, and any attacking mutant beasts were instantly consumed by black flames. After a full hour, He Ming finally came to a halt. In front of its gray eyes stood an enormous level 69 beast, 1,800 meters long, 780 meters tall at the shoulder, resembling a leopard but with countless spikes on its back, and a barbed tail that glinted coldly, exuding a menacing aura. Roar! The leopard-like beast sensed the violent aura emanating from He Ming, its gaze heavy, and let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound waves reverberated through the air, causing nearby trees to shake violently. Instantly, several different fierce responses echoed from afar, deafening in their intensity. This was unlike other mountains. Under the rule of a king, the beasts supported one another, coming to aid when needed. Chen Lin leaped off He Ming's back, and the silver butterfly armor immediately enveloped him, radiating a scorching presence in all directions. In the distance, a level 67 thunder rock beast with a wingspan of 1,000 meters caught his attention, its dark blue feathers entwined with raging currents. "Diana, take care of that beast in the sky," Chen Lin commanded calmly. "Understood, master," Diana responded telepathically, soaring into the sky. Her right eye, a golden pupil, manifested a solitary cold moon, exuding a chilling aura. Boom! A gigantic moon appeared in the sky, casting darkness over the vast expanse of over 200,000 meters, enveloping everything in moonlight that brought a biting chill. Diana, now clad in silver-white battle gear, appeared aloof, surrounded by 9 dark red glowing terminal annihilation ring blades. She gently raised her arm, and all the blades shot forth, targeting the thunder rock beast that had transformed the surrounding thousands of meters into a thunderous pool. A fierce roar echoed through the mountains, as Haiming's form rapidly expanded to 1,592 meters. A wave of oppressive energy swept across the landscape, instilling fear in all living creatures nearby. Faced with this sudden threat, the giant leopard beast tensed, its back bristling with spikes like a forest of spears. But before it could react, Haiming appeared before it like a specter. His claw, wrapped in purple lightning and engulfed in black flames, struck down heavily. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered, and shockwaves rippled out for miles. This blow crushed the 69-level spiked leopard beast into the earth. Haiming's gray eyes shifted to another charging horned beast, where an ominous mark glowed, unleashing the terrifying aura of the abyssal plane. The power of death compounded, turning the surrounding area into a zone of lifelessness. The 63-level horned beast had no chance to resist and collapsed lifelessly. Haiming's mouth gathered violent thunder of annihilation and dark flames, merging them into a beam. The 200-meter-wide violet-black beam of destruction illuminated the night sky, overshadowing the moon. The frost giant beast ahead hastily formed layers of icy armor. The beam tore through the hills with ease, piercing tens of kilometers in an instant to strike the frost giant beast. The ice armor quickly melted under the intense heat, and layer upon layer of purple-black shockwaves erupted. Despite desperately reinforcing its defenses, the frost giant beast was still pierced through the heart and fell with a crash. At that moment, the suppressed spiked leopard beast launched a counterattack, sending a rain of spikes toward Haiming. Yet these spikes, capable of penetrating beasts below level 60, were all blocked by a sudden golden light. Trash, it's your turn to die, Haiming said coldly. As the heaven-suppressing hell domain unfolded, the land within a radius of over 200,000 meters crumbled to dust. When the domain compressed to a range of 10,000 meters, the suppressive force reached its peak. This series of battles showcased Haiming's overwhelming power, with each strike imbued with world-shattering strength, effortlessly subduing the three mighty giant beasts. All the protruding spikes shattered instantly. The sharp leopard beast suddenly felt an invisible force pressing down on its entire body, rendering it immobile. It was slammed to the ground with such force that its skin split open, blood gushing out. Its bones cracked under the immense pressure, producing a stomach-churning sound. Haiming's terrifying claw descended slowly, crushing the skull of the sharp leopard beast until it deformed and collapsed. With a muffled crunch, the skull was completely crushed, splattering blood and brain matter across the surrounding ground. This all happened in the blink of an eye, less than half a minute, as three gigantic beasts were successively slain by Haiming without any hindrance. What was even more shocking was that Haiming didn't even suffer a single scratch. This wasn't just an overwhelming victory, it was a one-sided massacre. Now, beasts below level 70 were no match for the deified form of Haiming, falling after just a few blows. At that moment, Diana's final extinction ring blade completed its seventh fusion. She seized the opportunity, swiftly slicing the severely injured Thunder Rock beast. The sharp ring blade tore through the Thunder Rock beast's body effortlessly, splitting it in half. Within just a few minutes, four gigantic beasts lay in pools of blood, staining vast areas red. This horrific scene made Haiming and Diana appear even more formidable. Such a terrifying display left Yi Zhu and the other 5 commanders speechless and stunned. They had expected the battle to be long and arduous, but it ended in a flash. The power increase was astonishing. Indeed, this level of power was hard to comprehend. Previously, when sweeping through the mountains, Haiming relied mainly on his deified body, without using much of his innate abilities. But now, with a 10-level increase and the ominous mark boosting his strength, Haiming's full power was jaw-dropping. The 6 commanders, though shocked, finally felt a sense of relief. The combat prowess of Chen Lin's summoned creature was exactly as he described, with no exaggeration. Having wiped out 5 restricted zones, they now fully believed Chen Lin could achieve it. As long as no mishaps occurred and no mutated beasts above level 50 escaped the mountains to inform other zones, everything would be fine. As for the beasts below level 50, they were too disoriented to pose any threat. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the peak of a mountain thousands of meters high. A gigantic beast with blood-red wings and a hideous horned head glared furiously at the distant black demon wolf. Its body was covered in dark red dragon scales, with powerful muscles, standing over 2,500 meters tall, exuding the terrifying aura of a dragon-like creature. From over 100 kilometers away, the dark dragon beast's vertical pupils fixated on Haiming. Its subordinates had died too quickly for it to intervene. Useless trash, the dark dragon beast cursed inwardly. The dark dragon beast roared again, and the surrounding area echoed with fierce howls, creating a terrifying sonic wave. 28 gigantic beasts charged toward Haiming, whose body was adorned with golden, black, and purple divine patterns. Their massive power caused the ground to quake, toppling countless towering trees. You and you 7. The dark dragon beast bellowed at 8 beasts below level 65, the weakest among them. Gather all the beasts, leave this place, kill any humans you see, and find the Tyrannosaurus. The dark dragon beast knew well the terror humans could bring. It remembered witnessing a human massacre hundreds of beasts when it was just at level 40, a scene that left a deep scar on its young mind. Hence, it wouldn't face the danger alone, needing to summon powerful allies. Yes, my king. The 8 beasts immediately scattered, racing in different directions. At the command center, the staff sprang into action. The drone's observation range passively covered 5 kilometers, but when activating the array, it tripled. Soon, reports came flooding in, and the 6 commanders nodded in confirmation. Yiju stepped up to the awaiting students and instructors, announcing, "There's a level 64 beast southwest. By the time you arrive, it might have gathered around 1,300 mutated beasts. Who will handle it?" Qin Kong stepped forward without hesitation, followed by 123 others, their faces calm and composed. Having faced life-and-death situations before, their fears had long dissipated. Seeing this, the others held back. They understood that the restricted zone had numerous beasts, and if too many went in one direction, there might not be enough manpower to handle others later. "All right, the aircraft is ready. Everyone move out," Yiju commanded. "Yes," came the synchronized response. Yiju nodded with satisfaction and continued assigning tasks. Soon, teams composed of hundreds of students and several instructors boarded their respective aircraft, heading off in different directions. "Commander Yi, several flying mutant beasts are attempting to bypass the Black Forest restricted area from another direction," a soldier hurriedly reported as he jogged over. Yiju heard this, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. They had anticipated such a move and had mobilized a total of 73,800 drones from various military bases to create an impenetrable aerial net. Trying tricks? Unfortunately, their attack is too hasty. Yiju's eyes flashed with sharpness. The giant beasts in the mountains are not ready, and the number of mutant beasts they can gather in a short time is limited. As long as Chen Lin can slay the level 77 dark dragon beast, the rest will be a piece of cake. At that moment, a female cadet with black hair tied up stepped out from the ranks. She wore a snug battle armor, her features delicate, and held a long green bow about 2 meters in length. The bow was engraved with intricate runes, exuding a fierce aura. "Leave it to me," the cadet said calmly. Yiju nodded, his expression unchanged. This operation was crucial, and every support member had been carefully selected. The cadet did not board a fighter jet, but walked to an open area, slowly raising her green bow. "Direction, angle," she inquired softly. "Southeast, 115 degrees. The target is moving fast," someone immediately responded. The surrounding cadets murmured among themselves, puzzled. "Can she really hit it from here?" "No problem," a young man from the Yuntian Academy explained. Jiang Wei's talent is to see the sky and the earth, allowing her to clearly view a radius of 5,000 kilometers. If she fully concentrates, the range can expand tenfold. Everyone gasped in amazement. It was like having a cheat mode perspective. Combined with her long-range archery skills, it was an extraordinary combination. Jiang Wei placed her hand on the green bow, and the green bowstring appeared instantly. Her fingers formed a loose grip, and a shadowy green arrow emerged. As she slowly drew the bow, the green arrow solidified, its sharp aura sweeping the surroundings. Complex runes appeared in Jiang Wei's eyes, quickly forming a circular array that instantly spanned over 5,000 kilometers. Soon, she locked onto a level 53 flying snake mutant beast. "Found you." Jiang Wei smiled slightly. "Shall he boost me?" The female cadet, named Xiao He, immediately acted, chanting for several seconds before 10 accelerating and empowering magical halos aligned in a matrix before Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei released her fingers, and the green arrow shot forward. With each halo it passed through, the arrow's speed and size increased significantly. Ultimately, a massive arrow with a diameter of 20 meters and a tip 2 meters thick soared across over 5,000 kilometers, tracing a graceful arc and precisely piercing the head of the flying snake mutant beast. "One down." Jiang Wei smiled calmly, drawing her bow again. The surrounding cadets were left speechless, stunned by the astonishing spectacle. The effective range is truly terrifying. Many trainees silently imagined that if Wei Jiang were to grow to her full potential, she could strike down enemies from tens of thousands of kilometers away with a single arrow. Their expressions were grave as they realized that even as some of the top talents in China in recent years, the gap between them and Wei Jiang was already vast and seemingly insurmountable. This sense of defeat spurred their fighting spirit, igniting a fierce determination in their eyes as they silently vowed to work twice as hard. Everyone eagerly turned to Yiju, hoping she would soon dispatch them to combat the mutant beasts. Meanwhile, on another front, a battle erupted instantly. The dark dragon beast let out an earth-shattering roar, its massive wings blocking out the sky as it swooped down from a mountain peak thousands of meters high, rapidly closing in on the pitch-black demon wolf, He Ming. A faint red glow emanated from the dragon scales on its throat as it began to gather all its strength. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening bellow, a dark yellow breath imbued with terrifying petrification power shot out, piercing the sky in an instant. Howl! Not to be outdone, He Ming simultaneously conjured a purple-black beam containing ultimate destructive force. The two beams collided fiercely in midair, unleashing a scorching and powerful shockwave that demolished countless giant trees within tens of thousands of meters, sending dust and debris flying. The dark dragon beast unleashed its innate power furiously, its massive wings flapping relentlessly as it closed in on He Ming. The impact grew more terrifying, causing the ground beneath He Ming to collapse dozens of meters deep with a violent tremor. He Ming harnessed Tian-E, fusing its divine transformation talent, pushing the destructive beam's power to new heights, breaking through the dark yellow beam's blockade and striking the dark dragon beast. However, the dragon scales of the dark dragon beast vibrated, displaying formidable resistance and defense, successfully withstanding the destructive beam's impact. He Ming ceased its breath attack, continually absorbing the surrounding energy to replenish its magic, its gray eyes coldly fixed on the dark dragon beast standing in the sky. Both colossal beasts possessed extremely strong physical bodies, and breath attacks were just one of their many techniques. The dark dragon beast landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its dragon scales bore scorch marks from the destructive breath, but there was no substantial damage. Roar! You are indeed powerful, we are the same kind. Yet he is not one of us. The dark dragon beast's vertical pupils glanced at Chen Lin in the distance. You don't have to obey his orders. Even if a few of my subordinates died by your hand, I can overlook that. How? I don't understand why you always say that, He Ming replied, further compressing the power of the refining hell. The same kind? To me, you are nothing but food. Before the words had fully left its mouth, He Ming activated its swift talent, drastically increasing its speed. The ground shattered and exploded as He Ming's massive body surged forward several kilometers, arriving before the dark dragon beast. A terrifying force of destructive suppression descended, causing the dark dragon beast's body to sink as the ground beneath it collapsed. Following this, a claw wreathed in golden, black, and purple divine patterns, entwined with lightning and fire, was swung fiercely. Roar! The dark dragon beast roared, raising a thick dragon claw covered in shimmering scales to meet the attack. Boom! The clash of claws produced a powerful shockwave. The two terrifying beasts glared at each other, engaging in intense close combat. This dark dragon beast was extraordinarily powerful, possessing royal bloodline, with dragon scales offering high defense, their glow capable of resisting the destructive suppression force. It also had a high-level speed talent, allowing it to contend with He Ming, who had simultaneously activated its strength manifestation and swiftness. More importantly, its physical strength was equally terrifying. He Ming demonstrated extraordinary power. With the triple augmentation of purple lightning, black fire, the force of annihilation, and the divine pattern of heaven refining, its physical strength and defense reached an almost invincible level. It relentlessly suppressed the dark dragon beast, with each swing of its claws tearing dragon scales and causing severe damage. The battle between the two beasts was earth-shattering, with fierce and brutal momentum. Each collision destroyed the surrounding hills and stone peaks, and the explosive shockwaves swept across tens of thousands of meters. Even from several kilometers away, people could feel the tremors of the earth and were utterly astonished. At that moment, the full moon hanging in the sky suddenly changed. An apocalyptic aura burst forth, shrouding an area of over 200,000 meters with deep red light. Dark red true power of annihilation flowed from Diana's right eye, as if doomsday had arrived. Facing 20 giant beasts charging at Chen Lin, Diana acted without hesitation. She raised her hand to control a 200-meter diameter unified ring blade, which instantly sliced through the enemy horde. Wherever the blade passed, the bodies of the giant beasts were effortlessly torn apart like tofu. 1, 2, 3. Until the 10th beast fell, Diana's moon power was completely exhausted, and the deep red moon slowly collapsed into her palm. Then, a brilliant sun appeared across the sky, its blazing golden light illuminating the world. The remaining 10 beasts, still reeling from the fear of death, were engulfed in golden flames, their souls subjected to a raging burn. They let out agonizing roars that echoed all around. Diana's eyes exuded majesty and indifference as countless golden fire swords formed around her, shooting out like arrows to pierce the giant beasts' bodies. The terrifying burning power stacked layer upon layer, instantly incinerating the soul of a beast, which collapsed to the ground. A giant bear-like beast, measuring 1,600 meters, roared as it charged at Chen Lin, its blood-red eyes filled with rage. Chen Lin glanced sideways, understanding the pain of soul damage, and couldn't help but admire the beast's courage. Silver Butterfly, full power. At Chen Lin's command, the armor expanded to 130 meters high, its weight increasing dramatically, causing the ground beneath to tremble. A wave of scorching heat swept out, turning the surrounding 7,000 meters into a furnace, melting everything in its path. Chen Lin, engulfed in lava flames, resembled a god of war descending in armor, wielding a menacing 260-meter-long war spear entwined with silver currents, exuding a terrifying presence. He propelled himself forward, shattering the ground beneath his feet, his speed unaffected by the weight, and appeared instantly before the bear-like beast. The war spear, weighing 22,070 tons, swept out with the power of lava flames and a sharp rebound, tearing a deep gash into the beast. The beast roared and struck with its massive claw, sending Chen Lin flying several meters, the enormous armor crashing into the ground. However, the reinforced armor was indestructible, and Chen Lin felt only a slight vibration, remaining unharmed. At this moment, even if Chen Lin lay on the ground allowing all the beasts to attack, he would not suffer any damage. The battle had just begun, yet the outcome was already clear. Diana's expression turned displeased as she raised her hand, sending a golden flaming sword shooting out like a meteor, instantly incinerating the soul of the giant bear-like beast. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 8 beasts also fell one by one, their souls vanishing into nothingness. Chen Lin nodded to himself, quite satisfied with Silver Butterfly's current strength. He knew well that Silver Butterfly required a vast amount of rare resources to achieve a qualitative transformation. Chen Lin had immense patience in cultivating Silver Butterfly. With enough rare materials, Silver Butterfly's combat power could soar, possibly even reaching the throne. At the moment, Silver Butterfly's power was slightly inferior to the 2 summoned creatures, but this only indicated Chen Lin's current lack of resources. He calculated in his mind that after sweeping through the 5 forbidden zones, he would be able to exchange for a massive amount of resources, at which point he would enhance Silver Butterfly comprehensively. Chen Lin's gaze shifted to the distance, searching for He Ming. He saw it, and the dark dragon beast had already fought to the ends of the earth, leaving devastation in their wake. The ground within hundreds of thousands of meters was shattered, with no intact place remaining. Hours passed quietly, and under the black sky, a fierce battle erupted on another part of the mountain range. 124 determined warriors faced over 1,000 mutant beasts, with dazzling lights flaring up as the forces clashed. Unlike the battle at Misty Cloud Mountain, this time they did not have to fight to the death, and the danger was greatly reduced. Although the number of mutant beasts was more than 10 times that of humans, their large size made it difficult to swarm. In the chaos, they might even accidentally harm each other. Moreover, each student was a top-tier talent, and no one had fallen after a long battle. Amidst a thunderous roar, a giant palm descended, stirring up a cloud of dust. In an instant, a gale imbued with sharp, azure sword intent erupted, dispersing the dust. Qin Kong skillfully dodged the strike, deploying the gale sword domain, and then activated his ultimate transcendence. He moved like a phantom among the mutant beasts, and where the gale sword intent passed, the beasts' bodies were riddled with wounds. Following closely was a terrifying creature shrouded in tangible, pitch-black currents. Xiao Yunxiu's eyes shone with madness, yet remained extraordinarily calm. Holding a 3-meter-long sword, he faced the pounce of a level 43 tiger beast, instantly unleashing his innate talent as the black giant sword extended to 100 meters, cleaving the tiger beast in two with a single strike. He then swept through, decapitating the surrounding mutant beasts attempting to ambush him. The two worked in perfect harmony, rapidly exterminating the mutant beasts. Suddenly, a dark red giant beast over 2,500 meters long flew in at high speed, its terrifying dragon might sweeping across the scene, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. The golden feathered beast was ecstatic, shouting, "King, have you come to assist us?" The faces of the 3 instructors besieging it changed dramatically, thinking, "Oh no, has Chen Lin lost?" However, the dark dragon beast ignored everyone on the ground, frantically flapping its wings, desperately fleeing into the distance. At that moment, a blazing, blinding black gold beam, surrounded by countless purple lightning bolts, roared in from afar, traversing hundreds of kilometers in an instant, carrying a cataclysmic force straight toward them. The dark dragon beast turned back in terror, roaring as the petrifying breath it had barely managed to gather was obliterated by a fearsome beam of destruction. Boom! The beam, swirling with purple lightning and black gold, struck the dark dragon beast's head instantly. Its scales glowed red in an attempt to resist, but were quickly overwhelmed, resulting in a devastating explosion that swept across over 100,000 meters. The blast, akin to a nuclear explosion, illuminated the dark skies, and weaker mutant beasts nearby were instantly torn apart by the destructive shockwave, not even able to let out a cry. Whoa! Exclaimed a nearby student, quickly shielding themselves from the impact, their voice filled with shock. The beam of destruction continued for a full 10 seconds, relentlessly wearing down the red glow of the dragon scale's defense. Once the red light shattered, the beam obliterated the dark dragon beast's head, continuing its destructive path for several kilometers before finally dissipating. Devoid of life, the dark dragon beast plummeted from the sky, its massive body crashing onto the ground. Witnessing their king's head obliterated, the golden-feathered beast cried out in disbelief, black smoke rising from the charred wound. My king, how can you die? What will become of me without you? Suddenly, the heavens thundered as He Ming burst onto the scene, shattering the air. Its body, adorned with radiant purple-black-gold divine patterns, gradually dimmed as its energy was nearly exhausted, yet its presence remained formidable. The oppressive, violent aura it exuded became even more terrifying after slaying the level 76 dark dragon beast. Is this Chen Lin's summoned creature? It's terrifying. I feel like it could crush me with a single blow. Quick, retreat. This domain can instantly kill even level 50 mutant beasts. The crowd's astonished gazes were still fixed on the beam of destruction when someone suddenly shouted, prompting them to quickly retreat. He Ming advanced towards the golden-feathered beast, its terrifying aura of destruction and suppression enveloping the area, causing the ground to collapse with its approach. Countless mutant beasts, paralyzed with fear, were crushed and exploded instantly. Under the overwhelming aura reminiscent of an ancient overlord, the golden-feathered beast trembled, its head slamming heavily into the ground as it cried, I submit to you. However, before it could finish, a claw of immense power crushed its head. Trash, unworthy, He Ming snarled coldly, as black gold flames swiftly consumed the golden-feathered beast's body and life crystal. He Ming then turned to the humans present, roaring in a universal language, leave, do not hinder my feeding. Without hesitation, all students and instructors who understood the command sprinted away at full speed. The ferocity and brutality of this dark wolf filled them with fear, and despite knowing it was a summoned creature, they couldn't suppress their anxiety. As they ran far away, the ground behind them, stretching over 200,000 meters, suddenly collapsed, turning into a terrifying sinkhole, with all trees and rocks pulverized. Witnessing this, everyone swallowed hard, deeply shaken. We're all students here, and you're only level 30. Isn't the power of this summoned creature a bit unreasonable? Someone muttered in disbelief. The 3-Bei-Long instructors exchanged glances and smiled wryly. In just 2 short months, Chen Lin, this year's top provincial student, had far surpassed even them. Although the Academy's grand competition hadn't yet occurred, calling Chen Lin the contemporary #1 in China wouldn't be an exaggeration. Indeed, it's no longer a question of whether they can match him, but whether they can survive a single move from him. The 3 of them wore complex expressions as they recalled the terrifying power of the Black Wolf, feeling like mere ants before it, easily crushed at any moment. They couldn't help but marvel at how the gap in their abilities had widened so significantly without them realizing it. The terrifying flames, a mix of gold and black, swept through, consuming all life, including the giant dark dragon beast. Once the flames subsided, Chen Lin felt over 230 evolution points surge into his body, slightly enhancing his attributes. He calculated that after returning to devour those 20 giant beasts, he could gain a few more evolution points. Progress might be slow, but it was relentless. Let's go, we need to support other areas, the instructor said. The numerous trainees nodded in agreement, quickly checking the map on their smart wristbands and rushing towards the indicated points. By the early hours, countless blood-soaked warriors emerged from the barren mountains. Their armor was stained with blood, their injuries varied in severity, and their supply of recovery potions was depleted. Behind them, thousands of drones also retreated. In the makeshift command center, warriors busily packed up equipment, swiftly completing the task. Standing outside the command center, Yiju saw young women emerging from the dark forest and immediately issued an order. Board the aircraft. We still have 4 more restricted zones to eliminate. Yes, some responded loudly, while others nodded silently. But without exception, everyone followed the instructions. These tasks were clearly outlined when they accepted the mission to clear the restricted zones. As for their injuries, they could use the travel time on the aircraft to recover, wasting not a single moment. Hundreds of fighter jets and transport planes took off one after another, and with a thunderous sonic boom, they surged in the same direction. Seeing this, Chen Lin also boarded the Crimson fighter jet on the ground, taking the pilot's seat. He watched as 30,000 contribution points from location 21 were transferred in and couldn't help but smile. Roar! The energy of the Lingyun fighter began to flow, jets of air erupted, and it slowly ascended before blasting off. The aircraft quickly tore through the clouds, soaring at high speed. Over the next 10 days, the pace of clearing the restricted zones of giant beasts did not slow down. The reason was simple: more and more trainees were taking on the task. Moreover, with each zone cleared, Haiming's power increased slightly after devouring numerous mutant and giant beasts. In the final restricted zone mountain range, Haiming, with its entire body glowing with divine patterns, stood on the corpse of a level 78 ruling giant beast, letting out a fierce roar that shook the surroundings. The land for millions of meters around had been devastated by destructive impacts. This battle was even more brutal than the fight against the dark dragon beast. Even Haiming was covered in wounds, with menacing blood marks all over its body, and a large chunk of its neck torn away, dark golden blood gushing out. This level 78 ruling giant beast also possessed royal bloodline, with actual combat power comparable to level 85, terrifying indeed. Yet, despite this, it ultimately fell. Although Haiming's life level wasn't on par with a royal giant beast, its actual power far surpassed that level. This is because beasts with royal bloodlines typically have only 3 talents, varying in strength. However, Haiming possessed 5 of the most powerful level talents: Heavenly Flame, Silence Thunder, Death Pupil, God Transformation, and Indestructible Body. The disadvantage and attributes due to the life level difference, Haiming could compensate for through its ability to grow continuously with its greedy devouring capability. It is this unique ability that allows Haiming to continue progressing on its path of invincibility across levels. Currently, Haiming has consumed all the giant beasts and countless mutated beasts from 5 restricted zones. Its attributes have increased by 26 points each, totaling an increase of 104 points. This has once again boosted Haiming's combat power, with its strength, constitution, and agility each surpassing the daunting threshold of 800, comparable to a peak-level hidden class warrior of the 6th transition. In its divine state, Haiming's strength is even more astonishing. It can easily kill any normal 7-ring alien, and even against giant beasts, it only requires a bit more effort. With the fusion of 4 innate powers, Haiming can even withstand beings of level 80. However, beyond that, its capabilities begin to falter. As levels increase, the difficulty of cross-level combat grows exponentially due to the more significant attribute enhancements at higher levels. According to the Apocalypse Database's compendium, there are over 1,000 types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can directly boost attributes, and this is only what the human race has discovered so far. Besides these, there are many high-level resources that can enhance one's combat power. For instance, the Dragonfire Spirit Fruit known to Chen Lin, which, when consumed, can purify the fire-based magic within one's body, significantly enhancing its power, is a coveted resource among fire mages. However, these high-level resources cannot be purchased from the rear, and even academic credits cannot exchange for them. Only by making sufficient contributions and obtaining the corresponding privilege level can one qualify for exchange. Like Chen Lin's current status, he can now exchange for most high-level resources. The reason for setting such a threshold is simple: it's meant to screen individuals. Not everyone is willing to risk their lives to protect their race. If disaster strikes, many would undoubtedly choose to flee, just as Chen Lin experienced in his 2nd transition instance. These individuals won't take any risks and will abandon the entire race the moment the scales of power tip slightly. Therefore, instead of wasting resources on cultivating such people, it's better to let them perish in the rear. No matter how talented they are, they won't receive attention. This ongoing 2-month operation to clear mutated beasts not only eliminates threats, but also serves as a filtering process. It's through these layers of selection that the human race has endured until today. Groups of people head to the frontline battlefield, fighting bravely for the survival chances of many others. Subsequently, more people will follow to the frontline. Although this may lead to some individuals harboring resentment due to lack of instance and resource enhancement, causing them to betray the human race and defect to the aliens for rewards, fortunately, these traitors are not among the core strong of the human race. In over 100 years, there hasn't been a single incident of betrayal by a 9th transition or throne-level human. This is the significance of the selection process. It's worth mentioning that now more trainees who missed the clearing operation due to insufficient strength have applied to participate after becoming stronger. For example, Zhao Huiyang and his group of 4 sent a message to inform Chen Lin of this situation during his time at home. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile, thinking, "I wonder what their reaction will be when they see me at the top of the leaderboard." He softly said to Haiming, "Let's go, Haiming." At this moment, the giant beast ruling the ground had been completely devoured by the golden black flames, directly providing 250 evolution points. Combined with the previously accumulated 2,692 points, Haiming's evolution points had reached an astonishing number. Haiming's entire body rapidly regenerated before the naked eye, its injuries healing swiftly. This was the passive effect of its indestructible body, appearing quite intimidating. Within just a few minutes, Haiming was fully restored, with only the dark golden bloodstains remaining on its jet black fur as evidence of the fierce battle moments ago. Unbelievable. Chen Lin sat on the now 3-meter turtle black darkness, while Diana descended from the sky, and Silver Butterfly reverted to its original form, landing on his shoulder. Chen Lin checked the special device. All 5 restricted zones had been cleared, and his contribution points had reached 195,000, bringing his total to 395,500. These numbers would always be remembered, representing his contribution to humanity, even in death. He was still 104,500 points short of advancing to high-level access, at which point he could exchange for level 7 or 8 life crystals to accelerate Black Darkness's evolution. With all the beasts in the last restricted zone defeated, the command center erupted in cheers, and the exhaustion of the past days quickly faded. Commanders like Yiju beamed with joy, knowing that once the level 50 mutated beasts were slowly cleared, the 5 restricted zones would no longer pose a threat. In the coming years, China might finally achieve a safe state. If students continued to visit military bases to reduce the number of mutated beasts and prevent them from growing into giant beasts, cities could be free from the threat of mutant beast attacks forever. Previously, only instructors would hunt these creatures, but seeing over 2,300 students and instructors returning on the screen, the commanders began to believe in this possibility. Over the past 2 months, the determination and effort of these individuals were evident, especially the students from the top 5 academies. They slept less than 2 hours a day, often in armored vehicles. Initially, completing 2 tasks per day was considered good, and the entire operation was expected to last over a year. However, they averaged 89 tasks per day, resolving all potential threats in the mountains within 2 months, even producing an extraordinary talent who dealt with the restricted zones as well. Yiju felt as though she were dreaming and decided to personally welcome these heroes. As stars twinkled and moonlight spread, the students emerged from the mountains to find commanders and soldiers waiting under bright lights. They were momentarily stunned, then stood tall, masking their fatigue. "Old Ma, your leg is broken. Don't push yourself," a young man advised helplessly. "Mind your own business. If they're standing straight, so will I," Old Ma stubbornly replied. "Really? Competing even now?" Another severely injured male student gritted his teeth, struggling down from a partner's back to stand tall. "Let's see who gives in first." "You two are in such bad shape. Just stop it," a female student from Yunk advised with exasperation. The initially solemn atmosphere instantly became lively, and smiles crept onto everyone's faces. In this atmosphere, the group entered the military base still under construction. The gentle sunlight fell on them, illuminating their tired yet determined faces. Inside the base, warriors looked at the group of trainees with admiration and gratitude. These warriors would be stationed here for the long term, assisting the trainees in clearing the mountains and working together to curb the number of mutant beasts. With the threat of the giant beasts lifted, many trainees felt an unprecedented sense of security surrounding them, allowing their tense nerves to finally relax. Without the assaults from the giant beasts, sporadic mutant beast riots could be easily handled by the station military base. This perilous mission had finally reached a successful conclusion. Thinking of this, many trainees simultaneously sighed in relief. The grueling months of the past, with moments of racing against time and fearlessly charging toward the mountains to battle mutant beasts, flashed through their minds like a swiftly passing lantern. Now, it was finally over. However, a complex emotion surged within them. During this time, they seemed to have found a new meaning in becoming stronger not just for themselves, but for a greater mission. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded from the direction of the mountains, shattering the brief tranquility. All the trainees instantly went on high alert, instinctively stepping forward, with various weapons forming in their hands, pointed towards the forest ahead. At that moment, Chen Lin, riding on He Ming, burst out of the forest, momentarily stunned by the sight of thousands of people brimming with murderous intent. "What are you all doing?" he asked, puzzled. Only then did everyone realize it was a false alarm and put away their weapons. Chen Lin muttered, almost thought bringing a summoned creature for sustenance was a grave offense. Yiju stepped forward with a gratified smile on her face. "Chen Lin, well done." The accompanying commander marveled. That ruling beast was stronger than expected, yet it was your summoned creature that took it down. Truly impressive. "Chen Lin is too modest," another commander added. "Not only is he unbeatable below level 80, but he can also overpower those above it." Hearing this, Chen Lin couldn't help but smile slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. "Thank you for the compliments, commanders," he said humbly. If that ruling beast's strength had been slightly higher, the outcome might have been uncertain. Yiju silently observed Chen Lin, admiring him inwardly. Regardless of changes in strength and status, Chen Lin maintained his original intention, a rare quality she most appreciated in him. From the Hungduan Mountains to now, aside from occasionally showing off, there was hardly any fault to find in Chen Lin. Suddenly, Chen Lin spoke earnestly. "Commanders, I would like to apply to go to the front lines." This statement shocked everyone present. Chen Lin continued to explain that his combat power was now comparable to the 8th transition, finally able to make a difference on the front lines. Although he could choose to remain in the rear and develop safely according to regulations, he knew this was an opportunity earned through the efforts of countless others, and he couldn't accept it with a clear conscience. With the corresponding strength comes the corresponding responsibility, Chen Lin said firmly. This is my life principle, and I will not violate it, even in the face of danger. Now, with no giant beasts left in the rear of Huaxia, the nation was at peace. Chen Lin felt it was time to fulfill the wish he had during the second transition dungeon and step onto the front lines. His eyes shone with determination, as if he could already see the future battlefield. The commanders exchanged glances for a few seconds, their faces a mix of surprise and inevitability. Yiju took a deep breath and responded solemnly. All right, the rear is indeed not suitable for you to stay any longer. The front lines are rich in resources and offer countless opportunities to level up against the alien races. Your summons will surely be well fed there. As he spoke, Yiju cast a meaningful glance at Haiming. His tone turned serious. However, you must be extremely cautious. The front lines are like a relentless meat grinder. Even top-tier talents with throne potential struggle to survive. Especially you, being so exceptional. Once you join the battle, the alien races will undoubtedly keep a close watch on your every move. This means you'll face greater risks than others. Chen Lin nodded firmly, undeterred by Yi Ju's warning. At that moment, Qin Kong, who had been listening quietly, stepped forward with a determined gaze. Commanders, Qin Kong requests to go to the front lines. The events of the past 2 months had completely erased the nightmares of his childhood. Now, he was ready to move forward, shouldering greater responsibilities. Following closely behind, Xiao Yunxiu stood expressionlessly beside Qin Kong, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Xiao Yunxiu requests to go to the front lines. In the past, his life was bound by comparisons and his parents' expectations. But the great battle in the Misty Mountains had enlightened him, revealing the true meaning of life. He clenched his fists, feeling the cage that had been forged since childhood shatter completely. From the moment of his realization, he found his true direction in life. The 6 commanders were visibly astonished. Chen Lin's request was expected, but the decisions of these two were surprising. However, Qin Kong had already reached level 53, progressing rapidly, with strength almost on par with his mentors, and had a record of slaying giant beasts. Xiao Yunxiu, though only level 38, also met the combat standards. Yet why were they so eager? They could still enjoy resources and develop at the rear, especially Xiao Yunxiu, who was just a freshman and didn't need to rush to the front lines. Yiju pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. With the alien races launching a fierce assault, the front lines desperately needed more combat power. Every additional force meant less pressure, and more people could hold the line without sacrifice. Just then, another student stepped forward. Commanders, Su Yuanxiang requests to go to the front lines. The recent mutant beast clearance operation had accelerated the growth of many. Su Yuanxiang had reached level 50 and had been striving for this day for a long time. Since entering the top academy, his parents had gone to the front lines, separated by thousands of kilometers, communicating only through special devices. Now, he finally had the chance to reunite with them. Wait, Lao Ma, what are you doing? The young man hurriedly asked as he saw Ma Chao heading out. A determined look flashed in Ma Chao's eyes. If they're applying, then I will too. The severely injured male student coughed, anger blazing in his eyes. Oh, you want to compete, huh? Help me over there, I want to apply too. His words acted like a spark, igniting the fighting spirit of those around him. The previously relaxed atmosphere suddenly tensed, and everyone exchanged a knowing glance before following suit without hesitation. Apply. We're heading to the front lines, a student from Beilong sneered. Trying to ditch me? No way. It's just 1 year earlier. What's there to fear? Let me apply first, someone shouted. As the scene became more chaotic, more people were drawn in. The once noisy atmosphere abruptly quieted, and everyone realized the hard work was far from over. The real challenge was just beginning. A third-year student from Beilong, who had just sat on an empty box, slowly stood up, his laughter growing from a small chuckle to a manic outburst. His eyes blazed with a fierce determination as he shot like an arrow into the depths of the mountains. Damn, I'm just 1 level shy of applying. These mutant beasts won't live long. His partner followed closely behind. Soon, more and more students surged towards the mountains like a tide. A student from Yuntian agilely jumped onto a distribution box, quickly stuffing dozens of recovery potions and military-grade nutrition packs into his ring. Not coming back for a few days, gonna stay in the mountains, he muttered to himself. Witnessing this, others' eyes lit up, and they quickly followed suit. After all, these supplies were meant for them. Won't they wipe out all the mutant beasts? Someone asked worriedly. Why worry about that? Let's go. His partner handed him a few potions before rushing off. This was destined to be a nightmare night for the mutant beasts. Countless warriors and commanders stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why the situation had suddenly reversed. The instructors, seeing the suddenly empty surroundings, helplessly stepped forward to apply as well. In previous years, they had always led the students to the front lines, and even if it was early, This year should be no exception. Huh? Wu Yu, why are you here? Do you have students here? Ji Fei asked, feigning curiosity as she glanced around. Jiang Wu Yu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Is having an exceptional student such a big deal? Ji Fei leaned closer to her childhood friend, grinning. Isn't it? Jiang Wu Yu's chest heaved with frustration. Chen Lin's combat power is too high. There's no way you can be on the same team. Aunt Lin asked me to look after you. I already failed during the last corruption incident, and I can't let you recklessly go to the front lines alone now. Oh, just say you're worried about me. Jiang Wu Yu's tone turned stern. Ji Fei, do you want to break ties with me? All right, calm down. I won't tease you anymore. Ji Fei quickly reassured her. Ji Fei playfully flicked the unruly strand of hair on Jiang Weiyue's head, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Jiang Weiyue's killing intent surged like a tide as he swiftly drew a segmented soft sword from his ring, slashing it out like lightning. However, Ji Fei was prepared. Her blood energy erupted instantly, forming an invisible barrier that easily blocked the lethal strike. Hee, I have an indomitable body. You can't do anything to me, Ji Fei said with a smug smile, her eyes glinting with provocation. The surrounding commanders witnessed the scene, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Even the mentors are getting in on the action, they thought to themselves, appreciating the rare moment of levity in the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, an exhilarating piece of news swept across the nation like a gust of wind. All giant beasts within the borders had been completely eradicated. In various bases, warriors cheered, and officers beamed with joy. When this good news reached the ears of the Supreme Commander, his furrowed brow finally relaxed. However, upon hearing about the numerous reports of students applying to join the frontline battlefield, the Supreme Commander fell into deep thought. He recalled the prophecy of the first Supreme Being. In times of crisis, more people would follow the belief in protection and take action. Their mission was to defend the frontline positions until that crucial moment arrived. Time proved the prophecy of the first Supreme Being to be accurate. Following him, the second, third, and fourth Supreme Beings emerged, along with countless brave warriors who were unafraid of sacrifice. The Supreme Commander took a deep breath, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. He knew that the birth of each Supreme Being would inspire their contemporaries to strive relentlessly, significantly enhancing the overall strength of humanity. As he reviewed Chen Lin's past battle reports, a glimmer of hope shone in the Supreme Commander's eyes. There was no doubt that humanity had once again produced a peerless prodigy capable of leading the era. This realization made him burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he started coughing. After a while, he gazed out at the vast sky, murmuring to himself, "Looks like my time is almost up. I can't even handle excitement anymore. But hanging on until now has been enough." The Supreme Commander smiled with relief. "I'll use my last moments to take down an alien throne. This time, you can't stop me." With that, he slowly got up and resolutely left the office. The next day, Yi Ju stood before 1,321 warriors about to head to the front lines, solemnly announcing, "Everyone, preparations for the frontline battlefield are complete. Board the aircraft. This is the last leg we can accompany you on. Say goodbye to your families, and take care." All the warriors stood solemnly, saluting in unison. Many students and mentors returned the salute with respect before boarding the aircraft. Qin Kong sat in his seat, staring blankly out the window at the receding ground. Goodbye, he thought with bitterness. He had a home, but there was no one waiting for him. Beside him, Xiao Yunxiu sat expressionless, not planning to return home. He knew his parents' expectations too, while they never cared about the earth-shattering things he did, only that he was excellent enough to surpass others. With a roar, the aircraft pierced through the airflow, rapidly ascending above the clouds, carrying everyone to the nearest city. A few days later, at a military-exclusive train station in Xian City, everyone gathered once more. Clad in various types of battle armor, some engaged in lively conversations, while others waited in silence. Suddenly, a menacing train emanating a terrifying aura slowly approached. Crafted from the entire body of a king-level giant beast, even in death, its lingering presence was enough to instill fear. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.